Smashing the phone? It's probably not very useful. It can silently run from the TV to my phone, and it should be able to move to other places. It's even more difficult to find its trace. Now it's in the phone, at least I know it. Where? Zhou thought to himself. What kind of dimensional creature is this? Is it a pure electrical creature? Zhou monitored it by listening and could only sense current fluctuations, but couldn't hear anything else. Zhou thought about it carefully. The electricity-type creatures he knew before were all those with powerful destructive power and especially fierce barbecue. But this is the first time Zhou has seen an electrical creature that can enter into electronic products, control electronic products, and use his software to send messages. He has never heard of it before. If it is a traditional electric creature, even if it is mythical, Zhou can blow it head-on. But this kind of sneaky guy is not easy to deal with. Zhou didn't think of a good way for a while, and wanted to use his mobile phone to contact Lord D to see if she knew the origin of this strange electrical creature, but he was afraid that the information would be directly tampered with by it. Moth. After dawn, Zhou carried the wood and went to the mobile phone store. There were very few people in this small city. Zhou went around for a long time, almost going around the city, and finally found a mobile phone store and bought a few new mobile phones and a new SIM card. Back at the inn, Zhou put several new mobile phones in front of him, and then monitored the internal currents of several mobile phones with listening. Only his first mobile phone had strange current fluctuations, so Zhou left it on the table. Then took a new mobile phone, went to the yard outside, and dialed the number of Lord Emperor. Fortunately, no one refused to answer the call, because it was an unfamiliar number. Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained what happened to him in detail. There is such a dimensional creature, I have never seen it before. Lord Emperor didn't even know the origin of this dimensional creature. After a pause, Lord Emperor continued, but from your description, it should have properties such as electromagnetic and possibly magnetic fields. It just destroys the phone. I'm afraid there is no way to destroy it. It can easily move to another location. I think so too, I just can't think of a good way to deal with it. Zhou said. Lord D pouted and said, have your studies been in vain? Waves need to propagate in matter, and particles will be affected by force fields. Even if it is transformed by pure electrical energy, it will not exceed this rule. Besides, why don't you try the black hole-like power created by the Tyrant Beeman's absolute power skills? Zhou was stunned for a while. He had been thinking about the restraint method of electrical creatures in myths and legends. He did not expect that the dimensional creature, Lord Emperor, would instead teach him the scientific knowledge of human beings. How do you know that the Tyrant Beeman is mine? Zhou suddenly reacted. He never told Lord D that the Tyrant Beeman belonged to him. What doesn't this Emperor know? Lord Emperor said disdainfully. After hanging up the phone, Zhou went back to the room and was about to try to see if the absolute power of the Tyrant Beeman was effective, when he suddenly found that the special current fluctuations in his mobile phone were gone. Zhou checked several mobile phones carefully. I checked everything in the hotel that could be related to electricity, and found no abnormal fluctuations in current at all. Why is it gone again? Zhou pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. It is very likely that the strange electrical creature overheard the conversation between him and Lord Emperor, so he had already run away. Unrepentantly searched for most of the night, and found no further problems. In the daytime, Zhou had no choice but to set off on the road. After this time, the phone did not appear abnormal again, and everything returned to normal. That electrical creature really escaped? Zhou couldn't believe it. Such a weird and cunning dimensional creature was scared away by a few words. Not long after Zhou left, 3 men entered the small city where Zhou stayed. The faces of the 3 were haggard, their eyes were darkened, and they looked like people who had stayed up for 7 or 8 nights and were about to die suddenly. These 3 people are naturally Xiao Luchuan, Zhang Chuanqiu, and Duguge. Do you think this is a bit wrong? The first time we encountered that terrifying electric beast and we were almost electrocuted to death. The second time we encountered a nightmare, we almost fell into the dream and never came out. How could such a powerful mythical creature happen to be encountered by us? Xiao Luchuan said. Duguge said. With certainty, it's definitely not an accident. Zhang Chuanqiu said ponderingly, I think this matter may have something to do with Zhou. Where he has not been, there is nothing, but where he has gone, if we leave, so many things will happen. What do you mean? Zhou is doing tricks in secret and wants to murder us. Xiao Luchuan frowned. That's not it, he shouldn't know we are here. After all, it was a coincidence that we met him before. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Then what do you mean? Xiao Luchuan looked at Zhang Chuanqiu, puzzled. Zhang Chuanqiu pondered and said, have you noticed that there seems to be a problem with the piece of wood that Zhou has been carrying? Of course there is a problem. I have never seen such wood before. It looks a bit like gloomy wood, but it looks more solid than gloomy wood. Xiao Luchuan said. No, that's not what I said. Zhang Chuanqiu reorganized his thoughts before saying, do you think that the wood is a little evil? Evil energy? Xiao Luchuan and Duguge looked at each other with some doubts. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhang Chuanqiu guessed that they hadn't noticed, so he continued, I see that something is wrong with that wood, it seems a little evil. And it doesn't feel like a piece of wood. It's not like a wooden head? Xiao Luchuan asked, puzzled. How should I put it? Now it is generally cremation or ultra-low temperature decomposition. In ancient times, burial was popular at that time, that is, a wooden coffin was used to put the body of a person and bury it on the ground. I see that although the shape of the wood is similar to the coffin is different, but the evil spirit on it reminds me of a coffin. Zhang Chuanqiu expressed his feelings. Coffin? You mean, there may be a dead body in that piece of wood? Zhou is on his way with a dead body on his back? Why is he carrying this thing? Xiao Luchuan's eyes widened. I just said that the wood felt a bit like a coffin to me, but I didn't say it must be. Maybe it wasn't. Even if it was, there might not be a corpse in it, and even if there was a corpse, it might not be a human corpse. Zhang Chuanqiu said around. Then did you wait? Are we still following? Xiao Luchuan asked. Follow, of course, it is related to the ownership of the guardian. It doesn't matter if you follow or not, but I must see the result with my own eyes. Zhang Chuanqiu said. In that case, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Luchuan said. The 3 of them hit the road again, but this time, they deliberately fell behind again, even though they were a little further away from Zhou. But it didn't take long for them to feel that something was wrong. On the surrounding fields, it was like a gloomy wind, blowing them a little inwardly. Old Zhang, why do I feel something is wrong? You can do the math. Again. Xiao Luchuan said. As he said, Zhang Chuanqiu calculated again, and then his expression became strange. When Xiao Luchuan and Dugyuj saw his expression, they knew that the situation was not good, and they quickly asked, "What's the situation?" "The hexagram is still Lei Zigui's sister," Zhang Chuanqiu said with a wry smile. The faces of Xiao Luchuan and Dugyuj also changed. The first time Lei Zhe returned to his sister, they met an electric beast. The second time Lei Zhe returned to his sister, they encountered a nightmare, and now they come again. "Why isn't this sister married?" Xiao Luchuan said depressedly. Xiao Liuchuan's words suddenly flashed a light in Zhang Chuanqiu's mind, and he said suspiciously, "You said the hexagram of Lei Ziguimi should be on that piece of wood? What do you mean?" Neither Xiao Luchuan nor Dugugu understood. "If my guess was correct, that piece of wood is really something like a coffin. Tell me, is there a woman in it?" Zhang Chuanqiu said casually. "What woman? If it's really a coffin, there should be a female corpse inside," Xiao Luchuan corrected. "It doesn't matter if it's a woman or a female corpse. No matter what I do these days, it turns out that the hexagram is Lei Zigui's sister. I think it must have something to do with that tree." The more Zhang Chuanqiu said, the more he felt right. Xiao Luchuan wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a roar. The field next to him split open, and a huge earth dragon emerged from it. Zhou Wen walked in front, although the atmosphere along the way felt a little strange, but other than the electric dimensional creature, he did not encounter other strange things. Zhou Wen had no intention to look at other dimensional fields at all. He could walk along the way, rest if he couldn't, and kept rushing in the direction of the imperial capital. He just wanted to send this broken piece of wood out as soon as possible. Zhou Wen was fine himself, but he suffered for the three Xiao Luchuan who followed behind. They went through all kinds of hardships and tribulations along the way, like monks from Tang dynasty, and they almost lost their lives a few times. In the end, Xiao Luchuan couldn't take it anymore, so he decided to take a detour and return to the Xiao family in the imperial capital. Zhang Chuanqiu decided to continue to follow, but Brother Dugu did not intend to follow. "Young master, everyone has come, when will we start to act?" Everyone from Dugu's family came to Dugyuj and saluted. "The plan is temporarily cancelled," Dugugu said. Everyone was stunned, and one of them wondered, "Young master, why did you cancel it?" "This is a major matter related to whether you can contract with the Guardian. I can't tell for a while. I will explain this matter to the elders of the clan. You just do as I say," Dugugu said. "Yes. Everyone just came here, and they didn't even take a seat, so they had to turn around and go back." Xiao Luchuan rushed all the way back to the Xiao family. He was not really afraid that he would encounter danger if he followed, but because he had already received the news that the Xiao family was going to attack Zhou Wen before he entered the imperial capital, and Xiao Luchuan wanted to rush back, convince Xiao Dongyue to let Xiao Dongyue give up this action. The wood that Zhou Wen was carrying. There are some evil sects. Xiao Luchuan is afraid that the Xiao family will be planted here this time. Xiao Luchuan went on the road lightly, chose the nearest road, and returned to the imperial capital much earlier than Zhou Wen. "Luchuan, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to follow Zhou Wen?" Xiao Dongyue frowned when he saw Xiao Luchuan. "Uncle Yu, can this action be cancelled?" Xiao Luchuan hurried back because he might not be able to convince Xiao Dongyue on the phone to explain the matter in person. "Why cancel?" Xiao Dongyue looked at Xiao Luchuan and asked. Zhou Wen carried an evil wood to the imperial capital. The origin of the wood is strange, and it is very evil. I'm afraid that moving him now will cause an accident. Xiao Luchuan said. A piece of wood? Xiao Dongyue was a little puzzled. Xiao Luchuan had always been fearless. How could a piece of wood make him so cautious? This was completely different from the character Xiao Luchuan knew. Xiao Luchuan followed the three of them to Zhou Wen and told everything that happened. Zhang Chuanqiu speculates that the terrifying mythical creatures we encountered on the road are all related to that wood, and I also think it is very likely. Xiao Luchuan said. It sounds reasonable. But even so, it doesn't mean that we can't move Zhou Wen. We chose to do it near the imperial capital. The dimensional fields here are under our control, so we don't have to worry about breaking the banned creatures coming out to make trouble. Xiao Dongyue pondered. Said. Uncle Yu, why take such a risk? Zhou Wen and the Supervision Bureau's grievances are known to the entire Federation. When he came to the imperial capital this time, he came to the Supervision Bureau in all likelihood, so why should we shoot the Supervision Bureau? What about the ambassador? Xiao Luchuan continued to persuade. Xiao Dongyue shook his head and said, this matter is what the old man meant. You also know the old man's temper. No one can change what he decides. When Xiao Luchuan heard the words of the old man, his heart suddenly became cold, knowing that this action has become a foregone conclusion, and I am afraid that it cannot be changed. Luchuan, you don't have to worry too much, although the wood may be a little strange, but with the background of our Xia family, there is no need to care about those. It's just Zhou Wen, it's not difficult to take him down. Xiao Dongyue patted Xiao Luchuan. His shoulders said, since you're back, stay at home and rest. I'll let the people from the East Court handle this matter. I hope so. Xiao Luchuan always felt that this matter might not be so easy to succeed, but there was nothing he could do. The old man of the Xia family is the supreme existence of the Xia family. Even Xiao Dongyue, who has become a member of the upper house, would not dare to disobey his words, and no one could convince him. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Although Xiao Luchuan was a little worried, he had no choice but to leave Xiao Dongyue's office. Brother, you seem to have something on your mind. Is it because you didn't get the Guardian's cocoon? When Xiao Xianyue saw Xiao Luchuan, she saw Xiao Luchuan's brows furrowed and asked with concern. Zhou Wen is on his way to the imperial capital, and the old man has ordered the people in the east courtyard to bring Zhou Wen back before he enters the imperial capital. Xiao Luchuan said. Why did the old man bring Zhou Wen back? Xiao Xianyue didn't know about this, and her face changed slightly after hearing it. Xiao Luchuan hurriedly stopped Xiao Xianyue from continuing to speak, looked around, saw that no one else passed by, and then said in a low voice, it's good that you know about this matter, don't mention it again, and don't tell anyone. Also, don't ask more about the old man. Do you understand? Why? Xiao Xianyue still didn't quite understand. In fact, Xiao Xianyue's impression of the old man is very vague. Although the old man is the real ruler of the Xia family, but Xiao Xianyue is so old. In the Xia family, she has seen the old man very few times. In her impression, the old man was a serious old man in a white robe. He only appeared occasionally in some important sacrifices of the Xia family. He usually lived in the east courtyard. The east courtyard is also a forbidden area in the Xia family. Without the call of the old man, even Xiao Dongyue cannot enter or leave the east courtyard at will. Only some people who are specially responsible for taking care of the old man's daily life can enter the east courtyard. Most of those who are responsible for taking care of the old man's daily life are not from the Xiao family. But they are all loyal to the old man, and they will not have the slightest doubt or hesitation about the old man's orders. When Xiao Xianyue was a child, she once met an elder of the Xiao family. She didn't know what wrong she made. She was forcibly arrested by the people of the east courtyard. After entering the east courtyard, she never came out. Don't ask why, trust me, brother won't hurt you. Xiao Luchuan and Xiao Xianyue looked at each other and said, I understand. Xiao Xianyue nodded slightly. Go and rest. Since this matter has been handed over to the East Court, we don't need to worry about it anymore. Xiao Luchuan seemed to have some concerns, and he returned to his residence after speaking. But before the door was opened, someone sent a message saying that the old man wanted to see him. Xiao Luchuan was shocked. He had already guessed why the old man was looking for him. Xiao Luchuan took a deep breath and followed the housekeeper towards the east courtyard. If it wasn't necessary, Xiao Luchuan would rather not enter the east court for the rest of his life. When he was young, he actually liked to play in the east courtyard very much. The old man was also very fond of him. The rest of the Xia family were not allowed to enter the east courtyard at will, but he was authorized by the old man to come and go freely. At that time, Xiao Luchuan could be said to be like the wind and the rain. Even if he pulled out the flowers and plants that the old man planted by himself, the old man just laughed and never punished him. But after the age of 15, Xiao Luchuan rarely went to the East Court again. Although his privileges were still there, he was unwilling to go again. Stepping into the familiar garden, looking at the familiar furnishings and flowers, Xiao Luchuan's mood was indescribably complicated. Xiachuan, Dongyue has already told me everything about you. Don't worry, I will let Zhou Wen enter the imperial capital alive, so that you can win the gambling contract and get the chance to contract with the Guardian. An old man in white robe sat in the stone pavilion. Is feeding the carp in the pond next to the stone pavilion. I made you worry. Xiao Luchuan said with a slight bow. He is a person who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and dares to do anything, but only in front of this old man. He does not dare to act arbitrarily. The old man continued while feeding the fish. It doesn't take much effort, just slow down. After you contract the Guardian, I want you to bring Zhou Wen back to me. Can you do it? Master, everyone around you is better than me. Why do you have to let me go? Xiao Luchuan said. If you don't want to, then let the crescent moon go. The old man said lightly. Xiao Luchuan opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just nodded. I see, I will. Go and bring Zhou Wen back. Remember, you are the future master of the Xia family. No matter how strong the people below are, they will always be mere servants, the old man said. Luchuan understands. Xiao Luchuan lowered his head and said. Zhou Wen rushed all the way to the imperial capital, but he didn't encounter any strange things again, except that the wood was too heavy, which made him rush hard, and there was no trouble there. When Zhou Wen saw the boundary monument with the word imperial capital from a distance, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Old sheep, after arriving in the imperial capital, where will this log be placed? Zhou asked. The antelope beside him. The antelope rode on the ground with its hoof, stand on the top of the forbidden city. Zhou saw the words written by antelope clearly, and his eyes widened immediately. The forbidden city in the imperial capital is now a very special dimension domain, and it is also one of the dimension domains that the Xia family values most, and its importance is not under the ancient sword mound. As far as Zhou knows, since the dimensional storm, the Xia family has blocked the Forbidden City dimensional field, not allowing anyone to approach. If he wants to go in, it shouldn't be difficult to get in with the ability of the invisibility cloak. But if you want to carry such a big guy into the Forbidden City, you can't do it without knowing it. And you must have a conflict with the Xia family. Lao Yang, you really didn't mean to trick me? Zhou seriously suspected that it was, because he forcibly pulled Lao Yang out and went on the road with him. So Lao Yang deliberately trapped him. The antelope ignored him and stepped over the boundary monument of the imperial capital with its hooves. Zhou had no choice but to follow, and now he has no other choice. Zhou seldom goes out, and has never seen a city as big as the imperial capital. Compared with Luoyang, it seems a little petty in terms of scale and number of people. Because there were too many people, Zhou did not ride the Dawei King Kong bull and walked forward with the wood on his own. Although this is the imperial capital, when they saw Zhou walking down the street carrying such a big log, they all looked sideways. Zhou originally planned to contact Wang Lu after he arrived in the imperial capital. But now that he is carrying a big log, it is not easy to invite her to dinner, so Zhou simply does not contact her at first, and it is not too late to contact her when the matter of the log is resolved. I found a hotel and stayed there. The room was quite expensive, but Zhou paid the money readily and booked a room for a week. It is relatively close to the Forbidden City, and from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room, you can see the Forbidden City in the distance, which is why Zhou chose to live here. How can I get this wood in? Zhou stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the ancient Forbidden City in the distance, and many thoughts flashed in his heart. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Since entering the imperial capital, Zhou has felt that all kinds of eyes are staring at him, and there are definitely not just one or two people staring at him. To enter the Forbidden City unwittingly under such surveillance is an almost impossible task. Do you want to break through? Zhou hesitated. Although his current strength can be regarded as the top in the Federation, and he has many mythical companion pets, he may not be able to take advantage of fighting against a heroic family. After all, people have been in business for decades, and even if they don't have a mobile phone to brush resources, they must have obtained a lot of resources in reality. What makes Zhou a little strange is that although there are a lot of eyeliners staring at him, but after entering the imperial capital for so long, no one has attacked him. When did the Supervision Bureau become so good-natured? They haven't come to trouble me until now? Zhou felt that there was something wrong with this. Zhou guess was correct. When he was on the road, something should have happened. However, because of an accident, the Dugu family, who had planned to attack him, suspended operations. The Supervision Bureau was waiting for the Xia family to take action, and the Xia family wanted Xia Luchuan to win the bet, so he came safely to the imperial city. Now the Xia family is waiting for Xia Luchuan to sign a contract with the Guardian, so it is so calm. When I was thinking, I felt that a companion pet was fluctuating, and the blasting demon who had evolved again before has finally evolved. Zhou looked at the attributes of the blaster in the game. Demolition Demon, Epic. Evolvable. Fate, Lawless. Soul of Life, Destroyer. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Physical Fitness, 41. Vitality, 41. Talent Skills, Death List. Timed Blasting. Associated State, Self-Exploding Device. The attribute is a very normal improvement, the skills have not changed, but there is an extra life soul. Zhou summoned the Demolition Demon in the game, and it didn't change much from the legendary appearance. It looked like a very modern single-armored soldier. Let me see what your life soul does. Zhou asked the blaster to use the destroyer life soul. Zhou thought about it, and the red liquid in the glass tubes on the back of the blaster was injected into his own body through the pipe, and then Zhou saw that the armor of the blaster was exuding a strange red arrogance, and his body was full of dangerous atmosphere. The Demolition Devil is like a stimulant, his speed and strength have been greatly improved, and his skills have also been strengthened. It took at least 30 seconds to complete a timed blasting before, but with the blessing of the destroyer's life and soul, he completed a timed blasting in less than 3 seconds, and the efficiency increased by 10 times. This destroyer's soul is a bit strong. Zhou was overjoyed. In the past, the blaster was too slow to use his skills, so it was inconvenient to use. Although the speed of a skill in 3 seconds is still a bit slow, it is much worse than the instant skill, but considering the special skill of the blaster's skill, 3 seconds is quite powerful. You can consider using the blaster to get some time bombs nearby. If someone wants to attack me, let them go back and forth. That's what Zhou thought. After all, this is a hotel. Oh no. If the blaster is promoted to the mythical level, maybe he will be able to instantly release a time bomb, which will be cool. Zhou looked forward to the growth of the blaster in his heart. The doorbell rang, Zhou listened and looked at it, and was immediately stunned. It turned out to be Wang Lu standing outside the door. Zhou quickly opened the door. Wang Lu saw him and said unhappily, I didn't notify this creditor when I came to the imperial capital. Do you want to default? Sorry. I encountered some troubles. I planned to contact you after I resolved it, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. By the way, how did you know that I came to the imperial capital? Zhou asked. What's so strange about this? Anyway, our Wang family has some weight in the imperial capital. If someone as famous as you came to the imperial capital, I don't want to know. This news keeps flying around in my ears, making noise. People can't sleep. Wang Lu said. You also know that I'm in trouble right now, and I don't have time to accompany you to eat for the time being, so you can go back first, and then go too. You and the matter on my side is resolved. Zhou said. Zhou mainly didn't want Wang Lu to be implicated by his own affairs, but Wang Lu listened, but he pouted and said, if you want to default, just say it directly, why make so many excuses? Since I can come to you, I am naturally not afraid of trouble. Why are you talking so much? You don't even have time to go downstairs to have something to eat? It's not that I don't have time, it's really inconvenient. Zhou pointed to the wood under his butt and said, I have to carry this thing with me. You see, where is it more convenient for me to eat? With it? What is this? What do you do with it? Just put it in your room. If you don't feel safe, I'll let someone watch it for you, Wang Lu said. It's not an issue of safety, it's that I can't leave it, I have to take it with me, anyway, it's hard to say. Zhou said helplessly. Wang Lu thought for a while and said, it doesn't matter, you can just take it with me. I'll find a place where it's very clean, and it can fit a few more pieces of wood like this. This is not good? You know that my relationship with the Supervision Bureau is not very good, and this is the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau. Zhou really didn't want to let Wang Lu get involved in his affairs. Don't talk so much, I don't like to listen to it, just go with me. After knowing each other for so long, Wang Lu still has some understanding of Zhou temper. Don't talk nonsense with him, just pull him away. I'm afraid it will affect the people in your family. Zhou had no choice but to make it clear. As I said just now, if I dare to come, I'm naturally not afraid. Although the Supervision Bureau has great power, it can't do anything to me. You can rest assured and come with me. In order to eat your meal. What am I going to do in the morning? I haven't eaten at all, and I'm starving now. Wang Lu said. The bird consciously flew to Wang Lu's shoulder, and even Lao Yang took the initiative to lean over and follow Wang Lu to please. Zhou had to pick up the wood and follow Wang Lu. Looking at Wang Lu, who was teasing the bird in front of him, Zhou felt a lot better. Under such circumstances, Wang Lu was willing to come to him, which is indeed very rare. Ordinary classmates would probably stay away from him. At this time, originally, Zhou thought that Wang Lu was taking him to a restaurant or something, but who knew that Wang Lu had been taking him to an old-fashioned ancient building complex? After walking around the alley for a while, I entered the courtyard of one of the ancient buildings. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. After entering the yard, Wang Lu's expression became a little more serious. Do you know that you are in danger now? Zhou nodded, I know. Knowing that you are still here, do you feel uncomfortable without being beaten for a day? Wang Lu rolled his eyes at him. I didn't intend to come this way. Zhou originally planned to use the invisibility cloak to enter the imperial capital, and would never let others know that he had been to the imperial capital. But now he is carrying a big log. Even if he is invisible, it is useless. The invisibility cloak can't cover such a big log. A log is suspended in the air, everyone knows there is a problem. I'm afraid you still don't know the current situation. If it's just that the Supervision Bureau is looking for trouble for you, then it's better. With your ability and my eyeliner for you, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with. But now I want to move your people are not only the Supervision Bureau, but also the real master of the imperial capital, the Xia family. It is easy for you to come to the imperial capital, but if you want to leave, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Wang Lu said. Why did the Xia family deal with me? Zhou asked, puzzled. He and the Xia family didn't really have any deep hatred. And the Xia family had no reason to kill him, right? The relationship between this is very complicated. Let my grandma tell you later. Wang Lu said and walked to the main room. Grandma, I brought a friend here. Wang Lu shouted into the lobby as he walked. Crazy girl, come on, what are you calling? A voice came from the backyard, and then an old woman came over from the backyard. The old woman looks quite old, her hair is gray, but for some reason, her face has almost no wrinkles. She looks very good, and she must be a beauty when she is young. This young man is the Zhou you often mention, right? The old woman looked at Zhou and said. I don't often mention him, but he owes me so much debt and has Not paid it back, so I only mention it once in a while. I am afraid that I will forget the debt, Wang Lu said, pulling the old woman's arm. So that's how it is. The old woman looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said, young man, how did you learn to borrow money at such a young age? And it's still borrowing money from a female classmate. You don't want to eat soft rice bar? Grandma Wang. That's not the case. Zhou Wen wanted to explain. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the old woman. But it doesn't matter, there is nothing else in our Wang family, even if there is a lot of money, no matter how much you eat, you can't finish it, so you should do good deeds and come to help often. It doesn't matter if you eat or stay, our Wang family just happens to be short of a son-in-law. Grandma, what did you say? Wang Lu blushed. Zhou Wen is just my classmate, not what you think. After a pause, Wang Lu said again, Grandma, you must already know about Zhou Wen's situation. Tell him how dangerous his situation is now. When Grandma Wang heard what Wang Lu said, she restrained her smile. Come in and talk. Zhou Wen followed them into the main room. Wang Lu motioned for Zhou Wen to sit down, and then she went to make tea for Grandma and Zhou Wen herself. Grandma Wang, I heard from Wang Lu that the Xia family wants to trouble me, but the Xia family and I shouldn't have too much of a holiday. Why should they deal with me? Zhou Wen couldn't help asking. Grandma Wang nodded and said, the mad girl is right. The Xia family is very likely to attack you. You shouldn't be in the imperial capital. After pondering for a while, Grandma Wang continued, the mad girl is willing to bring you here, but she doesn't treat you as an outsider. And I won't say anything that I say to outsiders. What I said next it's just a guess. Not necessarily a fact. So after I said it here, you've heard it. Don't worry, Grandma Wang, I'm not a talkative person. Zhou Wen said. It doesn't matter if you talk too much. Anyway, I won't recognize what you said today, and neither will the Wang family. Grandma Wang said with a smile, according to my guess, the reason why the Xia family will attack you is not because of yours. The teacher is Wang Mingyuan, and it's not because you ruined the vitality of the Xia family's juniors in the Holy Land. What's that for? Apart from these two, Zhou Wen really couldn't think of anything else between him and the Xia family. Although the demon baby's magic sword was taken from Xia Xianyue herself didn't know that the demon baby did this, so the Xia family shouldn't blame him for this. Grandma Wang said with a strange expression, if there is a reason, there is only one reason. It is your talent. Zhou Wen was slightly startled. It was hard to believe that the Xia family would kill him just for this reason. There are a lot of talented young people now, and it's not just him. Zhou Wen. Even if the Xia family suppresses the giants in other places, it seems that they shouldn't use such means. After all, the ban in the dimensional field is not stable, and relying only on the 6 major families, I am afraid that it will not be able to resist the army of different dimensions and suppress local forces. It seems that the vision is too short-sighted. Seeing to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Grandma Wang continued, in the past, there have been precedents of the disappearance or accidents of talented youngsters in the Federation, and there are more than one cases. Similar incidents will occur every once in a while. If it is just an ordinary genius, that's all, but most of these geniuses are the key training targets of the local families, and with the protection of the major families, it is almost impossible for them to take such a big risk, but they all have an accident. You are in Luoyang, you should know that there is a Li family in Luoyang. Before the Li family, there was a talented young man, whose talent is not under the current in Dujuan, but before he really grew up, because of a problem, died. Grandma Wang sighed. Do you mean to say that the disappearance of these talented youngsters has something to do with the Xia family? Zhou Wen had heard Li Xian talk about his eldest brother before. But Li Xian also knew it from Li Mabai, but he didn't expect Grandma Wang to know it too. Grandma Wang was non-committal and continued, in the past, our Wang family also had such a talented person. And also died because of some things. It seemed like an accident, but I didn't think it was that simple. So I did a lot of investigations in secret, but nothing came out of the investigation. But during this period, I discovered one thing: the accidents of those young geniuses seem to be related to the Xia family more or less. Has the Xia family been doing everything they can to combat competitors and consolidate their power? Zhou Wen frowned. That's what made me feel strange at the beginning. The Xia family didn't target opponents who had conflicts of interest with them. They seemed to be only interested in those amazing and talented young people, and they didn't distinguish between enemy and me. So at the beginning of the investigation, I was also confused because of this, so I didn't think about the Xia family. Later, after a long investigation, I found out that behind this incident, it seems to be related to the Xia family. Grandma Wang said. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. After Zhou Wen left the yard, he kept thinking about what Grandma Wang said. Although there is no evidence to prove that the Xia family has anything to do with those talented youngsters, Zhou Wen also felt that there really seemed to be some problems. If the Xia family deliberately suppressed ordinary families in order to consolidate their status, it seems a little unreasonable. According to Grandma Wang's investigation, some of the talented youngsters who had the accident did not belong to the Eastern District, let alone the Xia family's sphere of influence. The situation in other areas is chaotic. For the Xia family, it should be a happy situation, but they obviously did not do so. In any case, first find a way to get this broken piece of wood into the Forbidden City, otherwise it will be inconvenient to do anything. Zhou Wen also asked some things about the Forbidden City when he was at the Wang family. Wang Lu and Grandma Wang didn't know much about the Forbidden City, because from the very beginning of the dimensional storm, the Xia family had occupied the place and never let outsiders in, and no outsiders knew what the Forbidden City was like. But Grandma Wang told Zhou Wen a very interesting thing. She was a person who survived before the dimensional storm, and she did not go to the Forbidden City before the dimensional storm. She said that she visited the Forbidden City once when she was a child, and the weather suddenly turned bad, and there was continuous thunder in the sky. She originally wanted to go home quickly, but when she passed a place in the Forbidden City, she suddenly saw some strange shadows. Those shadows wore ancient clothes and walked in the alleys of the Forbidden City, looking like ancient concubines and palace maids. What's even weirder is that the figures of those people are transparent, like spiritual bodies. Spirit bodies are not uncommon now, but before the dimensional storm, it was very scary. Grandma Wang was very young at that time, so she was so frightened that she ran away immediately. But the young people are also curious, and later she went to the same place to see it several times, but she didn't see those shadows again. Grandma Wang checked the information on the internet. It is said that the magical phenomenon may be due to some effect of thunder and lightning in rainy days. Like a video camera, it records the previous images. When encountering the same weather conditions, it is possible to play it out. Of course, this is just a guess, and no one can confirm it is true or false. It's just like this, it's not really strange. The strange thing is that after the dimensional storm, whenever there is a thunderstorm, some strange sounds are heard in the Forbidden City. Although outsiders can't enter the Forbidden City, if you are relatively close to there during thunderstorms, you can still hear some sounds. After Grandma Wang heard about this, she waited for a thunderstorm to listen to it. Sure enough, she heard some strange sounds coming from inside. There were some voices in it that reminded her of the images of the palace maids and concubines she saw back then. These are the personal experiences of Grandma Wang. And naturally there will be no fakes. Zhou Wen had also searched for information about the Forbidden City on the internet before. In fact, compared to other ancient cities, the Forbidden City's history is not too long. Since its establishment, it has only experienced 2 feudal dynasties. However, its scale is unmatched by other ancient cities. The Forbidden City is also known as the 8-armed Neza conquering the Demon City. If we say the tallest building in the city, it should be the Hall of Supreme Harmony, with a height of nearly 40 meters. Zhou Wen looked at these materials mainly to determine where the so-called top of the Forbidden City was, so as not to find it after entering. It would be a little troublesome. However, after Zhou Wen looked at the upper floors of the hotel where he lived, he found a strange place. The tallest building he saw in the hotel was not the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but a corner tower in the corner of the city. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was because he was too far away, or because of the angle, he only saw the corner tower, but not the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, Zhou Wen still searched for the information of the corner tower. This search surprised him. Although the location of the corner tower was inconspicuous, but the meaning it represents is extraordinary. This turret was not built for mortals to live in. Similar to Lu Tai, the function here is to attract immortals and protect the safety of the imperial city. The reason why it is called Jiaolo, the immortal I want to attract here, is the Spica in the 28 constellations. Spica Zhou Wen is no stranger, he still has this skill, so when he saw the information, Zhou Wen felt that this place was extraordinary, maybe it was the top of the Forbidden City. Moreover, the building specifications of the turret are very high, with triple eaves, 9 beams and 18 columns, and 72 waist ridges. Such architectural specifications are also very unique in the entire Forbidden City. Zhou Wen originally thought that the famous Hall of Supreme Harmony should be the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, but now the more he looks at it, the more he feels that this corner tower is the real pinnacle of the Forbidden City. The turret is built on the wall of the Forbidden City. It seems that it may be higher than the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but there are 4 turrets. Which one should the wood be placed on? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Unable to find accurate information, Zhou Wen could only wait until he entered the Forbidden City, and then compare the Hall of Supreme Harmony with these corner towers. Zhou Wen also asked the antelope, but the antelope only said that the wood was placed on the top of the Forbidden City, and it couldn't tell exactly where it was. Would it be enough to just set up a high point? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Now Zhou Wen is most worried about how to enter the Forbidden City. If he rushed in forcibly, it would only give the Xia family an excuse to besiege him. But on the other hand, as long as he rushed into the Forbidden City and stuck the wood there, he would be free. When the invisibility cloak is on his body, who can stop him from running away? This plan looks perfect, provided that he can really get rid of this wood in time, and if he still can't get rid of it, he will be out of luck. While Zhou Wen hesitated, he heard someone walking towards his room. Outside. Across the door, Zhou could already feel that the man's bearing was extraordinary. He was only in his 20s, but not in his 30s. It was estimated that he was not much older than in Tianzhua. However, Zhou looked at this person and felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. Is Zhou here? Xiao Luchuan knocked on the door and asked. As soon as Zhou heard this voice, he suddenly remembered where he had seen him. This guy was the person who came to inform on that thunderstorm night. Anyone, are you coming to inform again? Zhou opened the door and asked Xiao Luchuan. Xia. Luchuan said calmly, I don't understand what you are talking about. My name is Xiao Luchuan. This time I am here to challenge you. This is my challenge book. I hope you can give me an answer now. Why are you challenging me? Zhou asked, looking at Xiao Luchuan's challenge book. You won't forget, you once abolished the spirit of my Xia family's children in the Holy Land? Xiao Luchuan said. I see, I agree to your challenge. Zhou agreed unexpectedly, which made Xiao Luchuan startled. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile. Version reading URL. Have you seen it clearly? This is not an ordinary challenge. It is necessary to fight until one person falls. Xiao Luchuan reminded. I see clearly, I can agree to a life and death duel with you, but I have a condition. That the location of the duel must be chosen by me. Zhou said. You wouldn't want to talk about a duel in Luoyang, would you? Xiao Luchuan said with a smile. Xiao Luchuan did this kind of thing. If Zhou did the same, maybe he would agree to it according to his own wishes, but in this duel, he couldn't help himself and couldn't agree to Zhou's request. No, it's in the imperial capital. Zhou said. Where do you want to choose? Xiao Luchuan asked. Being able to fight against a master like you is considered a joy in life. I'm afraid there are not many such opportunities in my life. Naturally, I have to choose a place that can match you and me. How about a fight at the top of the Forbidden City? Zhou Wenjing was worried about not being able to enter the Forbidden City, so Xiao Luchuan came to the door himself. Zhou doesn't care about a life and death duel. As long as he can get the broken wood, he will immediately put on the invisibility cloak and leave. It doesn't matter whether he can win or not. This Xiao Luchuan was a little embarrassed. In other places, it is better to say that the Forbidden City is a place under the control of the old man. Without the order of the old man, even the children of the Xia family cannot enter the Forbidden City. Why, at your Xia family's place, are you still worried? Zhou said. Okay, I promise you, you decide the location, then I will choose the time. Xiao Luchuan said. Okay, when? Zhou asked. Wait for my news. Xiao Luchuan said, turned around and left. This guy is really strange. He was obviously the person who cared that night, why didn't he admit it? Zhou thought with some doubts. However, as long as there is no accident, the matter of entering the Forbidden City is solved by accident. Taking the opportunity of dueling with Xiao Luchuan, Zhou can try the wood on a relatively high place. Dealing with the Xiao Luchuan is better than dealing with the Xia family's siege. While waiting for Xiao Luchuan's reply, Zhou stayed in the dormitory to brush up the copy and didn't go anywhere. Anyway, there is nothing to do if you are idle. Zhou intends to try and see if he can kill the 9 black dragons. Using the dark right hand of the Dark Doctor, he may be able to kill 3 black dragons first, bringing all his mythical companion pets. Zhou Wen came to the underground sea again. Zhou Beiming listened carefully. Liuyi was behind him, a golden sword in his hand. And the old cow stepped down, and a candle dragon coiled behind him. Even Medusa, a girl with very weak combat power, was summoned by Zhou Wen and asked her to stand on the shore to support. Maybe it would be useful. Needless to say, the demon baby had already gone to battle early, but she found a cave beside the underground sea and hid herself, and had no intention of participating in the battle head-on. Come on, my Dark Doctor. Zhou Wen summoned the most important companion pet, turning the Dark Doctor into a soul state and integrating with him. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that his physical fitness had been greatly improved, almost comparable to the mythical level. This is the advantage of Dark Doctor. His companion status can not only give Zhou Wen skills but also improve Zhou Wen's basic attributes so that Zhou Wen himself has the capital to compete with the mythical level, which is impossible for any other companion pet to do. Arrived. Unfortunately, Banana Fairy hasn't evolved yet, otherwise it will be better. Zhou Wen prepared everything, summoned some poisonous bat companion pets, and used them as bait to lure the 9 black dragons. After a while, I saw the storm on the sea surface, 9 black dragons breaking through the waves, and the hordes of poisonous bats were wiped out in a blink of an eye. Fight, my pets. After Zhou Wen issued the order, the 3 main battle pets, Zhulong, Biman and Di Ting, rushed into the sea. The Dawei King Kong Bull was afraid of water and did not dare to go into the water to fight. It turned into a thousand-handed bull-headed stayed on the shore, and golden lights shot out from its palms. Attack 9 black dragons. Zhulong didn't use Dongzhu Horizon, although using Dongzhu Horizon might kill the black dragon in seconds, but in that case, nothing would be left, and it would be useless to kill the black dragon in a one-on-one duel, without the use of the whole candle horizon. The candle dragon could not take advantage of it, which shows that the black dragon itself is a top myth. As soon as the absolute power of the tyrant Beeman came out, the invisible chains between the 9 black dragons also came into effect. The power of the 9 dragons collided with the absolute power of the tyrant Beeman, and the tyrant Beeman suddenly fell behind. Listening to the constant harassment beside him, he did not dare to confront the black dragon head-on. Zhou Wen has been waiting for an opportunity to use the dark right hand, as long as his hand can touch the black dragon. But the black dragon's body is too huge, and it is not realistic to take out its heart with the palm of the hand, so Zhou Wen's goal is their brain. I don't want to be able to take out their entire brains, just stir them hard inside. Although the 9 black dragons are independent mythical creatures, they are connected by invisible chains. When fighting, they seem to be one body, and they cooperate seamlessly when attacking and defending. Zhou Wen watched it for a while, but he was not able to find a chance to shoot. These 9 black dragons are really difficult to deal with. Zhou Wen opened the Dark Doctor's perspective and wanted to see if there were any weaknesses in those black dragons. If it was before the Dark Physician was promoted to mythology, the Eye of Perspective could not see that far, and the perspective ability was not so strong, so he would definitely not be able to see through the body of the black dragon. At this glance, Zhou Wen was slightly startled. In the brain of the black dragon that Zhou Wen saw, there was actually a crystal-like bead, and a dragon-shaped streamer was faintly rotating inside. That thing? Shouldn't it be the legendary Dragon Ball? Zhou carefully looked at the beads in the black dragon's brain, and soon made new discoveries. The black dragon's brain is centered on the bead. Although there are parts similar to the brain, it seems that those parts are only auxiliary functions, which are somewhat different from the human brain. What's even more amazing is that the dragon-shaped streamer in Dragon Ball looked like a word when it circulated. Zhou recognized it carefully, and it was a word. Could it be? Zhou hurriedly looked at the other 8 black dragons. And sure enough, they all had a Dragon Ball in their heads, but the characters in the Dragon Balls were different. Gon, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, Dui, Wu. There are 9 characters in the Dragon Balls of the 9 black dragons, respectively. The first 8 characters are gossip, and the last one has no character. Zhou guessed that it should represent Wuji. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou has observed for so long, but his luxurious god pet army has been slaughtered by 9 black dragons. The candle dragon was seriously injured, and the tyrant Beeman roared again and again, and it was difficult to reverse the battle situation. I heard a little sign of wanting to go berserk. The Dawei King Kong bull on the shore was killed at some point. The magic baby didn't seem to find a chance to start, and it has been hiding and not coming out. Zhou directly took back the listening, and couldn't let it break the earrings again, and the candle dragon also took it back together. The seriously injured candle dragon basically has no fighting power. The candle dragon, which cannot use the Dongzhu vision, can only be regarded as the top in combat power, but in this kind of battle, the top is not enough. Only the tyrant Beeman remained at the front line, being brutally abused by 9 black dragons, roaring in anger, but still suppressed to the death. Zhou not only was not discouraged, but became happy. Because after watching it for so long, he discovered a secret of the 9 black dragons. If there is no obvious difference between the 9 black dragons in terms of appearance and ability, and their attack methods are also similar, they can be regarded as 9 twins. So Zhou initial plan was to kill them one by one. However, after Zhou used the eye of perspective to see the Dragon Balls in their bodies, he discovered a special phenomenon. Although the power in the 9 dragons can be transferred freely, and there is no problem in the transfer process, but every time their power is transferred, Zhou finds that the wordless dragon ball will light up. For example, when Lilong attacks, it is Lilong's condensed power of 9 dragons. At this time, Lilongzu will light up, but it will light up together with Lilongzu, as well as the wordless Dragon Ball, and the other Dragon Balls will not light up. However, when Can Dragon Ball attacks, Can Dragon Ball will also light up along with the wordless Dragon Ball. That is to say, no matter which dragon condenses the power of the 9 dragons, the wordless Dragon Ball will light up together. When only the dragon without the word Dragon Ball attacks, only its own Dragon Ball will light up. From this point of view, Zhou suddenly realized that perhaps this wordless Dragon Ball dragon is the core of the 9 black dragons, or a transit station. Perhaps it is precisely because of its existence that the 9 black dragons can freely change their power. If I kill the black dragon with the wordless Dragon Ball first, will the ability of the 9 dragons be broken? Zhou decided to give it a try. After exiting the game and refreshing the dungeon, Zhou still summoned his luxurious divine pet heaven group after entering the game again, but this time, after allowing the Dark Doctor to possess the body, he switched his vitality art to Demon God's Age, a lost kingdom. The Ring of Life and Soul also appeared on his fingers. Since I can't find an opportunity, then I will forcefully create an opportunity. Zhou stared at the 9 black dragons in battle, locking on the black dragon without the word Dragon Ball. The 6 wings patted his back, and Zhou gradually approached the battlefield. When the 9 black dragons noticed him, they were about to attack, but Zhou suddenly disappeared. The black dragon that was about to attack was slightly startled, and Zhou figure had already appeared above the head of another black dragon. He knelt on one knee on the dragon's head, pressed the dragon's skull with his left hand, and stabbed into the dragon's head with the power of a devil with his right hand. The hard dragon's scales and keel were not able to block the ghostly palm. In just a moment, Zhou palm had been pulled out from the dragon head, and between his slender fingers, there was a crystal clear Dragon Ball. After losing the Dragon Ball, the black dragon seemed to be an empty shell that lost its brain, its body lost its vitality, and it fell toward the bottom of the sea. What surprised Zhou even more was that after the Dragon Ball was crushed by him, the invisible chains that originally connected the 9 black dragons also shattered, and the 9 black dragons suddenly became a mess of loose sand. There were 2 black dragons roaring towards Zhou. Zhou used Feixian outside the sky, and his speed was no slower than that of the black dragon. The black dragon lost the blessing of the power of the 9 dragons and could not catch up with Zhou. A dark purple sword light swept across the sea. It pierced directly into the eye socket of a black dragon, pierced the Dragon Ball in its head, and directly let it die, and the magic baby finally shot. The tyrant Beeman on the other side was even more excited. Without the suppression of the power of the 9 dragons, its absolute power burst out, forcibly breaking the horn of a black dragon, and then punched the head of the black dragon abruptly. Smashed. The 9 black dragons, who originally had an absolute advantage, immediately became the ravaged party after losing the key wordless Dragon Ball black dragon. Next, there is no need for Zhou to do anything at all, and the luxurious god pet Tian has already killed the remaining black dragons and screamed again and again. Sure enough, it is difficult for those who do not know, and it is not difficult for those who meet. Knowledge is the primary productive force. If you had known that these 9 black dragons had such a relationship and weakness, you would not have to wait until today to kill them. The old ancestor said that. That's right, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, 100 battles will not be lost. Zhou lamented the importance of knowledge. Kill the mythical creature True Blood Demon Dragon and discover the dimensional crystal. A True Blood Demon Dragon was killed, and the information was constantly refreshed. Finally, a True Blood Demon Dragon exploded with a dimensional crystal. The crystal, with a power of 80 points, was very advanced and valuable. Unfortunately, Zhou can't use it now. There are only 2 black dragons left. Zhou was also looking forward to the explosion of a black dragon companion egg. However, until the last black dragon was pierced by the Dragon Ball in the skull with a sword from the demon baby, the companion egg was not able to explode, and a dimensional crystal was exploded, or a vitality skill crystal. Zhou picked up the vitality skill crystal and looked at it, and found that the attribute requirements were 41 strength points and 21 ignition attributes, which were different from the requirements of the True Blood Demon Dragon crystal obtained before. The strength and fire attributes are not enough. Zhou can only give up. Zhou was used to it, and he didn't feel distressed when he arrived. Seeing that his companion pets were basically uninjured, he took them towards the chariot. There are no 9 black dragons to disturb him now. Zhou wants to try and See if he can kill the guardian in the chariot. This is the hope of the killer's life and soul. Promotion. Opening the car door, Zhou Wen entered with his companion pet and saw the cocoon hanging in the void. Not in a hurry to approach, Zhou Wen used the eye of perspective skill to look at the cocoon, wanting to see what the creatures inside the cocoon looked like. Strange things happened. The white cocoon was clearly in front of him, but the light of perspective seemed to be separated from the white cocoon by thousands of mountains and rivers, and it could not shine on the white cocoon anyway. Zhou Wen immediately remembered that when he first entered here, he also encountered the same situation. At that time, he wanted to pierce the white cocoon to draw blood. But he could not touch the white cocoon, which still made the characteristics of Ba Jian. To be able to tear the space and touch the white cocoon in the void. The light of perspective obviously does not have such characteristics, and it cannot reach the white cocoon at all. It's going to be a fight anyway, so don't look at it. Zhou Wen summoned the golden tyrant sword, slashed out a sword light, tore apart the void, and slashed fiercely on the white cocoon. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading. URL. With the blessing of the two skills of Invincible and Invincible, the golden sword light forcibly ripped the cocoon of the white cocoon. As the cocoon shell burst, Zhou Wen saw a palm stretched out from the white cocoon. It was the palm of a man, with long and powerful fingers. Zhou Wen could clearly see that there were 6 fingers on that palm, but the layout of the 6 fingers would not feel abrupt, and was similar to the look and feel of a normal palm. On those 6 fingers, there is a ring of different shapes. It seems that the shape and material are different. Because only the palm of the hand can be seen, I don't know what the ring face looks like. Seeing that the golden sword light was about to be slashed on the palm, but saw a ring on the palm of the palm seems to be rippling with an invisible wave. Where the fluctuations passed, time and space seemed to be frozen, countless dust and debris were frozen, and the golden sword light also stopped in front of the palm. Although the golden sword glow was already less than an inch away from that palm, it was no longer difficult to move forward. Not only Jin Jianmeng, but Zhou Wen's pets were affected by the fluctuation. Although they all used their own power to resist the fluctuation, the effect was not very good. Except for the tyrant Beeman, who remains in a state of absolute power, he can still move, and most of the companion pets are frozen and unable to move. Companion pets of the level of Candle Dragon and Listening Truth are difficult to act in the fluctuation. The blood-colored villain was also immobilized and unable to move. Zhou Wen felt that the blood-colored villain's body functions had stopped functioning, and his vitality was frozen, making him completely unable to command. The tyrant Beeman roared and rushed towards the white cocoon, punching the 6-fingered palm. The frozen dust and golden sword glow were shattered by tyrant Beeman's fist. Seeing that tyrant Beeman was about to bombard the palm, he saw another ring on his palm flickering. Boom! The tyrant Beeman slammed a punch on Zhulong's body, and immediately blasted Zhulong's huge body, causing the blood to spurt from Zhulong's body. Zhou Wen was a little surprised to see that the tyrant Beeman was clearly slamming it by cocoon, but he didn't know what happened. Its fist slammed into Zhulong's body, which seemed to be some kind of spatially dislocated skill. It seems that the guardian in the white cocoon should have space skills. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The tyrant Beeman continued to attack violently, but every time its fists bombarded the white cocoon, it would hit the companion in a strange way. After a few punches, the palm in the white cocoon was not damaged at all, but Zhou Wen's companion pet were beaten by the tyrant Beeman again. After looking at it for so long, Zhou can already be sure that this guardian is definitely a master of the space system. Once the absolute power of the tyrant beamman has passed, it is fixed by the wave power of space and can no longer move. At this time, a void similar to a black hole appeared in the palm of the palm, sucking the companion pet and the blood-colored villain into it, and then the game screen went black. The guardian of the space system has abilities like space solidification, space folding, and black holes. The tyrant beamman can compete with him in a state of absolute power. Zhou sorted out the clues he knew, hoping to find restraint its method. I don't know if the space ability of the Lost Kingdom will have some effect. Zhou thought about it. Unless Zhulong used the whole candle vision from the beginning, it would be difficult to kill the guardian. Why are the guardians so strong, and there are no weak guardians, so I can kill a few to advance to the soul of life? Zhou waited for a while, and after the skills were restored, rebirth from a drop of blood entered the game again. The 9 black dragons in the underground sea have not been refreshed, and the chariot is still parked on the seabed, but the door has been closed. Zhou summoned the blaster without summoning other pets. The time limit for the absolute power of the tyrant beamman has not yet come, and there is no way to use it again, so Zhou didn't think about killing the guardian this time, but just wanted to try it. Is it useful for me to fight against the guardians with my own Majinji? Zhou asked the blaster to use the time bomb skill on the chariot. One time bomb after another was depicted on the chariot. It took more than an hour to cover the chariot with time bombs. Following Zhou's order, the huge chariot exploded like an atomic bomb, and a terrifying shockwave was formed on the seabed. And a huge jellyfish-shaped cavity was formed in the sea. Zhou seriously underestimated the power of the explosion. He had already retreated to 100 meters away, but he was still directly killed by the explosion, and the game screen went black. Is the energy of the chariot itself so huge? Zhou was a little surprised. When he came to the chariot again, the chariot had recovered as before, and Zhou began to let the blaster use the time bomb skill again, covering the entire body. This time Zhou had experience, retreated far away, and watched from the far shore. With an order, the blaster made all the time bombs explode at the same time. Standing on the shore, Zhou only saw the waves churning, setting off a big wave like a tsunami. Ignoring the wind and waves, as soon as the shock wave passed, Zhou immediately dived into the sea, but when he saw the chariot, he was slightly startled. Such a terrifying explosion did not blow through the chariot, but the outer shell of the chariot appeared some damage, and the chariot's shell is still in the process of automatic repair, and it has been restored to its original state in a short time. Zhou saw that it was impossible to blow up the chariot and the guardian inside, so he had to open the door and rushed in by himself. This time Zhou used the demon god Erachi art, and the ring of Lost Kingdom also appeared on his finger, and then he slashed at White Cocoon with a sword. After the white cocoon was cut open, the palm also appeared again, and the spatial fluctuations also made everything around him still, and the body of the blood-colored villain was no exception. But this time it is a little different. Although the body of the blood-colored villain can't move, the vitality art of Demon God Age is still flowing, which means that Zhou can still use vitality skills and other abilities. Without any hesitation, Zhou used the space transfer ability of the Lost Kingdom to move into the white cocoon. He wanted to see what the guardian in the white cocoon looked like. But when Zhou teleported out, he found that he was not able to teleport into the white cocoon as he wished, but but instead appeared in front of the palm. What awaited him was the black hole that had been opened in the palm of his hand, and the next second the game screen went black again. Zhou thought about it for a while, and then he understood what was going on. The other party was a master of the space system, and his lost realm was only the initial life soul. It's been pretty good. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. However, Zhou did not feel discouraged, but felt that this might be an opportunity. With this guardian here, he is equivalent to having an extra master of the space system as a sparring partner, and there may be a chance to make the Lost Kingdom go a step further. Zhou was reborn from a drop of blood and entered the game to challenge the guardian again. Naturally, he still failed miserably, but Zhou was also feeling the influence of the opponent's space power on him. By watching and experiencing the Guardian's various Space Department skills, Zhou has gained a lot more understanding of the Space Department. No matter how much he learned before, it was all theoretical knowledge, but the opportunity to experience it in person is rare. When Zhou died playing games again and again, Xiao Luchuan came to the East Court again and told about the battle with Zhou at the peak of the Forbidden City. You should know that the Forbidden City is a forbidden area for my Xiao family, and outsiders are not allowed to enter it. Old Master Xiao said. I know, but I also hope to fight him. There. Xiao Luchuan didn't explain too much. Since that's the case, let's decide like this, but this time, you can only win, not lose, no matter what. Zhou can't walk out of the Forbidden City again. Mr. Xia said. Lightly. Xiao Luchuan didn't say anything, just saluted slightly. The time will be set in 4 days. There are still some problems in the Forbidden City that need to be dealt with first. You can also go back and prepare. Well. Old Master Xia said. Zhou was brushing the copy, and suddenly heard the phone ring. It was Wang Lu's call. You really agreed to duel with Xiao Luchuan? As soon as Zhou connected, Wang Lu's voice came. Over. Yes. Zhou replied. Dueling a duel with the Xiao family in the imperial capital, or in the Forbidden City controlled by the Xiao family. Do you take what your grandma told you before as a deaf ear? Wang Lu said anxiously. Don't worry, I have my own plans, and nothing will happen. Let's not talk about it, eh? Call comes in, I'll answer the call first. Zhou said and connected another call, which was from Ouyang Lan. Xiao Wen, did you really agree to duel with Xiao Luchuan in the Forbidden City? You don't have to be afraid. If you are forced by the Xiao family, Sister Lan will help you decide. Ouyang Lan said. Sister Lan, the Xiao family didn't force me. I did it voluntarily. Don't worry, I can handle it. Zhou was indeed moved when he heard Ouyang Lan's words. Although there is no blood relationship, Ouyang Lan is really paying attention to him. Xiaowen, your father is just your son, and we won't be born again in the future. You must think twice before doing things, and never risk your own life. Tell Sister Lan if you have anything, and Sister Lan will help you solve it. Ouyang Lan didn't quite believe what Zhou said, but he was still worried. Sister Lan, you really don't have to worry. It's inconvenient to talk too much on the phone, but I have the ability to protect myself and nothing will happen. Zhou was afraid that the call would be monitored, so he did not dare to tell Ouyang that he had an invisibility cloak. Blue. Ouyang Lan told Zhou a few more words. Zhou cell phone rang again, and Zhou Wen had to end the call with Ouyang Lan. This time it was Enxing's call. Enxing obviously already knew about Zhou Wen's duel with Xiao Luchuan, but he did not persuade Zhou Wen not to duel. I'm already on my way to the imperial capital, what do I need to do in advance? Enxing said simply and clearly. Don't come, I will leave the imperial capital soon. Zhou Wen said quickly. I will answer you outside the imperial capital, Enxing said. Don't be near the imperial capital, make an appointment to be farther away. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't stop Enxing. Okay, I'll find a way to notify you when the time comes. Enxing hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The news soon spread in the imperial capital, but not many people knew about it outside, but everyone who knew the news felt that Zhou Wen was courting death. Not to mention that Xiao Luchuan is a rare genius of the Xiao family, but the fact that he duels with the people of the Xiao family in the Xiao family's territory makes people dislike Zhou Wen very much. Du Guge and Zhang Chuanqiu were in the imperial capital, so they naturally heard the news. It's time to take a look at this battle, to see how much strength that guardian can make the vulgar improve. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. It seems that your calculations are not accurate at all. You actually let Xiao Luchuan take the guardian. Du Guge said. Zhang Chuanqiu smiled slightly and said, the destiny is unpredictable, don't take my calculations seriously, I'm just talking nonsense. Then just do some random calculations. Who will win between Zhou Wen and the Vile this time? Du Guge said. According to my calculations, the Xiao family will definitely not lose. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Du Guge glanced at Zhang Chuanqiu with contempt and went back to his room. Zhou Wen had already received a notice from Xiao Luchuan that there would be a battle in the Forbidden City 4 days later, but only Zhou Wen would be allowed to enter alone. Zhou Wen had to contact Wang Lu, hoping to deposit the antelope and the bird with her first. You hung up the phone so fast just now, and now you think of me again? Wang Lu said angrily. It was my stepmother's call just now, do you think I can answer it? Zhou Wen explained comfortably. Zhou Wen, you already know about the Xiao family, you really shouldn't have a duel with Xiao Luchuan. Maybe that person Xiao Luchuan is not very famous, and his fame is not comparable to the younger generation like John and Lan Shi, but this person is definitely better than the younger generation. Lan Shi is even more terrifying. He is the one who has truly survived countless death experiences, unlike those who are still in the greenhouse. Wang Lu continued, although Xiao Luchuan is known as the most playful young master of the Xiao family, his talent is no worse than that of Tianzhua. My grandmother saw him when he was 6 years old. He went to play in the ancient sword mound. At that time a mythical sword was born. Xiao Luchuan, who was only 6 years old, watched the battle between the myth sword and human beings, and even realized the swordsmanship of the myth sword and the talent in fighting. Terribly strong. If it's not strong, it's meaningless. Zhou Wen said with a smile, he just didn't want Wang Lu to worry too much. If it's anywhere else, it's fine for you to duel with Xiao Luchuan, but that's the Forbidden City. How could you duel with Xiao Luchuan there? Even if you win, it's hard to come out. Wang Lu sighed. Don't worry, Zhou Wen, want to leave, and no one in the Federation can stop me. Zhou Wen said firmly. Wang Lu knew that it was too late to say anything. Zhou Wen had accepted the challenge, and it was too late to go back. 4 days passed quickly, and the Xiao family took the initiative to send a car to take Zhou Wen to the Forbidden City, but Zhou Wen refused them, carrying the log and walking towards the Forbidden City. It's not that he doesn't want to ride in the car, but that the car can't hold the wood at all. https:// Please remember. This book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Zhou Wen came to the gate of the Forbidden City and saw a lot of people gathered outside the Meridian Gate. They all came to watch the battle, but because the gate was sealed, no one could enter the Forbidden City. The Meridian Gate is closed, and there are people from the Xia family guarding it outside. There are 4 gates in the Forbidden City, but usually only the Meridian Gate can be opened, and the other 3 gates can only be opened after a certain opportunity, so now only the Meridian Gate can enter and exit the Forbidden City. Zhou Wen, young Master Xia has been waiting for you in the city, please come in. The guard of the Xia family said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was about to go inside carrying the wood, but was stopped by the guard. People can enter, but things must stay outside. The guard pointed to the wood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, "Do you have to take away the opponent's weapons before your Xia family duels with others?" Zhou Wen said lightly. As soon as Zhou Wen's words came out, the onlookers burst into laughter. Although they didn't quite believe that Zhou Wen really used such a huge stick as a weapon, it did not prevent them from despising the domineering of the Xia family. "Let him in," a middle-aged man sitting at the city gate said to the guard. Only then did the guard let go and let Zhou Wen carry the wood into the Forbidden City. "Father, is it really good to let him in like this? If there is something in the wood, as Rukawa said. If there is any problem, wouldn't it be bad for Ruchuan?" The old man Xia, who was watching the battle, said. "It doesn't matter, this is the Forbidden City. Even if there is Leng Zongjing hidden in the wood, he can't even think about getting out of here today." Old Master Xia said lightly. Above a tall building in the distance of the Forbidden City, Shinyuchi was looking at the situation over the Meridian Gate with a high-powered telescope. "Because I can't enter the Forbidden City, even if I go to the front of the Meridian Gate, I'm afraid I won't see anything." "What about Siyuan? What do you think will be the outcome of this battle?" Shinyuchi saw Zhou Wen entered the Meridian Gate, then put down the telescope and asked Qiao Siyuan. "I think no matter what the result is today, it's probably difficult for Zhou Wen to get out of the Forbidden City." Qiao Siyuan replied. Yuyuchi was non-committal and continued to use binoculars to look at the situation in the Forbidden City. However, there was a mysterious force interfering in the Forbidden City, and only the part above the roof ridge could be seen, and the specific situation inside could not be seen. Zhou Wen walked into the Meridian Gate and saw 5 white jade buildings leading to the Taihe Gate, and Xiao Luchuan was standing in front of the Taihe Gate. After passing through the Gate of Supreme Harmony, behind is the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but I don't know if the layout of the Forbidden City has changed after the dimensional storm. Zhou Wen looked around and saw no dimensional creatures. "Don't look at it, there are no dimensional creatures in the Forbidden City, you can rest assured to fight me with all your strength," Xiao Luchuan said. "That's great, but since it's a decisive battle at the top of the Forbidden City, let's go to a high place to fight. I think it's quite high there, why don't we go there?" Zhou Wen pointed to the direction of the corner tower and said. "Don't be so troublesome," Xiao Luchuan said. And there was an extra sword in his hand. This sword is named Guchuango, and it is transformed by a mythical companion pet. If you think you have a mythical companion pet, I will not shy away. Saying that, Xiao Luchuan stabbed towards Zhou Wen with one sword. The light of the sword was like snow, and his man And his sword seemed to be in front of Zhou Wen in that instant, incredibly fast. Although Zhou Wen is good at moving, but carrying such a heavy piece of wood, it is impossible to avoid such a fast sword. So Zhou Wen can only draw his sword to meet him. When the knife and the sword intersected, Zhou Wen's figure remained motionless, but Xiao Luchuan was shocked and took a few steps back. It wasn't that Zhou Wen's strength was stronger than Xiao Luchuan's, but the wood he was carrying was too heavy and pressed against his body, so he didn't retreat. Although Xiao Luchuan retreated, his figure was not scattered. His toes were a little on the ground. And he stabbed his sword again. The swordsmanship was erratic and fierce, like a ghost. Zhou Wen's swordsmanship is not slow. He holds the wood with one hand waved the knife to greet him, the knife and the sword constantly collided, and Zhou Wen also advanced step by step, gradually approaching the Taihe gate. Zhou Wen wanted to try it on the Hall of Supreme Harmony first. After all, the Hall of Supreme Harmony was the most honorable place in the Forbidden City. If it was the top of the Forbidden City, it was most likely there. Moreover, there is only one Hall of Supreme Harmony, but there are 4 corner towers. If the Hall of Supreme Harmony is not enough, it is not too late for him to consider going to the corner tower. To be able to practice such a mature and stable swordsmanship at such a young age, this Zhou Wen is indeed extraordinary. Old Master. Xia narrowed his eyes and commented as if he was appreciating a treasure. Zhou Wen once defeated John, who contracted with the Guardian, and his strength is indeed no trivial matter, and according to the investigation, he has more than 1 or 2 mythical companion pets, said the middle-aged man. The stronger he is, the better. Mr. Xia smiled. Zhou Wen originally hoped to be able to fight all the way to the front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. But Xiao Luchuan would obviously not be so passively suppressed by him all the time. Xiao Luchuan suddenly changed shape, appeared behind Zhou Wen like a phantom, and stabbed Zhou Wen's back with a sword. Zhou Wen was carrying the wood, and his movement speed was too slow to turn around, but he had no intention of turning around, and swung the knife with his backhand to block Xiao Luchuan's sword abruptly. The wood on your body is too heavy. Why don't you put it down and fight again? Xiao Luchuan did not continue to attack, looking at Zhou Wen's back and said, when it's time to put it down, I will naturally put it down. Zhou Wen turned around and said facing Xiao Luchuan. Xiao Luchuan didn't say more, but the pure hook sword in his hand exuded a strange brilliance, like a holy sword, making people have the urge to worship. This time Xiao Luchuan used the sword again, and it was not so easy to deal with. The bamboo sword and the pure hook sword wanted to meet, but Zhou Wen only felt the tiger's mouth vibrate, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. The pure hook sword is called the sword of nobility and peerless. It can give me mythical power, Xiao Luchuan said while swinging the sword again. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and the Dark Doctor had turned into a soul and was attached to him. Zhou Wen waved his sword to greet him again. Although he was still shaken back by the pure hook sword, he was not as embarrassed as before. What ability do you have, even if you use it all? You don't need to cover it up. Zhou Wen looked at Xiao Luchuan with a knife and said, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Xiao Luchuan made a move with his left hand, and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword is different from the pure hook. This is a small sword, only about 60 centimeters in length. It is not as gorgeous as the pure hook, and it seems to carry a kind of malice. The sword is famous for evil, and it is also transformed by the mythical companion pet. I have practiced for so Many years, and most of my skills are on these two swords. Xiao Luchuan said with a blurred look at the sword in his hand. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. With two swords in hand, Zhou Wen felt that Xiao Liuchuan's temperament seemed to have changed a little bit, and his expression couldn't help but be a little dignified. The sword in Xiao Liuchuan's hand finally moved, but the person did not move. The victory sword flew in the air, and stabbed in front of Zhou Wen's eyes in a flash, as if it was about to penetrate Zhou Wen's right eye. Zhou Wen slashed violently with his knife, and forcibly sent the Xingxia sword flying out, but Xiao Luchuan and his pure hook sword came to Zhou Wen again. The bamboo knife had just swung over, and before it was too late to block, Zhou Wen slumped abruptly, dodging the stab of the pure hook sword, and at the same time the wood also smashed into Xiao Liuchuan's head. Suddenly, Xiao Liuchuan's figure disappeared in a flash, and disappeared in front of Zhou Wen's eyes, but the pure hook sword turned into a slash, and volleyed towards Zhou Wen's neck. Xiao Luchuan himself didn't know how to get to the side of the Xingxia sword, grabbed the Xingxia sword with one hand, and stabbed Zhou Wen's back from behind. Zhou Wen swung his knife to meet the pure hook sword, but there was no time to block the evil sword behind him. When a scalpel appeared behind Zhou Wen, blocking the attack of Xingxia sword, and the Dark Doctor separated from Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen himself also switched the ancient emperor's scriptures and merged with the ancient emperor. Against fate. His body became more energetic, and at the same time, he used the demon dragon's real body skills, allowing him to have mythical combat power in a short period of time. Xingxing smashed the pure hook sword and flew out. After flying the pure hook, Zhou Wen turned around and slashed at Xiao Luchuan. Xiao Liuchuan's expression remained unchanged, and the victory sword in his hand still stabbed at Zhou Wen, as if he had never seen Dr. Dark scalpel and Zhou Wen's bamboo sword. If both of them continued to stab, at the same time that the scalpel and bamboo knife hit Xiao Luchuan, Zhou Wen's chest would also be pierced by the Xingxia sword. Zhou Wen changed his move to block the Xingxia sword with a bamboo sword, but Xiao Liuchuan's figure disappeared, and he appeared next to the pure hook sword that flew out, holding the pure hook sword in the air and slashed it down. Xiao Liuchuan's figure changed, just like magic, appearing next to Xingxia sword for a while, and next to pure hook sword for a while. This kind of teleportation is not as fast as it is simple. It is somewhat similar to the teleportation of the Lost Kingdom, but there is no restriction on the use of teleportation. But it is not as free as teleportation. It can be seen that Xiao Luchuan can only move between two swords. Even so, it has already made Zhou Wen a little difficult to deal with. Xiao Luchuan used two swords by himself, moving back and forth like a ghost, making Zhou Wen feel more difficult than fighting three mythical opponents at the same time. The most uncomfortable thing is that he cannot attack Xiao Luchuan, because Xiao Luchuan may move to the side of another sword at any time. If he attacks, he will not be able to hurt Xiao Luchuan, but he will be injured by Xiao Luchuan. Zhou Wen joined forces with Dr. Dark, but he was still overwhelmed by Xiao Liuchuan's suppression, and he had no chance to rush to Taihe Gate again. If I hadn't carried such a big guy, I wouldn't be so passive. Zhou Wen is best at movement skills. Because of this the movement skills he is good at can't be used, and it is very uncomfortable to fight. Rukawa's sword escape technique has become more refined, the middle-aged man said in admiration. Sword done requires talent, and it is easy to learn but difficult to master. Xiaochuan likes this kind of technique, but it is not necessary. with such time it is better to put more effort into the guardian. The old man Xia said lightly. Although Mr. Xia didn't agree that Xia Luchuan spent all his time on the sword escape technique, Zhou Wen was now very depressed by the sword escape technique. This sword escape technique is almost like an illusion, and under the use of Xia Luchuan, it is even more unpredictable, and people who see it are dazzled. Zhou Wen thought to himself, it's not an option to go on like this. You've already entered the Forbidden City. There's no need to fight with him. It's a matter of time to put the wood on the Hall of Supreme Harmony for an interview. When Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, he directly summoned Dawei King Kong Yo. As soon as the Dawei King Kong bull came out, he directly shook the bell on his neck. As soon as the soul-suppressing bell rang, Xiao Luchuan was suddenly dizzy, and the two swords fell from the air together with him. Zhou Wen took this opportunity to let the Dark Doctor possess his body again and rushed towards the Taihe Gate. But only a few steps away, a sword light flashed. Zhou Wen tilted his head and saw the Xingxia sword fly past his ear, and Xiao Luchuan also instantly moved to the side of the Xingxia sword. Holding the Xingxia sword, the sword slashed at Zhou Wen's face. Zhou Wen waved his sword to greet him, and fought with the Xingxia sword in Xiao Luchuan's hands several times. Dawei King Kong Yo turned around and wanted to help Zhou Wen, but as soon as it turned around, Xiao Luchuan appeared behind Dawei King Kong Yo like a phantom, holding the pure hook sword, and stabbed the Dawei King Kong Yo with a sword. Moo. Dawei King Kong Yo's pupils shrank. He raised his hind hoof violently, and kicked Xiao Luchuan fiercely. However, Xiao Luchuan waved the pure hook sword and threw it towards Zhou Wen, and he also returned to the side of the Xingxia sword at the same time, holding the Xingxia sword and continuing the battle with Zhou Wen. The whole process was like a magic show. As an ordinary person, I am afraid that he has been killed by Xiao Luchuan. While blocking the Xingxia sword, Zhou Wen summoned the Golden Tyrant sword, but he didn't have any extra hands to use the Golden Tyrant sword, so he could only let the Golden Tyrant sword attack itself in its original state. The Dawei King Kong Yo used his life soul to transform into the state of a 1,000-handed bull's head, and his palms shot out streaks of golden light, trying to kill Xiao Luchuan. However, Xiao Luchuan and his two swords are 3-in-1, constantly shifting the battle, which is more difficult to deal with than 3 people at the same time. Zhou Wen, plus the Dawei King Kong bull and the Golden Beijian, still can't take advantage of it. What kind of sword do you practice? Why don't you become a magician? Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He didn't want to be too public, but now he couldn't get rid of Xiao Luchuan. He had to think of other ways. Do you want the Tyrant Beeman to fight? Zhou Wen's first consideration was the Tyrant Beeman. It has already appeared on the rankings, and the exposure will be exposed, and it doesn't have much to do with it. Carrying such a heavy piece of wood, Zhou Wen couldn't get rid of Xiao Luchuan, so he no longer hesitated, and directly summoned the Tyrant Beeman. Boom! The Tyrant Beeman fell to the ground out of thin air, causing the ground to shake. Tyrant Beeman? It turned out to be Zhou Wen's companion pet. Old Master Xia and the middle-aged man both showed surprise on their faces. Many people are checking who the Tyrant Beeman is. The companion pet. Most people think that the Tyrant Beeman should be the companion pet of a strong man in the Western District, but they never thought that it would be in Zhou Wen's hands. Outside the Forbidden City, there was a person who was more surprised than Old Man Xia and the others. That was Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu used his Sky Eye skill to see the Tyrant Beeman in the Forbidden City, and he also knew very well that the Tyrant Beeman's companion egg was originally it belonged to the Zhang family, but was later stolen by the traitor. https:// Please remember this book's first domain name. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. After the Tyrant Beeman appeared, the absolute power was directly activated, the space was distorted, and both the pure hook and the sword of victory were attracted to fly towards the Tyrant Beeman. Although Xiao Luchuan had tried his best to get rid of this situation, the absolute power of the Tyrant Beeman was too strong, and the two swords of myth could not get rid of it, and even the man and the sword flew to the Tyrant Beeman. Zhou Wen kept at his feet and ran towards the Taihe gate without looking at the result. Carrying the wood, Zhou Wen couldn't run fast. Before he reached the Taihe gate, he suddenly heard a terrifying sound, and the shock wave broke through the sound barrier, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Zhou Wen turned his head to look, and saw Xiao Luchuan hanging in the air, wearing a strange black armor that looked like some kind of black jade and exuded mysterious black light. Xiao Luchuan held the pure hook and Xingxia in both hands and crossed them in front of him, actually blocking the Tyrant Beeman's fist bombardment, and was not blasted out. That's the Guardian. Zhou Wen saw that the armor was a bit strange, its breath was not like a companion pet, but it was very much like a guardian. Moreover, Xiao Luchuan was able to block the Tyrant Beeman in the state of absolute power, which is not something that ordinary companion pet armor can do. Xiao Luchuan fought against the Tyrant Beeman, but he did not lose at all. The double swords in his hand were crisscrossed, and the battle with the Tyrant Beeman was inseparable. Seeing that Xiao Luchuan did not have the upper hand, Zhou Wen continued to run to the Taihe gate immediately, and got rid of this log first, otherwise even if the Guardian was in front of him with such a log, he would not be able to kill the Guardian. Zhou Wen rushed through the Taihe gate, but he couldn't help but stop, because after passing through the Taihe gate, there were actually many people standing in the open space, and the number was probably tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of people stood in the open space, forming a square array, each holding a sword in their hands, but no one spoke, and there was no sound at all. Seeing Zhou Wen coming, the eyes of tens of thousands of people all looked at him. In front of the square stood a black-cloaked woman, who was Xia Xianyue, who Zhou Wen knew. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here without dueling Xiao Luchuan? Xia Xianyue looked at Zhou Wen and said, "Cough, just walk around, it's rare to come to the legendary Forbidden City once, and I want to see the legendary Hall of Supreme Harmony." Zhou Wen said with a light cough, "You'd better go back to the duel. The Forbidden City is not a place where outsiders can roam freely," Xia Xianyue said. "It's all here, let me take a look." Zhou Wen naturally refused to retreat like this. Although the Xia family had been prepared for him, he had to go to the Hall of Supreme Harmony anyway. Zhou Wenkai took 2 steps forward, the ancient sword in Xia Xianyue's hand was raised, and tens of thousands of people raised the sword in their hands at the same time. The ancient sword in his hand condensed away. Under the blessing of the sword light of the tens of thousands of ancient swords, the sword light produced by the ancient sword in Xia Xianyue's hand was already terrifying and unimaginable, and even the golden tyrant sword was eclipsed by that sword. Starter Zhou Wen probably also saw that the ancient sword in Xia Xianyue's hand may have the same effect as the golden harp, both of which can gather some kind of power. The difference is that the golden harp makes sound waves resonate, while the ancient sword in Xia Xianyue's hand can condense the sword light of other sword companion pets. In the sword formation of tens of thousands of people, every sword is probably an epic companion pet, with the blessing of tens of thousands of sword lights, and the ancient sword itself may be mythical. Now the power of that sword, I'm afraid it won't be inferior to the top myth. Zhou Wen. You should go back to the front and duel with Xiao Luchuan. Xia Xianyue looked at Zhou Wen and said. What if I have to visit the Forbidden City? Zhou Wen walked towards the sword formation step by step. Xia. Xianyue swung the sword and slashed. The terrifying sword light tilted down like a tianhe. Zhou Wen had difficulty dodging, and had to be greeted by the golden sword light of the golden tyrant sword. The golden sword light was invincible, and at first it really cut through the sword light like the tianhe, but the sword light seemed to pour down endlessly, and soon drowned the golden sword light. Xia Xianyue didn't really cut it down either. As soon as the ancient sword was collected in her hand, the sword light circled back like a dragon and returned to the sword formation. Please come back, Xia Xianyue said expressionlessly. Zhou Wen thought about it, turned around and walked out of the Taihe gate. The sword formation of 10,000 people was too strong. It would take a lot of time to break through. Zhou Wen planned to go to the unguarded corner building first to try it out, so as not to waste time. When Xiao Luchuan saw Zhou Wen coming out, he didn't mean to do anything to him, and was still fighting the tyrant Beeman. When the tyrant Beeman is using absolute power, he can only fight to a draw with Xiao Luchuan. Once the time limit for absolute power has passed, it is estimated that he will not be Xiao Luchuan's opponent. Zhou Wen rushed to the turret, and when he reached the turret, he jumped first to the city wall, and then to the top of the turret. It's not that he doesn't want to jump up once, but the wood is too heavy to jump up once. Zhou Wen stood the wood on the top of the turret, and found that there was no response at all. He tried to loosen the wood, and the word slave on his forehead immediately appeared. Isn't it here? Zhou Wen was a little disappointed. He picked up the wood and went down to the corner tower, knowing that this time, he might have to go to the Wanjian Great Array, led by Xia Xianyue. It is estimated that the top of the Forbidden City is probably the top of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After tossing around like this, there is not much time left for absolute power, and it is estimated that there are only 10 minutes left. Xiao Luchuan obviously wanted to defeat the tyrant Beeman first, so he was not in a hurry to catch up with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen passed through the Gate of Supreme Harmony again, and he could already see that the Hall of Supreme Harmony was in front, but there were thousands of sword formations blocking it, and it was impossible to pass without breaking the sword formation. The power of the 10,000 sword formation is too strong. Among my companion pets, I am afraid that only Torch Dragon's Dongzhu vision can compete with it. Listening to the broken two earrings may have the power to fight, but these two, it's not very convenient to expose. Zhou Wen thought about something when he was thinking about how to break the sword formation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Wen, why are you back? Xia Xianyue asked with a frown when she saw Zhou Wen running over again. Xiao Luchuan is not my opponent, and it is not interesting to fight with him. I still want to visit the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhou Wen said, and walked towards Xia Xianyue. Xia Xianyue raised her sword again without hesitation, the sword formation regenerated, and the terrifying sword light exuded a terrifying power. Looking at it from a distance already made the scalp numb. Zhou Wen thought about it and summoned a companion pet. This companion pet is not the candle dragon and the listening, nor is it a magic baby, but a beautiful girl, who is unbelievably beautiful, with long cloud-like hair that all women are envious of, and her eyes are even more beautiful. It is so captivating that one can't take one's eyes off. Just by looking at it. 1 omega omega omega. Chi 1z. See, the disciples of the Xia family in the Wanjian Great Array couldn't help looking at the beautiful girl. Before Medusa made a disturbance on the peninsula of the gods, the entire Federation knew of Medusa's existence. But in the various videos and images they saw, Medusa was a Gorgon, and not many had seen the girl Medusa. And since Medusa was killed last time, no new Medusa has come to the cursed palace through the space rift. Therefore, the people of the Xia family did not know the girl Medusa. If they did, they would definitely not dare to look at the girl Medusa, let alone look her in the eyes. Unlike Medusa, the Gorgon, the girl Medusa does not actually have the ability to take the initiative to petrify others. Her seductive eyes need others to see her eyes to function. At this time, tens of thousands of Xia disciples saw the eyes of the girl Medusa. And suddenly their bodies were petrified, and they were all shocked. Xia Xinyue's complexion also changed greatly. She immediately realized the problem, closed her eyes, and slashed at the girl Medusa with her sword. However, because many owners of epic swords saw the eyes of the girl Medusa, their bodies slowly turned to petrification, their vitality could not run, and they could no longer use the epic swords in their hands to cooperate with Xia Xinyue, which greatly reduced the power of Xia Xinyue's sword light. Zhou Wen held the golden tyrant sword in his hand, and cut out the sword light to confront Xia Xinyue's sword light. The ancient sword in Xia Xinyue's hand is also a mythical companion pet, and it is not inferior to the golden tyrant sword, but the attributes of the golden tyrant sword are too domineering. Broken, the sword glow of the golden tyrant sword continued to slash towards Xia Xinyue. Xia Xinyue closed her eyes, shifted her figure, avoided the golden sword glow, and at the same time swung her sword towards Zhou Wen. At the beginning, Zhou Wen was fighting against Xia Xinyue's duo Tian road, which gave Tianwei Feixian the opportunity to be promoted to the god level. Now Xia Xinyue's way to win the sky has become more mature. And she has the aura to win the way with the way of heaven. Just her movement skills will give people a huge sense of oppression. Zhou Wen was carrying the wood, and there was no way to use Feixian outside the sky to fight against Xia Xinyue's road to the sky. The golden tyrant sword was also a bit cumbersome and not suitable for fighting with Xia Xinyue. Zhou Wen directly threw the golden tyrant sword out and let it attack on its own. He drew out his bamboo sword and faced Xia Xinyue's sword. The girl, Medusa, stepped aside under Zhou Wen's control. Her fighting ability was very weak, and she was afraid that Xia Xinyue's sword light could kill her, so she was not suitable for participating in the war. But Zhou Wen couldn't summon her back, because the Eye of Temptation couldn't permanently petrify people, and only those people who could see her would be petrified. If Zhou Wen took her back, after a while, those people would recover from the petrified state. Although both are petrification skills, the girl Medusa's skill is the Eye of Temptation, which is different in nature from the petrified eye. When Zhou Wen fought against Medusa by himself, listening to the evil, he could restrain the petrified eye of the Gorgon, but he could not restrain the Eye of Temptation, because the nature of the two was different. Xia Xinyue thought that Zhou Wen had killed the tens of thousands of swordsmen, and she felt grief in her heart. The ancient sword in her hand was no longer merciful. With the movement of Duo Tian Road, she slashed at Zhou Wen with sword after sword. Although my Xia family is big, among the younger generation, only Luchuan and Xiaoye can be made, and they can practice Duo Tian Road movement technique to this level. I am afraid that when Luchuan is her age, can't do it. Upstairs at the city gate, the middle-aged man sighed. A strange look flashed in old Master Xia's eyes. and he said lightly, Xiaoya's talent is very good, but unfortunately she is a girl and cannot inherit my Xiao family's business after all. The middle-aged human said, but Xiaoya can assist Luchuan in the future. 4. My Xiao family, it is also considered a great luck. Zhang Chuanqiu was also paying attention to the battle in the Forbidden City. Seeing Xia Xinyue's movement, he couldn't help but admire. Good movement, Dugu, your movement is just like that, right? She is no worse than mine. Duguga nodded. Duguga himself couldn't see the situation in the Forbidden City, but when Zhou Wen entered the city, he had quietly let some goo worms sneak in, borrowing the information sent back by the goo worms. He also knew the situation in the Forbidden City. Shinyuchi and other people from the Supervision Bureau have been using binoculars to see the situation in the Forbidden City, but the Forbidden City is blocked by mysterious forces. Ordinary binoculars can't see it at all, and only occasionally can see the terrifying sword light shooting out. Other than that, they can see everything. Not Zhou Wen was quite familiar with Duo Tianrod's movement technique. Although he couldn't dodge, the bamboo sword in his hand blocked Xia Xinyue's sword again, and retreated in the direction of the Hall of Supreme Harmony while fighting. This Zhou Wen is really powerful. With such a heavy wood, he can still block such a powerful movement and swordsmanship. Dugugu praised. Don't you think that Zhou Wen seems to know Xia Xinyue's movement skills very well? It looks like he can predict the future. Zhang Chuanqiu said with narrowed eyes. Is it a special ability? I heard that there is a girl in the ultimate family who has the Eye of Odin and can see through everything. Dugugu thought. It's not like, I think, it's more like Zhou Wen knows Xia Xinyue's movements very well. Zhang Chuanqiu said. What do you mean, Zhou Wen and Xia Xinyue have an affair? Dugugu said bluntly, unlike Zhang Chuanqiu, who likes to talk half and hide half. He has always been very straightforward. I only know that Zhou Wen must know Xia Xinyue's body technique very well. If he has a leg, then I don't know. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a shrug. The old man, Xia, and the middle-aged man on the city gate also frowned. Obviously they have the same view as Zhang Chuanqiu. Like a prophet, this is definitely not something that can be explained by the strength of the sword Xiaoya used to represent our Xia family to Luoyang to be a witness for Zhou Wen before. Maybe she had an encounter with Zhou Wen at that time. Maybe she played against Zhou Wen, so she probably didn't deliberately reveal the way of the day. The middle-aged man said. Zhou Wen's understanding of Duo Tianrod's movement technique is not as simple as playing against each other. Mr. Xia said indifferently, Aching, go and settle this matter. Over Rukawa. The middle-aged man Aching hesitated. I've given him too much time. Mr. Xia said blankly. I know what to do. Aching bowed slightly, then jumped off the city gate and walked towards the Taihe gate. Xiao Luchuan, who was fighting the tyrant Beeman, saw Aching come down, and his face changed slightly. Uncle Cheng, I can handle it myself, you don't need to take action. Xiao Luchuan said. I'm sorry, the old man can't wait any longer. Aching continued to walk towards the Taihe gate, and soon passed through the Taihe gate and saw Zhou Wen, who was fighting with Xia Xianyue. Xiaoya, you step back, leave it to me here. Aching said. Uncle Cheng, I can handle it myself. Xia Xianyue replied. This is the old man's order. Ah. Cheng said. When Xia Xianyue heard these 3 words of the old man, she had to withdraw from the battle circle and came to Ah Cheng's side. Ah Cheng stretched out his hand, and a strange yellow paper talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the yellow paper talisman appeared, he immediately saw golden runes light up on the ground in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The huge space was shrouded in golden light. Zhou suddenly felt like he was caught in a big vortex, and the vitality in his body was sucked out, and it rushed into the vortex, quickly. Not only Zhou himself, but also the companion pet he summoned, the golden tyrant sword, and the vitality of the girl Medusa, are passing quickly. The same goes for those petrified Xia disciples and their epic companion swords, who received no extra care. Zhou hurriedly took back Medusa and the golden tyrant sword, and at the same time switched his vitality art to Dao art, and the Taisheng Kaidianjing also appeared in his consciousness. This kind of formation is similar to the time bomb of the blaster, and it needs to be prepared in advance. Obviously, the Xiao family is very careful and has already prepared everything. Even if Xiao Luchuan cannot win, Zhou will be put to death. Taisheng Kaidianjing appeared, and Zhou suddenly felt that the vitality in his body had stopped leaking. With a thought, he took back the tyrant Beeman who was fighting with Xiao Luchuan. The time for the absolute power of the tyrant Beeman is almost here, and there is no need to continue fighting. The duel was promised. Isn't it too shameless for your Xiao family to do this? Zhou pretended to be horrified and struggled to step back. Qing said lightly, "You don't go to the duel yourself, how can you blame our Xiao family for not keeping their promises? Okay, you are ruthless, can't I admit defeat? Stop your formation." Zhou shouted as he retreated. He was already very close to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and there was only a distance of less than 50 meters left. He will be able to jump to the top of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It's just that Zhou didn't know whether the Hall of Supreme Harmony was the top of the Forbidden City, and whether he could get rid of this wood. It's too late, Ash said. First launch. https://https:// It's easy for you to want my life, don't you even want the lives of these tens of thousands of Xia disciples? Zhou pointed to the petrified Xia disciples and said. Because the girl Medusa was taken back by Zhou, their petrified bodies were gradually recovering. When Xia Xianyue saw that they were not dead, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, she thought that Zhou had killed all those people, and she was extremely angry. Now she knew that Zhou did not really kill them. However, like Zhou, they were all trapped in the Great Formation, and they did not have the protection of the heavens. Uncle Qing. Stop, if you continue, they will all die. Xiao Luchuan came over and said. Qing shook his head, until Zhou is resolved, the big formation cannot be closed. Zhou is still withdrawing, he had already retreated to the edge of the big formation, but the mask formed by the edge of the big formation blocked his way. It looked like a thin layer of golden light, but it was like a copper wall and an iron arm. Zhou hit it with all his strength a few times, but there was no able to knock out. And as long as the vitality hits the mask, it will be absorbed by the mask immediately, and the defense will become stronger. Zhou was better, his vitality was not really sucked away. The disciples of the Xia family were different. They were almost sucked dry. Some of them had already eliminated the petrification and rushed to the edge of the Great Formation. However, like Zhou, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the mask. Soon, their vitality was drained. After the vitality was drained, the Great Array did not let them go because of this. Their vitality was also drawn out after the vitality was exhausted. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest computer, https:// Their bodies are aging at a rate visible to the naked eye, and they look terrifying. Many Xia disciples shouted in horror, struggling to break out of this hell-like formation. Xia Xinyue's expression was complicated. She never thought that she would see such a scene, and there was a part of her reason why these people became like this. If she hadn't been able to stop Zhou Wen, Qing would not have taken action, and the tens of thousands of Xia family disciples would not have been trapped in the Great Formation. Uncle Qing, I'm sorry. Xia Xianyue gritted her teeth and suddenly swung her sword out, stabbing the yellow paper talisman hanging in front of Qing. Ah! Qing never thought that Xia Xianyue, who was beside him, would actually use a sword. He was not prepared at all, and the yellow paper talisman was pierced by the sword light. As the yellow paper talisman shattered, the golden light burst into the Great Formation, the mask disappeared, and the golden runes on the ground also dimmed. Xiaoya, you. Ah. Qing's face changed greatly. He was not worried that the big formation would be broken and let Zhou Wen go. But for another reason. Xiao Luchuan was also shocked. He turned his head to look at the direction of the Qingmen Tower. He immediately trembled and immediately sat on the city gate to watch the battle. When he turned around, he found that Mr. Xia had already stood in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony with his hands behind his back. Zhou Wen originally wanted to force the mask forcibly, but found that the mask suddenly disappeared. When he was overjoyed, when he wanted to rush to the Taihe Hall, a figure appeared in front of the Taihe Hall. Like a transient, standing at the end of the steps, blocked his way. Zhou Wen took a closer look and saw that the man was majestic, afraid of a height of about 2 meters, his hair was completely white. And he looked like an old man, but his momentum was very strong, not like an old man at all. Zhou Wen's heart throbbed, and he seemed to sense an extremely dangerous aura, and he couldn't help but shudder. Who told you to destroy the Great Formation without authorization? Mr. Xia did not look at Zhou Wen, but instead his eyes fell on Xia Xianyue. Master, Xianyue didn't do it on purpose, she just couldn't bear to watch the disciples of the Xia family die. Xiao Luchuan hurriedly pulled Xia Xianyue down on her knees to admit her mistake. Really? Old Master Xia glanced blankly at the Xia family disciples who had been drained of their vitality and escaped by chance. Suddenly, Father Xia reached out and grabbed his hand. Xia Xinyue's body was grabbed by an invisible big hand. He was caught in front of the old father and son of Xia, and he was caught by the master of Xiao Ling. On the ground, the golden runes were revealed again, and the Great Formation turned around again, trapping everyone again. The first to bear the brunt were those disciples of the Xia family, who had already exhausted their vitality and overdraft their energy and spirit, and then were sucked by a big burst, and immediately the whole body burst into blood, and many people fell directly to the ground. Except for Zhou Wen and Father Xia, who were not affected. Even Xia Xinyue's vitality began to drain. Father, let go of the crescent moon, she won't make the same mistake again in the future. Xiao Luchuan pleaded. Grandpa Xia grabbed Xia Xinyue's Tianling cover with one hand, but Xia Xianyue couldn't move her whole body, even the mythical sword in her hand fell to the ground, her eyes were full of fear. The old man Xia said lightly, don't think that if you were born in the Xia family, you can act arbitrarily. The world is ruthless, and any mistake may lead to the ruin of a family. As the future leader of the Xia family, if you do not even know this, if you don't understand, then you are not qualified to lead the Xia family at all. Please give Xianyue another chance. Xiao Luchuan slammed his head on The ground. Rules are rules. A volcano will not stop erupting because of your prayers, and time will not stop flowing because of your mercy. Rules are emotionless and the most straightforward. It seems that you still don't understand, as the Xia family. What kind of cruel world are you going to face? Old Master Xia didn't mean to let Xia Xianyue go. The vitality of Xia Xianyue was about to be drained. Xia Liuchuan's body trembled, and he raised his head abruptly. The victory evil sword in his hand burst out with absolute strength, and a sword stabbed at the golden light of the great formation. Luchuan. Ah Cheng's face became even more ugly. He wanted to stop Xia Luchuan, but it was too late. When, with the power of Xingxia sword and the blessing of the guardian armor on Xia Liuchuan's body, there was no mask that could cut through the great formation. Xia Liuchuan was shocked, but in the next second, the pure hook sword in the other hand also slashed up, and the double sword slashed wildly, but it only swayed the golden mask, and was never able to slash it open. Instead, his vitality was absorbed by the great formation, making the golden light of the mask even more terrifying. Xiachuan, I love you the most. Are you going to betray me now? Old Master Xia asked Xia Luchuan coldly. I just hope you can. Let Crescent Moon go, she is my sister. Xia Luchuan kept his swords in his hands, still slashing at the mask. It seems that I need to reconsider the issue of the heir to the Xia family. Old Master Xia's eyes flashed coldly, and his fingers were about to close. Suddenly, a sword light slashed wildly, and Old Man Xia raised his hand and grabbed it. The golden sword light was sucked into his palm and disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was the vitality of Old Man Xia, which became even more majestic. At the same time, a suction force pulled Xia Xianyue out. It was Zhou Wen's magic star wheel. The people of your big family really know how to play. Killing your own descendants can be so high-sounding. Today I have really learned a lot. Zhou Wen attracted Xia Xianyue to his side, but Xia Xianyue was in a very bad state. The vitality is still flowing, and it is about to be exhausted. Zhou Wen summoned the Taisheng Kaidianjing, and the scripture was suspended above his head, exuding an invisible force, blocking the suction of the large formation, so that the vitality of this small area would no longer be sucked into the formation. To be able to resist the power of the heaven and earth. Guiyuan, Great Array, your talent, the origin chi art you have cultivated, as well as your fate and fate soul, are really extraordinary. Mr. Xia didn't mind the irony in Zhou Wen's words at all, he just stared at Zhou. When the Taisheng Kaidianjing above his head asked, is that your soul? What's its name? Why should I tell you? An old pervert? Zhou Wen said with a smile. It doesn't matter, even if you don't tell me, I'll know soon. Master Xia said, spreading his palms, and the vitality in the entire heaven and earth Guiyuan, Great Array condensed towards his palms. The screams were loud for a while, and many of the Xia family disciples who were still struggling to support them died at this time, and their bodies were sucked into mummified corpses in an instant. And Mr. Xia absorbed so much vitality, the aura on his body became extremely terrifying. The vitality overflowing from the body was condensed into essence, swaying on him. The cracking vitality made his skin seem to become transparent like whether it was Xiao Luchuan and Aching outside the heaven and earth Guiyuan Great Array, or Zhou Wen and Xia Xianyue inside the Great Array. They all looked horrified. It's not that they haven't seen dead people, but tens of thousands of epic-level people died so tragically, and they were still members of the Xia family. They had never seen anyone so crazy. Master, why did you do this? This is destroying the Xia family. Xia Xianyue really couldn't understand why Master Xia would do this. There are tens of thousands of epic-level powerhouses, even among the 6 major families, there are not many who can make up so many epic-level powers. And this was cultivated by the old man, Xia himself, but now he has killed all of them himself. Xia Xianyue couldn't understand why. With me here, the Xia family will never be destroyed. What is the tens of thousands of epics? I spent so much to cultivate them. Originally, they were only used as a ladder for my promotion to mythology. Now the mission has been completed, and it can be considered a proper death. The vitality on Mr. Xia's body was as terrifying as a volcano eruption, and his body seemed to be getting younger, and even the white hair was gradually turning black. Promotion to myth? Xia Xianyue couldn't understand. In order to be promoted to myth, can you sacrifice so many people? What's more, among the tens of thousands of epics, although most of them are foreign surnames, there are also many blood relatives of the Xia family. If you don't enter the myth, you are only a mortal body. No matter how powerful you are, you will die one day. Only by advancing to the myth can you break the shackles of life like those dimensional creatures and become a higher-level life form. Unfortunately, human beings, my body is too weak, and my talent is too poor. Even if a genius is like me, I can't rely on one person's strength to advance to myth. The old man, Xia explained lightly, I have studied many vitality tactics, combined with the great Emperor Sutra passed down by my Xia family, and finally found a way to advance to mythology, that is, gathering sand into a tower, refining stone into gold, and converting the blood and talents of many geniuses. Fate and soul are all in one, allowing me to break through the extremes of human beings, and thus advance to mythology. This is the only path that can be taken at present. Zhou was stunned. He finally knew why the Xia family secretly attacked so many talented youngsters. It turned out that everything was written by Mr. Xia. Zhou originally thought that Wang Mingyuan's method of promotion to myth was already very cruel, but compared with Mr. Xia's method, Wang Mingyuan's promotion method was as holy as an angel. You killed so many people, what's the difference between you and a big devil like Jing Daoxian? Aren't you afraid that the other 5 families in the Federation will join forces to attack you? Zhou said. The old man Xia said with a sneer, these people are all killed by you. What does it have to do with me? I will naturally kill you to avenge them, and you will also become an important ladder for my promotion to mythology. With that said, Mr. Xia stretched out his hand and grabbed in the direction of Zhou and Xia Xianyue, and continued, as a member of the Xia family, you should also make a little contribution to the Xia family, and return your bloodline talent to me. Bar. A terrifying suction force was generated, and Xia Xianyue and Zhou involuntarily walked towards old Master Xia. It was the first time that Zhou saw that human beings themselves could use such terrifying power. His power could not resist the suction force. Even the people moved in the direction of Mr. Xia with Taisheng Kaidianjing. The slate had 2 broken marks on the plow. Xia Xianyue's vitality was exhausted, and she became even more unbearable, and her body was already flying. Zhou put down the wood with one hand, shoved it into the ground ruthlessly, and grabbed Xia Xianyue with the other hand, and finally stopped his figure with the help of the wood. The enemy of the enemy is the friend, and now Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyue are afraid that they will completely turn against the old man Xia. Maybe they will be able to use their strength later. Although Xia Xianyue has no fighting power, but Xiao Luchuan is still outside, and he still has a guardian. He may be able to use his strength to rush out of the heaven and earth, returning Yuan. Great array. Otherwise, in this big formation, the vitality of any companion pet will be taken away. The more companion pet summoned, the stronger the blessing that Mr. Xiao will get, so he must rush out first. That old pervert has no idea how many geniuses he has absorbed, and he has just absorbed the vitality and life essence of tens of thousands of epic masters. His strength is unfathomable. It is said that tiger poison does not eat children. This old pervert is not even his own. The descendants have to be swallowed. Why didn't God kill him with a single thunderbolt? Zhou Wen put Xia Xianyue behind the wood, let her hold the wood, and held the golden tyrant sword in his hand, slashing one after another at the old pervert. Jianguang hopes to temporarily stop his section, so that he can carry the wood and rush out of the heaven and earth, returning Yuan. Great array. However, the golden sword light that Zhou Wen cut out was actually sucked by the old pervert and sucked it directly. Not only did it not hurt him, but it became his supplement. I don't believe in evil anymore. You can't suck anything? Zhou Wen summoned the Dawei King Kong Bull and let the Dawei King Kong Bull ring the soul suppressing bell. However, the bell of the soul suppressing bell could not shake the soul of Mr. Xia, and did not make him dizzy at all. On the contrary, the size of the Dawei King Kong Bull was too large, and the power of the heaven-opening scripture could not cover it, and its vitality was fast. After the passage of time, the body also moved towards the palm of the old man Xia. The Dawei King Kong Bull struggled hard, but he couldn't stop himself from sliding towards the old man Xia. All four hooves were caught in the slate, but they kept sliding towards the old man Xia, and the Dawei King Kong ox screamed in fright. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned it back and did not dare to release it again. Don't use companion pets. He has absorbed an unknown number of types of life and soul, and can absorb any kind of vitality for his own use. Companion pets are condensed by vitality energy, and the power of any companion pet will become his help. Xiao Luchuan reminded Zhou Wen loudly outside. How can I rush out without a companion pet? Zhou Wen asked quickly. Since you are determined to die, then you come in together. Old Master Xia snorted coldly. Xiao Luchuan had switched to using his fists to bombard the mask of the big formation, but at this moment he suddenly felt that the front was empty, and people had already rushed into the formation. Old Master Xia grabbed and sucked at Xiao Luchuan with the other hand, and Xiao Luchuan's body suddenly slid towards him. Xiao Luchuan didn't flinch, clenched his teeth, and slammed into the old man Xiao with a punch. The guardian is a living body, not pure energy. It is a little different from the companion pet. The power of the guardian should be able to have some effect on Mr. Xia. Boom! Old Master Xia's palm collided with Xiao Luchuan's fist, and he was forced back a few steps, and the suction disappeared immediately. I'll hold him back, you take Xianyue away. Xiao Luchuan once again threw his fist at Mr. Xia and shouted at the same time. Brother, it's up to you. Zhou Wen picked up the wood, pulled Xia Xianyue, and ran. Xia Xianyue was still a little hesitant, and Zhou Wen immediately said, if we run away, your brother will run well. If you stay for one more minute, your brother will be in more danger. Xia Xianyue naturally understood this, gritted her teeth, and followed Zhou Wen to the edge of the big formation. Zhou Wen attacked the big formation, but the power hit on the mask was absorbed by the mask and could not break the mask at all. Original chi skills are not good, pure physical strength is not enough? Zhou didn't have time to think about it. He forcibly switched the life soul of the ancient emperor, used the demon dragon's real body skills, endured the loss of vitality, and punched him with a punch. Photomask. Boom. The mask trembled, although it was not shattered, but it gave Zhou hope. Pure physical power was really effective against the heaven and earth Guiyuan great array. Zhou, when still hesitated, bombarded the mask with one punch after another, hoping to pierce the mask, and then escaped from the heaven and earth returning Yuan great array. Xiao Luchuan was also attacking Mr. Xia frantically, but all his attacks were calmly avoided by Mr. Xia, like a cat teasing a mouse. I gave you everything you did, and I taught you all your techniques. How dare you attack me? Mr. Xia easily avoided Xiao Luchuan's attack and stared at Xiao Luchuan coldly. Xiao Luchuan didn't say a word, just kept attacking. The former Master Xia really spoiled him. In the past, he really regarded Master Xia as the closest person, even more than his own parents. Until he was 15 years old, he accidentally stole a glimpse of Mr. Xia, one of his most talented cousins, who was sucked into a job, and he rarely went to the East Court since then. I originally thought that you were a little different from others, but it seems that you are just a mortal beast after all. Well, with you as my last cornerstone, it is not in vain for me to support you for so many years. The old man Xia actually shot, and he even wore a palm. After passing Xiao Luchuan's fist, he slapped him on the chest. Xiao Luchuan was wearing the guardian armor. Although he was not seriously injured, he took a few steps back. Although the guardian is strong, it's a pity that you haven't had time to really control his power, and do you really think that after contracting with the guardian, does he really belong to you? Mr. Xia retracted his palm and saw his fingers. Above, there was a wound, and blood was dripping out. On Xiao Luchuan's armor, there is also a smear of blood. Obviously, that smear of blood does not belong to Xiao Luchuan. Click. Click. The guardian armor on Xiao Luchuan's body actually cracked open after cracks. It was not that it was broken, but that the armor was disintegrating automatically. The black jade-like armor quickly disassembled from Xiao Luchuan's body, and then condensed into a figure in the air. It was a black jade man, looking very strange, with the appearance of a human, but the body was a black jade, very strange. The old man Xiao looked at Xiao Luchuan and said coldly, "In this world, only strength is the eternal truth. The so-called guardians only want to protect the human beings who can make them stronger. I am far stronger than you, so it abandons you and chooses me. The rules of the world are so cruel, the strong are respected." When the old man Xia spoke, that black jade-like guardian had already turned into armor again, but this time it was worn on the body of the old man Xia. Mr. Xiao's white hair has completely turned black, and wearing the black jade guardian armor, he looks more majestic and tall. Losing the protection of the black jade armor, the vitality of Xiao Luchuan began to leak out and was absorbed by the heaven and earth Guiyuan great array. The old man Xia already had a terrifying vitality. And vitality. At this time, coupled with the power of the black jade armor, the strength was already terrifying and unimaginable. With a punch, Xiao Luchuan only came and raised his arm to block, and the person was blocked. It flew out with a bang, slammed into the mask heavily, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou was still bombarding the mask, but he hadn't blasted the mask away. He turned around and saw this scene, and he was a little horrified. Although I knew for a long time that the guardian was unreliable, I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. I actually said that I would betray. Fortunately, I didn't contract with the Guardian before. Zhou Wen secretly rejoiced that he did not have a contract guardian. Zhou Wen made a secret decision in his heart. Unless it is a master-servant contract like a demon baby, even if he cannot be promoted to myth, he will never contract with the Guardian. Now there is no time for Zhou Wen to think so much. Xiao Luchuan is no longer good. If he doesn't go out again, he can only fight with the perverted old Xia in the Heaven and Earth Vitality formation, and it is too bad to fight him here. But the mask is too hard. And the power of the demon dragon's real body can't be blasted away for a while. When he blasts away, I am afraid that the perverted old Xia has already killed him. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of an idea. Although he didn't know if it would work, he could only try it now. Looking at Xia Xianyu, whose vitality had been exhausted and her spirit was draining, Zhou Wen switched the Taoist tactics again, summoned the Taisheng Kaidianjing, asked him to protect himself and Xia Xianyu, and hugged him. Hugged the wood around his waist, and slammed into the mask of the Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array. I have carried you for so long, if you don't do anything, I will die here. Zhou Wen thought in his heart, the wood was already on top of the mask. Originally, Zhou Wen just thought, with the help of the weight of the wood, try to bump it, but who knew that under the bump, only a clatter would be heard. The entire mask of the Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array shattered like glass, the entire Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array stopped working, and the golden light runes underground also became dim. Everyone froze for a while, and old man Xia gave up and continued to attack Xia Luchuan. He turned to look at Zhou Wen's side, and stared at the wood Zhou Wenhui was holding, showing a look of doubt. Xia Xianyu was sitting next to her, looking at Zhou Wen with a look of astonishment. He didn't expect Zhou Wen's collision to break the entire Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array. Zhou Wen didn't expect that this piece of wood was so powerful. If he had known it earlier, he would have broken through the Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array, so he didn't need to wait until now. However, Zhou Wen did not hesitate, and ran to the Hall of Supreme Harmony with the wood in his arms. As soon as Mr. Xia moved, he was going to stop Zhou Wen. Although he didn't know what Zhou Wen wanted to do, he felt that there was nothing good, and he was unwilling to have an accident. As soon as he moved, he saw a sword light stab at him. Old Master Xia dodged slightly, the Xingxia sword flew past his face, and Xiao Luchuan held the pure hook sword in both hands and slashed down from behind. The old man Xia snorted coldly, and flicked his backhand on the sword of the pure hook sword, and the pure hook sword flew out directly. However, Xiao Liuchuan's figure appeared beside the Xingxia sword that had already flown over, grabbed the Xingxia sword, and slashed at Old Master Xiao's neck. As I said, I taught you everything. Your tricks are useless to me. Mr. Xia seemed to have expected Xiao Luchuan to appear there, and punched him in the abdomen. This punch has unparalleled power. If it is hit, let alone a person, even if it is a steel castle, a big hole will be blown out. It seems that Mr. Xia is really killing Xiao Luchuan. But Xiao Liuchuan's people disappeared again, and the old man Xiao's fist was empty again. When a sword stabbed in the back of the old man Xia. The sword turned out to be the ancient sword used by Xia Xianyue, but at this time it was held by Xiao Luchuan, and pierced the black jade armor of the old man Xia. Very good. It's really good. I didn't expect your sword escape skills to have reached such a level that you can escape by using other people's swords. It seems that you didn't intend to obey my order to kill from the very beginning. Zhou Wen. Old Master Xia lowered his head, his eyes became terrifying, he did not turn around, but said word by word in a gloomy tone. The ancient sword pierced 3 inches, and the sword light on the sword was like a volcanic eruption, but no matter how hard Xiao Luchuan tried, there was no way that the tip of the sword could move forward. The figure of the old man Xia suddenly became blurred, and disappeared in front of Xiao Luchuan like a teleportation. Xiao Luchuan screamed secretly for a second, used his sword to escape, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Xingxia's sword. But Xiao Luchuan had just appeared, and the old man Xia appeared next to Xingxia's sword, and then punched Xia Liuchuan's body directly to the ground. Boom! Xia Liuchuan's body fell heavily on the ground, smashing a big hole in the ground. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Brother! Xia Xianyue struggled to stand up, trying to rush over. Don't come here. Let's go. Xiao Luchuan shouted while gritted his teeth, and at the same time tried his best to use the sword escape again. When he came to the side of the pure hook sword, his body was obviously staggered, but the hand holding the sword was still as steady as Mount Tai. Just the moment he held the pure hook sword, the old man Xia had already appeared in front of him. Before Xiao Luchuan could swing his sword, his fists had already bombarded Xiao Liuchuan's chest at an indiscernible speed, hitting Xiao Luchuan. The blood spurted wildly, and the sternum collapsed. When Xiao Luchuan was entangled with Mr. Xia, Zhou Wen finally climbed the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony and stood the log up to the highest point. Zhou Wen knew that there was nothing wrong here. After that piece of wood stood on the ridge, it seemed as if it was attracted by a magnet. Zhou Wen didn't need to hold it, and it didn't fall down. It's done. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and took 2 steps back. But there was no more slave word on his forehead. Zhou Wen didn't have time to see what happened to the wood, because Xiao Luchuan over there was about to be sucked to death by Mr. Xia. Old man Xia's hand was holding Xiao Liuchuan's Tianling cover, and Xiao Liuchuan's vitality and spirit were rapidly pouring into old man Xia's body. Originally, Xiao Liuchuan's life and death had nothing to do with Zhou Wen, but if Mr. Xia absorbed Xia Liuchuan's power to advance to the myth, it would be even more difficult to deal with. And if Xiao Luchuan hadn't dragged the old man Xia just now, it would have been difficult for him to get rid of the old man Xia and put the wood on the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Without the constraints of the wood, Zhou Wen felt much more relaxed all over his body. The Dark Doctor possessed the body and pulled out the bamboo knife. The Fei Xian from the sky instantly arrived in front of Mr. Xia and slashed at Mr. Xia's hand that was holding Xiao Luchuan. Master Xia's other hand actually blocked the bamboo knife when he couldn't let it go. Protected by the black jade armor, the bamboo knife was not able to cut his hand, but as Zhou Wen expected, he held the orchid knife upside down in the other hand and slashed towards the neck of the old man Xia from a strange angle. Mr. Xia had to let go of Xiao Luchuan first, and grabbed Lan Dao with the other hand. Zhou Wen's body technique changed, and he danced in the air. He didn't let old Master Xia's hand touch his knife at all. With 2 swords in hand, one long and one short, he slashed at old Master Xia from various strange angles. He did not dare to use vitality skills, and attacked purely by strength. Although the Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array was broken, Mr. Xia himself had the ability to absorb all kinds of vitality, and even powerful vitality skills such as the Golden Sword Light would be destroyed. He directly absorbed if for his own use, and other vitality skills were even more useless. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's best movement technique does not need to release his vitality, otherwise he will be sucked by Mr. Xia. Zhang Chuanqiu and Du Gugu outside the Forbidden City were already stunned. They were covered by the Heaven and Earth Guiyuan Great Array before, and they had no idea what was going on inside. After the big formation was broken by Zhou Wen, they were finally able to see what was inside. But seeing that Xiao Luchuan was beaten by the old man Xia, Zhou Wen took action to save the siege and fought with the old man Xia. In addition, tens of thousands of Xia family disciples fell to the ground. They were shocked and inexplicable for a while, and they couldn't figure it out. What the hell happened? Zhou Wen used the Feixian outside the sky to the extreme, and the Dark Doctor strengthened his body, and the speed was much faster than that of a myth like Six Wings. But his double knives never touched Mr. Xia at all. Duo Tian Road. Zhou Wen recognized that the movement method used by Mr. Xia was Duo Tian Road. Old Master Xia knows how to use Duo Tian Road. Zhou Wen is not surprised, and Master Xia's Duo Tian Road is stronger than Xia Xianyue. Obviously he has already trained to God level. However, this movement technique is also somewhat different from what Xia Xianyue has practiced. It is several times stronger than that of Xia Xianyue. Even Zhou Wen's God-level flying immortal from the sky is a bit inferior. What's even more terrifying is that the old man Xia is not only a movement, but all the skills he uses seem to have terrifying achievements. Ordinary moves and moves in his hands are like divine strokes, as if every move has reached the level of a god. Zhou Wen was completely suppressed in a short period of time. No matter in terms of skills or strength, he could not compete head-on with old Master Xia. If it wasn't for him already familiar with the secrets of Duo Tian Road's movement technique, he would have been injured by Master Xia long ago. Relying on his understanding of Duo Tian Road's movement technique and the magic of flying immortals outside the sky, Zhou Wen was able to barely maintain an undefeated posture. This pervert is a monster. How could someone be able to practice all skills to God level? Is he still alone? Zhou Wen knows too well how difficult it is to train a skill to God level. After practicing for so long, he has also trained Feixian outside the sky to the God level. Xiao Luchuan is about 10 years older than him, and he has only trained one sword to the God level. The old man Zai in front of him gave Zhou Wen a sense of omnipotence, as if any skill in his hands would become an unparalleled magic skill. Even if he didn't use his vitality skills, he had already pressed Zhou Wen to the point of being out of breath. Fortunately, Zhou Wen is a person who is more calm and less error-prone in the face of adversity. He is constantly looking for opportunities to defeat Mr. Xia. Ordinary companion pet attacks have little effect on a person like Mr. Xia, who can swallow vitality skills, and physical attacks are more effective damage to him. But now that he has the guardian armor, it is like a tiger with wings, and the general mythical companion pet is probably not a threat to him. Originally, the Tyrant Beeman was a better choice, but unfortunately its absolute power has just been used for a while, and it can no longer be used for the time being. Zhou Wen thought about it, and among his companion pets, the only ones who might threaten the old man Xia were the Torch Dragon's Hollow Vision, the Devil Infant's Devil Sword, and the Truth Listening that opened multiple earrings. But it may only be effective, not necessarily useful, so Zhou Wen must find an appropriate time to use the world of the Candle Dragon, just to kill with one hit, and not give Mr. Xia any chance. The flesh was torn, and old Master Xia's fingertips rubbed Zhou Wen's arm across, and immediately cut the flesh open, and blood flowed out. If Zhou Wen hid more slowly, his arm would be cut off. Fighting with someone who is not slower than you, who is more ruthless than you, and who is more skillful than you in his moves, will be extremely stressful. For anyone. In reality, there is no option to restart the game, so Zhou Wen did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and would rather injure himself than take the risk of doing something that might kill him. In one blow. You really are a little different. If you see this kind of movement and endurance, if you see it in an old man of 7 or 80 years, I won't be surprised, but you are only 17. Or 18 years old, and you can achieve this level. If you don't die, his achievements will never be under that in Tianzhua. Old Master Xia spoke calmly while attacking. In fact, he should not be called Mr. Xia anymore, because his current appearance is almost the same as that of a middle-aged man in his 30s, and there is no sign of aging on him. With a majestic figure, domineering aura, and invincible combat power, such a terrifying existence almost makes people feel invulnerable. Blood flowed, and Zhou Wen had another wound on his back. I'll help you. Xiao Luchuan struggled to stand up, but his injuries were so severe that he staggered when he walked, only the hand holding the sword was still steady. Xiao Luchuan was about to throw the sword at Mr. Xia, but before the sword could be shot, Mr. Xia had already slapped him and smashed Xiao Luchuan out with the sword. It's now. Zhou Wen burst out of his power in an instant, and Fei Xian's luck reached the extreme, and the double knives turned into streams of light, crisscrossing with Mr. Xia at the center. Dang dang. The flying immortals in the sky, which burst out with all their strength, were forcibly blocked by Old Man Xia's hands. The god-level physique given to him by the Guardian, coupled with the powerful vitality he had accumulated before, was indeed a bit terrifying. Zhou Wenwen didn't intend to kill the Old Man Xia with this single blow. When the two knives slashed wildly, the pupil mirror transformed by the candle dragon also produced a strange change in Zhou Wen's pupils, as if it had turned into a mirror, facing the Old Man Xia. Look. But the Old Man Xia in front of him suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and appeared behind Zhou Wen almost at the same time, with a palm hitting Zhou Wen's Tianling cover from behind. Teleport. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that it was a real teleportation, which was very similar to the Lost Kingdom. Before he had time to turn around or dodge, Zhou Wen held the bamboo knife above his head, blocking Old Master Xia's palm. But that palm turned into a strangely transparent, as if it had turned into a ghost's hand, passed directly through the bamboo knife, and continued to shoot at Zhou Wen's Tianling cover. Zhou Wen was taken aback, his head twisted diagonally, and his other hand gathered strength to meet Old Master Xia's palm. When the two palms intersected, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a strong suction force, grabbed his palm, and sucked the vitality in his body into Mr. Xia's body. Zhou Wen wanted to shake off Father Xia's hand, but he couldn't. The other hand held a bamboo knife and slashed at Father Xia, but was caught by Father Xia's other hand, and his vitality was sucked faster. Zhou Wen immediately realized the problem. Mr. Xia not only absorbed the vitality of those geniuses, but also plundered their bloodline talent, fate, and soul. Zhou Wen can be sure that Mr. Xia must have multiple fates and souls, otherwise he would not be able to use so many different types of vitality skills. In just a short moment, Mr. Xia used 3 completely different attributes and types of power, and each of them was a rare ability. Zhou Wen's vitality was sucked away in large quantities, his face turned ashen, he suddenly activated his pupil mirror again, and looked at the opposite Old Master Xia. The same trick. Don't use it a second time in front of me. Mr. Xia said coldly, his eyes opened, and there seemed to be an evil spirit roaring in his pupils, which was a kind of pupil-type life soul. The moment he saw the soul in the pupil, Zhou Wen's eyelids closed uncontrollably, and he couldn't open it. How many terrifying fates and souls has this bastard plundered? How the hell did this happen? Zhou Wen was horrified, and the vitality in his body rushed towards old Master Xia like the Yangtze River. I fought with you. Zhou Wen struggled with all his strength, trying to get rid of old Master Xia's palm, but he couldn't get rid of it. When Mr. Xia wanted to say something in a cold voice, suddenly a purple-black ancient sword came out of the ground and stabbed Mr. Xia's crotch from bottom to top. This sword was so strange and sinister that even old Master Xia didn't react. When he noticed it, the sword had already pierced into his body. Bang! The old man, Xia, who was penetrated by the magic sword, exploded like a water polo and turned into clear water, but his real body appeared behind Zhou Wen, with his hands twisting Zhou Wen's arms. Even the life and soul of the clone. This old pervert. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. No matter how strong you are, in front of me, it's just one. Before Mr. Xia's words were finished, his pupils contracted sharply. Zhou Wen's right hand, which was held by him, suddenly disappeared like a ghost, directly passing through old Master Xia's guardian armor and body, and flashing 3 times in an instant. Zhou Wen was not afraid of being sucked out of his vitality at all. His killer's life and soul gave him infinite vitality. No matter how much old Master Xia sucked, it wouldn't hurt him. Zhou Wen waited so long for this opportunity. When old Master Xia thought he was exhausted and the last trump card failed, he used the dark right hand ability of the Dark Doctor. Without giving Mr. Xia any chance, Zhou Wen's 3 consecutive plucks of his dark right hand directly plucked Mr. Xia's heart, liver and a waist, and none of the guardian armors could block Dark's right hand. Zhou Wen held the bloody internal organs of old man Xia in his hands. The heart was still beating violently. Every time it beat, blood spurted out of the broken blood vessel, which looked extremely terrifying. Mr. Xia looked down at his body and found no scars, but there was blood spilling out of his nose and mouth. Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyue also watched this scene, and their mood was very complicated. It's been a long time. No one has been able to hurt me for a long time. You are the first one. In nearly 20 years. Old Master Xia said while staring at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a little bad. The vitality of the old man Xia did not weaken because of the removal of the internal organs, but instead became stronger. Old Master Xia's body burned with white arrogance, which was not a flame, but a substantial ripple, because of the too strong vitality. Zhou Wen used the power of perspective to stare at the old man Xia, and saw that the internal organs that had been removed from his body actually grew out again. Tian hegemony, how is it possible? It's impossible. Xia Xianyue exclaimed. What innate hegemony? Zhou Wen asked quickly. Xia Luchuan, who was seriously injured, said, the innate hegemonic body is a kind of destiny derived from the innate invincible magic. Only by cultivating the innate invincible magical art, it is possible to condense the innate hegemonic body, but not all people who cultivate the innate invincible magical art. Any person can condense the innate hegemony body, it also depends on the individual's physique and talent. Our Xia family has already abandoned the innate undefeated magic, and the only person who has condensed the innate hegemony body in the records is only the hero of our Xia family. But he has been dead for many years. Zhou Wen had heard about the hero of the Xia family, because Li Xian practiced the innate invincible magical art, so he heard a lot of things from Li Xian about the innate invincible magical art. But in Zhou Wen's impression, the fate of the hero of the Xia family does not seem to be called Xiantian hegemony, and in order to get married and have children, he has broken the innate undefeated magic, and lost his fate and soul. Even if he is resurrected, there can be no more congenital hegemony. It is precisely because of this that the hero of the Xia family died in a dimensional realm later. However, Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyue are the real Xia family. They will naturally not admit their mistakes. There is no doubt that Mr. Xia has an innate hegemonic body. It seems that he has absorbed a Xia family with an innate tyrannical physique. Zhou Wen said. Impossible, except for the heroes of the Xia family. Even if they have cultivated the innate invincible magic, no one will condense the innate hegemonic body. Xia Xianyue said. That's why you read it wrong. He is not an innate hegemonic body, but another ability with strong self-healing ability. Zhou Wen saw that Mr. Xia's body had recovered, and after the internal organs were regenerated, there was nothing like the previous internal organs. The difference. Mr. Xia was obviously not in the mood to continue listening to them. His figure disappeared in a flash. He came to Zhou Wen like a devil, and slapped Zhou Wen with his palm at the same time. The blazing fire in his palm was like the scorching sun, with a flame that could destroy everything. Zhou Wen saw that the flame could burn even the void, and immediately knew that it was not an ordinary fire-type power. Fly back. However, behind Mr. Xia, a pair of golden-winged Dapeng-like life-soul wings appeared, which greatly increased his speed. Zhou Wen was unable to close the distance with him, and the flame was about to shoot on his chest. Zhou Wen had to cut out the bamboo knife and slashed at old Master Xia's palm. The bamboo knife came into contact with the flame, but the flame spread to Zhou Wen along the bamboo knife, wrapping his body in the flame in an instant. The flame spewed and then went out, the 6 wings behind Zhou Wen disappeared, and his face became very pale. If it weren't for the life protection of 6 wings, Zhou Wen would have died under this blow. But Liu Yi was also beheaded because of this, and it is impossible to resurrect. There is even a companion pet for death. Your luck is really not that strong, but your luck will stop here. Old man Xia stared at Zhou Wen coldly, and was about to continue to shoot. Suddenly, a blast of thunder sounded in the sky, shocking everyone. I don't know when, the sky is already covered with dark clouds, and there are lightning and thunder flashing. In the dark clouds, Zhang Chuanqiu, who was peeking outside, only felt severe pain in his eyes, and blood and tears flowed from his eyes. He was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes, not daring to look any more, and looked at the Forbidden City in horror. I saw the wind surging above the Forbidden City, and the sky of the entire imperial capital was covered with dark clouds, but the Forbidden City seemed to be the center of the entire storm, which was obviously particularly gloomy. Almost at the same time, Dugugu also lost contact with his goo worm. The two looked at each other and saw the horror in the other's eyes. So far, they haven't figured out what happened in the Forbidden City. They just have some guesses in their hearts based on some things they saw, but they don't know if it's the truth. But just that little guess has shocked them inexplicably. Do you know what's going on? Dugugu pointed to the dark clouds in the sky and asked. Zhang Chuanqiu pinched his fingers and calculated, and the more he calculated, the more he shook his head. The secret is chaotic, and nothing can be calculated. The results of each calculation are different, and it is useless to calculate. It seems that something major is going to happen, so we should leave here quickly. Well, so as not to be affected. What about that nasty guy? Dugaga said. I have fortune-telling for him before, he shouldn't die, he should be able to survive this disaster. Zhang Chuanqiu turned around and left, as if there was a vicious dog chasing him. For fear that if he ran too slowly, he would be attacked by the vicious dog. Bite the same. Dugu. Gu glanced in the direction of the Forbidden City, and then left with Zhang Chuanqiu. In the Forbidden City, Zhou Wen summoned the candle dragon, and then said to Xia Xianyue and the others, you guys go first. He knew that he had to work hard, otherwise he would really not be able to get out of the Forbidden City. Today, Zhou Wen had a faint suspicion in his heart that perhaps the old man Xia in front of him was one of the original 6 heroes, the invincible existence of the Xia family. But the heroes of the Xia family had already broken their bodies and gave birth to children, otherwise there would not be the current Xia family. And many more. What if the Xia family wasn't really a heroic bloodline? Zhou Wen was shocked, and he suddenly felt that this seemed very possible. As the saying goes, tiger poison does not eat children, but this old man Xia is just as cold-blooded and ruthless towards the Xia family. To kill, this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. But if the old man Xia is really the hero of the Xia family, and he is not really broken, then all this can be explained. Because the Xia clan is not a hero bloodline at all. He doesn't need to have any scruples about family relationships. Of course, all of this is just Zhou Wen's own speculation. Maybe Mr. Xia has nothing to do with the heroes of the Xia family. His nature is so cruel. Aching, take Xiaochuan and Xiaoyak back. Father Xia said coldly, staring at Zhou Wen. It wasn't that he had good intentions not to kill Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyue, but because the great formation was broken, it was no longer possible to prevent outsiders from peeping, and he was unwilling to kill Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyue in the sight of others. Yes. Aching ran towards Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyue. Zhou Wen didn't stop him. Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyue were taken away. It was better than dying here. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope for life. Zhou Wen, live. Xia Xianyue shouted to Zhou Wen when she was taken away. I will live. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. Mr. Xia glanced at the candle dragon and said, this should be the candle dragon in the Zhuolu temple, right? At such a young age, he has so many mythical companion pets, and he has such a martial arts cultivation level that is enough to traverse the Federation. Throughout the history of the Federation, there is no one at your age who can achieve such achievements. It's still not as good as you. Zhou Wen said the truth. He originally thought that he was already omnipotent, and he was enough to deal with all kinds of crises. Even if he is inferior to others in one aspect, Zhou Wen has always felt that he should be one of the best in the Federation in terms of comprehensive combat power. But the old man Xia in front of him is more comprehensive than him. Not only does he have multiple fates and souls, but he can also use it at will, and he also has a guardian. What is even more frightening is that he did not intend to rely solely on the power of the guardian to stay at the myth level, but to promote the myth with one's own strength. A magical skill, powerful power, and he definitely has a mythical companion, pet, on his body, which is definitely not an ordinary mythical companion pet, and his strength can be described as unfathomable. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky were constantly intertwined, and the thunder also exploded one by one. Both Xiao Luchuan and Xia Xianyue had lost their fighting ability, and were forcibly taken out by Qing. In front of the huge Supreme Harmony Hall, only Zhou Wen and Mr. Xia were left. You are indeed not as good as me now, but if I were born in the same era, I might not be as good as you. With you as the last cornerstone of my own promotion to mythology, I am very satisfied. You can rest assured that after today, I will take the talent, fate and soul are all owned and made famous all over the world. You should feel comforted under Jiuqiwen. Master Xia said, stepping out like a broken void, came to Zhou Wen before. Zhou Wen was well prepared and put on the jade crystal spirit armor. At the same time, Zhulong used the Realm King transformation. The eyes of the torch dragon all over his body were wide open, and the eyes of the Zhulong turned into mirrors. Candle vision. The power of Dongzhu's horizon covers the entire area in almost all directions, without dead ends. But at the moment when the vision of Dongzhu was activated, Mr. Xia suddenly disappeared, and within the scope of truth listening, he could not sense his whereabouts, which made Zhou Wen feel very bad. When the power of Dongzhu's vision stopped, the figure of Mr. Xia appeared again not far in front of Zhou Wen, as if he had never moved. The universe moves, and yin and yang communicate with each other. There are not many abilities that can achieve this level. After nearly 10 years of searching, I got the yin and yang Qiankuan commandment soul. With this life soul, the yin and yang universe can be temporarily reversed and let no power can hurt me or see me. Old Master Xia said lightly while stroking a Tai Chi-like ring on his finger. How many people have you killed and how many souls have you plundered? Don't you think that those souls are like the ghosts of those people, haunting you every day and every night? Zhou Wen took back the candle dragon, lest it was killed by Mr. Xia. After the Realm King changed, the candle dragon entered a weak state, and its strength was greatly reduced. In such a battle, it could no longer play a decisive role. The old man Xia said lightly, in today's era, if you are still afraid of ghosts and gods, how can you change your life against the sky? I'm not afraid of ghosts or gods, but I'm afraid that I can't make all other dimensional creatures crawl under my feet in my lifetime. It's almost time. As one of the 9 main life souls of the Xiantian Great Emperor, help me advance to mythology. The black jade armor on Mr. Xia's body erupted with a terrifying black light. As Mr. Xia punched out, the space was directly torn apart, forming a black sun. But if you look closely, the black sun is a black hole, which generates a huge suction force, pulling Zhou Wen into it. As Old Man Xia blasted the black hole towards Zhou Wen felt that the suction was getting stronger and stronger, and seemed to pull his soul into it. Zhou Wen's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Mr. Xia frowned slightly, looked around and searched, but did not find where Zhou Wen's people were, as if Zhou Wen had just disappeared out of thin air. Almost after a little thought, a sun-like brilliance condensed in the palm of Mr. Xia's hand. The brilliance shone on the entire Forbidden City. Wherever it was irradiated, hot smoke came out. No matter where people were hiding, I am afraid that they will be forced out by this indiscriminate attack. But Mr. Xia didn't feel anything unusual, as if Zhou Wen really just disappeared out of thin air. Does he also have abilities similar to the Yin-Yang Universe Ring? Old Master Xia frowned slightly. Zhou Wen naturally doesn't have the Yin-Yang Universe Ring, but he has an invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak's Wheel of Fortune opens, with 3 minutes of invisible and intangible time, and attacks are useless to him at all. After Zhou Wen used the invisibility cloak, he recalled the demon baby hiding behind the roof of the hall. of supreme harmony and rushed towards the gate of the Forbidden City. Invisible and intangible invisibility can only last for 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes pass, you can only be invisible while the body is still there, which is easy to be discovered, so Zhou wants to take advantage of this time to escape from the Forbidden City. But when he rushed to the gate of the Forbidden City, he found that the gate of the Forbidden City had been closed for some time. However, the invisible force was invisible and intangible in these 3 minutes, and it could directly pass through matter. Zhou rushed directly towards the gate. Bang! Zhou body was bounced back by a strange force. Couldn't get out. How could this be? Zhou was shocked, feeling that something was wrong. The power that bounced him back was not the gate itself, but a power like lightning, and now his body still feels a little numb. The dark clouds and thunder and lightning in the sky just now made Zhou feel that something was wrong, and it is even more so now. Zhou looked up at the Forbidden City and found that the corner tower on the city wall was emitting a faint light. Although the light was not strong, it was covered by the dark clouds. At times, it was very conspicuous. Zhou flew into the air and looked at the other 3 corner towers in the city. Zhou didn't have time to think about the reason. Now his time is running out. It has been nearly 20 seconds since he rushed over. Since he can't get out now, Zhou must find a way to kill Mr. Xia. Otherwise, he will die. Xiantian tyrannical body is estimated to be similar to Li Xian's unfortunate god of war, and even stronger in self-healing ability. It is just a simple injury to his body. It is estimated that it is difficult to kill him. How can we kill him? Zhou anytime can't think of the answer, but it can't sit still. He quickly rushed to Mr. Xia, and Mr. Xia was standing there, using various methods to find Zhou, but the effect was not great. The 8 kinds of fate and soul he already possessed, plus the various all kinds of vitality skills did not work, nor did they find the invisible Zhou. Zhou came to old Master Xia, pointed his finger directly to his mouth, and then summoned the ancient spores and let the ancient spores enter his body. Whether it was useful or not, try it first. After the ancient spore entered the body of the old man Xia, Zhou directly pulled out the blue knife, released from the invisible state, and stabbed the knife in the mouth of the old man. Xia. Lan Dao entered from his mouth and penetrated old Master Xia's brain, but it was not able to emerge from his skull. Zhou didn't care so much. Lan Dao violently stirred in his brain. The power on Mr. Xia's body erupted like a volcano, sending Zhou Wenjin flying out, and he didn't even have time to pull out the orchid knife stuck in his mouth. Zhou Wen's body rolled in the air, finally removing the terrifying power, but he still opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Wen doesn't care about his injury. Such an injury will not kill him. He just wants to know if this blow is useful. I saw the old man Xia standing there with the orchid knife in his mouth. His brain had been severely damaged by Zhou Wen. But when Zhou Wen looked at him, he saw that the old man Xia stretched out his palm, held the orchid knife, and pulled the orchid knife away from him. It was pulled out of the mouth. But his injuries are healing quickly. Can it heal itself? Zhou Wen felt a chill in his heart, and he couldn't kill Mr. Xia. He couldn't think of any other power that could kill him for a while. The old man Xia held the orchid sword, but there was no anger in his eyes, but a bit of fanaticism. You really surprised me. Although I myself have not been promoted to myth, but with the blessing of the guardian, in fact, I am already a myth, and it is much stronger than ordinary mythical creatures. In such a situation, you can still hurt me, and more than once. It is enough to prove that your fate and soul are very powerful. However, this also means that after I absorb your talent, fate, and soul, I will be stronger after I am promoted to mythology. I should thank you. Mr. Xiao walked towards Zhou Wen step by step, the murderous intent on his body was already blazing. Pull. Recommend the new book of the city god, Laosher. Zhou Wen stood up, stared at the old man Xia, and silently switched his vitality back to the most primitive Slayer, and at the same time used the power of Wang Ji's Sai. Suddenly, there was an explosive force that filled his body, almost bursting his body, and that force was still growing rapidly. Zhou Wen has not used the power of Wang Zisig for a long time, because the power is too strong. Even with his current physique, he can't support it for long. After a long time, he will be exploded by his own power, without the enemy's shot. Body. But at this point, it has to be used no matter what. Mr. Xiao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Wen like a teleportation. The blue knife in his hand stabbed directly into Zhou Wen's eyes. Even at the mythical level, the speed was already very terrifying, and there was almost no room for people to react. When Zhou Wen reacted, however, the bamboo knife slashed on top of the blue knife, and even forcibly shook the old man Xia back half a step, making the old man Xia's eyes full of surprise. His current speed and strength, under the blessing of the Guardian, are all mythical grades, and among mythological grades, they are also top-level existences. Zhou Wen was able to block his knife and knock him back, which was enough to shock him. After all, Zhou Wen has no guardian. Even if there is a mythical companion pet, it is not a real myth. Zhou Wen didn't have time to think so much. He was feeling uncomfortable all over his body now, and he was afraid that he would explode and die soon. He had to do something before his body couldn't bear the power of Wang Ji's Sai. The bamboo knife violently slashed at the old man Xia, knife after knife, like a tsunami. Old Master Xia raised the orchid saber to meet him, and at the same time absorbed the terrifying vitality carried by the bamboo saber. But he was surprised to find that the vitality on the bamboo knife seemed to be endless. No matter how much he sucked it, the vitality on the bamboo knife showed no sign of weakening. Zhou Wen slashed several times in a row, and even slashed the old man Xia back again and again, and the power of each knife was multiplied. How is this possible? The old man Xia was shocked. He was blessed by a guardian, and with the power of the innate Emperor Sutra. Even in the mythical level, there were not many people who could compete with him for power. Zhou Wen's epic power was able to suppress him, which shocked and ecstatic. The stronger Zhou Wen is, after he absorbs Zhou Wen, the Xiantian Emperor Jing will use the power of the 9 life souls to promote the myth, and the condensed wheel of destiny will be stronger. Show your strength to your heart's content. This is the last glorious moment of your life. Let me see how strong you are. Mr. Xia flickered, dodging Zhou Wen's slash after slash, and the excitement in his eyes. But it's getting thicker. There was no change in Zhou Wen's expression. Now, he is completely focused on fighting, and has no extra thoughts. He just used the violent power in his body to the extreme. The knife is getting faster and faster, and the power is getting more and more violent. And Zhou Wen's swordsmanship also became stronger and stronger. Feixian outside the sky is actually a movement technique, not a sword technique. Now Zhou Wen is only using Feixian outside the sky. And he can no longer hurt Mr. Xia. Therefore, Zhou Wen can only seek a breakthrough. Since the movement technique is difficult to threaten the old man Xia, he can only make the knife in his hand become faster and stronger. Zhou Wen didn't have time to use so many fancy moves, he was just pursuing faster speed. Quick! 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 Zhou Wen just wants to make his speed faster, whether it is the movement technique or the knife in his hand. Because of the almost endless power in his body, he has infinite possibilities. Bang! When Zhou Wen felt that his body was about to be torn apart and exploded by the violent body, he finally reached the point where even old Master Xia could not escape, and slashed on old Master Xia's chest with a knife. But old man Xia's body exploded like water. What he cut was just a clone, and old man Xia's body appeared in another place. It's really interesting, an epic body can have such a powerful strength, but with such a strong strength, your body shouldn't be able to bear it, right? Mr. Xia looked at Zhou Wen with fanatical eyes, and said he wanted to know how strong he would be if his mythical body had such power. Mr. Xia carefully selected 7 youths with peerless talents, plundered their talents, fate and soul, plus his own fate and soul, and now there is only one fate and soul missing. You can reach the number of 9 poles in the innate Great Emperor Sutra, and thus change your fate against the sky and advance to myth. The Xiantian Great Emperor Sutra was created by combining the Xia family's Great Emperor Sutra and the innate invincible divine art that he obtained in the Xiantian temple. He believed that he would definitely be able to advance to mythology with the help of this origin chi art. However, it is really difficult to put together the 9 fates and the 9 souls. The general fates and souls, like those tens of thousands of epic swordsmen, actually only exist as nutrients for the 9 fates and the souls. It will truly become his destiny and soul. It is very rare to be able to become the existence of the 9 main fates and souls. So far, Mr. Xia is still one worse. In fact, Xiao Luchuan was originally the 9th one that Master Xia deliberately cultivated, but for some unknown reason, Master Xia did not absorb Xiao Luchuan. In the end, until the appearance of Zhou Wen this time, Mr. Xia planned to use Zhou Wen as the 9th main fate and soul, and at the same time use the fate and soul of tens of thousands of people as nutrients to push himself into the realm of myths and condense destiny. Wheel. But now Zhou Wen's performance has surprised Mr. Xia. Zhou Wen is much stronger than the 8 he absorbed before, which is the only experience he has ever seen in his life. Indeed, as old man Xia said, Zhou Wen's body could no longer bear the power of Wang Ji's Sai. The flesh was torn, bloodstains appeared on the skin, the muscles were torn open, blood dripped, and cracks appeared on the bones. And then continue, I'm afraid I'm going to blow myself up. It's just that Zhou Wen at this time is still calm, he is feeling the power that makes his body go to destruction. Zhou Wen has seen many powerful creatures, such as Torch Dragon, Tyrant Beeman, Primordial Sword Immortal, D. Ting, and those guardians who seem to be more powerful. Their power is very strong, and they are all forces that make people look up. But no matter what kind of power, it seems that it can't compare with the power in Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen can feel that this power is one level higher than the power Zhou Wen has seen, and there may even be more than one level. If the gods go against me, I will kill the gods. If the immortals go against me, I will kill the immortals, not with the words of the gods, not with the immortals, I am me. Zhou Wen remembered the presumptuous and frantic voice in the dream, which made people feel trembling and fearful, but made the whole body blood boil. Sogu. The flesh is torn, the flesh is split open, and the blood is constantly flowing out, but Zhou Wen's heart Is calm, he clenched the bamboo knife with both hands, and at the same time, condensed his own feelings on the bamboo knife, and raised the bamboo knife high above his head with both hands. Mr. Xiao's heart throbbed, and he seemed to sense the crisis. His expression became a little dignified, and he stared at Zhou Wen with burning eyes. Zhou Wen continued to have wounds and cracks on his body, but his expression was calm as before. This knife was cut out, and the crazy explosive power in Zhou Wen's body was evacuated for a moment and condensed on the blade, causing the body of the bamboo knife to tremble. When the knife fell, the old man, Xia, couldn't see the trajectory of the knife. He was shocked, and his body changed immediately. Bang! Old man Xiao's body was split in half, turned into clear water, and scattered on the ground. On the other side, Mr. Xiao's real body appeared, but it could be seen that the guardian armor on his body was shattering, and a knife mark appeared from the helmet to the armor, from top to bottom. An invisible blade force continued to oppress the armor, causing the guardian armor to crack from top to bottom, and old Master Xiao's blood also burst out. Click! The guardian armor on Mr. Xiao's body was actually chopped up and turned into pieces of black jade and scattered, revealing Mr. Xiao's true body. His body disappeared in a flash and reappeared on the spot after a while, probably using the ability of the Yin-Yang Universe Ring. But when he appeared, the knife marks on his body were still spreading. From the top of his head to his chest, and then to his lower abdomen, a blood mark was constantly expanding, and more blood was overflowing. Old Master Xia is an almost immortal innate hegemonic body, and he has not been able to prevent the knife marks on his body from deepening, nor can he heal his wounds by himself. Old Master Xia saw the knife marks on his body keep tearing. His skull was about to be split open. His expression became a little crazy and unbelievable. Impossible. No power can kill me. My innate Emperor Sutra is the strongest. The sigh of the King's scion Zhou Wen's body has subsided, and the killer's soul is automatically silent. During the cut just now, the killer's soul was automatically integrated into Zhou Wen's / Originally, it was only passively blessing Zhou Wen's killer. The first played an active role. After smashing the Guardian's armor, a strange force merged into the killer's life and soul, but it was not able to promote the killer's life and soul like last time. Zhou Wendao didn't find it strange. The promotion of life and soul was originally more difficult than the first level. The last time he killed a guardian, the killer was promoted to the evolutionary body. This time, if he wanted to be promoted to the perfect body, he only killed one guardian. Also, knowing is not enough. The knife just now has already overdrawn Zhou Wen, and basically he has no fighting ability. In particular, his body was severely damaged by the power of Wang Ji's Sai, and it was difficult to even maintain a standing posture. Zhou Wen stared at the slayer. The power of the knife was still working, and he was about to tear old Master Xia's bones in half. Without the power of the guardian, no matter how strong the old man Xia is, it is only an epic level. Zhou Wen believes that it should be impossible for him to resist the terrifying blade power. That blade power not only has the power of the King's Sai, but also the power of the Slayer. From Zhou Wen's feeling, if the power of that knife doesn't kill the opponent, I'm afraid it won't disappear. Boom! At this moment, a thunderstorm suddenly fell from the sky and bombarded the top of Mr. Xia's head. The purple thunder and lightning bathed the old man Xia's body, and even smashed the knife power on the old man Xia's body. The strange purple thunder and lightning also melted into his body at the same time, as if a purple light and shadow flashed on him. As soon as the force of the knife shattered, old man Xiao's injury immediately began to heal itself quickly. What was even more terrifying was that his body was rapidly transforming, and it seemed that he was transforming from an epic level to a myth. Why are you kidding me? I carried you all the way and suffered so much, yet you actually helped that old pervert to deal with me? Zhou Wen was indignant. He could clearly see that the purple lightning bolt did not fall from the void, but was ejected from the wood on the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Haha, I am indeed the one who is destined to go, and God wants to help me advance to mythology, help me to condense my soul with divine thunder, so that I can advance to mythology. Who else in the world can stop me? I am Xiao Jiuhuang, Heaven's great emperor. No one can stop my path to becoming a god. Father Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed, 9 kinds of life and souls looming in his body, terrifying power spurted out of him, and his body was also rapidly transforming. As if responding to the old man Xia, the thunder and lightning in the sky continued to rumble, like a salute that shook the sky. Zhou Wen sat on the ground weakly. He really had no strength to fight anymore. If Mr. Xiao was really promoted, Zhou Wen himself would not have the strength to fight him again. However, the name Xiao Jiuhuang allowed Zhou Wen to finally know who Mr. Xiao was. This name was famous not only in the Xiao family, but also in the entire Federation. One of the 6 heroes who founded the Federation, the founder of the Xiao family. Xiao Jiuhuang, the legendary hero who has long since died. At this time, Xiao Jiuhuang's aura had reached the extreme, his body almost turned into a crystal clear jade, his vitality spewed like a volcanic eruption, and the power of the 9 fates and the 9 souls merged into one. On his forehead, on the top, an ancient emperor word gradually emerged. The divine light of the emperor word flickered, bred with purple thunder and lightning, as if it was a supreme existence. Zhou Wen can naturally guess now that the purple emperor word should be the Wheel of Fortune condensed by Xiao Jiuhuang. Once the Wheel of Fortune is stable, he will be promoted to myth. Zhou Wen summoned the demon infant and truth listening. So far, he can only fight to the death to knock Xiao Jiuhuang out of the mortal world before he completes the transformation from epic to myth. Relying on the power of the demon baby is obviously not enough. Zhou Wen can only consider letting Ting break more earrings, at least 3 or more, but Zhou Wen himself can't predict the consequences of that. Just when Zhou Wen was about to order listening to the broken earrings, he found that Xiao Jiuhuang's state was a little off. Inside his body, there was a faint force beating, as regular as the beating of the heart. Although this power is not strong, and it seems to be part of Xiao Jiuhuang's body, it is conveying some kind of information to Zhou Wen. The ancient spores. Zhou Wen immediately knew what it was. It was the ancient spores that Zhou Wen had sent into Xiao Jiuhuang's body that conveyed information to him in Xiao Jiuhuang's body. Zhou Wen was both surprised and delighted. Generally speaking, it takes a long time for the ancient spores to parasitize mythical creatures, but now the information from the ancient spores seems to tell Zhou Wen that it is already taking root. Sogu. Zhou Wen immediately thought of the problem. Xiao Jiuhuang had a guardian combined with him before, and his body was mythical. But Zhou Wen killed the guardian just now. There is no guardian. Xiao Jiuhuang himself has not been promoted to myth. He is just an epic level, and he was almost killed by Zhou Wen's knife just now. He is in a weak state, so the ancient spores able to parasitize successfully in such a short period of time. Once the parasitism is successful, while Xiao Jiuhuang has not really been promoted to myth, he can quickly take root and sprout, not as slow as when parasitizing mythical creatures. Judging from the information sent back by the ancient spore, it should not take much time to completely control Xia Jiuhuang. Zhou Wen was inexplicably pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that there was only one way to fight to the death, but he did not expect that there would be no way out of the mountains and rivers. Liuan Huoming, another village, was turned around by a small ancient spore. Boom! When Xia Jiuhuang's evolution reached the most critical time, thunder and lightning fell from the dark clouds, hitting Xia Jiuhuang continuously, like a waterfall of thunder and lightning. Starter, those thunderbolts not only did not hurt Xia Jiuhuang, but instead used the power of thunder and lightning to help him transform and evolve, making his body closer and closer to the physique of the myth. As far as Zhou Wen knows, the original attribute of all mythical creatures is 11, and the original attribute of human beings is estimated to be 1, and it may even not even have 1. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest mobile terminal, https:/. After all, human babies are too weak, not to mention compared to mythical creatures, even those of ordinary legendary creatures are much worse. Even ordinary legendary creatures and epic creatures rarely exist that can be promoted to myths. Humans want to be promoted to myths, and there is almost no possibility. Xia Jiuhuang has condensed 9 kinds of top-quality fate and soul, and also needs a lot of energy. Assistance to have the opportunity to advance to mythology. The tens of thousands of epic levels before were prepared for this by Xia Jiuhuang. But now it seems that it is still not enough. With the help of the thunder and lightning, he was able to take the last step and his body changed rapidly. Different from the combination of guardians, in the current Xia Jiuhuang, the whole body exudes the power of mythology, every cell, a strand of hair, contains terrifying energy. Now Xia Jiuhuang, there is no sign of an old man at all, his body is full of youthful vigor and terrifying explosive power, as if he can break mountains and rivers with just a move of his fingers. Xia Jiuhuang, with his long black hair flying and bathed in thunder and lightning, looks like a resurrected ancient demon god. On his forehead, the word emperor became brighter and brighter, like a purple star. Boom! With the last lightning strike, Xia Jiuhuang completed the transformation from a human to a myth. It is not a myth of being promoted through guardians, but a myth that is truly promoted as a human being. This is probably the first in human history. Finally. I've finally been promoted to myth. Xia Jiuhuang was suspended in the air, raised his palm, and admired his transformed body, his excited voice trembling. He tried his best, even at the risk of suspended animation, for so many years in secret and planning, and now he has finally crossed this last step. Zhou Wen didn't move, because he felt that the primordial spore was about to complete its soul parasitism. As long as the soul parasitized 10%, it would be useless no matter how strong Xia Jiuhuang was. Zhou Wen, you should feel honored to be the first person to die under the power of human mythology. Xia Jiuhuang wanted to use Zhou Wen to test how strong his mythical power was, and the word emperor on his forehead shone brightly. He was about to attack Zhou Wen. But suddenly he heard Xia Jiuhuang screaming. He held his head and screamed. His voice was extremely shrill, as if someone was drilling his brain with an electric drill. Zhou Wen was stunned at first. And then when he saw the word of the emperor that Zishan put out, he immediately understood what was going on. That broken piece of wood is not to help Xia Jiuhuang at all, but to enslave or even occupy Xia Jiuhuang's mythical body? Zhou Wen remembered the word slave on his forehead before, and then linked it to Xia Jiuhuang's forehead. Although the characters are different, the form is surprisingly similar. Looking at Xia Jiuhuang screaming in pain, Zhou Wen also received the message from the ancient spores. It seems that there is a force competing with the ancient spores for the control of Xia Jiuhuang's soul. Xia Jiuhuang screamed again and again, and now his body can be regarded as the three kingdoms' hegemony: Xia Jiuhuang, Taigu spore, and the word emperor on his forehead. The three parties must control Xia Jiuhuang's body, but Xia Jiuhuang's own will is the weakest among them, and the primordial spore has not been able to occupy an absolute advantage. The real strongest is the word emperor. Why is this happening? Xian Jingdao clearly said, as long as I can advance to mythology with 9 lives, I will have the luck of the emperor. Why is this? Xia Jiuhuang screamed and roared. He wanted to hit the ground with his head, but his body no longer obeyed his orders, which made him startled and angry. Zhou Wen listened to Xia Jiuhuang's roar, but was slightly startled. There's actually something about Jingdao Xian here? Zhou Wen felt that he had seen this scene somewhere, and after a little thought, he remembered that after the wine master ate the longevity fruit, he also said similar things. Looking at Xia Jiuhuang, who was in excruciating pain, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a chill down his back, a very bad feeling. The wine master and Xia Jiuhuang were both people who wanted to break through into the mythology, and they were only able to get to this point after listening to some of Jing Daoxian's words. And the mythical immortals that Zhou Wen cultivated also came from Jing Daoxian. Now Zhou Wen also wants to be promoted to mythology. Why does it feel like Xia Jiuhuang and the others are in a similar situation? But now Zhou Wen doesn't have time to think so much. The ancient spores have not been able to gain the upper hand, the control over Xia Jiuhuang's body is getting weaker and weaker, and Xia Jiuhuang's own will is about to disappear. Only the emperor's word is getting stronger and stronger. Controlling Xia Jiuhuang's body is only a matter of time. Before Xia Jiuhuang's body was completely under control, Zhou Wen directly drew his sword and chopped it up. At the same time, Di Ting and Moing also launched an attack under Zhou Wen's order. Because of the immemorial spores, Xia Jiuhuang couldn't move at all, and the demon baby didn't need to look for another chance. The demon sword stabbed straight out of its sheath. Zhou Wen's injuries were too severe, and he could no longer use Wang Ji's sai. His strength was extremely limited. He slashed at Xia Jiuhuang with a knife. Not only did he fail to injure Xia Jiuhuang, but he was blown away by the power of Xia Jiuhuang. Zhou Wen fell to the ground, the wound on his body tore open, and he bared his teeth and mouth in pain. Fortunately, truth listening was more powerful. It shattered 2 earrings and stabbed directly into Xia Jiuhuang's chest with its claws. The word emperor flickered, wanting to shake the magic sword out, but de-listening violently bombarded Xia Jiuhuang's forehead, and the word emperor shook violently. Because of the restraint of the ancient spores, the emperor could not control Xia Jiuhuang's body to counterattack. The magic sword pierced into Xia Jiuhuang's head inch by inch, and at the same time a black magic energy also invaded Xia Jiuhuang's body. The vitality of Xia Jiuhuang became weaker and weaker. The emperor's character itself is the wheel of fortune condensed by Xia Jiuhuang. Its foundation is Xia Jiuhuang. Xia Jiuhuang's vitality has weakened, and the light on the emperor's character has also dimmed, no longer the previous momentum. You dare. When Zhou Wenjing was overjoyed, he suddenly heard an indifferent woman's voice coming from above the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and the source of that voice was the wood standing there. There's a woman in that wood? Zhou Wen was secretly surprised. First launch https://https:// with the woman's voice coming out of the wood. The stars flickered in the sky, and the stars fell down one after another, passing through the dark clouds and shining towards the Forbidden City. Zhou took a closer look, and the stars that lighted up were clearly the 28 constellations. Except for the 28 constellations, no other star light passed through the dark clouds. The starlight fell, causing the entire Forbidden City to emit bright starlight, especially the four corner towers, which seemed to be exuding divine brilliance. Whether it is the 28 constellations in the sky or the four turrets, they are all centered on wood, and the starlight condenses on the wood, causing the wood to emit purple starlight, as if there are countless stars in circulation. Under the starlight from the purple wooden hair, Zhou only felt a pain in his forehead, and suddenly he felt bad. He took out the mirror and saw that purple light and lines were emerging on his forehead, from the part that had already condensed. Looking at it, it seems that the slave character will be reunited again. The layout of the Forbidden City is Ziwei Yuan. Ziwei is also known as Emperor Star. It is the life star of the Emperor. Now that 28 stars have emerged, and the four corner towers have surrendered, could it be that in the wood, will it be Emperor Ziwei? Zhou thought. Such a guess. If it is really the mythical Emperor Ziwei, Zhou feels that he has a lot of bad luck today. Unlike ordinary mythical creatures, Emperor Ziwei is an existence that rules all immortals. He is the Emperor of Immortals, not comparable to ordinary mythical creatures. The lines outlined by the slave character on the forehead became more and more obvious. Zhou switched several life souls in succession, but he could not stop the formation of the slave character. Suddenly, Zhou felt a force gushing out of his body, which was the power of the Sai of the king, but this time it was not controlled by Zhou himself, but the Sai of the king came out of his own accord, which was somewhat similar to the time he knelt down before. In just a moment, the unfinished slave characters on Zhou's forehead shattered and dissipated, and the power of Wang Ji's Sai wrapped around his body, as if being embraced in a warm embrace. Go away. Zhou only felt a voice coming out of him. The voice seemed to be vague, but it seemed to possess supreme majesty. The dark clouds covering the Forbidden City instantly dissipated, revealing the blue sky and daylight, and there was no trace of clouds anymore. The starlight of the 28 constellations dimmed instantly and disappeared without a trace, and the starlight of the entire Forbidden City also dissipated. The wood was trembling, and it seemed like a coffin board that was about to be unable to hold back. Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Click. Xia Jiuwang's body finally couldn't bear the power of the magic sword, and was directly split in half, one after another of demonic energy shuttled through his corpse, as if to destroy his body directly. The mysterious mobile phone suddenly vibrated at this time. Zhou took out his mobile phone and saw that the game screen of Dead Man's Tree had opened automatically. Taking a photo of Xia Jiuwang's body was sucked in, and there was no blood left. There was no time to take a closer look at the dead tree, so Zhou took all the companion pets back, put on the invisibility cloak, turned around and ran away. The wood that fell in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony was shaking more and more, like a volcano that was about to erupt, and Zhou's power of Wang Ji's Sai had receded, which made him feel very bad and wanted to escape from the Forbidden City first. Say it again. Maybe it was because there was no dark clouds and stars. This time Zhou successfully rushed out of the Forbidden City, but he just rushed out of the Forbidden City when he saw the purple beams of light in the Forbidden City shot up into the sky and shot directly into the sky. Then the entire Forbidden City exudes a terrifying purple brilliance, like a fairy city formed by the condensed stars. Zhou Wen dared to read more, turned around and ran, just wanting to stay as far away from the Forbidden City as possible. Not long after she ran out, she saw Wang Lu with a bird and an antelope looking at the Forbidden City not far away. The changes in the Forbidden City made Wang Lu very worried. She closed her eyes, folded her hands on her chest, and whispered in her mouth, "What? Goddess of luck, please help Zhou Wen and let him return safely." Zhou Wen was greatly moved, and thought, Wang Lu is really kind-hearted. The gazelle's eyes were fixed on Zhou Wen's position. Obviously, the ability of the invisibility cloak did not work on it. The bird is also staring in Zhou Wen's direction, but its eyes are a little puzzled. It seems that it has found Zhou Wen, but it does not see Zhou Wen. "Wang Lu, hurry up." Zhou Wen appeared and pulled Wang Lu to run outside. Now that the Forbidden City has changed, no one knows what will happen. The farther away from the Forbidden City, the better. Wang Lu was taken aback, seeing that Zhou Wen was covered in injuries, and many wounds were still bleeding. His clothes were soaked with blood, and he couldn't help but worry. "Are you all right?" "It's okay, I can't die yet. Let's stay away from the Forbidden City first, it's too dangerous here." Zhou Wen summoned the Dawei King Kong bull, pulled Wang Lu to jump on it, and ran away all the way. When the distance from the Forbidden City was far, Zhou Wenkai stopped the Dawei King Kong bull. It was only then that he felt severe pain on his body. He had been in a state of nervousness just now and didn't care about the injury on his body at all, but now he felt pain everywhere, as if he was about to die, and he wanted to call mommy when he moved. "Your injury is too serious, I'll take you back to heal it first." Wang Lu summoned a vine, and the vine climbed onto Zhou Wen's body and wrapped around his body. Zhou Wen's injuries. Then another mount was summoned, and Zhou Wen, who looked like a vine mummy, was brought back. Zhou Wen was too seriously injured and recuperated on his own. He didn't know when he would recover, so he simply let Wang Lu take him back. Now Zhou Wen is a little worried. He doesn't know what happened to Xia Luchuan and Xia Xianyue, but he is injured now, and even if he wants to save them, he has no strength. As soon as Xia Jiuhuang dies, no one in the Xia family will want their lives, right? Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that they probably wouldn't be in any danger. Let Wang Lu help him find out the news later. New 81 Chinese website updates the fastest computer. https:// The changes in the Forbidden City made the Xia family and the Supervision Bureau very concerned. A large number of people were arranged to monitor the situation in the Forbidden City. But no one was able to enter the Forbidden City. Wrapped in clouds, it is like a fairy city, more and more mysterious. Zhou Wen was wrapped in gauze to hide from the disease like a mummy. There was a winged elf flying around Zhou Wen, emitting green light with great effort, nourishing Zhou Wen's injured body. According to Wang Lu's inquiries, although the Forbidden City has undergone severe changes, it is limited to the Forbidden City, and there are no other dimensional creatures rushing out from it. What was different from before was that in the past, it was only during thunderstorms that you could hear strange sounds coming from the Forbidden City. Now, even if there is no thunder, you can hear strange sounds coming from inside. It's a pity that no one can enter the Forbidden City, and they don't know what's going on inside. Because of the disappearance of the old man Xia, the Xia family is in a Bit of chaos now, and Xiao Luchuan and Xiao Xianyue have not been in an accident. They have appeared near the Forbidden City in the past 2 days. Zhou Wen probably guessed the result. Except for Xiao Jiuhuang, there should be few people in the Xiao family who want them to die. After all, they are the hope of the Xiao family. The death of tens of thousands of epic-level heroes is a very serious blow to any family of the 6 heroes, and it must have a great impact on the Xiao family. However, it is not as big as Zhou Wen imagined. Most of the tens of thousands of epics were brought and cultivated by Xiao Jiuhuang himself, in order to be a sacrifice for his promotion to mythology, so these people are from the East Court. It did not affect the normal system of the Xiao family. From this point of view, Xiao Jiuhuang actually still has some feelings for the Xiao family, otherwise, they would not be separated from the Xiao family and set up a separate East Courtyard. There are also Xiao Luchuan and Xiao Xianyue. Their talents, fate and soul are all top-notch. Xiao Jiuhuang can use one of them as his 9th soul, but in the end, Xiao Jiuhuang, I didn't do that either. Maybe there's some emotional factor in it. In any case, because of the destruction of Xiao Jiuhuang and the East Courtyard, it still caused a considerable impact on the Xiao family, which greatly reduced the influence of the Xiao family in the Federation. Both the Xiao family and the Supervision Bureau were searching for the whereabouts of Mr. Xiao and Zhou Wen, but no one saw Zhou Wen come out of the Forbidden City. They thought that Zhou Wen and Mr. Xiao were trapped in the mutated Forbidden City, so they didn't make a big deal. Search the Imperial City. Zhou Wen has been recuperating in Grandma Wang's yard for the past 2 days. It is strange to say that in such a large yard, except for Grandma Wang, there are only a few old mothers and a housekeeper. And the younger Wang family has not been seen. Zhou Wen asked Wang Lu to know that this is where Grandma Wang rested. The other Wang family members did not live here, and the real Wang family mansion was not nearby. Zhou Wen was looking at the phone with his wrapped, somewhat stiff hands, and saw a purple flower bud growing on the tree of the dead, which should have absorbed the flowers that Xiao Jiuhuang had borne. Zhou Wendao was looking forward to what kind of fruit this flower could bear. Xiao Jiuhuang is based on the myth of 9 kinds of high-quality life and life-soul promotion, and his body also condensed the power of that wood, and the fruit will not be too bad. It's a pity that my Liui. Zhou Wen sighed lightly. Liui had followed him for so long, and now he suddenly disappeared. He was really not used to it. There was nothing to do while lying on the bed. Zhou Wen took the mobile phone to swipe the copy. Originally thought he could swipe the 9 black dragons happily, but who knew that the 9 black dragons hadn't been refreshed yet? Other mythical creatures are refreshed every day. Shouldn't these 9 black dragons be refreshed every 9 days? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart. The black dragon couldn't brush it, so Zhou Wen put his mind on the guardian again. During the battle with Xiao Jiuhuang, Zhou Wen understood some power's artistic conception from Wang Ji's Sai, and found a way to use the killer's soul. Then the power of one move is extremely powerful, and it may be able to cause some threats to the guardian. Zhou Wen called that move Xian Xian, and Xian Xian was basically a one-time move. If one move could not kill the enemy, Zhou Wen himself would be useless. The main reason is because the immortal slaying move is based on the Sai of the king and the life and soul of the slayer. It's not that the killer's life and soul cannot be driven, but the power required to drive him is too huge. Without the high-level huge power of Wang Ji's Sai as the basis, it is impossible to drive the killer's life and soul. However, using the power of Wang Ji's Sai will put a huge burden on Zhou Wen's body, and Zhang Qian will consume all the power at one time, so after one blow, Zhou Wen basically has no fighting power. However, the power of this blow, even Xiao Jiuhuang, who was wearing the guardian armor, couldn't stop it, and even cut the Black Jade Guardian with a knife. Such power may be for the guardians in Ant City, and the chariot also has some effect. This move of killing the Immortals is too dangerous to use in reality. Maybe it will not hurt the enemy, and it will kill itself first. But in the game, there are not so many scruples, and it's over. Zhou Wen's 2 arms were fixed by splints, and he could only lie on the bed, with his arms raised straight like a zombie, holding the phone in both hands, and starting to play games. Before the 9 black dragons were refreshed, the chariot stopped at the bottom of the sea, and Zhou Wen went directly to the underground sea. He wanted to try the trick of killing Immortals, and could he kill the guardian inside? Before Zhou Wen reached the underground sea, he heard a sound from the window. The windows here are not glass windows, but the ancient woodpaper windows. When opened, they are turned up and supported with a wooden stick. Zhou Wen turned his head to look at the window, and found 2 ponytails exposed, and then saw a little girl's head slowly sticking out, lying on the windowsill, staring at a pair of big black and white eyes, curiously looking at Zhou Wen like a mummy. Zhou Wen saw that the little girl was only 11 or 12 years old, and she was very cute. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be a bit like Wang Lu. "Kid, what's your name?" Zhou Wen asked her. "Wang Chan." The little girl replied. Zhou Wen wanted to ask something else, but suddenly his hand slipped, the phone fell, and smashed straight on his face. Zhou Wen's eyes were black and his nose was sore and painful. Zhou Wen wanted to pick up the phone, but he couldn't bend his arm and couldn't reach it. "I'll get it for you." Wang Chan pushed open the door and ran in, reached out and picked up the phone on Zhou Wen's face, and then handed it to Zhou Wen. "Thank you, little Chan." Zhou Wen reached out to answer the phone, but suddenly heard someone calling from outside the yard, "Miss Xiaochan, where are you? Come out." Xiaochan was startled, looked back at the door, and handed the phone to Zhou Wen at the same time. But Zhou Wen's arm was too stiff, his palm didn't hold the phone snapped and fell off again, smashing Zhou Wen's face, and he grinned in pain. Zhou Wen's tears were about to flow out. Wang Chan made a mute gesture to him, and then quickly hid under the bed. After a while, an old woman came in and looked inside the room. She didn't find Wang Chan, so she said to Zhou Wen to interrupt, and then she exited and closed the door. Wang Chan just crawled out from under the bed, patted the dust off her body, and picked up the mobile phone that had fallen beside the pillow, and handed it to Zhou Wen. "I'm sorry, who are you? Why are you lying here?" Zhou Wen took the phone and said, "My name is Zhou Wen, and I'm Wang Lu's classmate." "Oh, you're the Iron Man, I heard my sister say about you." Wang Chan suddenly realized. "What steel text?" Zhou Wen was slightly startled, but he already knew that this Wang Chan was Wang Lu's younger sister, but he didn't know whether it was a biological sister or a blood-related cousin. Wang Chan didn't answer, but looked at him curiously and said, "Why are you hurt so badly? Why don't I help you heal?" "Actually, I just had a skin injury, and I was treated by the Elves of Life, and I'll be fine in a few days," Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan pouted and said, "The treatment effect of the Elves of Life is too bad. I have a better companion pet here, which can make your injury heal quickly. Since you are my sister's friend, that's me." Wang Chan's friend, you. Should help you, you are welcome. With that said, Wang Chan summoned a companion pet. The companion pet was very strange. What Zhou Wen thought, the companion pet looked like a needle with wings. Although the syringe has cute little wings, it is still pink, a bit like Cupid's arrow of love, but the syringe is a syringe. Zhou Wen, who was seriously ill when he was a child, and who often takes injections, is right. There is no way to love something like a syringe. This, don't need it. Zhou Wen couldn't bear to reject Wang Chan's kindness, but he didn't want an injection. Don't be polite to me, you'll get better soon. Wang Chan said, and ordered the needle to fly down and pierce Zhou Wen's arm. The liquid in the syringe was also injected. This syringe companion pet seems to have a high IQ, and it can be injected intravenously accurately. Zhou Wen felt a rush of heat entering his blood vessels, which was so warm that it didn't hurt much, and when the medicinal power spread with the blood, Zhou Wen suddenly felt full of energy, and even felt a little blood boiling. Xiaochan, where are you? We're going back. At this time, another woman's voice came from outside the wall. When Xiaochan heard the voice, her face changed slightly, and she turned to Zhou Wen and said, "My mother, find me, I'll see you tomorrow. Iron Man. Goodbye." After speaking, Wang Chan ran out without waiting for Zhou Wen to answer. I already have a companion pet. At such a young age. Wang Lu's sister is very talented and kind. Zhou Wen felt that his body was full of vitality, and the wounds on his body seemed to heal a lot faster. Zhou Wen was about to continue playing games, but he felt something was wrong. He only felt that the body was hot and dry, as if there was a big stove in his body. It's so hot. It's so hot. After a while, Zhou Wen felt that he was about to die, and he ripped open the gauze on his body so that the heat in his body could be released. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable, as if there was a force in his body pushing him, causing him to move involuntarily. First, he ran, but found that the heat released by running was too little, so Zhou Wen lay on the ground to help push-ups, as if he had installed an electric motor. The body whirring with the hot wind up and down quickly up and down. That heat was really helpful too. Zhou Wen's injury and accelerated the healing of the wound, but Zhou Wen was exercising like this, and tore the wound on his body again. When Zhou Wen finally stopped, he found that not only did the injury on his body not heal, but it was torn apart in some places that had grown well. What kind of companion pet is that? Why is it so overbearing? Zhou Wen was a little helpless. Although Wang Chan's companion pet does have a healing effect, the effect is also very good, but because he couldn't bear the heat, he exercised frantically, which had the opposite effect. Lying on the bed again, Zhou Wen was too lazy to have someone wrap him in gauze again, and just let the elves of life treat him directly, while he lay on the bed and played games. The blood-colored villain entered the underground sea, opened the door of the chariot, and saw the white cocoon hanging in the void. Zhou Wen held the golden tyrant sword and directly activated Wang Ji's sai, waiting for the power of Wang Ji's sai to reach a certain height, then activated the slayer and used the immortal slaying blow. The blood-colored villain's body trembled, because the power of Wang Ji's sai was so strong that the blood-colored villain's body couldn't bear it and began to crack, and blood overflowed from it. First launch https://https:// This level of strength is still not enough to activate the slayer. Until the blood-colored villain's body was about to collapse, the slayer was finally activated. Zhou Wen held the golden tyrant sword and launched the slayer, facing bye-bye. Cocoon slashed down. The void was directly cut open, and the power of space could not stop the power of Tian. The white cocoon was split open almost in an instant, revealing the guardian in the white cocoon. This is the first time Zhou Wen has seen the whole picture of this guardian, which is a little different from what Zhou Wen imagined. The guardian in the cocoon is not a dragon, but looks more like an ancient emperor. Wearing an imperial robe and a crown on his head, he stretched out one hand, and that hand had 6 fingers, each with a ring on it. 1 omega omega omega. Chi 1 z. See, immediately, the 6 rings all had strong spatial fluctuations, and one hand faced the golden tyrant sword. Click. When the golden tyrant sword passed, the guardian's arm was cut off abruptly, blood splashed out, and the space force was not able to change the trajectory of the immortal slaying. Zhou Wen was overjoyed at first, and then saw the guardian's other hand stretched out. He also had 6 fingers and wore 6 rings. With a big hand, he used the immortal slaying strike, and his body fell into a weak state of blood. The villain shot directly, and the game screen went black. It seems that this move of killing immortals is still useful for the guardian, but next time, the guardian's neck should be cut off directly. Zhou Wen was reborn from a drop of blood and entered the game again. Zhou Wen soon found out that although the immortal slaying can compete with the guardian, he has no ability to fight again because he misses a single blow. This guardian has a strong space ability, and if he wants a single blow, he will be killed. Obviously it is a very difficult thing. Zhou Wen tried several times, but he could only hurt him, but he couldn't kill him. The power of Tian is continuous. If I can guarantee that the blood-colored villain will not be killed by the counterattack, as long as I wait for a while, maybe the guardian will die. Zhou Wen continued to try. He found that it was also difficult to do, because after the attack of immortal slaying, the blood-colored villain's body was almost dead, and he was completely incapable of fighting. It was impossible to escape in front of a guardian who was proficient in space power. The level is still too low. If I am also mythical, why can't I slaughter this guardian? Zhou Wen couldn't think of a good way for a while. After trying many times, Zhou Wen found that he should find a weaker guardian to kill, such as the black jade guardian he killed before, or the former seraph. I don't know where the 6-winged angel went, it would be good to find him. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The guardians in Ant City and the chariot are estimated to be the strongest among the guardians. At least among the guardians Zhou Wen has seen, none of them have shown stronger strength than them. Early the next morning, Wang Chan actually came again. The wound on Zhou Wen's body has been rebandaged. When Wang Lu came yesterday afternoon, he rebandaged him. However, Zhou Wen didn't say anything about Wang Chan. After all, Wang Chan is also kind, so there is no need to tell her about her to make their sisters unhappy. Seeing Zhou Wen's appearance, Wang Chan asked in surprise, "Is your injury okay? Didn't I treat you yesterday?" "It's almost healed, I want to rest and recuperate," Zhou Wen said. "How about I give you another shot?" Wang Chan said and summoned the companion pet that looked like a syringe. "No, no." Zhou Wen quickly waved his hand. "You must not treat my injury, I just want to be lazy and lie here for a few days. If you heal all my injuries, then I must not continue to go work. It turns out that you want to be lazy." Wang Chan suddenly realized that she no longer insisted on treating Zhou Wen's injury, and put away the companion pet of the syringe. "I heard from my sister that you are a genius, and you can become very powerful by just learning. Is this true? Wang Chan asked Zhou Wen. Your sister is too exaggerated, and I am also practicing seriously. Zhou Wen said. Let me just say, how can there be someone in this world who is very good at just learning? I tried so hard, but I still can't learn well. Wang Chan seemed to be relieved and pulled a chair. Putting it in front of the bed, she lay on the back of the chair, looked at Zhou Wen and continued, Do you have any learning secrets? Can you teach me? I can't talk about the secret, there is still a little experience. What do you want to learn? Zhou Wen thought to himself that Wang Lu had helped him so much, and he should have helped her sister. Original energy art, swordsmanship, body technique, etc. are all very difficult to learn. No matter how you learn, you can't meet the standards they require, and you are always scolded. Wang Chan said with a bitter face. Why do you find it difficult? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Chan and asked. Because it's hard to remember, my memory is not very good, I always remember the front and forget the back, remember the back and forget the front. Wang Chan said. Actually, it's very simple. You can just say a kind of vitality skill that you have learned, and I will tell you how it should be easier to remember. Zhou Wen said. This is a vitality art that I have been remembering recently. Let me recite it to you. So Wang Chan began to recite it. Zhou Wen listened to it for a while, and her expression gradually became a little embarrassed. Wang Chan's recitation of Yuanqi art was all jerky and incomprehensible ancient texts. And the length was very long. There should be a long section in the back. Even with Zhou Wen's memory, it is difficult to memorize everything before understanding the meaning of the article. Which, Xiaochan, stop for a while, how many words are there after your Yuanqi tactic? Zhou Wen stopped Wang Chan and asked. There are a total of 134,467 words, and I have memorized them for several days. I still remember the front and forget the back. And always make mistakes. Wang Chan said in distress. Zhou Wen thought to himself, you'll be damned if you have all your backs to it. If you don't understand the meaning of such an obscure ancient text, and you can memorize every word just by memorizing it, then you're not a genius, but a god. This kind of ancient writing is actually almost the same as a foreign language. If you think about it, if you are allowed to recite a foreign language work of more than 100,000 words in a few days, and you can't make a typo, this is a bit too harsh. Has anyone explained the contents of this vitality art to you? Zhou Wen asked. Yes. But it sounds difficult to understand, and I don't remember much. Wang Chan said. Zhou Wen thought for a while, then smiled and said to Wang Chan, Then do you like listening to stories? I like it, I like listening to my sister tell me the story of the 6 heroes of the Federation. They are fighting and exploring in the unknown dimension. I also hope that one day I can go to those unknown places like them, and be with the unknown. Fighting with powerful creatures, getting magical companion pets. Wang Chan's face was full of longing. Zhou Wen smiled and said to Wang Chan, Actually, the vitality art you just recited is a story about a heroic adventure. Che, don't treat me like a little girl, okay? Wang Chan pouted. First launch https://https:// you don't believe it, then recite it, and I'll translate this heroic adventure story for you piece by piece. Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan naturally didn't believe it, so she began to recite the original Qi formula. The great Tao has no shape, but it gives birth to heaven and earth. the great Tao is ruthless, it moves the sun and the moon, the great Tao has no name, and it nourishes all things. Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen while reciting it. No matter how she thought, she couldn't see what the relationship between this vitality art and the heroic story had. Okay, let me translate this sentence for you first. Zhou Wen motioned for Wang Chan to stop reciting. Wang Chan stopped reciting and blinked at Zhou Wen, not believing that this could be translated into a story. Zhou Wen pondered for a while, and then said directly, "There is a beautiful and lovely girl, her talent is excellent, she is legendary at the age of 3, epic at the age of 6, has been promoted to myth at the age of 9, and is invincible in the Federation at the age of 12. How can there be such a powerful girl? Are you talking nonsense? And this has nothing to do with Yuan-Chi art?" Wang Chan said with a pouted mouth. "Listen to me, that girl hero was already invincible at the age of 12, she was too lonely, she wanted to be defeated but couldn't get it. But on this day, a boy about her age appeared and challenged, she in the end, defeated her with just one move." Wang Chan interrupted again, "How can you contradict yourself in this story? You said earlier that the girl is invincible in the world, how can she be defeated by a single move? Do you still want to listen to the story?" Zhou Wen glared at her. "You talk." Wang Chan smiled. After being defeated by the boy, the girl asked the boy, "Why are you so powerful?" The boy replied, "Because I got a treasure in a mysterious other dimensional field, and that treasure can nurture the world and control the sun. The moon runs." The girl has since embarked on a journey to find treasure. New 81 Chinese website updates. The fastest computer, https:// While Wang Chan recited, Zhou Wen translated what she recited into a heroic story. Wang Chan was gradually attracted by the content of the story, and she forgot to pick on the faults in Zhou Wen's story. Among any knowledge, the most difficult to remember are those jerky professional terms and descriptions, because such words and descriptions are not used at all, so there is no memory point that can be linked with their own knowledge system. Just like a Westerner, if you let him read the Taoist scriptures, he doesn't know what Tao is at all. If you let him read the Book of Changes, he doesn't know what gossip is. These words are difficult for foreigners to form a memory point. When Zhou Wen told stories, he turned these hard-to-understand abstract words into treasures in the story, which made Wang Chan feel that these treasures were novel and interesting, so that he could remember these nouns. The story you made up is quite interesting, but the treasures in the story are not the same as the real meaning in the Yuan-Chi art. After listening to Zhou Wen's story, Wang Chan felt a little unfinished, but she also found a problem. Although it's different, it makes you remember those words that were difficult to remember. Didn't it? Zhou Wen laughed. When Wang Chan thought about it, she really remembered it. When she thought of those words, she felt a lot more vivid. When you learn those jerky and hard-to-understand vitality tactics and vitality skills in the future, treat those magic tricks as a story, and those things you don't understand are treated as fighting against various unknown dimensional creatures and defeating them. After that, the knowledge obtained is treasure. Zhou Wen said. I'm not as whimsical as you are, Wang Chan said. If you don't even dare to think about it, and you only learn from others to walk in other people's ways, what's the point of such a life? Zhou Wen said. Wang Chan stared blankly at Zhou Wen. She grew up so big, the strong people who taught her at home would tell her how powerful these vitality arts and vitality skills are, what kind of origins they have, and what she can do if she learns it. But no one had ever told her that no matter how powerful those vitality arts And vitality skills they were all left over from others' practice. Is it really okay to be so whimsical? Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen blankly, as if asking Zhou Wen, but also muttering to herself. Of course, there are things in this world that only you can't think of, there's nothing you can't do. As long as you dare to think about it, you will eventually come up with a solution. The most important thing is to see if you dare to think about it. Zhou Wen said. I'll try it later. Wang Chan wanted to say something, but she heard the phone ring. It wasn't someone calling her, but the alarm she set. It's time for me to go back, but I remember your story, and I also remember your words. Wang Chan thought for a while and said, as expected, you are a very special person, just like my sister said. After Wang Chan left, Zhou Wen could finally calm down and brush the dungeon. But when Zhou Wen lay down on the bed, he suddenly heard a click, and then the wooden bed fell apart. This is an ancient carved wooden bed with a carved shelf on it. The whole bed fell apart at once, and Zhou Wen fell to the ground immediately, and the broken wood smashed him all over. The wound on Zhou Wen's body was not yet healed. The wood smashed on him, and it couldn't hurt him, but those wounds were smashed, and the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. What's the matter? It seems that I haven't been very lucky recently. The bed can collapse even when I sleep? Zhou Wen was very depressed. Hearing the voice, the housekeeper came over to see Zhou Wen's appearance, and was also surprised, and quickly helped Zhou Wen up, then asked someone to clean up the bed, and gave Zhou Wen a new bed. In the past few days when Zhou Wen was recovering from his injury, Wang Chan often sneaked over to play with him. But I don't know why, every time Wang Chan came, Zhou Wen would be very unlucky. One time when Zhou Wen was eating, Wang Chan ran over. When Zhou Wen was about to finish a bowl of rice, he found that there were actually half worms in the rice, and Zhou Wen almost spit out all the rice he ate. Zhou Wen was very doubtful whether his bad luck was related to Wang Chan, because every time he had bad luck, it seemed that Wang Chan was by her side. However, Zhou Wen thought about it and thought it was unlikely. Wang Lu is Wang Chan's older sister, so fortunate, the people around him can't be unlucky. But one thing is very strange, Wang Chan always came to him when no one was there, as if she didn't want others to see her. Zhou Wen only thought that the Wang family had strict management and heavy learning tasks, and there was no time for Wang Chan to come out to play, so Wang Chan would sneak out, and he did not tell Wang Lu and Grandma Wang about it. After a few days, Zhou Wen's wounds healed a lot. Although he was not able to fight fiercely, his general actions were no longer a problem. He left the Wang family and spun around. Zhou Wen didn't plan to go back to Luoyang. This time he came to the imperial capital, and the most important thing had not yet been done. Zhou Wen put on the invisibility cloak, and no one could see him walking on the street. He walked all the way in the direction of Gujian tomb. The ancient sword tomb is one of the important dimension fields of the Xia family. Many sword-type companion pets are obtained from the ancient sword tomb. Zhou Wen plans to go to the ancient sword tomb to have a look. If there is a small hand pattern, download an ancient sword tomb. A copy of the sword tomb. In addition to the ancient sword mound, there are many dimension fields in the imperial capital, and Zhou Wen plans to go there. Gu Jianzhong was guarded by the guards of the Xia family, but it was of no use to Zhou Wen. With the invisibility cloak on his body, those guards could not see him at all. Zhou Wen used the ability of demon god Ji and floated directly over without making a sound. After searching outside the ancient sword tomb for a while, I easily found a small hand pattern, and then photographed it. Today's luck is really good. Zhou Wen turned around and left the ancient sword tomb, and went to the next dimension field. When we were on the road, Gu Jianzhong had already been downloaded, but wearing an invisibility cloak made it inconvenient to play with a mobile phone, otherwise the mobile phone would be exposed and passers-by would see a mobile phone flying in the air, and the timid ones would be scared. Pee pants. The second dimension field that Zhou Wen plans to go to is the Ming Tombs. There is an ancient royal cemetery. After the dimensional storm, it has also become a dimensional field. It is quite magical and contains a lot of good things. Moreover, the Ming Tombs are also a dimensional field under the name of the Supervision Bureau. People outside the Supervision Bureau are prohibited from entering. Zhou Wen has always had no good feelings for the Supervision Bureau. If it wasn't for the serious injury this time, he would definitely go to the Supervision Bureau headquarters. Now that the injury has not healed, and the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau is temporarily away, it is good to take pictures of their dimensional realm. Unexpectedly, good luck today. After Zhou Wen arrived at the Ming Tombs, it didn't take long to find the little hand pattern and successfully downloaded another copy of the game. After leaving the Ming Tombs, Zhou Wen went on to the next dimension field. This time, the dimension field that Zhou Wen went to was more famous, which was the legendary Great Wall. There are many places in the Great Wall dimension field, not only the imperial capital here. Zhou Wen has no chance to go elsewhere for the time being, so he will go here first, hoping to find a small hand pattern and download it as a copy of the game. The dimensional fields of the Great Wall are all the same everywhere, and the dimensional creatures in them are all creatures called war spirits, but because of different regions, war spirits are also different. The most common type of war spirit here is the undead war spirit. I heard that no matter what method is used, the war spirit here cannot be killed, so after a long time, no one comes here. Zhou Wen is most interested in these strange dimensional creatures, so he wants to download it to his mobile phone and go back to study it. Zhou Wen just arrived in front of the Great Wall, and before he started looking for the little hand pattern, he saw two people walking over. One of them turned out to be Wang Chan. Little Chan, where are you going? A silver-haired young man walked beside Wang Chan and asked as he walked. Where I go is my freedom, you don't need to worry about it. Wang Chan said without looking back. How can I ignore you? Your father asked me to take care of you, and I can't let you have any accident. If anything happens to you, how should I explain to your father? The silver-haired young man said with a smile. You don't need to explain, Xiaoxi, I can tell you right now, I will never go to the southern district with you. I want to be admitted to Sunset Academy like my sister. Wang Chan said. Xiaoxi's expression didn't change, he still followed Wang Chan, and said lightly, Xiao Chan, don't be joking, your sister has the fate of the goddess of luck, she can naturally go wherever she wants. But she is the goddess of misfortune. Besides me, who has the body of Dewey, who can make you die? Only when I am by your side, can you reverse your fate and enjoy luck. God has destined me to protect you for the rest of your life. I don't need any luck, let alone your protection, don't think I don't know. You just want to take advantage of this and threaten our Wang family to help your Xiao family. Wang Chan said. I need your family's help, and you need my help, isn't it good? Xiaoxi said. No, it's not good at all. As I said, I don't need your help, and I don't need any luck. Wang Chan said. You don't have to care, but have you considered your family? Your family will be affected by your bad luck. Without me to defuse your bad luck. You don't know it, do you? Originally, your Wang family had a great opportunity to make the Wang family go a step further, and it might even become an existence comparable to the Xiao family. But because of your birth, the Wang family's achievements fell short. If it weren't for your sister's strong luck, the Wang family might even decline rapidly. Would you like that to happen again? Xiaoxi said slowly. Wang Chan curled her lips and said, "Don't be alarmist there. With my sister here, my bad luck will not affect my family, and I will soon go to Sunset College to study, and it will not affect my family. What about the people at Sunset Academy? You will have classmates, friends, and people you like, but the better your relationship with them, the closer you get to them, the more they will be affected by your bad luck. Continuing bad luck, you may even lose your life because of it. Do you really decide to study at Sunset Academy without me?" Xiaoxi said calmly. After listening to Xiaoxi's words, Wang Chan seemed a little hesitant, but she still said, "You don't need to be alarmist, my fate is not that terrible at all, even if you and my sister are not around, my fate will not let people die, only a little unlucky." Zhou Wen has been listening in stealth for so long, and finally figured out two things. Wang Lu's luck is not metaphysical. But because she has the fate of the goddess of luck, which Zhou Wen has already guessed. It's just that Zhou Wen didn't expect that as Wang Lu's younger sister, Wang Chan actually has the opposite fate of the goddess of doom. Sisters born to the same parents would have such a big deficit in fate, which is unbelievable. But thinking about it, every time I meet Wang Chan, there will be some unfortunate things, which makes Zhou Wen have to believe that Wang Chan may indeed have such a fate. The smile on Xiaoxi's face subsided, looked at Wang Chan and said, "You didn't want to study at Sunset Academy because of your sister, right? What does this have to do with you? Anyway, I will never go back to the Xiao family in the southern district with you," Wang Chan said. Xiaoxi laughed. "It doesn't matter, you can try it out with that person and see how your fate will affect him, and then it's not too late to make a decision. I believe that apart from me, there is no one in the world. Any man can take the bad luck you bring. I've tried it for a long time and there is no problem," Wang Chan said. "Then did you take him to the dimensional realm?" Xiaoxi asked. "Why do you want to go to the dimension field?" Wang Chan asked back. "If you really go to Sunset Academy to study, it is inevitable to enter the dimensional field to complete your schoolwork. Isn't this a normal thing? Or are you afraid that he will lose his life because of you?" Xiaoxi said with a smile. "Just go, it's no big deal." Wang Chan angrily turned and left. Xiaoxi stood there and didn't move. After watching Wang Chan walk away, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Someone approached Wang Chan and gained Wang Chan's trust. That person may be a student of Sunset College. Find out who that person is. I don't want him to influence Wang Chan's plan to enter my Xiao family. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoxi walked away slowly. After Xiaoxi walked away, Zhou Wen looked at his back and pondered for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and called Wang Lu to ask about Wang Chan and Xiao. See. Wang Lu heard that Zhou Wen had already met Wang Chan, so he sighed and told Wang Chan and Xiaoxi in detail. When Wang Chan was a child, she was just a little unlucky, but she was still very talented and worked very hard. The family also placed high hopes on her. But just a few months ago, Wang Chan condensed her fate, but she didn't expect her fate to be the goddess of misfortune, which was the exact opposite of Wang Lu's. Her fate has brought a lot of trouble to the people around her, and only when Wang Lu is by her side can the situation get better. But Wang Lu couldn't stay by her side all the time, so the Wang family always hoped to solve the problem of Wang Chan's fate, and tried many ways, but the results were not very good. The Xiao family in the southern district, I don't know where I heard about it, let Xiao Si, who has the doer body, come to the Wang's family. Under the influence of his doer body, Wang Chan's fate has not only disappeared 'cause bad luck, but also become good luck. This made Wang Chan's parents, Wang Lu, and others very happy. The Xiao family didn't make any excessive demands. They just hoped that Xiao Si could stay in the Wang family and spend more time with Wang Chan. If the two get along well, when Wang Chan reaches the legal age of marriage, maybe two people can become husband and wife. The fates of two people complement each other. If they can really become husband and wife, it will be beneficial to each other. Although the Wang family felt that the Xiao family's move was deliberately trying to please the Wang family, it must have been a request from the Wang family, but for Wang Chan, Xiao Si's fate and strength were too important. Even if the Wang family had to pay some price for it, it was worth it. So let Xiao Si stay in the Wang family to accompany Wang Chan. First, it can defuse the danger of the fate of the goddess of doom, and secondly, it can let them get along for a while and try. Maybe what the Xiao family wants is not the help of the Wang family, but maybe Wang Chan herself. Zhou Wen secretly thought, just because there is no evidence, it is not easy for Zhou Wen to tell Wang Lu. Zhou Wen was near the Great Wall and searched along the Great Wall for a long time, but couldn't find the small hand pattern, and the afternoon passed like this. When we got back to the courtyard, it was already dark. Opening the door of the room, she found that Wang Chan was sitting on the stool in Zhou Wen's room, dumbfounded. Seeing Zhou Wen coming back, Wang Chan opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end she just said, "Are you back? Do you have anything to do with me?" Zhou Wen sat at the table and poured himself a glass of water. "No, it's nothing. I originally wanted to chat with you. But now it's so late, I should leave. Let's talk about it later." Wang Chan hesitated for a while, but after all, she didn't say anything. She got up and was about to leave. She has been having a fierce psychological struggle today, although Wang Chan really wants to prove that even without Xiao Si and Wang Lu by her side, Zhou Wen will not have any misfortune because of her. But after having struggled psychologically for so long, Wang Chan still had no confidence in herself and was unwilling to let Zhou Wen take risks. "Are you free tomorrow?" Zhou Wen suddenly asked Wang Chan. "Free?" Wang Chan replied subconsciously. "I want to go to the nearby dimension field tomorrow, but I'm not familiar with the road. Can you take me there?" Zhou Wen asked with a smile. "Going to the dimensional realm?" Wang Chan was overjoyed at first, then her expression darkened again, and she shook her head and said, "You should ask my sister to accompany you." "Your sister is not free, aren't you free? Can't you come with me?" Zhou Wen said. "My luck is not very good. I'm afraid that going to a different dimension field with you will bring you bad luck." Wang Chan lowered her head and said, "That's a coincidence. I'm also very unlucky. I just happen to be positive, maybe my luck will get better." Zhou Wen said, "My luck is really bad. If you are by my side, you will be very unlucky and may die. I am serious, not joking." Wang Chan bit her lip and said, Zhou Wen laughed, raised the knife in his hand in front of Wang Chan and said, "Do you know the name of this knife?" Wang Chan looked at the bamboo knife in Zhou Wen's hand with some doubts, and after watching it for a while, she said in surprise, "Could it be that this is the bamboo knife among the four gentlemen's knives? Is this an imitation?" "Of course not, this is a genuine bamboo sword. Its owner died before. Maybe it was because I was too unlucky, but I was more in line with it, and I've been at peace with it all the time. You can rest assured, I'm a tough man, so I'm not afraid of this." "Stupid, you go back to rest first, and we will go to the Great Wall to have a look tomorrow morning," Zhou Wen said. Then, well, Wang Chan thought about it and felt that it was safer to go to the Great Wall, because the Great Wall is filled with undead war spirits, ranging from mortal to epic, but dimensional creatures like undead war spirits are very strange. They are just wandering around the Great Wall. Humans can't hurt them, and they don't seem to be conscious. Just wandering around the Great Wall will not attack humans. In fact, even if they attack humans, it is useless. Just as humans can't touch them, they can't touch humans either. Hearing that Zhou Wen was going to the Great Wall, Wang Chan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Going to such a place, even if something unfortunate happened, shouldn't be too bad. After Wang Chan returned, Zhou Wen lay on the bed and opened his newly downloaded copy of the Ancient Sword Mound. The copy of the Ancient Sword Mound looks very desolate. At first glance, it is an undulating hill, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not a hill at all, but a large and small tomb. Some tombs are relatively small, like small earth bags, and some are as high as dozens of feet, like rolling hills. However, unlike ancient human tombs, there are no tombstones in front of the tombs here, and a sword is inserted at the top of each tomb. The swords on each grave are different. There are short swords, long swords, heavy swords, iron swords, jade swords, swords carved from bones, and porcelain swords fired from clay. All kinds of swords are dazzling, and each sword is inserted in the grave, like an alternative tombstone. Although few outsiders except the Xia family have the opportunity to enter the Ancient Sword Mound, the Ancient Sword Mound is a well-known dimensional field. Xia Jiuwang's first mythical companion pet was obtained from the Ancient Sword Mound. At that time, the mythical pets owned by human beings could be counted on one hand. The 6 heroes at that time were like gods to humans. Of course, at that time, no one knew about the existence of mythical companion pets. They only knew that the sword in Xia Jiuwang's hand was very strong, but they didn't know it was a mythical companion pet. Later, everyone in the Xia family was famous for using swords, and most of the sword companion pets came from the Ancient Sword Mound. Some people even suspected that the ancient sword immortal came from the ancient sword grave, but no one in the Xia family has ever admitted it. There is another thing that makes Zhou Wen feel very strange. For some reason, when he was fighting with Xia Jiuhuang, he never saw Xia Jiuhuang use the mythical companion pet. Walking in the ancient sword tomb, Zhou Wen looked around. He just heard Xing say that the swords in the ancient sword tomb, unless you reach out and pull them out, they are just dead objects, and there will be no breath or power on the sword. Come out, it is basically impossible to tell their grades. Only by pulling them out can we know their true rank and power. Drawing a sword is also a skill, because you don't know the attributes, abilities, and grades of the sword. If you are not strong enough and you draw a high-level sword, you are likely to be killed directly. But if the strength is strong, the sword drawn is only a low-level dimensional creature, and it is useless to kill it. Zhou didn't know much about swords, and he didn't plan to choose. He directly reached out and held a rattan sword stuck on the head of the small grave next to him, trying to pull it out. Because the sword tomb has a strange force field, it will protect the swords inserted in the tomb. If you want to destroy the swords here, you can only pull them out first. But Zhou used force twice in a row, and the vine sword seemed to take root and was not pulled out by Zhou. Zhou couldn't help looking at the rattan sword carefully, and saw that the sword was carved like a gray-black ancient rattan. Could it be that the first time I drew my sword, I met a big guy? Zhou spread his legs apart, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then gathered all his strength and pulled it up sharply. As a result, the vine sword remained motionless, as if it was connected with the small grave bag. Zhou was greatly surprised. His power was already at the top of the epic, and even he couldn't pull it out, which means that this vine sword must be extraordinary, maybe even a mythical dimensional creature. Zhou directly summoned the Tyrant Beeman and asked the Tyrant Beeman to pull the vine sword. The Tyrant Beeman has boundless strength. It holds the rattan sword in one hand, and the rattan sword is similar to a chopstick in its hand. The Tyrant Beeman exerted a forceful force, but the rattan sword remained motionless, and it still hadn't been pulled out. After 2 more strokes, he still didn't pull it out. The Tyrant Beeman became angry all of a sudden. He grabbed the vine sword with both hands, like a tug of war. Zhou was surprised to find that the Tyrant Beeman, who had exhausted all his strength, was still unable to pull out the vine sword, but the small grave was shaken by him, but the vine sword did not move at all. What's the situation? Zhou was inexplicably surprised, knowing that he must have been lucky, and when he came up, he encountered an extraordinary sword. But because he knew too little about Gu Jianzhong, he didn't know what this situation meant. After thinking about it, Zhou asked the Tyrant Beeman to activate absolute power, and wanted to use brute force to forcibly pull out the vine sword. Boom! The absolute power was turned on, and the tyrant became heavier than Meng, and his feet fell into the ground. I saw the Tyrant Beeman slammed his arms with force. Boom! Boom! Zhou was stunned to find that the large and small sword graves all around were shaking violently. At this time, like an earthquake. However, the Tyrant Beeman's body burst with blue veins, and he violently drew his sword, but the vine sword was still stuck in the small grave, and it couldn't come out if he couldn't say it, as if it had taken root. The Tyrant Beeman continued to exert his strength. Under the terrifying and boundless power of absolute power, the surrounding sword graves shook more and more severely, and all kinds of swords inserted in the graves also made the sound of swords, and for a while thousands of swords roared in unison, and the sound of sword chants echoed everywhere. Only the vine sword was still silent and could not be pulled out. Zhou saw that the power of the Tyrant Beeman had been exerted to the extreme, and the entire ancient sword mound seemed to be about to be shaken by the earthquake. Zhou, moved in his heart, ordered the Tyrant Beeman to give up the vine sword, ran to a sword grave next to him, and directly pulled out the big sword on the sword grave. As soon as the big sword came out, the sword body suddenly spewed out a terrifying red flame, but the flame was not enough to see in front of the Tyrant Beeman, and even its fur could not be burned. After a few times, he chewed the big sword and swallowed it into his stomach. Kill the epic creature fiery greatsword. Zhou saw the prompt of the game, but the big sword was swallowed directly by the Tyrant Beeman, leaving nothing behind. After the Tyrant Beeman let go of the rattan sword, the earthquake in the ancient sword mound had stopped, and the ancient swords were no longer buzzing. The swords collided, and the two ancient swords broke together. The tyrant Beeman rushed forward and frantically drew his sword and folded his sword. There was no sword at all that could block its blow, and he broke 30 or 40 swords in a short while. Zhou Wen has been watching the game prompts, and some dimensional crystals have exploded, but the highest is epic, and no mythical sword has been found. There are tens of thousands of swords in Gujiansong, and the tyrant Beeman pulled it out one by one, and he never encountered the situation of the vine sword again, and all of them were pulled out easily. Zhou Wen can now be sure that it is not that there is a problem with the ancient sword mound in the game, but that he has won the grand prize. The first sword he encountered in the game turned out to be an extraordinary sword. It's a pity that Zhou Wen doesn't know much about swords. No matter how you look at it, the vine sword is not outstanding, it is not much different from a dead vine. After breaking down nearly 100 swords, Zhou Wen asked the tyrant Beeman to turn around and draw the vine sword, but the result was still the same. The tyrant Beeman tried so hard that there was a big earthquake in the ancient sword mound, but the vine sword remained motionless. Zhou Wen had to temporarily give up the plan to draw the vine sword, and let the tyrant Beeman continue to draw other swords to see if there would be any gains. Pulling and pulling, after a sword was pulled out, it was not directly snapped by the tyrant Beeman. The sword flashed, and the tyrant Beeman's palm was scratched and he broke free. Zhou Wen was surprised that the absolute power of the tyrant Beeman was still there. The sword could actually hurt the tyrant Beeman. Although it only hurt a little fur, it was enough to prove its sharpness. After the sword broke free, it quickly flew around the tyrant Beeman, and from time to time it sent out sword light to attack the tyrant Beeman. It's just those sword lights, but they were directly smashed by the tyrant Beeman, and they couldn't hurt the tyrant Beeman at all. Zhou Wen looked at the sword carefully, and he could only see the sword light, but not the body of the sword. He was even more surprised. Using the power of listening carefully, he immediately found that the sword was invisible. The sword seemed to be transparent, and only the sword light could be seen, but not the sword body, but Zhou Wen could be sure that the sword was physical, not a spiritual body, nor pure sword light. A transparent sword? Interesting. When Zhou Wen was looking at the sword, he heard the roar of the tyrant Beeman. The transparent sword flew too fast, and the tyrant Beeman failed to catch it after several attacks. In a fit of rage, he burst out with absolute power, and the suction like a black hole suddenly reduced the speed of the sword. The tyrant Beeman rushed forward and grabbed the transparent blade. The transparent blade was so sharp that it even cut the palm of the tyrant Beeman, causing Beeman's blood to drip down his fingers. But the tyrant Beeman ignored it, grabbing the transparent blade with both hands, trying to break it with frantic force. Zhou Wen couldn't see what the transparent sword looked like, but he could see the tyrant Beeman's hand slowly downward. When the two claws were about to touch, he heard a bang, as if a tough steel plate was broken. The next second, Zhou Wen saw a prompt pop up in the game. Kill the mythical creature with a lightsaber and discover the companion egg. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and it was expected to meet the mythical sword, but now the companion egg has exploded, which surprised Zhou Wen. After all, his luck in exploding the companion egg before was not so good. He looked at the place where the lightsaber was slapped, but did not see the companion egg, and immediately realized that the companion pet with the lightsaber might also be transparent and invisible. He hurriedly swiped with Truth Listen, and immediately found the companion egg, which was next to the tyrant Beeman's big foot, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. I already have the invisibility cloak, and now I got such a lightsaber. Could it be that God destined me to become a peerless assassin? Zhou Wen thought happily while picking up the companion egg with the lightsaber. Hongguang, mythical grade. Fate, invisible sword. Soul of life, invisible sword qi. Wheel of fortune, Hongguang. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 80. Vitality, 81. Talent skills, sword light slash, sword light wheel, sword light rain, he Dao strike. Associated state, sword. Although I don't know the abilities such as skills and fate, but just looking at this attribute, I already know that the Han lightsaber is definitely a top companion pet. Except for a little worse in physique, all attributes are at the top of mythology, stronger than the attributes of the Golden Tyrant sword. In the game, I tried the skills with the lightsaber. The sword light slash is to cut out a sword light that is condensed to the extreme, and the destructive power of a single unit is very tyrannical. The sword light wheel is a multiple sword light attack, which can be regarded as a small-scale attack. Jiang Guanju is a large-scale Jianguang, covering a large area, but its attack power is much weaker than that of a single Jianguang. But if the Slayer's infinite vitality recovery is combined with the sword light rain, it will be a bit perverted. The normal Jiang Guanju can only be used for one round, and the vitality will be exhausted. Even the mythical level of vitality, it is difficult to withstand the consumption of 2 or 3 rounds. However, the infinite vitality recovery of the killer can make the sword light rain continue, as if the submachine gun has infinite bullets. Zhou Wen studied for a while in the final joint attack, but he has not yet studied and understood what the skill is. This is not an active offensive skill, and Zhou Wen has not yet understood its main function. The invisible sword is the invisible ability of the sword with the invisible sword. The life and soul of the invisible sword is somewhat interesting. In addition to the sword light, the sword with the light can also emit an invisible sword energy. Others can only see the sword light. But you can't see the invisible sword energy. If you just resist the sword light, it will be taken advantage of the invisible sword energy to enter. It is really a very insidious soul. The effect of Hongguang's wheel of fortune is a bit strange. Zhou Wen is still researching it. After using Hongguang, the sword light and sword energy of Hongguang's sword have both converged, but the destructive power has decreased. Use. All in all, Zhou Wen is very satisfied with the lightsaber, and when used with the invisibility cloak, it is simply the best weapon for people. In the past, Zhou Wen wore an invisibility cloak. If he used the Golden Tyrant sword, a golden sword would be exposed outside, and even a blind man could see it. Now with the lightsaber, the possibility of being seen is much smaller. Han Light Sword has the name of the 3 ancient swords, the high-grade Hongguang, the middle-grade Qingying, and the low-grade Night Practice. Since there is a Han Light Sword in the ancient sword mound, maybe there are also Qingying and Night Practice. If you can gather all the 3 ancient swords when fighting, 3 swords come out together, what a prestige. Zhou Wen asked the tyrant Beeman to continue to draw the sword. With this vicious beast around, there was no need for the blood-colored villain to take action. Zhou Wen released all his luxurious divine pets and asked them to draw their swords. The result was not so good. In addition to the light sword at the beginning, although some companion eggs exploded, the level was relatively low, and I had never seen one of the mythical level. In addition, a lot of swordsmanship vitality skills have been revealed, most of which are legendary, and there are 3 epic. Zhou Wen absorbed all those vitality skills. It was better than nothing. Early the next morning, Wang Chan left the palace, preparing to go to the old home to find Zhou Wen first. But just as he walked out of the gate of the palace, he saw Xiaoxi walking over. "Little Chan, where are you going?" Xiaoxi asked politely. "Naturally, as you wish, go to the dimensional realm," Wang Chan said with a cold face. "In that case, I'll go with you to avoid accidents," Xiaoxi said. "No need, don't wait until then when nothing happens, and you say it's your credit for the doer body," Wang Chan said with a pouted lip. "Don't worry, my doer Buddha body can be controlled freely. Today I have temporarily sealed him up, which will not affect your fate of the goddess of doom. And let me go with you, in case something too serious happens. Bad luck can also be stopped in time to avoid unnecessary casualties, especially your friend," Xiaoxi said. "Whatever you want." Wang Chan hesitated for a while, but did not stop Xiaoxi from following. She was really afraid that Zhou Wen would have an accident because of her, and she took Xiaoxi. If she can really prove that her bad luck will not affect Zhou Wen, she can also let Xiaoxi see it and die directly. Because she took Xiaoxi, Wang Chan did not go to the old home again. It was where Grandma Wang recuperates, not to mention outsiders. Even if they were from the Wang family, they would not be allowed to run there. Naturally, Wang Chan would not take Xiaoxi past. After agreeing with Zhou Wen to meet next to the Great Wall, Wang Chan quickly walked towards the meeting place. Xiaoxi followed Wang Chan mainly because he wanted to know who was influencing Wang Chan. He had asked the Xiao family to investigate, but the time was too short, and no results had been found yet, and there was no one from Sunset Academy recently. People come to the king's house. When he communicated with Wang Chan, Zhou Wen knew that Wang Chan would take Xiaoxi with him. Zhou Wen was not surprised. Even if Wang Chan refused to bring Xiaoxi, it is estimated that Xiaoxi would also meet them unexpectedly. "Brother-in-law, you're here." Zhou Wen came to the agreed place. Wang Chan saw him and ran over immediately. But Zhou Wen was slightly startled by her name. But Zhou Wen immediately understood why Wang Chan called him that, instead of calling him by his name. Now the Xiao family and the Supervision Bureau are still investigating the changes in the Forbidden City. If they know that Zhou Wen has left the Forbidden City, it will naturally be a very troublesome matter. Wang Chan deliberately didn't call Zhou Wen's name, just because she didn't want Xiaoxi to know Zhou Wen's true identity, so as not to cause trouble. It's amazing to have such thoughts at such a young age. Zhou Wen admired in his heart that when he was as old as Wang Chan, he didn't think so much at all. "Little Chan, is he your brother-in-law?" Xiaoxi was slightly startled by Wang Chan's address to Zhou Wen, and asked with some doubts. "My sister's boyfriend, what is it called, not brother-in-law?" Wang Chan pouted and said. Xiaoxi looked at Zhou Wen, but saw that Zhou Wen was still wearing a lot of bandages on his face and a hat on his head. He really couldn't tell what he looked like. "Qing Lai." Xiaoxi. Xiao Xi took the initiative to introduce himself. He mainly wanted to know who the man in front of him was. Wang Lu is different from Wang Chan. Wang Lu can be said to be the inevitable successor of the Wang family. It is impossible for the Wang family to let her marry out, and it is even more impossible for her goddess of luck to be buried. Those who can become a partner with Wang Lu will definitely be screened again and again by the Wang family. Now Wang Chan is actually called Zhou Wen's brother-in-law, which makes Xiaoxi wonder for a while what Zhou Wen's origin is. Weiga, most people call me brother. Zhou Wen reached out and shook Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi remembered the name secretly. But he naturally wouldn't be called brother, he just waited to go back and investigate the origin of this way. Gu. In the office of a certain department at the headquarters of the Imperial City Supervision Bureau, Wei Gu, who was drinking tea with a teacup, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Who missed me? Don't talk too much, brother-in-law, aren't you going to the Great Wall? Let's go quickly." Wang Chan took Zhou Wen to the entrance stairs of the Great Wall. Zhou Wen had been looking outside the Great Wall for a long time before, and he couldn't find the small hand pattern, but he still didn't give up and wanted to look on the Great Wall. After all, the dimensional creatures of the undead war spirit are very rare in their own characteristics, and such dimensional creatures may be of great use. Wang Chan was still a little nervous in her heart, afraid that her goddess of doom would endanger Zhou Wen. Xiaoxi walked at the back with a smile on his face. But he sneered secretly in his heart, "Do you think it's really safe to come to a place like the Great Wall? It's so naive." Zhou Wen didn't climb the Great Wall yesterday, he just looked outside, so he didn't see the undead spirit of war. After climbing the Great Wall, he finally knew what the spirit of battle was. Above the ancient city wall, soldiers in armor wandered aimlessly, seemingly without souls. Their costumes look very old, and these soldiers are like projected virtual images, their bodies are transparent. Zhou Wen reached out and grabbed the arm of an undead spirit, but his palm passed through the body of the spirit, as if that battle spirit is just a phantom, not a real creature. Zhou Wen condensed his vitality and tried to attack those undead spirits, but it had no effect. Various vitality techniques directly passed through the body of the undead spirits and could not affect them at all. An undead spirit wandered over, passed directly through Zhou Wen and the others, and continued to wander forward. These undead war spirits are really interesting. They are a bit similar to the spirit body bride, but they seem to be a little different. Zhou Wen looked at the undead war spirits with interest. Wang Chan was obviously also seeing the undead spirit for the first time. She seemed very curious. She reached out and tried to grab the undead spirit, but it was naturally in vain. "I just heard that the undead war spirit is amazing, but today I finally saw it." Wang Chan was very happy, because the undead war spirit really can't hurt anyone, so there's no need to worry that Zhou Wen will be affected by her bad luck. Xiaoxi looked at the undead spirits, but there was a strange color in his eyes that was not easy to detect. Zhou Wen looked for the little hand pattern along the road, but Wang Chan just thought it was a tourist, but the scenery of the Great Wall was too monotonous. After watching it for a long time, it got a little boring. As I was walking, I suddenly saw black smoke rising from the front. Looking in the direction of the black smoke rising, I saw that the place where the smoke was rising was the beacon tower. The so-called beacon tower is actually the place where the signal was transmitted in ancient times. There were no modern signal stations in ancient times, there is no such thing as radio wave equipment and satellites. To transmit signals over long distances, we can only rely on this way of burning smoke so that people in the distance can see the signal. Therefore, a beacon tower will be built at every distance on the Great Wall to quickly express information. This is also the main function of the Great Wall. Although the Great Wall is tall and majestic, its main function is not for fighting. In addition to the role of beacon towers to transmit information, the biggest role of the Great Wall is actually to block trade and information transmission. However, in modern times, the Great Wall has basically no effect. After the dimensional storm, very few humans have climbed the Great Wall, let alone ignited beacon fires. Now, the beacon tower on the Great Wall suddenly has smoke rising, which makes Wang Chan feel a little bit in her heart, and she feels that something is not good. On the nearby beacon tower, the smoke of the wolf rose toward the sky, and it looked like a black tornado rushing into the sky from a distance. What's even more bizarre is that those war spirits, who originally seemed to have no souls, seemed to wake up all of a sudden, their eyes flushed red, and they swarmed towards the beacon tower. Brother-in-law, something seems wrong, let's go. Wang Chan pulled Zhou Wen and wanted to leave the Great Wall. She was really afraid that something would happen. But when he ran to where he came from, he didn't see the stairs leaving the Great Wall. The Great Wall has been transformed into a dimensional realm. It is impossible to jump off the city wall. Although it is possible to jump out of the city wall, if you jump out directly, the power of the dimensional realm itself will play a role, and you will be bound by a mysterious force. The farther away from the Great Wall, the greater the power. It's like a strong spring is hanging on the body, and it will eventually be pulled back to the Great Wall. Only by going out of the stairs can you really leave the Great Wall. No, how could there not be? It's clearly here. Wang Chan looked left and right, and was about to cry. It's okay, since you can't get out, why don't you go and see what's on the beacon tower? Zhou Wen said and walked towards the beacon tower. Although Wang Chan was very worried in her heart, she had no choice but to follow Zhou Wen to the beacon tower. Xiaoxi followed him and said, I said long ago that only my doer body can make you worry-free, and no one else can. Wang Chan pretended not to hear, and walked quickly to Zhou Wen's side. Soon the three of them boarded a nearby beacon tower, and saw a large amount of black smoke coming out of a strange container, and the nearby undead spirits were throwing into the container. Zhou Wen was a little surprised to find that the black smoke seemed to be the reason for burning the undead war spirit. Zhou Wen turned to look at the other beacon towers nearby, but he didn't see wolf smoke on other beacon towers, only this beacon tower had wolf smoke rising. Looking carefully at the container, it was an amphora, with a black body, but neither gold nor jade, it looked more like lacquerware. There are some mysterious patterns engraved on the amphora, and Zhou Wen couldn't understand what those patterns meant. As more and more undead souls were thrown into the amphora, the patterns on the amphora gradually lit up, as if there was some kind of evil aura that was flowing around the amphora. The nearby undead war spirits have been thrown into the amphora, the black smoke no longer spewed out, and the amphora shook violently. Suddenly, something spurted out from the air pot. Wang Chan saw clearly what it was, and her face changed greatly. Silver-winged Yiksha. How can there be a silver-winged Yiksha on the Great Wall? Wang Chan cried out in horror. Zhou Wen frowned and stared at the creature that came out of the amphora, and saw that it was an evil ghost with 2 wings on its back. The whole body seemed to be made of silver, but there were bloody eyes flashing in its eyes, which looked extremely evil and strange. To be sure, it was a dimensional creature, not a companion pet. In fact, Zhou Wen has also heard of the name Silver-winged Yiksha. Not long after the dimensional storm, some small coastal cities have seen Silver-winged Yiksha several times. Because the Silver-winged Yiksha is very bloodthirsty, every time the Silver-winged Yiksha appears, it brings terrifying disasters to human beings, and even some places are massacred. However, in the past 20 or 30 years, the silver-winged yiksha has rarely been seen again, and there has never been a place like the imperial capital. Zhou also only heard that the silver-winged yiksha is terrible. It may be a mythical creature, but he has never actually seen it. Brother-in-law, run. Wang Chan dragged Zhou. When and ran, she knew very well how terrifying the silver-winged yiksha was. Because there is a video of the silver-winged yiksha slaughtering in a small town in the Wang family. The silver-winged yiksha is not only a mythical creature, but also its speed is extremely fast, and its physique and strength are also terrifying. His head has been cut off by silver-winged yasha. Now Wang Chan has regretted taking Zhou Wen into the dimension field, otherwise he would not have encountered such a big trouble. I said long ago that you shouldn't come out with others, only I can make you no longer entangled with bad luck. Xiaoxi said beside him. At this time, Xiaoxi was very proud. Of course, the silver-winged yiksha did not appear here for no reason. Although the silver-winged yiksha was not a companion pet, but a genuine dimensional creature, this did not mean that no one could control it. In fact, the person who released silver-winged yiksha was Xiaoxi himself, but silver-winged yiksha was not his pet, and he couldn't command silver-winged yiksha. It was the amphora that really worked. The pot itself is a magical item. It has the title of the Devil's Pot in the Southern District. It was a treasure obtained from a mysterious dimension field in the Southern District, and finally fell into the hands of the Xiao family. There are no real demons in the demon pot, but a certain type of dimensional creature can be sealed in the demon pot. The Xiao family spent a lot of money, found the silver-winged yiksha, and put it in the devil's pot. Although there is no way to control the silver-winged yiksha in the devil's pot, it can selectively open or seal the devil's pot. In other words, after Xiaoxi took control of the devil's pot, he had the ability to release or withdraw the silver-winged yiksha. The silver-winged yiksha itself is very bloodthirsty, and once released, it will be massacred. Although the devil's pot is not very helpful for breaking through the dimensional realm, if it is used to deal with humans, it is a big killer. Xiaoxi told Wang Chan that he could control his own fate, but in fact it was impossible, so as long as he was by his side, Wang Chan's fate, the goddess of doom, would not have much effect. Xiaoxi didn't intend to let Wang Chan's fate work. He didn't like those uncertain factors, and just wanted to control everything in his hands. Roar. After the silver-winged yiksha came out of the devil's pot, he let out a shocking roar, silver light erupted from his body, and the terrifying shockwave was separated by hundreds of meters, and both Wang Chan and Xiao Xizhen fell to the ground. In the next second, I saw Inuyasha spread out his wings, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, and appeared in front of Zhou Wen, who was still standing there. His aura was extremely violent, like a demon from hell. Don't. Wang Chan regretted that she should not have brought Zhou Wen out. Regretted that she should not expect to go to school and make friends like an ordinary girl. Xiaoxi pretended to fall to the ground, but his eyes were full of murderous intentions. No one knows that the devil's pot and silver-winged yiksha belong to our Xiao family. No matter who this guy is, he is killed by silver-winged yiksha, and no one will. I can put this account on my head. Without him, everything will return to the right track. Wang Chan will eventually join my Xiao family. When the two had different thoughts, they suddenly saw Zhou Wen pull out the knife from his waist and slash at the silver-winged yiksha in front. Xiaoxi sneered inwardly. Silver-winged yiksha is such a terrifying existence, and it has swallowed so many undead war souls. How can A human sword be able to match it. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Wang Chan shouted loudly, her heart was full of chagrin and regret. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and she thought sadly, I shouldn't have extravagant hopes. But the next second, Xiaoxi and Wang Chan's eyes widened in astonishment at the same time. I saw silver-winged Yiksha in front of Zhou Wen, directly split in half by the bamboo knife, and fell to the ground with a bang. No. Impossible. Xiaoxi opened his mouth wide and looked at Zhou Wen and the corpse of the silver winged Yiksha at his feet in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the mythical silver-winged Yiksha died just like that. Wang Chan was also stunned there, with tears still hanging on her face, but her expression became extremely strange. The sad expression just now had not completely subsided, and it was mixed with an expression of consternation. What did you say? Zhou Wen picked up a silver egg-like object from the corpse of Inuyasha, then looked back and asked. Wang Chan, no. Nothing, brother-in-law, you are amazing. Is this the companion egg of Inuyasha? Wang Chan burst into a smile, jumped up from the ground and said with joy on Zhou Wen's face. I think it should be, but such a weak dimensional creature, it is estimated that the companion pet is also very weak, and it is useless. If you like it, just use it to play. Zhou Wen casually threw the companion egg of silver wing Yiksha to Wang Chan. Xiaoxi's eyes twitched, wishing he could go up and smack Zhou Wenliang's mouth. That is silver-winged Yiksha, silver. Winged Yiksha, the Xiao family has sealed silver-winged Yiksha for so long, and they have not come up with any way to kill it, let alone that after silver-winged Yiksha died, it was so lucky to explode. Companion eggs. Not only did Zhou Wen kill the silver-winged Yiksha, but the companion egg exploded. He even complained that the silver-winged Yiksha was too weak, which made Xiao Xian's teeth almost shattered. But Zhou Wen was not in the mood to pay attention to Xiaoxi's expression, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Not good. Xiaoxi was shocked. He had already guessed where Zhou Wen went. Although it is difficult to seal the silver-winged Yiksha, there is still a chance to seal it in the future. If you die, you will die, but if Zhou Wen takes away the pot of demons, then everything will be over. Xiaoxi hurriedly ordered his own life and soul, and wanted to take back the demon pot first. He was still very confident in his life and soul. After all, he used his life and soul to silently take back the demon pot. Placed on the beacon tower. Zhou Wen's flying immortal from the sky was so fast, he reached the beacon tower in an instant. The two-eared magic pot was still on the beacon tower, but it was swaying, as if it was moved by something, and then disappeared all of a sudden. Listening carefully, can hear the sound moving, and can tell where the thing is. But it can't outline the specific shape. Zhou Wen opened the Holy Prison King's life soul, the Holy Prison King's eyes opened, and suddenly saw the place where the sound was loud. A child who didn't seem to be much was running with a two-eared magic pot. That child is much younger than the devil baby, but the fire of karma in him is very strong. The child turned his face to look at Zhou Wen, but it made Zhou Wen slightly startled. The child's facial features were very vague, as if they had not grown up yet, and their body shape was also very strange. Horrible. The eye of the Holy Prison King was activated, and a force actually swallowed the invisible child into the eye of the Holy Prison King. The child seemed to be composed of pure fire of sin, and was directly absorbed and refined. Zhou Wen could even feel that his Holy Prison King's life soul had made a lot of progress because of this. If he could have more of these life souls, he might be able to successfully evolve a perfect body. Dang. After the child was absorbed and refined, the magic pot that disappeared suddenly fell out. At the same time, Zhou also heard a scream and saw that Xiao Si screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale, as if he had been hit. Fatal blows in general. The destruction of his life and soul was naturally an extremely serious blow to Xiao Si. He suddenly fell from epic level to legendary, which made him shocked and angry. Zhou grabbed the devil's pot. And in a flash, he returned to Wang Chan's side, staring at Xiao Si, who was about to escape, and said, "Is this yours? What did you say? How could that broken pot belong to me?" Xiao Si immediately shook his head and said, "I originally wanted to give you a chance to live. Since you don't want it, there is no need to say anything," Zhou said, and was about to pull out the bamboo knife. "Wait. What do you want?" Xiao Si was terrified, but he still pretended to be calm. He had seen Zhou kill the silver wing yiksha with one knife, and he knew how terrifying Zhou's strength was. And being relied on by Xiao Si, the soul of life that others can't see at all, was also killed directly by Zhou, which has already made him lose an inch. "Answer me a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can consider letting you go," Zhou said. "Ask what you want to know, but that magic pot has nothing to do with me," Xiao Si said through gritted teeth. "Okay, it turns out that you were doing the trick. I thought it was me." Wang Chan also understood what happened at this time, and glared at Xiao Si angrily. Zhou grabbed her, looked at Xiao Si, and said, "I don't care if it has anything to do with you. Tell me the origin of this pot and what is its use." "This pot has a name in the southern area called the Devil's Pot. You can find out if you ask. It can seal some special types of dimensional creatures." At the same time as Xiao Sidong replied, his fingers moved in his sleeves unknown a bit. "How can I control this pot?" Zhou asked again. "It's very simple." Xiao Si explained how to use the devil's pot. "Is that child your soul just now? What's his name? What does it do?" Zhou asked again. He is very interested in Xiao Si's life and soul. A life soul has so much karmic fire, more than Xiao Si's own karmic fire, which is a bit unreasonable. Gumantong is a common life soul in Chiang Rai. As long as people who practice the Gumantong Yuanqi art will have the Gumantong life soul, but the ability will be slightly different, Xiao Si said. Zhou eyes lit up, staring at Xiao Si and asking, "So, in Chiang Rai, there are many people who have the soul of Gumantong?" "Not only Chiang Rai, but the epic-level powerhouses in many nearby areas have the soul of Gumantong," Xiao Si answered very readily. "The last question, why do you want to take Wang Chan to Zhao's house?" Zhou stared at Xiao Si and asked. "Of course I hope to get the help of the Wang family, so that our Xiao family can." Before Xiao Si finished speaking, Zhou's bamboo sword had already been unsheathed. With a flash of light from the sword, neither Xiao Si nor Wang Chan could see what was going on, and the bamboo sword was already sheathed. You said you wouldn't kill me." Xiao Si's face changed greatly, and he quickly covered his neck with his hands, but when his hand touched his neck, a streak appeared on the originally normal neck. Blood stains, and then the blood flowed out, no matter how to cover it. "I mean that your answer satisfied me, and I can consider giving you a way to live. Now, your answer makes me very dissatisfied, so I refuse to give you a way to live," Zhou said as a matter of course. "You Xiaoxi opened his mouth, but at this time his mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't speak at all. He fell to the ground and twitched a few times, and he lost his breath. Zhou Wen used the scabbard bamboo knife to open his palm, and saw a strange sign in his hand. The sign was black, but it looked like the bones of some kind of creature. The sign was engraved with a mysterious filing, which was tied with the brand necklace. Also uses a lot of strange materials, and I don't know what it is. This is an amulet. Wang Chan recognized what it was. What is the amulet? The Buddha's tablet? Zhou Wen really didn't know what the amulet was. No, the amulet is a dimensional tool made of dimensional materials. By some epic powerhouses in some places in the southern district. Generally speaking, it is made from the bones of a certain dimensional creature, and then the companion pet is forcibly sealed within the amulet. The amulet has the power of the companion pet, but there is no owner. As long as some special methods are used, everyone can use the power of the companion pet in the amulet, so that some mortal level, even ordinary people who have never practiced, can borrow the power of companion pets. Wang Chan said. There is such a magical technology, why hasn't the Federation promoted this technology? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. Allowing ordinary people to use the power of advanced companion pets is too powerful. The companion pet that is banned in the amulet can only exert a part of its power. And when it is used by ordinary people, there will still be many taboos. If one gets it wrong, it will backfire on its owner. Most people will not choose this kind of thing. The method to control the companion pet. This is similar to the Gumantong life soul. The Gumantong life soul is also a quick life soul. As long as the method is used correctly, it is easy to condense the Gumantong life soul, but the Gumantong life soul can be condensed. The method is very cruel. In addition, like the amulet, it is easy to respond to its owner. Therefore, except for a certain area in the southern district, few people practice Gumantong. I didn't expect that this bastard, Xiaoxi, actually cultivated Gumantong's life and soul, and he's still a child. So damn it. Wang Chan kicked Xiaoxi's corpse angrily. Zhou Wen picked up the amulet in Xiaoxi's hand. After Xiaoxi saw Zhou Wen's strength, he even wanted to use this amulet against Zhou Wen. It is estimated that this amulet has extraordinary power, so Zhou Wen is quite be careful. After the dimensional storm, there are too many mysterious forces in the world, and Zhou Wen will not be arrogant and think he is invincible because of his small achievements. If one is not careful, maybe this small amulet may become his life reminder. Zhou Wen looked at the amulet carefully, and after reading it for a long time, he didn't see any clues. He only felt that there seemed to be some invisible evil entanglement on the amulet. But this evil spirit did not feel any influence. Because the amulet requires a special method to use, Zhou Wen didn't know how to use it, and there was no way to activate the companion pet in the amulet. He flipped over on Xiaoxi again. Except for a few amulets, there was nothing of value. Zhou Wen put away the amulet, and then directly summoned the Queen of Flame Furnace to burn Xiaoxi's body to fly ashes. Let's go back. Zhou Wen took Wang Chan back to the Wang's old home, and went directly to see Grandma Wang, and told the story in detail, but didn't explain too much, just described the whole process. Grandma Wang listened very carefully and didn't say a word while listening. After listening, she asked Zhou Wen and Wang Chan a few questions. Xiao Zhou, you have done a great job, you have helped our Wang family a lot, and you have also saved Xiao Chan. I will not say anything more. I need to gather the core members of the Wang family to discuss the countermeasures, although the power of the Xiao family is not comparable. We went to our royal family and are far away in the southern district, but their companion pets and various skills have some special features and have to be guarded against. Also, don't tell anyone about this, just pretend it never happened. Everything is solved by our Wang family. Grandma Wang pondered for a moment, and then said to Zhou Wen, I killed people. If there is any need for me, Grandma, you can tell me. Zhou Wen said. Good boy, if you call me Grandma, I won't be polite to you anymore. When you need it, I will think of you. You and Xiaochan should go back first. Whatever you should do, just pretend there is nothing to do. It happened. Grandma. Wang said. Zhou Wen and Wang Chan left the main room, and Wang Chan looked at Zhou Wen with joy. And said, Zhou Wen, thank you, if it wasn't for you, I was deceived by that nasty guy, and now I can finally rest assured. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, your sister has helped me a lot. In contrast, what I have done is just a small effort, you don't have to worry about it. After all. Zhou Wen turned around and went back to his room. Since the Wang family already knows the Xiao family's intentions for Wang Chan, they will naturally be prepared in the future, and there is no need for Zhou Wen to continue to intervene. Wang Chan watched Zhou Wen enter the house, holding the companion egg of the silver-winged Yixian her hand, and wanted to stop Zhou Wen, but opened her mouth and closed it again. What my sister said is not wrong at all, this steel literati is good, but he can't speak at all. Wang Chan put the companion egg of Inuyasha into her pocket again. She originally wanted to return it to Zhou Wen. After all, she couldn't hatch such a mythical companion egg yet, and it was useless to take it, and she would not take other people's things, casually. I really want mythical companion eggs, and it is not difficult to have a sister like Wang Lu. Despite this, Wang Chan changed her mind and did not return the companion egg to Zhou Wen, but returned to the Wang family with the companion egg. Xiaochan, are you alright? Wang Lu already knew what happened. After Wang Chan came back, he pulled her and asked. I'm fine, thanks to Zhou Wen, otherwise I would have been deceived by that bastard Xiaoxi, and now I finally know that my fate will not necessarily bring bad luck to everyone, at least Zhou Wen was not affected by me. The influence of bad luck. Wang Chan said. Wang Lu smiled and said, you're right if you can think like this, and your destiny is nothing. By the way, sister, do you like that steel text? Wang Chan said. There's no such thing, we are just classmates with a good relationship. Wang Lu said quickly. That's it, then sister, you have to cherish the opportunity. Wang Chan said. What kind of opportunity do you cherish? No one wants a man who has no interest at all. It's strange to have a girlfriend. Wang Lu said with a pouted mouth. Maybe, I think Iron Man is pretty good. If you don't want it, I'll be his girlfriend when I grow up. After Wang Chan finished speaking, she returned to her room with the companion egg. Wang Lu was stunned, but he didn't expect Wang Chan to say such a thing. After Zhou Wen returned to the room, he continued to brush the ancient sword mound. He was still thinking about the Qingying sword and the night practice sword. However, the ancient sword mound is too big. Most of the ancient swords are only mortal rank and legendary rank. It is not easy to find an epic rank, and it is even more difficult to find a mythical rank. After several hours of brushing, none of the ancient swords destroyed were mythical. The vine sword was still there. Zhou Wen tried various methods to draw the sword, but the result was the same, and the vine sword could not be pulled out. Zhou Wen didn't take out those amulets to study, because he was afraid of any special settings on them. It would be bad if people from the Xiao family followed the clues. Putting it in the chaotic space is equivalent to being in another space, cutting off all contact with the outside world. No matter how powerful the Xiao family is, it is impossible to find those amulets. Zhou Wen planned to take out those amulets for research after he left the imperial capital. This time I came to the imperial capital. The only regret was that I was not able to download the copy of the Great Wall, but Zhou Wen already knew that the undead battle spirit should be a soul-type creature, not really impossible to kill, just needs some special power. The changes in the Forbidden City are still going on. The thunder and lightning from the heavens continue to fall, turning the Forbidden City into a city of lightning and lightning. Some people have tried to enter the Forbidden City to explore the situation inside, and the results are very bad. Whether it is a companion pet or a human, they immediately lost contact after entering the Forbidden City, and until now, no one has been able to get out of it. What is the woman in that log? What is her relationship with the antelope? Why did the antelope let me carry her into the Forbidden City? Zhou Wen thought about this question for a long time, but he didn't come up with an answer. He went to ask the antelope, and the antelope always looked at him with a strange look. It was hard to tell what that expression meant. It was a bit like pity, or regret, and a bit like contempt, and a bit of gloating. Zhou Wen's heart was straight, but Antelope didn't give him the answer to his question. In the next few days, Zhou Wen went to some dimensional fields in the imperial capital, but he didn't get much, and he never found the little hand pattern. Regarding the matter of the Xiao family, the Wang family has already achieved results. Although the Xiao family has been temporarily appeased, it is still a hidden danger. The Xiao family's interest in Wang Chan will probably not stop because of Xiao Xi's death. The Wang family also wants to understand the cause and effect of this incident. If possible, they even want to directly destroy the Xiao family to avoid this future trouble. But the Xiao family itself is not weak, and it is far away in the southern district, and the Wang family can't reach there. If you want to destroy a local giant like the Xiao family, I am afraid that only the Dugu family, the ruler of the southern district, can easily do it. The Wang family can only stabilize the Xiao family first, and then slowly and secretly plot, trying to figure out why the Xiao family wants Wang Chan. The matter in the imperial capital was basically over. Zhou Wen planned to go back to Luoyang. Before leaving, Grandma Wang took Wang Lu and Wang Chan to see him off, and told him to come to the house often when he was free in the future. Zhou Wen left the imperial capital and went to an abandoned village, and saw An Xing sitting on the root of a big tree waiting for him. Master Wen, how is the old man Xia? An Xing has been here for so long. Although he has not entered the imperial capital himself, he already knows the situation in the imperial capital and has already made contact with Zhou Wen, just for safety's sake. For the sake of consideration, some messages are not delivered. It won't appear again in the future. Zhou Wen said about Xia Jiuhuang once, and An Xing was shocked when he heard it. Master Xia is Xia Jiuhuang, and his innate undefeated magic is not broken. So, the Xia family is not actually his bloodline? An Xing immediately had the same guess as Zhou Wen. Who knows, in theory, Xia Jiuhuang shouldn't have descendants, but his innate invincible magic has not been broken, but his innate undefeated magic has been merged with the Great Emperor Sutra into the innate Great Emperor Sutra. Maybe he can have offspring, now that everyone else is dead. I am afraid that this secret will never be known. Zhou Wen said. How is the Forbidden City now? And Xing asked another important question. I don't know either, you have to ask it. Zhou Wen looked at the listless antelope. And Xing obviously knew that he could not get an answer from Antelope, so he changed the subject. Li Xian went to the South District. Well, what are you doing in the Southern District all of a sudden? Zhou Wen was stunned. Li Xian didn't tell him about this. Did Li Mabai look for him? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of something, and his face changed greatly. No, he went with Du Guzong. Du Guzong wanted to accept him as a disciple, but Li Xian did not agree. In order to impress Li Xian, Du Guzong told Li Xian some secrets, so Li Xian wanted to go to the Southern District to meet him. Take your luck, he was afraid that you would be in a hurry, so he didn't let me tell you. And Xing repeated the story. Zhou Wen is really worried. Li Xian seems to be a heartless person on the surface, but in fact he is a person who is easily influenced by emotions. This is Li Xian's disadvantage and his advantage. Zhou Wen is really afraid that he will accident in the South District. There are a lot of evil things in the Southern District, such as goo insects, goo mantong, bowing heads, etc. Even if Li Xian has an immortal body, it is not absolutely safe in that kind of place. What's more, Li Xian has not yet reached the realm of immortality. It's too late to say anything now. Zhou Wen only hopes that Li Xian can return safely. There is a quite famous earth temple in front, do you want to go and see it? And Xing asked Zhou Wen when he came to a small town after rushing for a long time. Is it the Temple of the Earth? Go and have a look. Zhou Wen still remembered that he went to the Temple of the Earth last time and got a treasure map, but the treasure was not dug up, and was given an iron walnut by a doll-like dimensional creature, and the iron walnut it turned out to be too old. The functions of the Earth temples in different parts of the Eastern District are similar. If local-born people go to worship the Earth God, they may get a treasure map. But if it is not a person born on this land, then I am sorry, even if you kowtow, Lord Land will not care about you. And Xing took Zhou Wen to the nearby Earth Temple. The Earth Temple here is indeed much larger than the one Zhou Wen went to last time. Moreover, the main god of this temple is the land, and does not share the temple and incense with other gods. Selling the treasure map. The treasure map that the authentic local people worshipped only needs a legendary companion egg. For the newly released treasure map, only 2 legendary power crystals are exchanged, and those with an energy level of 6 or above are measured. Ancestral treasure map. The area in front of the Temple of the Earth was very lively. It was like going to a market. There were many stalls selling treasure maps, and some people were selling crystals and companion eggs. Why don't these locals dig for treasures by themselves? Zhou Wen felt a little strange. And Xing said with a smile, Do you really believe that these people are selling treasure maps? Dimensional Storm has been around for decades, and the local people have long since finished worshipping, that is, newborn babies, only worshipping. How many babies are born every year for Lord Land to hold the treasure map? Zhou Wen suddenly understood that these people who sold treasure maps were similar to those who used to sell antique Buddha statues at the entrance of temples. Most people know it's fake, but still take luck. Unfortunately, we are not locals. Even if we worship, it is useless. Otherwise, it would be good to get a treasure map and try our luck. And Xing said, that may be true. Although we are not locals, if the landmaster sees that we are of good character and wants to send us a treasure map, it is very possible. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Young man, you really think good things. Instead of having such an unrealistic dream, why don't you come to my uncle and buy 2 treasure maps to try your luck? An old man who sold treasure maps next to him said with a smile. To buy a treasure map from you, we might as well go to worship the Lord of the Earth. Zhou Wen shook his head and was about to walk into the Temple of the Earth. Let's take a look again, maybe the treasure map I have here is really more useful than the one from Lord Tudi? The old man didn't give up and said while holding Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly, and he stared at the old man. How fast his reaction is. Let alone an old man, even a mythical creature, it is not easy to meet Zhou Wen. With a seemingly inadvertent pull, the old man actually grabbed his arm, making Zhou Wen unresponsive. This is definitely not normal. But in this old man, Zhou Wen didn't feel that there was anything special, and the sense of crisis that he had cultivated for a long time did not play a role. Zhou Wen looked at the old man, and the more he looked, the more he felt as if he had seen this old man somewhere. Although his appearance was different, Zhou Wen felt familiar with those eyes. These eyes. Jing Daoxian, absolutely can't be wrong. These are Jing Daoxian's eyes. Zhou Wen almost cried out. Zhou Wen wanted to gather his strength to get rid of the old man's palm as if his hair was blown up. And Xing also found out that something was wrong, and stared at the old man, ready to take action at any time. To Zhou Wen's surprise, the old man let go of his hand, then picked up a treasure map like a wooden card and handed it to Zhou Wen, and said with a smile, young man, this treasure map is given to you for free, you go and dig first, and if you can find a treasure, it's not too late to come and buy a treasure map from me. Zhou Wen stared at the old man. But apart from these eyes, there was nothing on the old man like Jing Daoxian, and he couldn't even feel the vitality that a practitioner should have. If the old man just grabbed him, Zhou Wen even thought he was just an ordinary person. Don't be polite to the old man, take it and dig it and see. Maybe you can dig up the fairy's treasure? However, this fairy's treasure is not for everyone. There is no return. The old man put the treasure map into Zhou Wen's hands. Zhou Wen heard the words and felt even more that the old man in front of him was probably Jing Daoxian, otherwise how could he have said the word? Fascinated. Master Wen? And Xing walked to Zhou Wen's side, but his eyes were still vigilantly staring at the old man squatting behind the stall. Zhou Wenlai didn't want to take the treasure map, but he couldn't dodge it. The treasure map was shoved directly into his hand. Holding the treasure map, Zhou Wen's vitality was ready to explode at any time. The old man slowly packed his things, put all the things on the stall into a bag, then got up and left, shaking his head and sighing as he walked. This world is really getting harder and harder to mix. Master Wen, do you know the old man? And Xing couldn't help asking when he saw the old man walking out half a street, but Zhou Wen was still staring at the old man's back. I suspect he is Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen lowered his voice and said. And Xing's body trembled when he heard it, and he said in disbelief, you know Jing Daoxian? I met him once, although he looked different then, but I think it should be him. Zhou Wen hesitated, not knowing whether to chase after him. Zhou Wen wanted to find out what the hell was going on, but the man in front was the most legendary monster in the history of the Federation. Although there were many big devils in the early days of the Federation, and later, various devils continued to appear, such as Yake and his like, who may have killed more people than Jing Daoxian, but there is no one who can be as good as Jing Daoxian. General legend. Zhou Wen knew even more how terrifying Jing Daoxian was. Master Jiao and Xia Jiuhuang were both mature and sophisticated fellows, but they were all toyed with by Jing Daoxian. Such a person, even if Zhou Wen has some achievements now, he does not dare to despise him. Zhou Wen had also secretly investigated the matter about Jing Daoxian before, but the information obtained was very limited, only that Jing Daoxian was seriously injured in a dimensional field and almost became a waste, so the Supervision Bureau took the opportunity to fully hunt down Jing Daoxian. Things happen. Even so, the Supervision Bureau's pursuit operation failed, and they failed to catch Jing Daoxian, who was almost like a waste. It was during that time that Zhou Wen met Jing Daoxian and obtained the Sutra of Losing Immortals. Gritted his teeth, Zhou Wen still got up and chased after him. Although Jing Daoxian was terrible, there was no way to escape. For some things, only Jing Daoxian could give him the answer. And Xing chased after Zhou Wen, but they watched the old man in front turn a corner, and when they ran there, they found that there was no trace of the old man, you just disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Wen has been monitoring the old man with truth listening, but he has not been able to find out how he disappeared, as if he had teleported. He searched the surroundings, and found no trace of the old man. Zhou Wen moved in his heart and took a look at the treasure map in his hand. He saw that the treasure map was a wooden sign with a simple map in front of the sign. There is a time written at the back, and at first glance it is known that it was just written. It seems that it might be Jing Daoxian. Master Wen, are you going? And Xing looked at the time on the treasure map and asked, I have some questions that only Jing Daoxian can answer. Zhou Wen told Xing the treasure map, help me see, where is the location marked on this map? The location is in front of the Earth Temple. The time is converted into general time, it should be 3:30 in the morning. And Xing looked at it for a while and said, well, let's come back at night. Zhou Wen said, Master Wen, find a place to rest first, and I'll do some preparatory work. And Xing said. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to go to the Earth Temple, to worship the Earth Lord, so he found a hotel in the town and stayed there, waiting for the night to come. And Xing didn't come back until 3 o'clock in the morning, and when he came back, he said to Zhou Wen, the time is too rushed, try to make some preparations, but if the other party is really Jing Daoxian, my preparations may not be of much use. Young master, you still have to be careful yourself. Zhou Wen nodded and said nothing. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Wen took Xing to the Temple of the Earth. In front of the Temple of the Earth at night, it is naturally not as lively as it is during the day, and there are basically no people, but in the same position, the old man is still setting up a stall there. The monitoring companion pets I set up didn't work, and I didn't even notice when he entered the scope of the Earth Temple. And Xing whispered to Zhou Wen, it's okay. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, then walked towards the old man. While walking towards the old man, Zhou Wen also activated the soul of the killer, and at the same time was ready to summon a half-life pet. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately attack with all his strength. You are still here. The old man looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said, you've all come to the door, is it still useful for me to hide? Zhou Wen said as he walked towards the old man. The old man was non-committal, but looked at Zhou Wen as if he was appreciating some treasure, and said, I originally thought that you should be dead. Even if you weren't dead, you should be a lunatic now, but not only are you not dead or crazy, but you also look like you're still alive. Live well. Because of the Lost Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen asked. This was exactly the question he wanted to figure out. He had never known the origin of the Lost Immortal Sutra. Now it is basically certain that the old man in front of him is undoubtedly Jing Daoxian. That's right. Jing Daoxian nodded and said, it was pleasing to your eye at first, and I originally wanted to give you the true solution to the demons that I researched for you to practice and play, but who knew you would dare to refuse me? No one in this world can refuse me, even if there is, there will be a price to pay. So I gave you the mystery book. In fact, before you, the book of mystery has changed several masters. Each owner is either dead or crazy, even me. I have been tortured a lot, and if it wasn't for this scripture, I would not have suffered heavy losses in the dimensional realm. Zhou Wen did not intend to interrupt Jing Daoxian, and continued to listen to him. At that time, I was seriously injured, and my companion pet was almost dead, and I was disturbed by the power of the Lost Immortal Sutra. If I continued, I might really be driven mad by the Lost Immortal Sutra. I happened to meet you. At that time, you made me feel very bad again, so I used a method to transfer the mystery fairy to you, which can not only get rid of you, but also lighten my burden, so it kills two birds with one stone. Speaking of which, Jing Daoxian stared at Zhou Wen and asked, what I didn't expect was that you actually practiced the Sutra of Losing Immortals. There are so many masters of the Sutra of Losing Immortals. Not to mention all of them are peerless geniuses, but they are all surprisingly talented and brilliant people, each has its own advantages, but so many people do not have the Immortal Fascination Sutra that they can practice, and it is for you to practice it. I really want to know, where are you better than them? Is there anything better than me, Jing Daoxian? If an ordinary 17 or 18-year-old student, listening to Jing Daoxian say this, will definitely feel proud. Even a big devil like Jing Daoxian thinks he is not as good as him. What an honor this is. It's a pity that Zhou Wen didn't think so. He witnessed the death of the wine master and knew that the reason why Xia Zhouhuang was so mad was the problem of Jing Daoxian. Zhou Wen was very suspicious that Jing Daoxian gave him the Sutra of Losing Immortals for the same purpose. I don't think there is anything special about the Sutra of Losing Immortals, just practice it. Zhou Wen answered ambiguously. This answer obviously cannot satisfy Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian is not in a hurry, and said slowly, why don't we make a deal? You answer a question for me, and I answer a question for you. What do you think? I don't have any questions to ask you, Zhou Wen said. Don't you want to know why the world has become like this? What kind of place is another dimension? How is your teacher Wang Mingyuan now? Where did the Book of Immortals come from? Jing Daoxian said, casually. This question is what Zhou Wen wants to know now. By defeating you, I will naturally know the answers to these questions. Zhou Wen suddenly figured out one thing. Regardless of whether Jing Daoxian deliberately arranged it for him, at least one thing can be determined now. Jing Daoxian would like to know the process or results of his practice. Just like the wine master and Xia Zhouhuang, Jing Daoxian may have regarded him as an experiment. Since it is an experimental product, no matter whether the experiment succeeds or fails, before the experiment is over, I am afraid that Jing Daoxian will not want him to die. Since Jing Daoxian didn't want him to die, Why should he have so many scruples? Zhou Wen just wanted to know how much strength this legendary big devil still has. Jing Daoxian seemed to see through Zhou Wen's inner thoughts, and said lightly, "You think I don't want to kill you, so you can be presumptuous in front of me?" "That's what I think." Zhou Wen didn't hide his inner thoughts. "Haha, you're right, I really don't want to kill you now, because you've shown me some interesting possibilities. I'd rather see the answer than kill you." Unexpectedly, Jing Daoxian admitted that I won't kill Zhou Wen. But Jing Daoxian's words changed, and he said coldly, "Although I won't kill you, I can lock you up and study it slowly. You'd better think about it before you start. Think about it clearly, before that, I will slice you first," Zhou Wen said, and cut the knife directly. It's unbelievable how fast the Immortals are flying out of the sky, but this is not Zhou Wen's trump card. It's just that at the same time as the shot, Dawei King Kong Niu and Beeman appeared next to Zhou Wen. Absolute power. And this is still just a containment method used by Zhou Wen. The real killer is on his pupils, and the candle dragon pupil mirror lights up, and it is about to activate the whole candle vision. We will meet again, remember, your life belongs to me. Jing Daoxian looked at Zhou Wen with strange eyes, her figure suddenly escaped into the ground, and even the things on the ground were drilled into the ground together, for a moment disappear. Too done. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. His sword light slashed on the ground, cutting a deep ditch out of the ground, but there was no trace of Jing Daoxian. Listening to the truth is used to the extreme, and there is no trace of Jing Daoxian within the scope. Master Wen, maybe I can track him. During the day, I had sprinkled water mixed with a special smell on the ground in a nearby area. The water was dried, but the smell remained on the ground. Jing Daoxian already has the smell on his body, I can try it and see if I can track him. And Xing said. Then try it out. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He suspects that Jing Daoxian's injury is not completely healed. Maybe now is a chance. And Xing summoned a strange little beast. The little beast looked like a mouse, but it was much fatter than a mouse. It was as fat as a ball and had no eyes. It had a lot of granulation-like tentacles on its nose. Ordinary creatures can't smell that kind of smell. Only companion pets with a particularly developed sense of smell can distinguish it. And Xing said, and let the companion pet leave the temple of the earth and searched a nearby area, hoping to find Jing Daoxian Lu under the taste. However, I searched the whole town and the vicinity of the town, but I couldn't find the smell. I don't know if Jing Daoxian's earth escape was too powerful, and he escaped directly 100 miles away, or he didn't touch it at all. The smell left on the ground. As expected of the biggest devil in the Federation, it's no wonder that the Federation has hunted him down for so long, but he can still be at ease. I arranged so many in advance, but none of them worked. Master Wen, to be targeted by such a person, you must be extra cautious. And Xing said with a solemn look at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded, I will be careful. Not daring to stay in the town, Zhou Wen and Xing went straight back to Luoyang, and they didn't stop on the way, basically without much rest. However, since that time, Jing Daoxian has not been seen again, and the journey has been very smooth. After returning to Luoyang, and Xing's tense nerves relaxed a little, Master Wen, you'd better not go back to the academy. I will arrange a place for you to prevent Tu Dun from entering. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, I can't hide for the rest of my life, and Jing Daoxian may not be able to move me. Rejecting Xing's kindness, Zhou Wen returned to the academy, Antelope and Xiaoyao returned to the small building they were used to, looking very comfortable. With antelopes and birds looking after the house, it is not so easy for Jing Daoxian to do it secretly. After returning to the academy for 2 or 3 days, I found no trace of Jing Daoxian. When Li Mabai came to look for him again, I still hope that Zhou Wen can go to the South District with him and try the contract guardian. Are you sure the guardian is still there? Zhou Wen looked at Li Mabai and asked. Because he always suspected that the guardian Li Mabai was talking about was the Black Jade Guardian of Xiao Luchuan. Why do you ask this? Li Mabai is such a delicate and well-cut person. Hearing Zhou Wen's question, he suddenly had some bad associations. I heard that Deguge, Zhang Chuanqiu, and others found a guardian's cocoon somewhere in the southern district, and they have successfully contracted. Zhou Wen said half-truth. Li Mabai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. I also know what you said, the two are not in the same place. So far, no one else has entered the place I found. Dangerous dimensional fields, the most famous of which is called the Valley of No Return. Even people from the Dugu family would not dare to go deep into it. Back then, it was only by chance that I was able to see the guardian's cocoon, and others could. The chances of seeing it are extremely low. To be honest, Zhou Wen is a little moved. The number of guardians is too small, and the 2 guardians he can contact at present are too strong, and it is difficult to start. If there is time for Zhou Wen to develop slowly, it will be a matter of time to kill them in the future, but now that Jing Dao Shandu has come to the door, Zhou Wen also feels the pressure. Just like what Xia Zhou Huang said, if you don't enter the mythology, you will only be immortal. Didn't work either. According to the agreement, if you can't contract the guardian, then the guardian belongs to me, right? Zhou Wen looked at Li Mabai and said, of course, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Li Mabai extended his hand with a smile. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and shook Li Mabai's hand, which was regarded as an agreement. This kind of thing is useless in black and white, so there is no need to sign a contract. When can you leave? Li Mabai asked. Zhou Wen. Any time. Zhou Wen replied. Pack up, we'll leave at night, and after we arrive in the southern district, we'll go to Mingsa first, and find a friend with the surname Gu for help. With him leading the way, we can safely reach the Valley of No Return. Li Mabai said. Is there any trouble on the road that we can't solve? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. Li Mabai said, the southern district is very different from the other districts. In the other districts, the great is the most respected, and the winner or loser is mostly determined by the strength of the force. However, in the southern district, there are many kinds of evil small-dimensional creatures, and even in some places, the small is king. The smaller the dimensional creatures, the more destructive power they may cause. Just like the flying immortal Gu on the leaderboard, its size is only the size of an ant. But its destructive power is no weaker than any dimensional creature on the leaderboard. In the southern area, there are many kinds of evil and miniature dimensional creatures. If you are not familiar with the local situation, you may not even know how they died. Although I have some understanding of the place, I am not a local, after all. There is a local lead the way, it will be much safer. All right. Zhou Wen nodded and asked again. Did you know that Li Xian went to the South District? It doesn't matter to me where he goes. Li Mabai left after saying that. Zhou Wen went back to prepare, and told a few close people that he was going to the Southern District. At night, Zhou Wen followed Li Mabai to Mingsa. Li Mabai took two people on the road together. One of them was the butterfly Zhou Wen had seen, and the other was a mute whose name was Mute. The two took care of Li Mabai's food and daily life along the way, as if they were servants. Zhou Wen was still wary of Li Mabai, and he was careful along the way, but nothing happened. Because the air channel has already been broken, the road to Mingsa is not easy to walk. After the dimensional storm, this road is even more difficult to walk. Fortunately, there is a mute to lead the way. He is very familiar with the road in the jungle. He climbs the mountains and ridges along the way. It is all relying on him to explore the road ahead, so that he can seek good luck and avoid evil without encountering too many dangers. Occasionally encounter some dimensional creatures that break the ban. It is easy to deal with. Today's Mingsa is similar to an isolated island on land. There are very few people who can get here. Only some aboriginal people nearby, and people like the Gu family who intend to develop in Mingsa will continue to stay in Mingsa. Sprinkled on this soil area. On the streets of Mingsa, there are many men and women wearing monk robes. The men's monk robes are purple, while the women's clothing is pink. Originally, the local people believed in Buddhism. After the dimensional storm, belief became more important. Whether it is Aborigines or foreign families, as long as they settled in Mingsa, they would believe in Buddhism, otherwise it would be difficult to integrate into the local society. The friendly Mabai is looking for Gu Shanchue. Although he is not a monk, he also believes in Buddhism. However, Zhou Wen saw that the many chains he was wearing did not look like they were shoveled, but they looked like they had come from Shaoxi before Buddha card. In addition to those amulets, Gu Shanchue also has many tattoos on his body. Those tattoos are obviously not formed by companion pets, but artificial. Li, my friend, I'm afraid there is no way to go to the Valley of No Return. Gu Shanchue said. Master Gu, what happened? Li Mabai knew that something must have happened, otherwise, with Gu Shanchue's character, as long as he agreed, no matter how dangerous the road to the Valley of No Return was, he would go there. Now to the Valley of No Return, there is only one way to go, but in the Huaha, which must pass through, there has been a large-scale breaking of the ban. There are already many people who want to travel between Mingsa and Chiang Rai via the Huaha. People. After entering the Flower River, you will not see people or dead, but there are many epic powerhouses. Gu Shanchue explained the details of the incident again. The Flower River is not actually a real river, but after the dimensional storm, in a large area between Chiang Rai and Mingsa, a kind of flower appeared. The growth of that kind of flower is like a continuous river. It is absolutely unique, so it is called Huaha by the locals. Because of the relationship between the dimensional fields, the traffic between Mingsa and Chiang Rai has basically been cut off. Only by going to Huaha can you avoid all the dimensional fields. However, in the past half-month, there has been a change in Huaha. Many people who enter Huaha have seen no dead or dead, and no one dares to enter Huaha again. Before the Gu family, there was an epic who brought people into Huaha, but as soon as they left, there was no news. Even the people who the Gu family sent to Huaha to investigate disappeared a lot, but nothing was found. When you go to the Valley of No Return, can you only go to the Flower River? Li Mabai asked thoughtfully. There is a section of the road that must be passed by Huaha, at least 50 or 60 miles in the Huaha. Gu Shanchue said. Zhou Wen and Li Mabai looked at each other, and if they wanted to go to the Valley of No Return, they had to go to Huaha, but the situation of Huaha was not clear, and the chance of rushing into it was too high. Master Gu, can you take us to the Huaha River to take a look? Li Mabai asked. No problem, but please forgive me, I can't take you into Huaha. Gu Shanchue made it clear that even if he got to Huaha, he would never go in. Li Mabai promised Gu Shanchue to only send them to the vicinity of Huaha, and he wanted to see the situation of Huaha first. Zhou Wen also wanted to see the situation of Huaha, so he finally came here, and it was a little unwilling to go back like this. Gu Shanchue took them to Huaha. All the way was jungle trails, and there was no road at all. Gu Shanchue led two young people from the Gu family to open the way in front. Zhou Wen and Li Mabai followed behind. Zhou Wen has been using his ability to listen carefully, listening to everything in the vicinity, and letting Tai Sui exert his mimetic ability, turning it into a bird. After the Tai Sui mimicry, it looked exactly like the bird, but it was white, standing on Zhou Wen's shoulders with the bird. Zhou Wen was afraid that the antelope guy would follow him and cause trouble, so he didn't bring him out this time. He had already contacted Xing to help him deliver food to prevent him from making trouble in the academy. According to Dugu Zong, the bird should have the bloodline of the phoenix, which has a very good restraint on Gu worms. Tai Sui also has a strong restraint on microdimensional creatures. This is an important confidence for Zhou Wen to dare to come to the southern district. All put on gas masks. Gu Shanchue stopped, took out the gas masks and gave them to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen and the others put on gas masks, and Gu Shanchue glanced at the two birds on Zhou Wen's shoulders and said, all companion pets are also put away. Zhou Wen put them in the backpack and did not take them back. First, the bird was not a companion pet and could not be taken back. Second, Tai Sui also needed to stay outside to ensure that Zhou Wen would not be invaded by miniature companion pets, so naturally he could not take them back. Gu Shanchue naturally saw this scene, but he didn't say anything. The two young people from the Gu family pouted, as if they were very contemptuous of Zhou Wen's behavior, but didn't say anything. The crowd continued to move forward, and Zhou Wen quickly knew why Gu Shanchue asked them to wear gas masks. There were a lot of fungi here, and there were spores floating everywhere, like fog. These fungi are all original creatures on the earth. They have been mutated by the influence of dimensional storms. Although they have not reached the level of dimensional creatures, if the spores they emit enter the human body through the respiratory tract, they will also cause great harm to the human body. The damage, the key is in the body, is difficult to treat. Tai Sui is naturally not afraid of these spores, and it has no appetite for these spores. It is estimated that the energy of these spores is too low, and Tai Sui has already despised it. The bird is also not afraid of these spores. Once any foreign microorganisms enter its body, it will be refined by the phoenix flames in its body. If not, the phoenix will not be the nemesis of Gu insects. Zhou Wen told the two of them to stay in the backpack honestly and not to come out. The group walked in the woods, and they soon got a layer of dust on their bodies, which was actually a lot of spores. On the ground and on dead trees, all kinds of fungi can be seen everywhere. Many of the trees here have withered and become a paradise for fungi growth. Fortunately, the spores here are somewhat different from the parasitic spores in the Longmen grottos. The parasitic spores themselves are an independent dimensional creature, and these spores are only part of the fungus parent body. Even so, if unprepared people enter this area and inhale a lot of spores, I am afraid that the lungs and the entire respiratory system will be finished. Suddenly, Zhou discovered that there was a corpse on the ground in front of him. Judging from the clothes, it should not be a local man. His corpse was already decomposed, and a very strange fungus was growing on it. It looked like egg-sized jellyfish growing on the corpse, transparent and colorless, although the mushroom looked beautiful, but growing on the corpse made people feel creepy. Don't move, Gu Lu, go have a look, Gu Shanxue said to one of the young people. The young man responded and summoned a slap-sized black scorpion companion pet, let it slowly approach the corpse, climbed onto the corpse, and came to the side of a jellyfish-like mushroom. Gu Lu looked at Gu Shanxue nodded slightly, and then he ordered the black scorpion to pierce the jellyfish-like mushroom with its scorpion tail. Bang! After the mushroom was stabbed, it burst open like a water polo, but instead of water, there were countless transparent spores that burst out. Retreat! Gu Shanxue grabbed Gu Lu and another young man named Gu He, and threw them back, while he took a step forward and spewed flames against the spores. The flame encountered the spores, and it skyrocketed like it encountered gasoline, burning most of the spores at once, but a few spores still spread. Gu Lu and Gu He also used flame companion pets to burn those spores that slipped through the net. However, the black scorpion companion pet had already been invaded by spores, and ignored Gu Lu's order, and frantically crawled towards the other jellyfish mushrooms, trying to break them all. Flames spewed from the mouth of Gu Shanxue, directly burning the corpse together with the scorpion companion pet. Those jellyfish mushrooms exploded in the fire, and all the spores were immediately burned by the flames. After confirming that no fish slipped through the net, Gu Shanxue said solemnly to Li Mabai, Li, something is not right, that person died from infection of the spores of a fungal dimensional creature. There must be a parent body of a fungal dimensional creature nearby, and its level is high. Not low, at least epic level. This has not been discovered before, do you still want to go to Huahe? Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen and asked, what do you think? Go on. Zhou Wen had been observing the jellyfish mushrooms and spores on the corpse just now, and these things did not pose much threat to him. Even if Tai Sui doesn't do anything, he can handle it himself, so there is no need to retire. Master Gu, please continue to lead the way. If you feel that there is no way to continue walking, please tell me in advance. Li Mabai said to Gu Shanxue. Okay. Master Gu didn't say much nonsense, and continued to lead the way with Gu Lu and Gu He. The most common method they use is a fire-type companion pet, but this kind of fire-type companion pet is very strange. Wait a minute. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen said suddenly, because he had already discovered by listening to the truth that there were many corpses in front, and each corpse was covered with jellyfish mushrooms. Zhou Wen, what did you find? The people in front stopped, and Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen and said, there seems to be something wrong in the front. Zhou Wen pointed to the front and said. Gu Shanxue stared at the front, but didn't seem to see anything, but he soon summoned a companion pet, which turned into a mirror pupil and appeared in his left eye, making his left eye look like it was completely destroyed. Pupil occupied. Gu Shanxue looked forward again with his left eye for a while before saying, there is indeed a problem in front of you. You guys don't move here first, I'll go take a look. Gu Shanxue said, and dived forward by himself. After a while, Gu Shanxue dived back again and said to Li Mabai, Zhou is right, but there Is indeed something wrong with the front. There are many dead bodies, all covered with jellyfish. Bacteria, there are too. Many, we can't handle it. Butterfly said, we also have a companion pet of the fire element, which can help. You clean up together. Gu Shanxue shook his head and said, you must not use fire-type companion pets here, otherwise there may be big trouble. Although the fire-type companion pets we use are not high-level, their fire attributes are very special, called corpse fire, is a yin fire, the most restrained parasitic bacteria on carrion. Master Gu, is there any other way? Li Mabai asked. You can only take a detour. If you take a detour, you will have to walk 30 to 40 miles more, and you may have to pass through a dimension field called the spiritual breathing valley. The travel speed will not be too fast, at least it will take more than expected. More than 10 hours, and there is some danger in the suction valley. If you are unlucky, you can only go back. Gu Shanxue said after calculating. Is there no other way? It's too dangerous over there, and it may not be possible to get there. Li Mabai had also heard of the name of the valley, and he didn't want to go there. If you don't take a detour, you can only remove those jellyfish bacteria, but you can only deal with them slowly from the outer layer. It is estimated that it will take 2 days to clear all the jellyfish bacteria on the road, and I don't know if there are any more. Gu Shanxue said. Li Mabai thought for a while and said, then clean up the jellyfish fungus, it's better not to go to the breathing valley. I have a fire pet here, Master Gu, see if you can help me. Zhou Wen released the bird from his backpack. After Tai Sui was promoted to myth, it seems that there is not much appetite for ordinary microorganisms. And these jellyfish bacteria are only grown from the spores emitted from the mother's body, not the body of dimensional creatures. Too old to be even less interested. Tai Sui, mythic level, evolvable. Destiny, destined to commit Tai Sui. Life. Soul, 12 Tai Sui God. Wheel of Fortune, longevity. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 81. Vitality, 81. Talent skill. Earth escape. Associated state, mimic. Zhou Wen tried Tai Sui's Wheel of Fortune, but he didn't find any special effect. After using it, it was useless. There was no change in Tai Sui's body, which made Zhou Wen very depressed. Didn't Master Gu already said that ordinary fire-type creatures can't be used here? Didn't you hear it just now? Gu. Lu said a little unhappily. Zhou Wen hadn't listened to Gu Shanxue's words and put away Xiaonyao and Tai Sui before. It seemed that he distrusted them very much, which made Gu Lu's impression of Zhou Wen very bad. Now Zhou Wen actually took out a fire pet again, which naturally made Gu Lu even more disgusted. Gu Shanxue did not think like Gu Lu that Zhou Wen was able to discover the jellyfish bacteria in advance, which made him feel that this young man was very difficult. And people like Li Mabai seem to respect Zhou Wen, which makes Gu Shanxue even more afraid to underestimate Zhou Wen. Gu Shanxue stopped Gu Lu, looked at the bird and asked, is your pet's flame a yin fire? I'm not too sure about this, but its flame can be retracted freely, and it should be able to start working. Zhou Wen said. What's the use of retracting freely? Whose companion pet power can't be retracted freely? Do you have any common sense? There are a lot of spores here, and they gather together like a large number of fans. Using ordinary flames can easily cause dust explosions. Even if there is no dust explosion, igniting a large area of spores will cause a forest fire, which can easily disturb the dimensional creatures in the forest, Gulu said. Gulu, don't be rude to guests. Gu Shanshue frowned. Gulu listened to Gu Shanshue's words, so he had to shut up and stop talking, but looking at his expression, he knew that he was very unconvinced. Gu Shanshue bowed to Zhou Wen and said, Zhou, Gulu is young and ignorant, please. Don't take his rude words to heart. But what he said just now is right, ordinary flames do cause many problems. If you are sure, you can let your pet try it. If you are not sure, let us clean it up. It doesn't matter if you spend more time. Master Gu, I also know some of the taboos of using flames. I didn't say it just now. My pets can control their own flames and will not cause explosions or fires. Zhou Wen has seen the flames of birds, and naturally knows that it has such ability. Then try it first, let it spew a little flame. Gu Shanshue said. Zhou Wen motioned for the bird to breathe flames. But the bird's temperament was not as good as Zhou Wen's. Its IQ was no worse than that of a human being. Although it could not speak human words, it could understand it. Gulu's words made it very unhappy. As soon as Zhou Wen signaled it, the bird immediately fluttered its wings. It didn't mean to spray flames for Gu Shanshue to verify. It flew directly into the corpse, and opened its mouth and spat out a ball. Golden flame. Not good. Gu Shanshue, Gu Lu, and Gu He were all shocked. There are nearly 100 corpses there, covered with countless jellyfish fungi, large and small. When they are burned by the flame, a large number of jellyfish fungi explode. Even if there is no dust explosion, a large number of spores will spread out. But the next scene made them all stunned. I saw the golden flame of the bird falling on the corpse, igniting the corpse and the jellyfish fungus together. Strangely, the jellyfish fungus did not explode when it caught fire, and quickly burned into fly ashes in the golden flame. Nearly 100 corpses, together with the jellyfish bacteria on them, were burnt to ashes in a moment, and nothing was left behind. Moreover, the golden flame only burned the corpse and the jellyfish fungus. But it did not affect the nearby creatures at all, and even other spores in the air were not ignited. Gu Lu and Gu He were stunned. Even the corpse fire they used did not have such a good effect. And it was even more impossible to remove all the jellyfish bacteria and corpses so quickly. Gu Shanshue stared at the bird, but his expression became very strange. After watching for a while, he suddenly turned to Zhou Wen and saluted, Mr. Zhou, if I am willing to send you across the Flower River into the Valley of No Return, can you do me a favor? Gu Lu and Gu He were both shocked. Outsiders did not know what the etiquette of Gu Shanshue Xing was, but they knew very well that this kind of etiquette was spreading violently. And it was a high-standard etiquette. This kind of etiquette is only used for monks who have great merit. The three of Li Mabai also looked at Gu Shanshue in confusion, wondering how he would suddenly change his mind and be willing to take a big risk to help them cross the Flower River. I don't know how I can help you, Master Gu? Zhou Wen did not agree easily. Gu Shanshue obviously saw something from the bird. Gu Shanshue said, to be honest, our Gu family is also good at raising and taming Gu. I found a mythical dimensional creature in a place and wanted to tame it into a Gu, but because it is too powerful, it has always been I didn't succeed. If you are willing to help me, Mr. Zhou, you will definitely be able to subdue him. When Gu Shanshue was talking, he glanced at Xianyao, and it was obvious that the target he really wanted to ask for help was Xianyao. If it's within our ability, we should help each other, but we are in a hurry to go to the Valley of No Return, I'm afraid. Before Zhou Wen's words were finished, Gu Shanshui said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, I will help you to go to the Valley of No Return first. After we return from the Valley of No Return, it will not be too late for Mr. Zhou to help me." Master Gu, I still have to ask first, what kind of mythical dimensional creatures do you want to tame? And what kind of abilities do you have? What do you want me to do? Zhou Wen asked seriously. Zhou Wen is not willing to break the contract at will, so he still has to ask clearly first. Mr. Zhou, can you take a step to speak? Gu Shanshui obviously didn't want others to know the information about that dimensional creature. Zhou Wen and Gu Shanshui came to the side, and Gu Shanshui said, "The dimensional creature I want to tame is a corpse silkworm, and it is in an extremely dimensional field. For ordinary people, it is extremely dangerous, but Zhou Wen sir, you have the phoenix divine bird in your body, so it is not difficult to conquer the corpse silkworm. I can only promise to help, but I can only do my best at that time. And I can't guarantee that it will work." After all, Zhou Wen has never seen a corpse silkworm, and he doesn't know what the ability of a corpse silkworm is, so he is very conservative. That's good. Gu Shanshui was very impressed. After the two talked, they walked back, and a few people started the road again. Gu Shanshui took Gu Lu and Gu He to continue to open the road ahead. On the road, some corpses with jellyfish bacteria were discovered one after another, and Gu Shanshui's expression became a little dignified. On the way, Gu Lu and Gu He secretly looked at the bird from time to time. Even Li Mabai and others looked at the bird a few more times. Obviously, they all understood that Gu Shanshui's previous actions must have something to do with the bird. The bird stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and looked around triumphantly. Zhou Wen has been observing the surrounding situation by listening carefully, hoping to find the parent body of the jellyfish fungus, but he has never found the parent body. Only the parasitized corpses. Suddenly, Tai Sui in the backpack came out, flapped his wings, and flew towards the nearby woods. What happened? Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen. It's okay, my companion pet has been in the backpack for too long, and I want to go out for a walk. Zhou Wen said perfunctorily. He didn't want to be perfunctory either, but he didn't know what Tai Sui wanted to do, and there was no way to explain it clearly. Zhou Wen has been using truth listen to observe the direction Tai Sui flew past, but there was nothing there at all. Tai Sui flew out for nearly 1,000 meters, dived towards the ground, and then got into the ground without a shadow. Tai Sui will escape, Zhou Wen can't hear where it goes, just after a while. I saw Tai Sui drilled out of the ground again and flew back quickly. It's just that its belly is obviously bulging, and it doesn't know what to eat. This is just a moment, when Zhou Wen's companion pet came back, everyone went back on the road again. This time on the road, although I encountered some corpses, no jellyfish bacteria were found on those corpses. Zhou Wen saw this situation and probably guessed that Tai Sui must have escaped into the ground and ate the mother of the jellyfish bacteria. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful. He didn't even see what the mother's body looked like, but he was eaten by Tai Sui. In addition to the interference of jellyfish bacteria, the speed of everyone's travel was much faster, and Zhou Wen also gained a lot of knowledge. There are many bizarre creatures here that Zhou Wen has never seen before, and has never even heard of it. Fortunately, Gu Shanshui and the others led the way and avoided the dimensional realm. Otherwise, if they fell into the dimensional realm, I don't know how many terrifying unknown creatures they would encounter. Zhou Wen saw a sea of flowers from a distance, with white petals and red stamens. From a distance, it looked like a bloody white river. There is the flower river, Gu Shanshui said, pointing to the river-like flowers in the distance. Everyone's eyes have been focused on the flower river, and Zhou Wen is also searching for the flower river by listening, but among those flowers, except for the flowers, there is no living thing at all. The locals call this flower the flower of life. Wherever the flower of life appears, there is no room for other creatures to survive, and even weeds will not grow there. In the past, it was very safe for human beings to enter the Huahe River, because there are no other creatures in the Huahe River, and there are no dimensional creatures, so the Huahe River has become an important road between some nearby cities. But since half a month ago, all the people who entered Huahe have not been able to come out alive, all have disappeared, and this road has been cut off. Zhou Wen carefully looked at the flower of life. Those flowers were not big, they looked a bit similar to peach blossoms, and the clusters were really beautiful. These flowers of life don't look like dimensional creatures, Li Mabai said, looking at the flowers of life in the distance. Gu Shanshui nodded and said, the flower of life existed before the dimensional storm. It was a poisonous flower. After the dimensional storm, the poisonous flower mutated, and the number also increased, forming a river of flowers. But I don't know. For some reason, the mutated flower of life has no toxins. Many people have tested the flower of life, and it does not contain any toxins. Even if it is eaten, it will not cause harm to humans. But now it is possible, something is different. Please wait a moment, I need to do some experiments. First, Zhou Wen and others stopped and waited for Gu Shanshui's test, because no one knew what the danger in Huahe was, so they could only analyze from the flower of life itself. Different from the experiment Zhou Wen imagined. Gu Shanshui opened a bamboo tube, and from the bamboo tube released a worm that looked like a silkworm. The leaves and rhizomes of the flower, and then gnawed on the flowers, it seemed that there was no problem. This is a white silkworm. It is very sensitive to toxins. If it absorbs toxins, the body will show different colors. Gu Shanshui explained. Now that the white silkworm has not changed color, does it mean that the flower of life is still non-toxic? Dai asked, curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw the white silkworm stand upright, fell from the flower, and died upright, but its body was still white and did not change. Master Gu, what's the situation now? Li Mabai asked Gu Shanshui. Gu Shanshui did not answer, but just summoned a butterfly companion pet and brought back the body of the white silkworm. Then Gu Shanshui cut off part of the white silkworm's body and fed it to another spider. After the spider ate the white silkworm's body, there was no response. Gu Shanshui also picked out a strange amulet from his own amulet. The outside of the amulet looked like a small transparent glass bottle, which contained yellow liquid, and a baby-like statue was soaked in the liquid. Gu Shanshui opened the glass bottle outside and poured some yellow liquid on top of the remaining white silkworm corpse. The liquid immediately penetrated into the white silkworm's corpse. Gu Shanshui held the amulet, whispered something in his mouth, and at the same time put his vitality into the amulet. But after a while, there was no movement from the white silkworm's body. Gu Shanshui took back the amulet, looked at the spider next to him that ate some of the white silkworm's body, and said solemnly, the white silkworm's body has no toxins, it is not poisoned to death, just now. I used the technique of controlling the spirit, I tried to condense the remaining spiritual consciousness of the white silkworm. But it was unsuccessful. After hearing this, Li Mabai already understood Gu Shanshui's meaning, that is to say, the flower of life itself is not poisonous. Did the white silkworm die because it lost its soul? That's probably what it means, but spiritual consciousness is not exactly the same as soul. Gu Shanshui said. Can you find out what sucked the white silkworm's spiritual consciousness? Li Mabai asked. No other creatures have been found to intervene. The biggest possibility is that the flower of life has sucked its spiritual knowledge, but this is only an inference. Gu Shanshui said. This inference made both Li Mabai and Zhou Wen's heart sink. If the flower of life is really at fault, it will become very dangerous for them to cross the flower river, and they may be sucked out of their spiritual knowledge if they are not careful. This seems to be somewhat similar to the sucking worms in the sucking spirit valley. Will they be related? Li Mabai asked. It's not clear yet, and further research is needed. Gu Shanshui summoned the companion pets of many birds, and let them fly across the flower river from the sky and fly towards the distance. The companion pet flew several laps on the flower river, and there seemed to be no problem, which made Zhou Wen and the others feel a little better. If you can fly across the flower river from the air, you can save a lot of trouble. After taking back the companion pet, Gu Shanshui asked Gu Lu and Gu He to open the bamboo cage on their backs. There was actually a beehive inside the bamboo cage, and there were many poisonous bees coming in and out. Zhou Wen looked at the hive with some curiosity. He hadn't noticed it before, but he didn't expect that Gu Lu and Gu He were carrying such a thing. The poisonous bee inside is obviously not a companion pet, nor can it be regarded as a dimensional creature. It should be a variant of the earth poisonous bee. Driven by Gu Lu and Gu He, those poisonous bees flew out of the hive and flew to the sky above Huahe, but after a while, the poisonous bees fell from the air. Like drinking, like drunk, fell into the flowers. All the poisonous bees were not spared, and all fell into the flowers. Everyone's hearts were clouded with a shadow. The companion pets were fine, but the poisonous bees were all dead. It is estimated that people who go in will be the same as the poisonous bees. Gu Shanshui did some experiments again, and there were so many strange things on him that people were dazzled. After Gu Shanshui stopped, Li Mabai asked, Master Gu, is there a way to cross the flower river? There is a way, but it can only prevent spiritual consciousness from being sucked away. Whether there are other dangers in it, I don't know yet. Gu Shanshui pondered. We've already come here, there's no reason to go back. Li Mabai said. Gu Shanshui nodded, took out a few amulets from his pocket and distributed them to Zhou Wen. You can hang these amulets around your necks. It will naturally protect you from being sucked out of your spiritual knowledge, but there are a few taboos that need to be observed. First, after wearing it, don't take it off casually. After you go out, I will help you take it off. Second, you need to drop a drop of blood on the amulet every day without interruption. Third, you can't eat meat. These 3 rules must be obeyed, or there will be trouble. After Li Mabai took the amulet, he put it directly on his neck, pierced his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the amulet. Strange to say, that drop of blood penetrated into the amulet at once. What companion pet is sealed in this amulet? Zhou Wen asked curiously while holding the amulet. This amulet is very similar to the amulet used by Gu Shanshui just now. It is divided into 3 layers, 1 layer of transparent crystal, 2 layers of yellow liquid, and The innermost is a black baby statue. The amulet that seals the companion pet is now called the real amulet. I made this myself, and the seal inside is not the companion pet, but the goo. Although there are some evil sects, as long as the rules are followed, there will be no problem. Remember, must follow the rules. Otherwise there will be disaster. Gu Shanshui warned them again and again. Li Mabai said, Master Gu's family used to raise Gu. Later, the Gu family moved to the vicinity of Chiang Rai and learned the local techniques. They have deep research on amulets and Gumantong. Now they are in their own way. Even in Chiang Rai, there are not many people who can compare to Master Gu. According to Gu Shanshui, Zhou Wen fed the amulet a drop of blood and hung it on his neck. Everyone hung up the amulet, and then, under the leadership of Gu Shanshui, they entered the Flower River. Sure enough, as Gu Shanshui said, after they hung up this amulet, there was a problem of absorbing spiritual knowledge. A group of people walked through the Flower River, and all they saw was the sea of flowers, and there were no other creatures. It looks beautiful, but also has a feeling of loneliness. Zhou Wen originally wanted Gu Shanshui to help him see the use of the amulets he got from Shaoxi, but after thinking about it, forget it. This place is not far from Chiang Rai. Xi's amulet landed in his hand, and he would inevitably get into trouble. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose in the sky. The Flower River under the moonlight seems to be covered with a layer of mysterious gauze, which looks beautiful and terrifying. Ah! Gulu suddenly screamed and fell into the flowers. His eyes were white, his body twitched violently, and foam overflowed from his mouth, as if he had gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Gu Shanshui reacted the fastest. He pinched Gu Lu's mouth, forcing his mouth to open, then took out a small bottle and poured it down at Gu Lu's mouth. Zhou Wen originally thought that the vial was medicine, but who knew it, he saw a centipede-like bug crawling out of the bottle, and got straight into Gulu's mouth. Gulu's abdomen swelled up, and he suddenly turned over and threw himself on the ground. Zhou Wen saw that Gulu vomited out a lot of white things, and when he looked closely, he almost vomited out what Gulu vomited turned out to be many maggots, still squirming on the ground. Gulu vomited more and more bugs, and several people who saw it all had numb scalps, and some were worried that they would be like Gulu. After vomiting for a while, Gulu also vomited out the centipede-like worm, and the swollen abdomen disappeared. It looked much better, but his face was terrifyingly pale. Master Gu, what's wrong with Gu Lu? Li Mabai asked. They had been paying attention to the surrounding area just now, and they didn't find any problems. The sudden accident in Gulu made them equally uneasy. Don't worry, it's not about the flower of life. He was planted with a Gu worm, and I have already killed him. Gu Shanshui stretched out his hand, and the centipede-like worm flew into his hand, inside his claws. Something fell. It was a worm the size of a grain of rice. It really looked like a grain of rice. The average person couldn't see it at all, but it turned out to be a worm. This is a relatively common rice goo. Although it is only legendary, it is easily eaten by opponents when it is mixed with rice grains. After entering the body, it uses the internal force of rapid reproduction to destroy the body from the inside. It is difficult for outsiders to understand. Gu Shanshui paused and continued, Rice Gu's movement speed is not fast, and its attack power is not very strong, so it is difficult to directly enter the body. It should be That before we came, the rice goo had already mixed into the bamboo bucket of rice, brought by Gu Lu. He was only invaded by rice goo after he had eaten. Saying that, Gu Shanxue asked Gu Lu and Gu He to check all the things they brought, and sure enough, they found some rice goo in their bamboo bucket of rice, and also found a kind of glutinous rice in the kettle. Goo worms with thin threads. Gu Shanxue told them that it was also a legendary goo worm, called the bone drill worm, and it could easily kill people if it invaded the body. Until Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. The few of them didn't eat bamboo bucket rice or drink water, and now they don't even want to eat or drink. Several people also handed over their belongings to Gu Shanxue for inspection. Fortunately, there was no problem with their food and water. It seems that someone did these things before we set off. Master Gu, do you know who did it? Li Mabai asked. Gu Shanxue shook his head and said, our Gu family shouldn't do such a thing, because they all know that these goo worms can't deal with me. Li Mabai fell into contemplation. If it wasn't from the Gu family, it might not be aimed at Gu Shanxue and the others. This range is too large to guess. Master Gu, is there any way to prevent these goo worms? Dai asked. She is a woman after all. Seeing the picture of Gu Lu vomiting maggots just now, she was disgusted. If she was allowed to vomit once, she would rather die. There are countless goo worms in the southern region, and it is easy to defend against one or several kinds, but if you want to defend against all of them, you can only rely on your personal experience and judgment. However, if you have a legendary creature that can restrain 10,000 gus fantastic artifact, then no matter what kind of goo worm, I won't dare to approach you. When Gu Shanxue spoke, he glanced at the bird on Zhou Wen's shoulder. What kind of fetish is that? Butterfly asked. The most famous one is the mythical ice silkworm. Gu, if there is an ice silkworm goo in your body, basically no worms dare to approach you. Even if they do, they will be discovered by the ice silkworm goo and will be killed directly. Most god-level goo insects have similar effects, provided you contain them. Gu Shanxue said. Isn't it okay to kill it directly to explode the companion pet? Dai said. Some can, some can't. Gu Shanxue said ambiguous. Why? Dai wondered. Because living goo insects have experienced many battles, they have strong instincts, experience, and a certain IQ, as well as territorial awareness. However, if you are a companion pet, your IQ may not necessarily be able to do it, and there is no combat experience and territorial awareness. Most of them need to be controlled by the master to be able to exert their power, and it will be much worse to prevent this in advance. Moreover, mythical level goo worms may not be able to explode as companion pets, or the possibility of domestication is relatively high. Gu Shanxue said. Master Gu, do you have any mythical level goo worms on your body? Let us open our eyes by releasing them, Dai said. If I had one, I wouldn't have to ask Mr. Zhou to help me catch corpse worms. There are a lot of people who keep goo in the southern district, but very few really have mythical worms, and most of them should be in Dugu's house. Gu Shanxue seemed to be in good spirits, and then continued, if Mr. Zhou can help me catch the corpse worm this time, I will also have a mythical worm, and the Gu family will be regarded as the #1 person in the southern district in the future. Gu Shanxue checked everyone's belongings and found no more goo worms, so he continued on his way. The flower river under the moon is so beautiful. that the heart trembles. A breeze blows, and the flowers sway like ripples in the river. Gu Shanxue sniffed hard, stopped suddenly, and made a still gesture, and then looked at the flower river in the distance. Zhou Wen and several people stopped, followed his gaze, and saw that there was still a large sea of flowers in front of him, and nothing was found. But the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and after a while, they saw some lights dancing and swimming above the flower river in the distance. Zhou Wen's listening ability is very strong, and he quickly saw what it was. It wasn't a light at all, but a large crystal-like butterfly. The butterfly's body was transparent, and there were many patterns on the inside of its wings. Those patterns glowed with an ice-blue cold light, making it even more dazzling. When the wings of the ice-blue butterfly vibrated, it caused a strong wind, which blew layers of ripples on the flower river. That's underworld butterfly. When Gulu saw clearly that it was a butterfly, his pale complexion disappeared in an instant. Guhi next to him was no better than that, and his face was extremely ugly. It's no wonder that no one who entered Huaha was able to get out alive. There is actually a butterfly here, Gu Shanxue said solemnly. Although Zhou Wen doesn't know what the butterfly is, he can know just by sensing the fluctuation of vitality on its body. It is definitely a mythical dimensional creature. The legendary Netherworld messenger. Is it the Netherworld butterfly that leads the soul into the underworld? Li Mabai apparently heard the name of the underworld butterfly, and frowned as he stared at the butterfly. Gu Shanxue said in a low voice, I only heard that someone has encountered a butterfly, but it was in a mysterious dimension that is almost inaccessible to humans. I didn't expect that there would be a butterfly here in Huaha. Our bad luck. The butterfly came flying, and the large flower of life rose and began to shine, condensing towards the body of the butterfly. Soon, the entire flower river seemed to have turned into a fluorescent river, with rising and floating fluorescent lights everywhere. Zhou Wen and the others were already retreating, but their bodies, like those flowers of life, radiated a little radiance, and every radiance radiated from the body. Everyone felt that their spirits seemed to be much worse. They felt very tired, and they wanted to fall down, sleep on the ground. They tried to stop the radiance flowing from their bodies, but it didn't work. Go fast, you can't stop. Stop is a dead end. Gu Shanxue took the lead in running in the flower river. Some amulets on his body flickered with strange light, which made the radiance of his body radiate a lot slower, but it was only slow. It didn't stop the radiance from emitting. Bang bang. The amulet on Zhou Wen and the others exploded, the yellow liquid inside splashed out, and the baby statue shattered, turning into a little bit of brilliance and flying out. Many of the amulets on Gu Shanxue's body also exploded. Zhou Wen summoned the golden tyrant sword and slashed at the butterfly with a backhand sword. The flying speed of the butterfly is extremely fast. Even if Zhou Wen can escape by himself, others will definitely not be able to escape. However, the golden sword light slashed on the body of the butterfly, but directly passed through the transparent body of the butterfly, and was not able to cause damage to it. Underworld butterfly is a creature from the underworld, and it can travel between reality and the underworld. General vitality attacks are ineffective against it. Li Mabai summoned a companion pet while talking, and the companion pet was a white-clothed girl with a black paper umbrella. But the girl in white has no facial features on her face, which looks very strange. But as soon as the girl came out, the black paper umbrella opened and blocked Li Mabai's head, and Li Mabai's body immediately stopped shining. It's a pity that the black paper umbrella is too small. There are at most 2 people standing there. There is no way to cover everyone in it. Zhou Wen, try to kill Ming Dai, Li Mabai said, and ordered the girl in white to float towards Zhou Wen with a black umbrella. The girl in white floated beside Zhou Wen like a ghost, and covered the top of Zhou Wen's head with a black paper umbrella, so that his body no longer radiated light. Zhou Wen suddenly felt much better and no longer had that tired feeling. When Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, he turned around holding the golden tyrant sword and was about to rush to Ming Dai. Wait a minute. Gu Shanxue stopped Zhou Wen, stretched out a move, and a golden child appeared in front of him. The golden child was somewhat similar to Xiaoxi's Gumentong, but not so terrifyingly evil. Bring my life and soul. Your sword can touch the butterfly. You don't have much time. My life and soul can only last for 10 minutes at most. Gu Shanxue said. The golden boy turned into a golden light, incorporating into the golden tyrant sword. The golden tyrant sword has some golden images like a baby and a Buddha, and the golden light on the sword is more intense. Zhou Wen stepped out 1 step, and the flying fairy outside the sky had already started, and a golden sword rainbow was drawn from the golden tyrant sword in his hand, and he arrived in front of Ming Dai in an instant. Strange to say, the girl in white clothes and black umbrella seemed to be stuck to Zhou Wen. No matter how fast Zhou Wen was, she always stuck to Zhou Wen's side and covered Zhou Wen's head with a black paper umbrella. Ming Dai seemed to sense the unusualness of this sword. With a flick of the wings, the figure seemed to penetrate into the underworld and disappeared directly. When it reappeared, it was already on the other side of the Flower River. Zhou Wen's golden tyrant sword drew sword rainbows one after another, like golden lightning crisscrossed in the air, but the figure of the butterfly flickered, disappeared for a while, and appeared in other places for a while. Zhou Wen's sword was never able to slash its body. Zhou Wen was guarded by a black paper umbrella, so he didn't think so, but Li Mabai and others felt extremely tired and could no longer escape. They fell to the ground one by one. Gu Lu and Gu He, who were less powerful, seemed to be on the verge of death. Couldn't help falling asleep. Even so, Li Mabai did not take back the companion pet, and Gu Shanxue did not take back his life and soul, and still blessed Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen couldn't even kill, and knew that he might not be able to kill Ming Dai just by relying on speed. He immediately switched to the vitality art, and the Holy Prison King's soul appeared, and the eyes of the Holy Prison King opened in the middle of his eyebrows. The original Zhou Wen just wanted to try it out. Can the eyes of the Holy Prison King allow him to see the figure of the butterfly passing through the underworld? But who knew that when the eyes of the Holy Prison King opened, the brilliance emanating from the flower of life changed unexpectedly. Instead of flying towards the underworld butterfly, it rushed towards the eyes of the Holy Prison King. What's even more terrifying is that the brilliance of the underworld butterfly also scattered and flew towards the eyes of the Holy Prison King. In just a moment, Ming Dai's body radiated a lot of light, and ice blue spells appeared, and those spells prevented the brilliance of its body from flying away. Boom! Between the vibrations of the wings, terrifying ice blue light waves spread toward Zhou Wen, like ripples in space. Zhou Wen's eyes narrowed, and the golden tyrant sword in his hand slashed without hesitation, turning into a golden sword rainbow, directly severing the ice blue light wave. Underworld butterfly escaped into the underworld again, but under the eyes of the Holy Prison King, Zhou Wen was able to see the figure of underworld butterfly flying in the underworld, but he couldn't touch it. the moment it escaped. From the underworld, the golden tyrant sword slashed on its body, and the invincible sword glow slashed the butterfly under. The sword tearing its body into two halves. Ding! A dimensional crystal fell out, like an ordinary sapphire, with the light and shadow of a butterfly in it. It turned out to be a crystal of vitality skills. As soon as the butterfly died, the body suddenly turned into countless rays of light and flocked to the eyes of the Holy Prison King. Li Mabai and the others only saw the brilliance of the sky, like the galaxies rushing towards Zhou Wen's eyebrows from all directions, but they couldn't see the eyes of the Holy Prison King. Even the girl in white clothes and black umbrella and the golden boy were no exception. Radiance radiated from their bodies and flocked to Zhou Wen's eyebrows, but Li Mabai and the others did not radiate radiance anymore. Li Mabai and Gu Shanchue quickly took back the girl in white and the black umbrella and the golden boy, which prevented the brilliance of their bodies from leaking. As a lot of brilliance was sucked into the eyes of the Holy Prison King, Zhou Wen faintly felt that the Holy Prison King's life soul was about to evolve again, and he couldn't help but feel happy. The Holy Prison King evolves again and will reach the perfect body, which is Zhou Wen's second life soul to reach the perfect body. The originally beautiful flower of life lost its splendor, and a large area withered and withered. The originally beautiful river of flowers turned into a withered place of death in a moment. All the brilliance was absorbed by Zhou Wen, and the life and soul of the Holy Prison King evolved almost at the same time. The karmic fire pupil in the eyes of the Holy Prison King blooms like a lotus flower, and the invisible karmic fire gushes out, like layers of petals, wrapping Zhou Wen's body. Outsiders can only see Zhou Wen hanging in the air, and can't see the invisible karmic fire on him, but they can feel that Zhou Wen's momentum is constantly rising. When the momentum climbed to the extreme, Zhou Wen's body underwent earth-shaking changes, and the Holy Prison King's soul completed its final evolution in the karmic fire. For a moment, Zhou Wen felt that his entire body seemed to have entered a higher dimension, separated from reality. The real world has become filthy in his eyes, like a garbage dump, and his body is still in such an environment, but it is still not stained with dust. As the karmic fire in the eyes of the Holy Prison King was consumed, the eyes of the Holy Prison King gradually closed, and finally disappeared. When the Buddha closes his eyes, the world will be 1 inch of pure land, and the life in the defiled world will also be abandoned by the Buddha, and the ultimate purification will be brought down. Looking at the filthy world full of eyes, Zhou Wen seemed to realize that although the eyes of the Holy Prison King were closed, his eyes were not closed, nor was he completely separated from reality, but allowed himself to return to the world. The condensing process of life and soul is not only related to talent, bloodline and vitality art, but also to a person's mood and perception. No two people's life and soul are exactly the same, that is because everyone's thoughts will be somewhat different. It is impossible exactly the same. If Zhou Wen just wanted to get out of this filthy world, then the life and soul of the Holy Prison King will evolve in the direction of the holy, and finally he may become a Buddha and a god. However, Zhou Wen did not have the idea of detachment, but entered the filthy world, so the soul of the Holy Prison King evolved in another direction. Looking at Zhou Wen in the air, Li Mabai and others only felt that Zhou Wen's body exuded holy pressure, like the reincarnation of the same Buddha. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen's whole person became bleak. It seemed that the real immortal had been knocked down from the mortal world and turned into a mortal person. He could no longer feel the breath of dust from him, as if it was just an ordinary boy. Zhou Wen fell to the ground, stretched his waist, picked up the crystal of the vitality skill. That the butterfly exploded, looked at Li Mabai and others and asked, "There is only one crystal, how to divide it? I'm here only for the guardian's cocoon, and I don't want anything else." Li Mabai said. Gu Shanxue also shook his head and said, "I just asked Mr. Zhou to help me catch the corpse after this matter is over. These things are useless to me. If that's the case, then I will accept this crystal of vitality skill." Zhou Wen was not polite, and took the crystal directly. Everyone started back on the road again. The flowers of life in Huahe Nei had all withered, and the originally beautiful Huahe had become a barren land, and there were really no creatures, which made their progress a lot faster. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and glanced at it while he was on his way, and sure enough, he found that the soul of the Holy Prison King had evolved again and became a perfect body. What disappointed Zhou Wen was that the physique, which corresponds to the Holy Prison King's soul, was still 40 points, and had not been raised to 41 points. This is the same as after the promotion of Taishang Kaidianjing. The vitality attribute to deal with it has not been promoted to 41. And it is still 40 points. The soul of life has been promoted to the perfect body, but the attribute has not reached 41. How can I promote the attribute? Zhou Wen was a little distressed. He had waited for so long, and the soul of life was promoted to the perfect body, but the attributes did not increase, which means that his hope of promoting the myth by himself is still very slim. However, Zhou Wen thought about it again. At the beginning, Xiao Zhouhuang borrowed the power of 9 fates and souls, absorbed the life essence of tens of thousands of epic powerhouses, and with the help of thunder and lightning, he was able to advance as a human being. Myth, it does not seem reasonable that he wants to be promoted to myth by only relying on the life and soul of 4 perfect bodies. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a move in his heart. Xiao Zhouhuang used 9 kinds of fate and soul to be promoted to mythology, so does that mean that life and soul are still helpful for promotion to myth? I have not taken my way wrong, just because a single life soul is not enough to break through the limitations of attributes? Zhou Wen thought of his own Taoist art and the first order of chaos, both of which are very similar, and both enhance the vitality attribute. If I say that I can also upgrade the Chaos Egg Life Soul, which also has strong vitality to the perfect body, and the 2 kinds of life souls are blessed with the vitality attribute, can the vitality attribute break through to 41 points? Zhou Wen thought of this. In his heart there is hope again. In a much better mood, Zhou Wen took a closer look at the newly promoted soul of the perfect body. Prison King Zun, perfect body, the supreme existence in hell, the last belief in the source of evil. Zhou Wen can feel that the Prison King is obviously different from the Holy Prison King, without the eyes of the Holy Prison King, nor the supreme authority of the Holy Prison King. The current Prison King honors the soul of life, making Zhou Wen feel that he truly belongs to hell and can enter it physically, not just through the eyes of the Holy Prison King. It's just that Zhou Wen hasn't tried it yet. What will happen if he really uses the Prison King Zuanming's soul to enter hell? Zhou Wen intends to find an opportunity to try it in the game. In reality, it is better not to try it lightly. Even if he doesn't go to hell, the enhancement of the 8 senses by the Prison King is not comparable to that of the Holy Prison King. When the Prison King added his life and soul, Zhou Wen's 8 senses were already terrifyingly strong. But there is also a downside to this. Under such keen 8 senses, no matter what his eyes look at, he feels dirty, as if he is in a garbage dump. Which is really unbearable. If it is not necessary, Zhou Wen is usually unwilling to activate the prison King Xuanming. Soul. Not long after, the group crossed the Flower River and came to the vicinity of the legendary Valley of No Return. The cocoon of the Guardian that Li Mabai said was not in the Valley of No Return, but had to pass through the Valley of No Return. When Li Mabai was chasing and killing a Gu King, he accidentally fell into a rock cave in the Valley of No Return, and passed through the Valley of No Return. Along the stone cave to reach the Valley of No Return. In an underground cave behind, he found the Guardian's cocoon there. Now Li Mabai took Zhou Wen and the others through the underground passage again, bypassed the Valley of No Return, which everyone heard about in the southern district, and came to an underground cave. Several people really saw a guardian's cocoon, which was gray and exuded an evil aura, which was different from any guardian Zhou Wen had seen before. It can't go any further, there is a terrifying mythical creature guarding it. Li Mabai pointed to the side of the gray cocoon. Zhou Wen and others looked over and saw a gourd vine growing there. 12-winged. Dark Seraph says, considering whether to change it to the third watch in the future, the state is too bad. And the fifth watch can no longer be supported. That gourd vine grows very strangely. The rhizomes and leaves are blue-gray, like the color of rocks, not like living things, but carved out of stone. A total of 1 gourd was formed on the gourd vine that was 20 or 30 meters long, and the color was also blue-gray. Is that a dimensional creature of the plant system? Zhou Wen asked. Li Mabai shook his head and said, I can't be sure yet. It looks like it should be a plant, but in that gourd, Gu King can spray out, so I can't be sure whether it is a plant or an animal. Li Mabai explained in detail what he knew about the gourd vine, so that everyone could be prepared. At the beginning, Li Mabai chased a Gu King and strayed here, and when he was about to catch up with the Gu King was sucked into the gourd. Li Mabai felt that there was something wrong with the gourd vine, so he didn't chase after him, but used his companion pet to test it. As a result, the companion pet had just rushed over, and the Gu King, who had got into the gourd earlier, got out again. That Gu King is a blood-sucking Gu King, and his level is epic. At that time, if Li Mabai wanted to be promoted to the evil King Gu life soul, he needed to hunt down this kind of Gu King level existence. At that time, Li Mabai had the evil King Gu life and soul in his body. It can be said that except for mythical level Gu insects, he was considered invincible by 10,000 Gus, and it was not difficult to deal with a blood-sucking Gu King. But who knew that after the blood-sucking Gu King came out of the gourd, it turned out to be extremely ferocious, and its strength changed dramatically. It seemed that it was promoted to a myth, and it killed Li Mabai's companion pet directly. Quick, my life was almost sent there. Later, Li Mabai came back several times, but all came back without success, and he was no match for the blood-sucking king. Li Mabai suspected that the gourd vine was weird, so he wanted to remove the gourd vine first, and after trying to lure the blood-sucking Gu King away, let a fire-type companion pet burn the gourd vine. But who knew that the fire-type companion pet hadn't approached the gourd vine, and inside the gourd, another Gu King actually got out, killing Li Mabai's fire-type companion pet directly. Later, Li Mabai thought of a lot of methods, but the results were of no use. Until his evil King Gu life soul reached a perfect body, he still could not get this gourd vine. After John used Seraph to fight Zhou Wen, Li Mabai did a lot of investigation and learned about the Guardian. Only then did he discover that the real precious thing was not the gourd vine, but the great cocoon guarded by the gourd vine. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to deal with the gourd vine. Even if he knows there is a guardian there, he can't make a contract with it, so he can only find Zhou Wen to cooperate. After listening to Li Mabai's remarks, Gu Shanxue was very surprised. What do you mean? There is a mythical Gu in that gourd, and there is more than one. As far as I can see. Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen and said, do you want me to use the companion pet to draw out the Gu King inside? All right. Zhou Wen nodded, and at the same time summoned the Dark Doctor, merging with himself in a soul state. Intelligence is one of the most important factors, whether in ancient battles or modern battles, so when Li Mabai summoned a companion pet and rushed to the gourd vine, he used the Dark Doctor's perspective to look at the blue-gray gourd. Fortunately, the gourd is not a real stone. The eye of perspective penetrated the gourd and saw the inside of the gourd. When he saw it, he was a little surprised. Inside that gourd, there are more than a dozen Gus, with different appearances. They all look weird and creepy. What is even more strange is that those Gus in the gourd are actually fighting each other. When the companion pet summoned by Li Mabai approached the gourd, a force controlled one of the Gu and sprayed it out of the gourd. That Gu looks like a scorpion, but it has dragonfly-like wings on its back, and has fine teeth in its mouth, which looks very terrifying. The companion pet released by Li Mabai was an epic black tiger. But the Gu worm flew to him, his tail pierced his body, and he died in an instant. After killing the target, the Gu was sucked into the gourd again. I have seen 3 different Gu kings, before and after. And this is one of them. Li Mabai said. Strange. Gu Shanxue said with a frown, the Gu just now looks like a snake and scorpion Gu, but it has many characteristics that snake and scorpion Gu does not possess. And its strength is much stronger than that of snake and scorpion Gu. To the level of mythology. This is also where I am puzzled. If the Gu worms in the gourd were all entered later, then there must be some advantages in it, which can make them stronger. After the blood-sucking Gu King entered it, it was the strength has improved greatly, and the body has also undergone great changes. Li Mabai said. I suspect that the gourd is probably a natural Gu pond. Gu Shanxue said solemnly. The so-called Gu pond is to put many Gu worms into it and let them kill each other, and finally a strongest Gu is born, and that Gu is not only the strongest, but also absorbs the abilities of other Gu worms in battle. And advantages, the strength is far from the average Gu worm. Gu Shanxue was just guessing, but Zhou Wen saw it clearly. The Gu worms inside were indeed tearing at each other, and it seemed that several of them already possessed mythical strength. Although the other Gus have not yet reached the mythical level, they are considered extremely powerful beings at the epic level. This is simply a super Gu pond. If the Gu worms in it fight to the end, the resulting Gu King, I don't know how powerful it will be. I'm afraid it will be comparable to the top mythical creatures, right? Zhou Wen couldn't help but be moved. If you can get this gourd, it is very good to raise Gu. The only pity is that Zhou Wen doesn't know how to raise a Gu. Even if there is a powerful Gu King in it, Zhou Wen can only kill it and try to see if he can explode a companion egg. Zhou Wen, what do you think? Li Mabai asked Zhou Wen. I think Master Gu is right, that gourd is probably a natural Gu pond, and there may be more than one mythical level Gu worm in it, but where did these Gu worms come from? Zhou Wen said. There are Gu worms everywhere in the Valley of No Return, and there are not a few mythical level ones. It is estimated that the goo worms from the Valley of No Return climbed here and were sucked in by the gourd. Gu Shanshui said. What about your plan? Zhou Wen asked Li Mabai. There is no particularly good way. We can only lure the goo kings out and kill them one by one. This will require the help of your strength. Li Mabai said. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while and felt that it would be too wasteful to lead out all the goo kings and kill them one by one. It seems that this is the only way to go. Although it feels a little pity, but Zhou Wen can't raise goo himself. Even if he keeps it, it's useless. Li Mabai had a plan. Dumb and Dai each summoned a companion pet, plus Li Mabai's own companion pet. The 3 companion pets looked exactly the same, and they were 3 bronze figures. These 3 bronze figures are all epic companion pets. Although their movements are relatively slow, their defenses are very strong, and they are not afraid of toxins that goo worms are good at, nor are they afraid of invading their bodies. It is unlikely to be used to kill mythical level goo, but if it is only used as a bait, it is an ideal choice. Could this be the bronze man in the first emperor's mausoleum? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. Li Mabai nodded and said, it was the bronze man in the first emperor's mausoleum. In order to get these 3 companion eggs, I also spent a lot of money to buy 3 bronze man companion eggs from the Zhang family. Zhou Wen is no stranger to the mausoleum of the first emperor, because it is so famous. Zhou Wen has long wanted to see if there are small hand patterns there, but he has never had a chance to go. Because there are many evil powers in Shi Huang's mausoleum, ordinary people can't get in at all. Only Zhang's family is an expert in this aspect, and can enter it to hunt dimensional creatures. Therefore, the companion pets in Shi Huang's mausoleum are very few, and the price is much more expensive than the companion eggs of the same level. However, the companion pets in the first emperor's mausoleum are indeed very distinctive. For example, this bronze man has good immunity to vitality, and his body is strong enough. He is not afraid of various toxins and microorganisms. He is an ideal pioneer. However, because there are too few produced, it is not easy to get 3 bronze figures. It can be seen that Li Mabai's trip is inevitable. After the 3 bronze figures approached the gourd vine, the goo insects inside were sprayed out, but this time, it was not the one that came out last time, but one that looked like a mosquito, but its body was protected by insect armor. Goo worm. Li Mabai told Zhou Wen that this was the blood-sucking king he chased before, but the previous blood-sucking king was not so powerful. Now that there is a blood-sucking king, there must be no wounds on his body. As long as there is a wound, even if it is only a small opening, the blood-sucking king can make the wound continue to expand, and blood spurts out until the blood is exhausted. It's a pity that the bronze man has no blood, so the blood-sucking ability of the blood-sucking king is useless to them, but the blood-sucking king does not only have the ability to suck blood. I saw the blood-sucking goo king vibrating its wings and flying fast. The bronze man's eyes couldn't keep up with its flying speed, and he was directly stabbed in the head by the blood-sucking goo king's mouthparts. If it is an ordinary companion pet, it will definitely be hit hard by this blow. But the bronze man was not afraid at all, just had a hole in his head, which had no effect on them. The blood-sucking goo king even got into bronze man's head and came out from the other side, which only wounded bronze man, but couldn't be fatal. Zhou Wen was about to shoot, but the bird on his shoulder suddenly fluttered and flew over the blood-sucking goo king, who was still majestic just now. After seeing the bird, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, and his body suddenly softened, as if he didn't even have the strength to resist. Although the little bird is powerful, it is still in the growth stage, and the blood-sucking king is already a myth. If it fights the little bird with all its strength, it is estimated that the little bird may not be able to take too much advantage. It's just that the things in this world are indeed one thing, and the bird's restraint on goo insects is too strong. The blood-sucking goo king's legs were soft, let alone fighting, he didn't even dare to escape. The bird flew over, opened its mouth, and pecked at the blood-sucking king. The blood-sucking king's worm shell was too hard. It took several pecks to peck off the shell, and then peeled and ate the blood-sucking king. From the beginning to the end, the mythical level blood-sucking goo king did not resist too fiercely. A mythic level goo worm was eaten like this, and Li Mabai and others were stunned. Except for Gu Shanchue, who knew the details of the bird, everyone else was surprised to see the bird show off its mighty power. Although the bird had already known how powerful it was when it spit fire the jellyfish fungus before, they never thought it would be so powerful. The mythical blood-sucking king does not even have the courage to resist. This is no longer powerful and can be described, it is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. After the bird finished eating the blood-sucking goo king, it seemed unfinished and flew towards the gourd, wanting to peck the gourd open and eat the goo worms inside. However, it pecked the gourd several times with its beak, and the gourd was not damaged at all, and even the golden flames that spewed out were not able to burn the gourd to pieces. Hulu also seemed to know how powerful the bird was, so he let it torture outside, and he didn't dare to spray out the goo worms inside. Zhou called the bird back and asked Li Mabai and the others to use the bronze man to seduce him, but it was of no use. Zhou simply carried the golden tyrant sword, and split a golden sword beam towards the gourd. But the golden sword light rushed into the gourd and disappeared, and the crack also automatically recovered and disappeared soon. If I knew it would be so easy to invite you here, even if I went bankrupt, I would have invited you here. Li Mabai and others also came over. Although the gourd could not be chopped down and the goo worms in it could not be killed, the gourd did not dare to move at all. Li Mabai's goal was achieved. He ignored the shrunken gourd and went straight to the Grey Guardian. The cocoon walked away. Seeing that the gourd was so amazing, Zhou Wen wanted to get it down, but after slashing a few swords, the gourd was sucked in, and the gourd was not able to be chopped down. There was a little bird staring at the side, ready to eat the goo worms that came out of it at any time. Li Mabai had already walked to the guardian's cocoon. He cut his fingers without hesitation, and let his blood drip on the guardian's cocoon. Everyone's eyes looked at the blood dripping on the guardian's cocoon. Even Zhou Wen temporarily stopped attacking the gourd and looked at the guardian's cocoon. Zhou Wen naturally didn't want Li Mabai to succeed. If Li Mabai succeeded, he would have nothing to do with him. The blood slowly flowed along the guardian's cocoon, but Li Mabai was very disappointed. The drop of blood flowed down from the guardian's cocoon and landed on the ground, but it was not able to penetrate. Master Dai looked disappointed and wanted to comfort Li Mabai, but she didn't know what to say. One failure is nothing. If it doesn't work this time, there will be another time. If this road doesn't work, then change the road. As long as you keep going forward, there will always be a way to reach the destination. After too much loss, I sorted out my emotions and said to Zhou Wen, according to our previous agreement, now it's your turn. If you don't gain anything, I hope you can give them a chance. Okay. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement. If he couldn't kill the guardian, it wouldn't hurt to let others try. However, Zhou Wen didn't act immediately. He always felt that the gourd was a hidden danger next to him. Now that the bird is suppressing it, the gourd doesn't dare to make trouble, but in case of a fight with the guardian, it will be troublesome if the gourd releases the goo worms inside. Wait a second, I'll find a way. To pick this gourd first, Zhou Wen said to Li Mabai and the others. Dai joked, you just drip some blood on the cocoon, and the gourd doesn't hinder you, so you don't need to be so troublesome, right? Are you afraid that you won't be recognized by the guardian? Zhou Wen didn't answer her and continued to study the gourd in front of her. This gourd is indeed a good thing. Even mythical level goo insects can be controlled, and it can also make them kill each other and evolve by devouring each other. This is actually very similar to the companion pet synthesis function of mobile phones, but it is a relatively primitive and rough version, not as modern as the fusion function of mobile phones. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if I can get this gourd back, I will come up with some weird synthetic pets in the future, and there will be an explanation. But how can I get this gourd back? Is this thing really worth it? What about dimensional creatures? If the gourd is chopped down, will it explode the accompanying eggs? The bird pecked and scratched at the gourd, but the effect was not very good. Even its golden flames did not have a very good effect on the gourd. Zhou Wen slashed a few swords with the golden tyrant sword. Although he could cut the gourd to pieces, the space inside the gourd seemed to have the characteristics of spatial extension. The sword light rushed in and gradually disappeared. It did not cause much damage, and the gourd also able to recover quickly. Since you can't cut the gourd, then get rid of its root. Zhou Wen glanced at the root of the gourd vine and planned to start from there. The golden tyrant sword slashed down wildly, and the sword glow was invincible. Before the sword glow slashed at the root of the gourd vine, the gourd slammed and sprayed out more than a dozen goo insects. Strange-shaped goo worms rushed towards Zhou Wen, some as small as sesame seeds, some as big as beasts, and their abilities were different. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect that there were so many goo worms in the gourd. Gu Shanxue and Li Mabai had already reflexively prepared to fight. A bird chirping sounded, the bird chirped its neck, and those goo worms that were rushing towards Zhou Wen suddenly softened and fell from the air as if they were paralyzed. Only those few mythical level goo worms relied on rushing towards Zhou Wen, but seeing their bodies trembling, they were clearly scared to the extreme. Only because they were controlled by the gourd, they had to rush over. Seeing that they dared to rush over, the little bird suddenly burst into anger, fluttered its wings and jumped up, rushing over to those goo worms and grabbing wildly. The power of the little bird is actually not as strong as those of mythical level goo worms, but for some reason, those mythical level goo worms dare not resist. It was swallowed directly by the bird. The little bird was not afraid of the parasitic goo worms in its body, and for a while it was majestic. It looked like the emperor was cleaning up a group of eunuchs, and those eunuchs did not dare to fight back. No wonder Du Guzong said that the phoenix is the nemesis of goo insects, and Gu Shanxue will respect the little bird like a god. This phoenix's restraint power on goo insects is too strong. Zhou Wen originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but now it seems that Xiaoniao can solve all the goo worms without him at all. Li Mabai looked at the majestic bird and seemed to be thinking, and it seemed that he also guessed the origin of the bird. It's no wonder that Zhou Wen dared to take the risk to come to the southern district. It turns out that he has such a magical thing on his body. Li Mabai suddenly realized that it was not he who moved Zhou Wen, but that Zhou Wen had the assurance of life-saving, so he would follow him to the valley of no return. The little bird was lustful and mighty, and after a while, he swallowed all the dozen goo worms in his stomach. Zhou Wen suddenly remembered that the antelope took the bird to the golden top of Laojun Mountain before, and after returning, the bird became as fat as a ball. Now, at that time, Zhou Wen was still very puzzled. How could Xiaoniao gain so much weight, and now that I think about it, it must be that Xiaoniao got some benefits from the golden summit of Laojun Mountain. It's no wonder that after that time, the bird seemed to have grown a lot. It turned out that it was not because of the long time, but because of the benefits. Zhou Wen now understands why the phoenix gave him the bird in the first place. This thing has eaten several mythical level goo worms, and nearly 10 epic level goo worms. And they are just fattened into balls, and they did not grow up immediately. If you want to raise it to an adult body, I don't know how much resources it will consume. It is estimated that the phoenix can't support so many little phoenixes, so I want to help it choose a good family to eat and live for free, but I don't know why I chose myself. After losing all the goo worms, the gourd shivered, but it was only a gourd after all, and could not escape like an animal-like dimensional creature. Zhou Wen was not polite. He cut with his sword, and with a few swords down, the root of the gourd vine was cut off. As soon as the root of the gourd was broken, the gourd vines withered immediately, the green-gray leaves also shrank and fell, and the color of the gourd gradually became lighter. Zhou Wen slashed on the gourd vine that had also turned gray and white, and the gourd vine directly turned into fly ash, and only the gourd remained intact. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand, sucked the gourd into his hand, squeezed it hard, and found that the gourd was still so hard, not powdered like vines and leaves. Although the gourd is still there, there is no life on it. Zhou Wen doesn't know if the gourd can still be used. Anyway, put it away first. The bird eats too much, and walks swaying, as if it will fall to the ground and roll out at any time. You guys step back first, I'm going to do it. Zhou Wen said to Li Mabai and the others. The strength of the guardians is generally very strong. Even if Zhou Wen can kill the guardians inside, there will definitely be a big battle. In order not to affect them, so they let them go far in advance, so as not to even escape. It's just a drop of blood, don't you have to be so troublesome? Butterfly said. Let's go. Li Mabai seemed to see something, and directly ordered Dai and Duan to follow him to the distance. Although Gu Shanxue didn't know why Zhou Wen wanted them to retreat, he still took Gu Lu and Gu He to the distance. //. Zhou Wen won't be thin-skinned, afraid of being laughed at by us if he fails? Dai said as he walked. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Li Mabai guessed something, but he didn't know what Zhou Wen was going to do. In his opinion, Zhou Wen will never be as simple as a contract of blood dripping, and is likely to use what means to increase the success rate of the contract. In fact, Li Mabai had thought of a similar method before, just because he transferred the evil King Gu life soul to Li Xian, and now his physique is much worse. Some methods that were used before, but now he dare not use them and can't use them anymore, so he gave up the idea of using some special means. Li Mabai is very interested in what kind of means Zhou Wen wants to use. He really hopes that Zhou Wen can succeed, so that he can learn from Zhou Wen's methods and have opportunities in the future. When Zhou Wen waited for them to be far enough away, he also moved, but he did not go to the guardian's cocoon, and was also staying away from the guardian's cocoon. It's just that while staying away, the tyrant demon was summoned. Boom. The tyrant was more than 3 meters tall than Meng, but his body was heavier than steel and fell into the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble. That's Tyrant Demon, the 4th Tyrant Demon on the list. That turned out to be Zhou Wen's companion. Pet. Dai cried out in surprise when she saw the Tyrant Demon. Gu Lu and others were also shocked. Their eyes were about to pop out. The name of the Tyrant Demon was probably not known to everyone. Many powerful people in the Federation were inquiring about who the owner of the Tyrant Demon was. It turned out to be Zhou Wen's companion pet. Gu Lu used to think that Zhou Wen was young and frivolous, but now, looking at it now, the terrifying pets in the family are not weak even if they are compared to the top powerhouses from the Dugu family, and they do have the qualifications to be frivolous. What did he want to do when he summoned the Tyrant Demon? Li Mabai looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. He felt something was wrong. Zhou Wen didn't seem to want to contract with the Guardian by means. Sure enough, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the Tyrant Demon roared and punched the cocoon of the Guardian. He wants to kill the Guardian, not make a contract with it? Dai's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, which was beyond her imagination. Boom! The Tyrant Demon ripped apart the grey cocoon with a punch, revealing the Guardian inside. Zhou Wen had already used the invisibility cloak to hide himself, and at the same time summoned the demon baby, held her in his arms, and covered her with the invisibility cloak. After all, reality is not a game. If you die, everything is over, so Zhou Wen is much more cautious than usual. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find a guardian to kill in the game, he wouldn't have taken the risk in reality. Even in the invisible state, Zhou Wen didn't mean to approach the guardian. He had to figure out what kind of ability the guardian had. The guardian in the grey cocoon is covered in black insect armor, with ant-like antennae on the top of his head, cicada-like wings on his back, snake-like eyes, and 4 scorpion-like tails on his back. This guardian looks like a humanoid goo, full of evil aura. The moment the Tyrant Demon's fist was about to hit the guardian's figure suddenly became blurred, and the Tyrant Demon's fist only hit a phantom. Look up, I saw that the guardian stood upside down at the top of the cave like a bat, with a pair of snake-like eyes, staring at the Tyrant Demon. The fingers on his hands were wide open, and the filament blades crisscrossed like a spider web, shrouded below the Tyrant Demon. The Tyrant Demon exerted force with his feet, smashed the rocks into pieces, and vacated his body. He raised his fist and slammed into the spider web in the air, trying to smash the spider web and the guardian to death. But his fist slammed on the cobweb-like filament blade, but the filament blade was not strong at all, as if it was punched in the air. However, the thin wire mesh blade was retracted, and the net caught the Tyrant Demon's body. The Tyrant Demon is like a big fish caught in a fishing net. The harder it struggles, the tighter the filament blades are, and the filament blades are also very elastic. Tyrant Being explodes with power and wants to. The filament blade was broken, but the filament mesh blade could only be stretched a little bigger. When the Tyrant Demon's power was relaxed, the filament mesh blade was wrapped even tighter. The guardian standing upside down at the top of the cave flashed and appeared behind the Tyrant Demon like a teleportation. The barbed palms and saws hooked the back of the Tyrant Demon, and at the same time opened his mouth. The tongue was like a bloody arrow, piercing the neck of the Tyrant Demon. Roar! The Tyrant Demon turned on the absolute power directly, but the powerful power was not able to help it tear the thin wire mesh blade, so it propped up the mesh blade, but couldn't tear it off. The Guardian is indeed stronger than the mythical creature. Mythical companion. Pets like the tyrant Beeman are basically the pinnacle of mythical creatures, but fighting against the Guardian is still not as good. This time Zhou Wen is afraid that he will suffer a big loss. Master, let's get out of here, Dai said to Li Mabai. Li Mabai didn't answer. He looked around, but he didn't seem to have a target. He frowned and asked, where did Zhou Wen go? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were all attracted by the tyrant Beeman and the Guardian. They were watching the battle, and they didn't pay attention to Zhou Wen's whereabouts. Turning his head and looking around, he didn't find Zhou Wen's figure. He only saw two birds, one gold and one white, on a stone not far away, watching the battle between the tyrant Beeman and the Guardian. At this time, Zhou Wen was wearing an invisibility cloak and turned on the side of the king. It didn't take long for his power to reach the level of activating the Slayer. Now he no longer hesitated, activated the Wheel of Fortune of the invisibility cloak, and quietly approached the Guardian with the magic baby. The invisible power of the invisibility cloak is really useful. The Guardian was not able to find the invisible Zhou Wen. He was lying on the back of the tyrant Beeman, and was using his tongue to swallow the energy in the body of the tyrant Beeman. Zhou Wen had already reached its back, but it still hadn't been able to detect it. Zhou Wen did not hesitate, summoned the Han lightsaber, and slashed the Guardian's neck with one move. Almost at the same time, the magic baby in her arms unsheathed her magic sword and also slashed towards the Guardian's neck. The two swords, one left and one right, strangled like scissors. There is no room for a response at all. Li Mabai and the others did not find Zhou Wen's trace, but suddenly heard a scream. When he turned his head and looked over, he found that Zhou Wen was hanging in the air, and the Guardian's head had been chopped off and fell to the ground. Thump! The Guardian's headless corpse fell from the air and fell directly to the ground. The thin wire mesh blade on the tyrant Beeman also disappeared. Zhou Wen carefully suspended in the air, and flicked his palm, as if he was throwing away the blood on his palm. Dai, Gu Lu, and others were speechless in shock, because they couldn't see the invisible lightsaber, and thought it was Zhou Wen who chopped off the Guardian's head with one palm. Is this person a devil? Dai looked at Zhou Wen and only felt chills. They have worked so hard to come here, just to be able to sign a contract with the Guardian and get more powerful power. And Zhou Wen actually cut off the Guardian's head with one palm. Although he knew that this person was not an enemy, the gap in strength still made people feel hopeless, and even trembled physically and mentally. Li Mabai didn't think so. His eyes were burning, staring at Zhou Wen, as if he had discovered a new continent. So, can we still walk like this? Li Mabai only felt like a fire was burning inside his body. There was no fire in Zhou Wen's body, but as the Guardian's body disintegrated and disappeared, a force poured into him, causing the killer's soul to automatically switch out. After absorbing that energy, it was becoming stronger. To Zhou Wen's disappointment, although the Slayer was getting stronger, until the energy was completely absorbed, the Slayer was not able to advance to the perfect body. How many Guardians must be killed before the killer can be promoted to the perfect body? Zhou Wen sighed in his heart. Li Mabai, Gu Shanxue, and others have all returned, and Zhou Wen said, sorry, I can't give you a chance to try. Li Mabai smiled and said, it doesn't matter, it's not important. If it's convenient, can you tell me why you killed the Guardian? Instead of signing a contract with him? No need for a contract. Zhou Wen couldn't explain much. That's right, you really don't need it anymore. Li Mabai said. Diangu Lu and others felt that Zhou Wen's words were too arrogant, but thinking about the scene where the guardian's head fell just now, they felt powerless to refute. Since you're here, why don't you go to Taniguchi in the Valley of No Return? Zhou Wen wondered if he could find the little hand pattern in the Valley of No Return. With the Valley of No Return, there would be a place to farm goo worms in the future. Companion pet. Okay. With you here, there should be no way to keep people in the Valley of No Return. It's better to go to gain knowledge. Li Mabai said with a smile. I just took a look outside and didn't plan to go in. Zhou Wen shook his head. Although there are little birds that can suppress the goo worms, the little birds have not grown up yet. If the number of goo worms is too large, it will not be able to take care of them. Or maybe there are goo worms who are not afraid of birds. If they really want to work hard, the birds may not be able to beat the mythical goo worms. Even Zhou Wen himself was very surprised that Xiaonyao could kill those mythical level goo insects. He didn't know whether it was the noble phoenix bloodline in Xiaonyao's body that was at work, or if it had some special power. And after one move to kill the Immortals, Zhou Wen's strength has been bottomed out, and now his body is still in a weak state. Although it is not as bad as when he used to use the immortal beheading, his own combat power has also been greatly affected, and Zhou Wen does not want to go on an adventure at a time like this. The group went out of the underground cave and came to the outer area of the Valley of No Return. Zhou Wen saw that the valleys here are stacked on top of each other. There are valleys in the valleys. And he doesn't know how much space there is. He just heard from local people like Gu Shanchue that people who enter the Valley of No Return, in all likelihood, will not be able to come back. That's why there is such a name as the Valley of No Return. But it's not really that no one can come back alive. There are still some people who can come back alive, but they don't go deep into it, and most of them just walk around Taniguchi and come out. Zhou Wen also wanted to take a turn at the mouth of the valley, looking for the small hand pattern, and there is no plan to go in. The luck seemed to be unexpectedly good. Zhou Wen walked outside the valley for a while and found the very inconspicuous little hand pattern on a mountain wall. The little hand pattern was covered by dense grass and covered with moss. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's ability to listen carefully, he would not have been able to find it. Taking a photo with the mysterious mobile phone, the words "downloading" appeared on the screen of the mobile phone, which made Zhou Wen breathe a sigh of relief. The harvest this time is not small. I downloaded the copy of the Valley of No Return, killed a guardian, and let the bird eat a lot of goo insects. It is estimated that after it is digested, it should be able to grow a little more, right? Zhou Wen felt it didn't come in vain this time. It's just that Li Mabai's trip was in vain, and he didn't get any benefits. Gu Shanchue was going to Chiang Rai to catch corpses. Zhou Wen could only accompany him on a trip to Chiang Rai. Li Mabai thought about it and said, if Master Gu doesn't mind, let's go see it together. Li, it would be great if you could go together. Gu Shanchue readily accepted. Everyone walked along the Flower River towards Chiang Rai, and after walking for 200 or 300 miles, did they see the flower of life that did not wither again. Zhou Wen rode the Dawei King Kong bull at the back of the team, playing with his mobile phone in his hand. The copy of the Valley of No Return had been downloaded. Zhou Wen just went in to familiarize himself with the environment. The Valley of No Return is actually surrounded by mountains, and only a thin line of sky between the mountains can enter. The mountain walls on both sides are very close, and only one person can pass through it sideways. The blood-colored villain walked in with his body sideways. His ability to listen to the truth has been turned on, and at the same time, he also switched the vitality technique to small Prajna. With the blessing of the octave Prajna destiny and the soul of the prison king, Zhou Wen's 8 senses have changed. Very keen. Even without listening, you can clearly see all the subtleties in the vicinity. Not long after he left, Zhou Wen discovered the problem. There were many fine holes on the rock walls on both sides. Because those small holes were too small, they could only be seen as the texture of the stone walls themselves. But Zhou Wen could see that it was not the texture of the stone at all, but small holes, and in those small holes there were still tiny insects occasionally showing their heads, because they were too small. They crawl on the body, and I am afraid they can drill into the body along the pores. The bird could not be brought into the game, and Zhou Wen had no good way to restrain these little bugs, so he could only summon Tai Sui to see if it could eat these little bugs. Although Tai Sui was not very interested in these little bugs, under Zhou Wen's order, Tai Sui still devoured those little bugs. There are a lot of prompts on the game screen, all of which are prompts for killing mortal creatures, and occasionally a prompt for killing legendary creatures pops up. The number of things that exploded was also very small, and it was basically useless. With the help of Tai Sui, Zhou Wen passed through the first line of sky and came to the valley. Because this is a series of valleys, the part Zhou Wen can see is a semicircular valley that is not too big, and there is a meadow inside, which looks green and gratifying. However, if you have extraordinary eyesight, you will find that there are many green caterpillars in the grass, which are almost integrated with the grass, and it is difficult to distinguish them. Zhou Wen directly summoned the Queen of Flame Furnace. A torch turned the grass into a sea of flames, and then kept popping up the prompt to kill the legendary green-haired goo. The number of these goo worms seems to be quite large. It's a good place to farm monsters. I wonder if there will be groups of epic level goo worms in it? Zhou Wen has already seen a green-haired goo explode with accompanying eggs. Hint. A large tract of green hair goo was killed, and more than a dozen green hair goo companion eggs, and a lot of dimensional crystals exploded. The valley became narrower as we walked further inside. Further inside, there is another small valley, shaped like a horseshoe, which is smaller than the previous valley. The terrain of this valley is much lower. The ground is all covered by clear water. The water level is very shallow, just below Zhou Wen's calf. You can see the bottom at a glance. There are a lot of aquatic plants growing in the water, which looks very beautiful and clean like a paradise. But in Zhou Wen's eyes, such a beautiful and clean place is not so beautiful. There are many leech-shaped goo worms on the rocks and water plants at the bottom of the water. Zhou Wen summoned the water snake companion pet he obtained before. This is a water element snake on the island where the six-winged guardian dragon is located. After it entered the water, it devoured the leeches directly. When the leech entered its body, it was immediately sucked up and turned into a small mass of jerky. Kill the legendary creature leech goo. The mobile phone screen kept popping up prompts. The water snakes were swimming fast in the water, and wherever they passed, those leech gusts were sucked up. It's no wonder that so many people enter the valley of no return, and few can get out. The dimensional creatures here are not only diverse, but also extremely insidious. If you are not careful, you will be recruited. It is really not easy to get out alive. Zhou Wen said. Leech Gu wasn't excited either, and instead of letting the water snake continue to kill, he flew over from the air and headed to the next valley. The valley in front forked, one road to the left and the other to the right. Zhou Wen chose the road on the left and entered the next valley in the valley. This valley is obviously much larger than the previous valley. The water in the previous valley flows out from here. You can see that there is a waterfall running inside the valley. There are still a lot of leeches in the water, but in addition to the leeches, you can also see a black tadpole swimming around, and groups of tadpoles can be seen everywhere in the water. It's just that these tadpoles are very large, and it is estimated that both hands can hold a tadpole. Zhou Wen was a little curious about what kind of goo worms those tadpoles were, so he let the water snake rush towards the group of tadpoles. As before, the water snake devoured the tadpoles and wanted to drain the water in their bodies, but who knew that after the tadpoles were swallowed, their bodies exploded immediately, forcibly blasting the body of the water snakes. After the explosion, the tadpoles did not die, but turned into a group of small tadpoles, still swimming in the water. The body of the water snake was originally made of water condensed. After it was blown up, it quickly condensed again, and devoured a large number of tadpoles again. The tadpoles all exploded again, and the body of the water snake exploded again, and at the same time it became more and more tadpoles. The number of tadpoles became larger and smaller, but there was no death. Several times in a row, those tadpoles have become the size of sesame seeds, and they seem to be able to continue to explode and split. This kind of dimensional creature is a bit interesting. It can explode and split infinitely. I wonder how small it can be. Zhou Wen asked the water snake to continue to devour the tadpoles, wanting to see what their limit was. In the end, it was found that when the tadpoles became the size of a pinhead, their bodies were directly blown up. Not able to continue the division, it split 5 times in total, and it blew itself up 5 times. Unfortunately, the power of self-destruction is less. Zhou Wen calculated silently. Kill the legendary creature Ancient Tadpole. There is also a prompt in the game. Although the skills are very good, because the level is a bit low and the power of self-destruction is not strong enough, Zhou Wen lost interest. However, a special-looking ancient tadpole soon attracted Zhou Wen's attention. Among the group of ancient tadpoles, there was a dark golden tadpole, which was obviously different from other tadpoles. Zhou Wen let the water snake rush over and devoured the ancient tadpole, only to hear a bang. A huge wave of water rose in the water. The body of the water snake was directly blown up, and the core of the water element in the body was also blown up. It was so dead. The power of this self-destruction is a bit big. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, looking at the dark golden tadpole splitting in the water, and summoned another companion pet. This is the epic electric eel that Zhou Wen exploded in the underground Zicheng before. After the electric eel rushed over, it directly sprayed electric current. Those dark golden tadpoles were blasted by the electric current and suddenly split and exploded again. The speed of the electric eel is very fast, and it escapes quickly and far in the water, avoiding the explosive force of the dark golden tadpole, and once again spewing electric current at the smaller dark golden tadpole. Obviously, the dark golden tadpole should be of epic level, and its explosive power is very strong enough to kill most epic creatures of the same level. And after Zhou Wen's experiments, it was found that these dark golden tadpoles split and exploded more times than the previous ancient tadpoles, and they could split and explode 7 times in total. Ding, kill the dark gold ancient tadpoles. and find the companion eggs. Zhou found that there was a dark golden companion egg in the water. He was overjoyed, picked up the companion egg, and directly hatched it. Soon, there was an ancient dark gold tadpole in the companion pet bar. Dark gold tadpole, epic. Fate, split. Soul of life, aggregate. Strength, 34. Speed, 31. Physical fitness, 31. Vitality, 36. Talent skill, self-destruction. Associated state, grenade. This thing is really special. Zhou summoned a dark gold ancient tadpole in the game, and a dark gold grenade appeared in his hand. Zhou threw it out, and the dark gold ancient species tadpoles fell into the water and immediately exploded, splitting into a group of small dark gold ancient species tadpole grenades. And those little dark gold ancient tadpoles continued to explode after being oppressed by power. However, unlike the legendary ancient tadpoles, after the self-destruction, as long as the dark gold ancient tadpoles are no longer oppressed by power for a period of time, they will automatically gather together and become big dark gold ancient tadpoles again, and the number of splits will also be back to normal. Unless it self-destructed 7 times in a row, the ancient dark gold tadpoles would recover slowly and would not die. This is a good thing. If there are a lot of dark gold ancient tadpoles blew up together, the power is still considerable. Zhou searched in the valley again, and found that in every group of ancient species tadpoles, there will be a dark gold ancient species tadpole. Zhou was looking for those ancient dark gold tadpoles and wanted to explode more companion eggs, but he killed more than a dozen dark gold ancient tadpoles. But no companion eggs were found. Zhou had already arrived near the waterfall and was about to continue his search. At that time, I found a particularly huge ancient tadpole in the pool below the waterfall. The tadpole was more than 1 meter long, and its head was several tens of centimeters in diameter. When its tail swayed, it stirred the water in the pool, causing tiny whirlpools. Its body color is relatively light, not as black as the legendary ancient tadpoles, nor as golden as the epic dark gold ancient tadpoles. It is a lighter gray, and it tends to be white. When Zhou saw it, it had already discovered the electric eel, and saw its tail wagging like a torpedo, breaking through the water waves, and crashing into the electric eel very quickly. The electric eel launched a current attack, but the current bombarded the giant tadpole, but it did not cause the giant tadpole to explode. Boom! The giant tadpole hit the electric eel with the electric current, and then Zhou saw the terrifying explosion detonating the ancient tadpoles in the entire valley. The explosion of the giant tadpole itself is already very terrifying, and the small tadpoles that it exploded and split slammed into other epic and legendary tadpoles, causing a continuous chain explosion reaction. Zhou found that something was wrong, and he concentrated his body protecting vitality technique to compete with the explosion, but the terrifying explosion directly exploded the body protecting vitality on the blood-colored villain, and the armor was also pierced. The little tadpole that got into the body exploded again, a series of after the explosion. The blood-colored villain died directly. This explosion is too strong, isn't it? Zhou was a little surprised. The tadpole was obviously a mythical existence. The explosion split and exploded, causing the ancient tadpoles in the entire valley to explode together, unless it was the kind with extremely strong defense. Mythical creatures, otherwise it would be impossible to carry them. Re-entering the game, this time Zhou Wenwen was obedient. He did not go in by himself, and summoned the tyrant Beeman to rush into the valley where the mythical tadpole was located. Soon Zhou heard a chain of explosions outside the valley. The water in the blasted valley splashed, and the water level in the valley outside rose. A lot. It exploded for a while, and finally stopped the explosion. Zhou probably counted it. The most violent explosion occurred 9 times in total. It should be that the mythical tadpole experienced 9 splits and explosions. On the game screen, the news of the death of various ancient tadpoles has been swiped, and the last message is particularly eye-catching. Kill the mythical creature, the ancient split tadpole, and find the companion egg. Zhou entered the valley and saw the tyrant Beeman standing in the water, with many wounds appearing on his body, which made him a little surprised. In the case of using absolute power, the tyrant Beeman was still injured by the explosion. Although it was only slightly injured, the self-exploding power of the ancient split tadpoles was already very terrifying. The companion eggs fell into the water. In addition to the mythical companion eggs, there were also a lot of dimensional crystals and some small companion eggs scattered in the water, which should have been left by those legendary and epic tadpoles. Zhou first picked up the mythical companion eggs and directly chose to hatch. Soon, the mythical ancient split tadpole appeared in the pet bar, no different from what it looked like just now. Ancient species split tadpole, mythical. Fate, split. Soul of life, aggregate. Wheel of fortune, death parasite. Strength, 81. Speed, 76. Physical fitness, 77. Vitality, 81. Talent skill, self-destruction. Associated state, Grenade. The attributes of the ancient split tadpoles are already quite terrifying. Both attributes have reached the top 81 points, but they don't know what kind of ability the death parasite is. But just 9 splits and self-destruction abilities are already quite terrifying, and the tyrant Beeman, who can hurt the absolute power state, is already very strong. Unfortunately, the ancient split tadpoles really died once they exploded after 9 splits. You can't use them casually outside the game. But you don't have so many concerns in the game. Zhou thought of the blaster, who also had the ability to self-destruct. His self-destruction was even more ruthless. He could only explode once, and he didn't even have a second chance. The split tadpole can still self-destruct at least 9 times. As long as it does not self-destruct 9 times in a row, it will not really die. Control it, it can still be used in reality. I don't know if I can use the split tadpole to fuse with the blaster, if the blaster also has such a split ability. Zhou didn't dare to think about it anymore. Thinking about the demolition demons splitting into small demolition demons after they blew themselves up, and the little demolition demons blasting around again, it makes the scalp feel numb just thinking about it. Looking at fit between the demolition demon and the split tadpole, I found that it was only a pitiful 24%. If it was combined, the probability of failure would be close to 80%. Although they also have the ability to self-destruct, it seems that the two are not the same type. Zhou had no choice but to dismiss the idea of synthesis. The Valley of No Return was a dead end. There was no way to go inside. Zhou had to retreat to the fork road and walked to the valley on the right to see what was inside. The valley on the right and the valley on the left are completely two different worlds. After entering the valley on the right, the temperature dropped suddenly, and after walking a few steps, frost and snow appeared on the ground. The valley on the right is a snow valley at all. The more you go inside, the thicker the snow gets. After walking a few steps, the screen of the mobile phone suddenly goes black, and the blood-colored villain died for no apparent reason. It seems that there is a problem in the snow. Zhou probably understood the problem, but he was able to make his prison king venerable soul not find the problem, and the things in the snow were not simple. I was about to be reborn from a drop of blood and continue to enter the valley of no return to farm monsters, but suddenly I heard Gu Shanxue in front of him saying, "The flower river has come to an end, and after walking a dozen miles ahead, you will reach the outskirts of Chiang Rai." This area, before the dimensional storm, was the junction of three countries. The famous Golden Triangle. It used to be very chaotic, and now it is not a good place. Not only are there many dimensional fields, but also various evil vitality tactics are emerging one after another. Gumintang, descending head, witchcraft, Buddhist scriptures, and the vitality art of several other areas can be seen here, very chaotic. Moreover, dragons and snakes are mixed, and it is easy to get into trouble. You must be cautious here. It's best not to eat anything casually, and don't casually take other people's things. Gu Shanxue paused and continued, "Chiang Rai is in this area. Now there are three most famous families in Chiang Rai, and the largest family is the Shao family. The Shao family is not only proficient in amulets and gumintang, but also in the gu worms and head-dropping techniques have deep attainments. It is said that their family has a mythical gu mantong, which is extremely powerful, but anyone who provokes their family will not end well. Isn't gumintang the soul of life?" Zhou asked with some doubts. Gu Shanxue explained, "Gumintang was originally a witchcraft for raising spiritual infants. The quick method of life and soul, using the raised gumintang as one's own life and soul." With Gu Shanxue leading the way, they soon came to Chiang Rai. Gu Shanxue found a place to live, and the place he was going was near Chiang Rai. Chiang Rai and Mingsa are a little different. There are many people like Gu Shanxue who have tattoos and amulets. After dinner, Li Mabai and Dai went out for a walk around Chiang Rai, while Zhou stayed where he lived and had no plans to go out. Because the dimensional fields in Chiang Rai are not located in the city, even if you go out, you will not be able to see the dimensional fields. "Mr. Zhou, I'm going to catch bookworms tomorrow. Some words must be made clear today, so as to avoid trouble later." Gu Shanxue came to Zhou Wen's room and said, "Master Gu, please speak." Zhou Wen let Gu Shanxue in. "The place where I'm going to catch corpses is called Longsha River. It is said that a dragon once died there. True or false is unknown, but Dragon Corpse Valley is very dangerous, and the gu worms in it are at least epic, and occasionally there will be myths. Even the people from the Dugu family have to be careful when entering the Dragon Corpse Valley." After a pause, Gu Shanxue continued, "The corpse worm I want to catch is in the most dangerous section of the Dragon Corpse River. There are many taboos in it, and the corpse worm is also very special. I suspect that corpse worm. It is the mythical gu worm. Bred in the dragon corpse, even if the phoenix divine bird helps, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to conquer, so don't be careless." Next, Gu Shanxue took out a self-made map and told Zhou Wen the details. There are not many people who know that the corpse worm exists, and it is not easy to draw out the corpse worm, and some special means are needed. Gu Shanxue explained his plans and methods in detail, so that Zhou Wen could help him at that time. "Mr. Zhou, only you and I know the secret of the corpse worm, and you must not leak it out, otherwise it will inevitably attract other people to compete." Gu. Shanxue urged. Master Gu, rest assured, this matter will never come out of my mouth. Zhou Wen said. That's good. Then I won't disturb you, Mr. Zhou. Gu Shanxue said goodbye and left. Zhou Wen continued to brush the dungeon. And the 9 black dragons competing in the underground sea had also been refreshed, and Zhou Wen went to brush the 9 dragons again. Because of an experience, this time went very smoothly. After killing the black dragon with the wordless dragon ball, the other 8 black dragons suddenly became a mess, and could only be slaughtered by Zhou Wen's companion pet. When he reached the 6th black dragon, Zhou Wen heard a ding and saw a black companion egg fall out. Companion egg. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He went into hiding directly, picked up the companion egg, and checked the attributes of the companion egg. Demon Blood Dragon, Kuan mythical level. Fate, Demon Dragon Bloodline, incomplete. Soul of Life. Kunlong, incomplete. Wheel of Fortune, Dragon Domain, incomplete. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Physical Fitness, 80. Vitality, 80. Talent Skills, Dragon. Breath, Demon Dragon Transformation, Demon Dragon Real Body, Dragon Fury. Associated State, Dragon Scale Armor, incomplete. Why are there so many defects? Zhou Wen was greatly disappointed when he saw the feeling of the Demon Blood Real Dragon. The Fate, the Soul, the Wheel of Fortune and the Companion State were all incomplete. The attribute is also only 80. Could it be that you have to gather all 9 black dragons before you can exert the power of the Demon Blood Dragon? Zhou Wen hatched the Demon Blood Dragon and summoned it in a companion state. Although the dragon scale armor is incomplete, it is actually a complete dragon scale armor that is actually summoned and worn on the body. In any case, it is finally a mythical armor. Zhou Wen looked at the black dragon scale armor on the blood-colored villain, and it seemed that the defense should be very good. When Zhou Wen was looking at the dragon scale armor, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in the nearby corridor. I said, old bug, can you do it? Of course, this time it was an accident. Next time I take you there, I'll definitely be able to catch that mythical goo worm. I don't know how many times I've heard this. Can I change some new words? Don't worry, I have my own plans. I believe your master is right. No, you are not my master yet. Sooner or later. I really doubt if you are from the Dugu family. It's so hard to catch a mythical goo worm. If it wasn't for Mir being so pretty and not like a bad person, I really doubt you're a liar. Du Guzong and Li Xian? Zhou Wen listened carefully for a while, and immediately knew who the 2 people were talking. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the door and walked out. Sure enough, he saw Du Guzong and Li Xian talking as they walked and were about to enter the room. Li Xian. Zhou Wen quickly stopped Li Xian. Zhou Wen? Why are you here? Li Xian was surprised and delighted to see Zhou Wen, ran over and put his arms around Zhou Wen's shoulder and said, as expected of my Li Xian's good brother, you heard that I came to the South District. No, don't worry, you just ran over to find me, right? You're not a girl, what's wrong with me? I came to Chiang Rai for business, and I didn't know you were here beforehand. Zhou Wen said. Brother, you really can't speak. You hurt my young heart by talking like this, you know? Li Xian covered his chest with his hands, with a distressed expression that he couldn't breathe. Your second brother is here too. Zhou Wen ignored him and continued. After Zhou Wen said it himself, he couldn't help but stunned. Originally, Li Mabai didn't need to go to Chiang Rai together, but he followed him. Zhou Wen was thinking, would he know that Li Xian was in Chiang Rai? But after thinking about it, it seems unlikely that no one knows where Li Xian went. With Dugu. Li Xian heard that Li Mabai was also coming, the smile on his face disappeared, and his expression became solemn. What is he doing here? Li Xian asked. Zhou Wen told Li Mabai's invitation to go to the Valley of No Return to find the Guardian's cocoon. Li Xian's expression darkened slightly when he heard that Li Mabai's contract had failed. It seems that he still cares a lot about Li Mabai's transfer of his life and soul to him. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Zhou Wen wanted to tell Li Xian about Xia Jiuhuang. Li Xian's eldest brother was probably killed by Xia Jiuhuang. Now that Xia Jiuhuang is dead, this matter has nothing to do with the Xia family. There is no need for Li Xian to fight with the Xia family. Big apprentice, have you thought about it clearly and came here to worship me as a teacher? Du Guzong came over at this time, looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said, his eyes were constantly looking at the bird on Zhou Wen's shoulder. No. Zhou Wen replied. Cough, don't be shy, Li Xian has already promised to be my apprentice, but I am very clear about who I am. I am the first to see you, you are my eldest apprentice, this generation cannot be messed up. His expression remained unchanged, and he still said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't promise to be your apprentice, you have to bet to win. Me, maybe you lose the bet, and you want to worship me as your teacher? At that time, you had to call Lao Zhou a teacher. Uncle. Li Xian pouted and said. What's the matter with you? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian suspiciously and asked. Du Guzong said first, I think Li Xian's qualifications are SOSO, so I plan to accept him as an apprentice. You can also think about it. Now I regret that it is too late to be my eldest apprentice. Zhou Wen suddenly understood what was going on. Li Xian's life and soul merged with Li Mabai's evil King Gu. So it had some of the characteristics of Gu. Du Guzong must have taken a fancy to this, so he wanted to accept Li Xian as his apprentice. But Li Xian and Zhou Wen are good friends. Du Guzong was afraid that Li Xian knew that he wanted to worship Zhou Wen as his master, and he felt too embarrassed and refused to worship him as a teacher, so he turned his face and refused to recognize him. Come on. I don't know who was standing at the door of Zhou Wen's dormitory, and kept asking for the master. Li Xian pouted and said, don't worry, Li Xian, speak the truth, as long as you bet you can win me, I will definitely worship you as my teacher. But if you lose? Contrary to Zhou Wen's expectations, Li Xian already knew that Du Guzong wanted to worship him as a teacher. Stop, Du Guzong, can't possibly lose. Du Guzong said immediately. Zhou Wen asked Li Xian what was going on, and Li Xian explained the matter in detail, and Zhou Wen knew why Dugu was able to persuade Li Xian to come to the southern district. After Zhou Wen left, Dugu Worm happened to meet Li Xian, who went to Zhou Wen to get something. The two sides had a verbal conflict. Dugu Worm wanted to use Gu Worm to clean up Li Xian, but his Gu Worm did not dare to approach Li Xian at all. This surprised Du Guzong. After many attempts, Du Guzong discovered that Li Xian's life and soul was simply the nemesis of Gu insects. The purpose of raising a phoenix is to restrain Gu worms, and Li Xian himself can restrain all kinds of Gu worms. With such a talent, Du Gu Worm was moved, and he insisted that Li Xian should be his apprentice and follow him to learn how to raise goo worms. Of course Li Xian refused, and Du Guzong did not give up. He showed Li Xian a lot of the magical effects of goo insects, and he also said that he would help Li Xian catch mythical goo insects. Li Xian was really tempted when he saw the strange and magical abilities of those goo insects, but because Du Goo Insect wanted to worship Zhou Wen as a teacher at first, Li Xian was not willing to be Du Goo Insect's apprentice, so he went with Du Goo Insect. Worm made a bet. If Du Goo Bug can catch the famous ice silkworm Goo King, Li Xian promises to be his apprentice and learn how to raise goo from him. If Du Guzong couldn't catch the ice silkworm Goo King, then he would have to worship Li Xian as his master and teach Li Xian how to raise the goo. No matter whether he wins or loses, Li Xian is not at a loss. Du Guzong is willing to suffer such a big loss. Does he really value Li Xian, or does he have other plans? Zhou Wen thought to himself, and he couldn't be sure. For a while. If someone hadn't made trouble, I would have caught the ice silkworm Goo King and accepted him as an apprentice. Du Guzong said. Li Xian pouted, and said disdainfully, if someone didn't happen to break in and distract the ice silkworm Goo King, I'm afraid we would all have died there. And what about the number 1 Goo Master in the southern district? What a shame to throw it home. Li Xian told the story again. Originally, Du Guzong took Li Xian to catch the ice silkworm Goo King, intending to use Li Xian's life and soul to contain the ice silkworm Goo King. Coupled with his ability, he captured him in one fell swoop. Return. But who knew that the ice silkworm king was not 1, but 2? When they trapped one ice silkworm king and thought they were about to succeed, another ice silkworm king suddenly appeared, causing Du Guzong. Unprepared, the two almost died there. Fortunately, at that time, it happened that a group of people also wanted to catch the ice silkworm king, which distracted one of the ice silkworm kings and let them get out of trouble. Now that group of people are still planning to catch the ice silkworm Goo King. I think they have more complaints than this old man. And it is estimated that 9 out of 10 have already succeeded. Li Xian said. Fart, do you think the ice silkworm Goo King is so easy to catch? Just rely on the Xiao family's unsatisfactory things, and give them another 10 years, they will not be able to catch the ice silkworm Goo King, they will all die there. The lone worm jumped and cried. Xiao family? Which Xiao family? Zhou Wen moved in his heart, looking at Du Guzong and asked. Which other Xiao family can it be? Only in this small place like Chiang Rai can the Xiao family stand still. Du Guzong said disdainfully. I heard that the Xiao family is very powerful. Not only is he proficient in raising goo, but he also uses methods such as head dropping and gumentong. The Xiao family also has a god-level gumentong. Zhou Wen said. Du Guzong seemed to be very disdainful of the Xiao family, and after hearing this, he pouted his beard and said, there are not a few big men with abilities such as head dropping, gumentong, and amulet in the West District, and it's not the Xiao family's turn. They can gain a firm foothold in Chiang Rai, not because of their superb skills, but because they are unruly and ruthless. Do you know how the Xiao family's god-level companion pet came from? How come? Zhou Wen and Li Xian both looked at Du Guzong curiously. More than 20 years ago, there was a family in Chiang Rai. Both husband and wife were Goo people, and they were quite famous in the southern district. They raised goo, but never used it to harm people. Later, the wife became pregnant, and since she became pregnant, after that, there were often wild goo worms in the vicinity of her house? Those goo worms just guarded outside his house, but none of them entered the door, as if they were guarding something. The closer to the wife's birth date, the more goo worms appear near his house, and there are even mythical level goo worms. After taking a breath, Du Guzongzai continued, at that time, everyone said that the child that the wife was carrying was the reincarnation of the goo god, so they motivated the goo insects to protect them. Although those goo insects would not harm them, they gave the nearby neighbors caused a lot of trouble, so the couple had to move to a remote place to live. Not long afterward, someone found that the couple died tragically at home, and the wife was cut open. The baby is gone. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were horrified. Only to hear Du Gu insect continue, most people think that those goo insects harmed the couple and took away their children. But there is a disciple of our Du Gu family, and the relationship is very good. According to him, the head of the Shao family had a very good relationship with the couple. When he went to see the couple, he also met the head of the Shao family. For more than a few years, the Shao family has produced a powerful Gimantong, and since then, the Shao family, who only knew Gimantong and head-dropping techniques, also began to raise goo. Do you think this is too coincidental? It's a coincidence, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Do you have any evidence from the Du Gu family? Li Xian asked. If there was evidence, if the Shao family had been destroyed long ago, how could they still be alive? But I think that most of the time, the Shao family did it. Du Guzong said. Zhou Wen felt that what Du Guzong said made sense. Although he didn't know much about the Shao family, he had seen Shao Si and knew how vicious that person was. He would definitely do such a thing. Wait, the Shao family wants Wang Chan, doesn't they want to use Wang Chan to train Gimantong? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked Du Guzong, do you have to use babies to make Gimantong? Can older people practice it? Making Gimantong? Generally speaking, children who died between the ages of 0 and 12 can be used to make Earth children and human children. That was the previous method, and the current method is more cruel. Du Gu did not elaborate. Is it 0 to 12 years old? Zhou Wen thought about it, as if Wang Chan was 11 or 12 years old, and she had the fate of the goddess of bad luck, which was unusual in itself. So Gu. If an 11 or 12-year-old child has already condensed the fate, and the fate is very special, will it be helpful for refining Gimantong? Zhou Wen asked again. I don't know this very well. After all, I specialize in raising Gu Mantong only knows some basic knowledge, you should ask a professional to ask. Du Guzong said. Zhou Wen chatted with them a few more words, and then left to go to Gu Shanshui. He wanted to find out whether Wang Chan's fate would affect Gimantong. Knocking on Gu Shanshui's door, Zhou Wen briefly explained the matter, but did not mention the Shao family, nor did he say anything about Wang Chan except for Tian Tong, Di Tong and Ren Tong are actually evil ways. Generally speaking, children who died prematurely and aborted should actually be used to make Di Tong or Ren Tong, so that the resentment will be great and the spirituality will be strong. The baby after birth, with the increase of age, the spirituality will become weaker and weaker, and the older you are, the less suitable you are to make Gimantong. 12 years old is the theoretical limit age, but few people will really use such an old child to make Gimantong Tong, unless that child is very special and has some kind of special fate. It can be used to make some special evil sect Gimantong or Gumanli. After listening to Gu Shanshui's explanation, Zhou Wen was even more certain that the Shao family wanted Wang Chan, and 9 times out of 10, it was related to the refining of augmenting. If this is the case, this Xiao family is really damned. Zhou Wen was a little angry in his heart. After Zhou Wen plans to return from Longshai, he will go to the Xiao family, to see if they really have such a plan. If they really have such a plan, Zhou Wen doesn't mind helping Wang Chan to avoid future troubles, and it can be regarded as a return to Wang Lu favor. When Li Mabai came back, Zhou Wen told him that Li Xian was also here. Li Mabai just said lightly that it had nothing to do with me, and then went back to his own room. Early the next morning, Zhou Wen, Gu Shanxue, Li Mabai, and others went to the Dragon Corpse River together, while Li Xian and Du Guzong made some preparations before going to catch the ice silkworm Gu King. People who are incapable should eat at home and wait for death. Why run out to find death? When Zhou Wen and Li Xian parted ways, Li Mabai said coldly. Li Xian said nothing and left with Dugu. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say, so he pretended not to hear and walked in front with Gu Shanxue. The Dragon Corpse River is named after a dragon was buried in the river. Before the dimensional storm, this was just a legend, and no one had really seen a dragon corpse or a keel, but after the dimensional storm, the Dragon Corpse River became a dimensional field, and there were many taboos. For example, after entering the Dragon Corpse River, you must not touch the water of the Dragon Corpse River, otherwise it will become a living corpse. There are also taboos such as not being able to fly on the Dragon Corpse River, not being able to drop blood in the river, and women in their menstrual period not being allowed to enter the Dragon Corpse River. So Zhou Wen and the others could only enter the Dragon Corpse River by boat. The boat they were on was purchased by Gu Shanxue from a nearby family. According to Gu Shanxue, the materials of this boat have been specially treated. Gu worms don't like boats very much. The smell of wood is generally not near this wooden boat. Li, Longsha River is too dangerous. Are you sure you want to go together? Before boarding the boat, Gu Shanxue asked Li Mabai again. If Zhou Wen has it, there won't be too much danger, just take it as a long-term experience. Li Mabai said with a smile. Gu Shanxue didn't say anything, took everyone on the boat, paddled away from the river bank, towards the upper reaches of the Dragon Corpse River. The Longsha River is not very big, but as soon as the boat leaves the river bank, it feels that the river is extremely wide, and there is still a thick fog on the river. Zhou Wen originally wanted to help Gu Shanxue rowing, but Gu Shanxue told Zhou Wen, on the Dragon Corpse River, eyes can deceive people. He has to rely on his senses to find the place where the corpse worm is, so he can only row by himself. When the boat entered the fog, Gu Shanxue took out a container made of clay, filled the river with the container, put the container on the bow of the boat, and finally took out a gu worm that looked like a loach. It was put into the container. In such a place, Zhou Wen was no longer in the mood to play games. His mental power had been highly concentrated, and he kept looking around to prevent possible dangers. Zhou Wen could feel that there were many dimensional creatures swimming in the nearby river, but they were not even close to the wooden boat, and he did not know whether the wooden boat itself played a role, or Gu Shanxue was placed in the clay pot. Gu worms played a role. The wooden boat rode slowly on the dark river. Zhou Wen and the others obeyed the taboos of the Dragon Corpse River, and there was no danger. The wooden boat was slowly driving, and Zhou Wen suddenly felt a cold sweat on his back, a terrifying throbbing that made Zhou Wen's heart pound. Under the ability to listen carefully, Zhou Wen found that at the Bottom of the Dragon Corpse River, there seemed to be a huge shadow staring at them. Putong, Putong. The goo worm in the pot also jumped suddenly, as if it had been frightened, making Gu Shanshui's face dignified. Gu Shanshui directly grabbed the goo worm from the pottery and put it into the river. The goo worm desperately swam to the distance, but it didn't go far, and suddenly disappeared, leaving only the river surface. Little ripples. Goo worm disappeared, but Gu Shanshui breathed a sigh of relief. The wooden boat rode slowly, but the shadow on the bottom of the river was too great. After more than 10 minutes of rowing, the wooden boat was still above the shadow and could not be rowed out. Zhou Wen's spirit was tense, and he did not dare to scan the shadow directly with his listening, for fear that the shadow would be disturbed. When the wooden boat capsized, Zhou Wen himself was not afraid, and the other people on the boat would have a hard time surviving. Fortunately, the shadow didn't move. Since the goo worm was sucked by it, it just kept watching them from the bottom of the river. After Gu Shanshui rowed for more than half an hour, the wooden boat finally drew out the shadow. The feeling of being watched disappeared, and Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what the thing at the bottom of the river is? Is it really a dragon? But it seems to be a little different from the dragons I've seen before. The atmosphere is completely different. In such a place, Zhou Wen didn't want to cause trouble, and it would be better if he didn't have to fight. Gu Shanshui paddled for 4 or 5 hours, and there was a small island on the river in front. At most, the island was as big as a football field. There was even a hill less than 100 meters above it, which was a typical volcano. From the position of the mountain pass, a large amount of dense fog is sprayed. The dense fog on the Dragon Corpse River seems to be sprayed from the small crater. That's it, the corpse worm is in the volcano. After I go up the mountain, I will lead the corpse worm out first. Mr. Zhou, you will do as planned. Gu Shanshui brought the wooden boat to the shore and brought him with him. The crowd went ashore. Zhou Wen already knew Gu Shanshui's plan, so he just had to wait aside. After the corpse worm was drawn out by Gu Shanshui, it was time for him to do it. Gu Shanshui kept everyone at the bottom of the mountain, and only brought Gu Lu and Gu He up the mountain. They were almost crawling forward. After reaching the crater, they took out some small bottles prepared for things. A bottle of yellow liquid was poured into the crater. Zhou Wen heard Gu Shanshui say that the liquid is called corpse oil, which is extracted from corpses. Only by using this thing can corpses be drawn out from inside the volcano. This is something that requires a lot of patience. After 7 or 8 hours, hundreds of bottles of corpse oil were poured, and finally there was movement in the crater. Zhou Wen and the others only heard the sound of kata-kata coming from the crater at the foot of the mountain. After the 3 Gu Shanshui heard the sound, they slowly retreated from the crater. As they retreated, they poured corpse oil on the ground, causing the corpse oil to form a thin line. After a while, the 3 Gu Shanshui retreated and hid behind the rock with Zhou Wen and the others. Soon, there was a change in the crater, and a bug crawled out of the crater. Isn't this a unicorn? Zhou Wen looked at the bug from a distance, and saw that it looked like a unicorn, wearing black armor and a forked horn at the front of its head. The bug crawled out little by little, crawled down along the corpse oil, and licked the corpse oil on the ground clean. Seeing the bugs crawling down little by little, Gu Shanshui's expression became solemn, and Gu Lu and Gu He also looked nervous. Gu Shanshui looked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded slightly, so Gu Shanxue took out a metal container that looked like a stove and a little like a tripod, and he didn't know what it was. While the corpse worm was still licking the corpse oil, Gu Shanxue put the metal container in a crevice of the rock, and then poured dozens of bottles of corpse oil into it, almost filling the metal container. The smell of a large amount of corpse oil immediately attracted the attention of the corpse worm. It spread out its transparent wings and flew towards the metal container. He landed on the edge of the metal container, stretched his head, and sucked the corpse oil inside. The container was a bit deep, and after the corpse worm had sucked half of it, it could no longer reach the corpse oil below, and could only climb into the container. It's now. Gu Shanxue immediately signaled Zhou Wen to start, and ran towards the metal container himself. Zhou Wen let the bird fly over and landed on the edge of the container. When the corpse worm saw the bird, it was not as frightened as the ordinary gu worm, and immediately confronted the bird with its teeth and claws. For as long as it was hesitating, Gu Shanxue had already rushed to the metal container, holding the lid in one hand, sprinkled some powder into the container, and then covered the container with a snap. Gu Shanxue pressed the metal container with one hand, and wrapped a red rope around the outside of the metal container with the other hand, trying to tie the metal container. The metal container suddenly shook violently, and Zhou Wen directly summoned the tyrant Beeman, and asked the tyrant Beeman to help Gu Shanxue hold the lid. With the help of the tyrant Beeman's power, the metal container stopped shaking immediately, but there was a continuous sound of banging from inside. Gu Shanxue doesn't care so much, just wraps the rope on the metal container and wraps the metal container with red rope in circles. According to Gu Shanxue's plan, the corpse worm is already trapped at this time, as long as it is brought back and tamed slowly. But who knew that there was a crackling sound inside the metal container? Gu Shanxue's face changed greatly, knowing that something was wrong. He immediately stopped and threw the metal container out. The metal container burst open in midair, and the red rope also snapped inch by inch. The corpse worm flew out from it, and it was impossible to look at it with its claws and claws. When it opened its mouth, a thick mist spewed out, covering the mountains and rivers. Rewind, that's corpse fog. Gu Shanxue shouted. He quickly stepped back and summoned dozens of strange goo worms at the same time. After those goo worms came out, they tried their best to inhale the corpse fog, but they all died after they didn't suck much. The bird gave a strange cry and spewed out a golden flame. The golden flame met the corpse fog, and the corpse fog suddenly burned, and there was not a single drop of burning left in an instant. The bird also rushed towards the corpse worm and used its beak to peck the corpse worm. But who knew that the speed of a corpse worm was faster than that of a bird? With a flutter of its wings, its single horn slammed into the bird, knocking the bird out of the sky, landing on the ground and rolling out a long way before it stopped. Shape. Since the little bird was born, it has never suffered such a big loss. It flew up like a hare and spewed a lot of golden flames at the corpse insect, trying to burn it to death. The corpse worm seemed to be a little afraid of the golden flame, and did not dare to touch it. It fluttered its wings to avoid the metal flame and flew towards the retreating Gu Shanxue. It seems that the IQ of the corpse worm is not low, and it also knows that it is hard to bully the weak. Gu Shanxue hurriedly summoned his own goo worms to meet the corpse worms, but his goo worms, after encountering the corpse mist emitted by the corpse worms, immediately fell to the ground, twitching and dying, which was useless at all. Zhou Wen watched from the side and found that the corpse mist sprayed by the corpse insect was not so much a poisonous mist. as it was an aggregate of bacteria or viruses. Once those bacteria and viruses invaded the body of the worm, even the worm couldn't stand it and died quickly. Those bacteria and viruses should also be considered goo, right? This corpse worm is simply the mother of a goo worm. It spits out a sip of mist, and it contains a huge amount of goo worms. Except for the flame of the bird, other people can restrain it. It's really hard to deal with. Zhou Wen saw the bird fly over, spewing golden flames, and directly burned the corpse fog. Zhou Wen did not let the tyrant beeman rush up. Although the power of the tyrant beeman is very strong, it is too huge. If the bacteria and viruses in the corpse fog are inhaled, no one knows what the consequences will be. The corpse worm was the first goo worm that dared to fight the bird, but it was still very afraid of the bird's golden flame, and did not dare to be touched by the golden flame. Using the constant changing position of the speed, it wanted to rush over and bite the bird. The speed of the bird is not as fast as it is, but the flight trajectory is very strange. Zhou Wen stared at it for a while, and then his eyes widened. The flight trajectory of this cargo looks like his flying fairy. Your sister, a bird, actually learned my method of flying immortals from the sky? Zhou Wen was stunned. The little bird used the flying immortal body technique, and it was on a par with the corpse worm. Its golden flame could not spray the corpse worm, and the corpse worm could never touch it. Master Gu, do you have a second plan? Zhou Wen asked Gu Shanxue while the corpse worm and the bird were fighting. Although there are many companion pets on him, it is not impossible to kill the corpse worms, but Gu Shanxue wants to live the corpse worms, so killing the corpse worms is meaningless. Even the goo pot made of pure yuan gene and the bloodshot rope I made with bloodshot goo can't trap it. Even if I have a way to lure it, it's useless. Gu Shanxue shook his head and smiled bitterly. Hearing Gu Shanxue say this, Zhou Wendao remembered something, took out the gourd, handed it to Gu Shanxue and said, "Try it and see if you can use this to trap the corpse worm." Gu Shanxue knew the origin of this gourd and was overjoyed when he saw it, but he turned it over and over with the gourd and couldn't find a hole. You inject vitality into it, and it will automatically open a hole, but it doesn't seem to have the ability to control the worms, so it can only find a way to get the worms in. Zhou Wen said. Gu Shanxue tried it, and sure enough, as long as he injected vitality, a gray fog would appear on the top of the gourd, and he could put things in through the gray fog. Gu Shanxue held the gourd, gritted his teeth and said, "Then we can only fight." Gu Shanxue summoned his golden boy life and soul, and asked the golden boy to hold the gourd and rush towards the corpse worm. When the corpse worm saw the golden boy, just like the bee saw honey, it dropped the bird and rushed towards the golden boy, as if trying to devour the golden boy. Zhou Wen was greatly surprised. He didn't know what Gu Shanxue's life and soul, the golden boy, was able to attract the corpse insect's attention. Jing Tongzi can also use vitality. He injected vitality into the gourd, and taking advantage of the opportunity of the corpse worms rushing over, he wanted to put the corpse worms into the gourd. It's a pity that the golden boy is just an epic soul after all. Its speed is much slower than that of the corpse worm. Seeing the corpse worm's figure flicker, it bypasses the gourd and rushes towards the golden boy's head. Not good. Gu Shanxue's face changed horribly. If his life and soul were destroyed, it would not be easy to reunite his life and soul. In particular, his golden boy life soul is actually a kind of Gumintong, but his Gumintong is a celestial boy, not an earth boy and a human boy who follow the evil way, which is very rare. Seeing that the corpse worm was about to hit the golden boy's head, he suddenly saw a bamboo slam into the gourd, causing the mouth of the gourd to change direction and hit the corpse worm into the gourd. Zhou stretched out his hand and took back the scabbard bamboo knife that was thrown out. Gu Shanxue was overjoyed, and quickly let the golden boy recover his vitality, the gray fog on. The gourd disappeared, and there was no more gap. There was a slight crashing sound inside the gourd. It should be a corpse worm hitting the gourd inside, trying to rush out, but it doesn't seem to have much effect on the gourd. Mr. Zhou, thanks to you this time, I was able to catch the corpse worm. I really don't know how to thank you, Gu Shanxue said excitedly. It's just to fulfill the previous promise. Master Gu doesn't have to take it to heart, but after you go back, you have to find a way to find a container. I have other uses for this gourd, Zhou said. I will find a solution immediately after I go back, Gu Shanxue said quickly. Congratulations to Master Gu for getting what you wanted. Li Mabai came over with Dai and Dum as well, congratulating Gu Shanxue for finally catching the corpse worm. It's all thanks to you and Mr. Zhou. Gu Shanxue was very happy, but he didn't get carried away. Let's leave the Dragon Corpse River first, it's not safe here. The crowd pushed the wooden boat down the river, and Gu Shanxue drove the boat back along the way they came. Not long after leaving, Zhou felt something was wrong. When they came before, the Gu worms in the Dragon Corpse River were not too close to the wooden boat, but when they returned, the nearby Gu worms were slowly approaching the wooden boat. And the number is increasing. It is estimated that if the birds were not on the boat, they would have rushed up. Master Gu, there seems to be something wrong, Zhou said to Gu Shanxue. Gu Shanxue has also discovered anomalies. With a dignified expression, he nodded and said, it seems that the reason for the corpse worms is that the Gu worms in the Dragon Corpse River will gather here. But because there are divine birds, they don't dare to approach. But having said this, Gu Shanxue paused for a while before saying again, but in this river of dragon corpses, there is likely to be an extremely terrifying creature. If it is affected like these Gu insects, I am afraid it is the breath of a divine bird. It can't be deterred, and we'll be in big trouble then. Zhou immediately thought of the huge shadow at the bottom of the river when he came earlier. Is there any way? Zhou asked. Gu Shanxue shook his head slightly. Even the gourd and the wooden boat can't block the signal emitted by the corpse worm. I'm afraid there is no good way. After hesitating for a while, Gu Shanxue said, if it really doesn't work, I'd better put the corpse worm back. Gu Lu and Gu He were both shocked, and quickly said, Master Gu, no, it was so difficult that you finally caught the corpse worm. This corpse worm is too important to you, you shouldn't let it go so easily. Maybe there is no such terrifying creature in the Dragon Corpse River, or maybe the creature is not affected by the corpse worm at all. Gu Shanxue shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect that. The corpse worms could actually trigger the Gu worms in the Dragon Corpse River. It is indeed my wish to tame the corpse worms, but I can't gamble with the lives of so many of us. On land, we can still think of ways, but now it is on the Dragon Corpse River. There are too many taboos here. Once that creature appears, we will all die. With that said, Gu Shanxue was about to open the gourd and let the corpse worm out. Zhou suddenly said, Master Gu, even if you release the corpse worm now, I'm afraid you may not be able to calm the restlessness of those worms in the Dragon Corpse River. We have already caught The corpse worm, with its wisdom and temperament, do you think that even if let it go, will it let us leave the dragon corpse river safely? Gu Shanxue said with a wry smile, I also know that Gu is the most vengeful, but other than that, what else can I do? Li Mabai said, Master Gu, I think Zhou Wen is right, since it is Gu-like to hold revenge, it is impossible to avoid its revenge if you let it go. It is better to keep it as a hostage. The worm is the right thing, maybe there is still a silver lining to leave the dragon corpse river. Gu Shanxue gritted his teeth, as of now, I can only give it a shot. This time it was because of my lack of thought that I let you all suffer with me. If you don't die today, Gu Shanxue will apologize to you in the future. Those things will be discussed later. Let's do some preparatory work now. Even if there are creatures in the dragon corpse river that can't even be shocked by a divine bird, they won't sit still and wait for death. Li Mabai said. Several people discussed it and started to arrange it. Unfortunately, the scope of their activities is limited to the wooden boat. They cannot leave the wooden boat and fly into the sky, nor can they get wet, or even get injured. This is too restrictive for them. Zhou Wen thought for a while, summoned the primordial spore and let it go into the water to check the situation. No matter how powerful the goo worms in the water were, it would be difficult to find such a subtle companion pet as the primordial spore. After the primordial spore was launched, it dived according to Zhou Wen's command, and headed forward first. Everyone did what they could, and let the wooden boat continue to move forward. The more and more goo worms gathered in the surrounding rivers, and the distance from the wooden boat was getting closer and closer. The naked eye could see the churning water splashes in the distance. The goo worms were squeezing around, weird and disgusting. Under Zhou Wen's observation, there was a huge shadow on the bottom of the river approaching the wooden boat. What Gu Shanxue was worried about still happened, that huge shadow was slowly rising from the bottom of the river. Because of its arrival, those goo worms that were crowded around the wooden boat rushed to escape, and soon disappeared without a trace. The river surface, which had not had too many waves, also appeared layers of waves, and the waves were getting bigger and bigger. With such an obvious sign, Li Mabai and Gu Shanxue were clearly aware of the seriousness of the problem, and they all stared at the river with a solemn expression. Whoa! The huge wave pushed the wooden boat to the side. If it wasn't for Gu Shanxue's strong control, the wooden boat might have overturned in the river. Li Mabai, Dai and others used their companion pets to block the river water falling into the wooden boat, ensuring that the people in the wooden boat would not be drenched by the river water and would not be poured into the boat. But soon, everyone's eyes were attracted by the scene in front of them. They saw a huge body sticking out of the river, watching them like a god. In front of it, humans. And even the wooden boat looked like as small as an ant. Although most of its body is still in the river, it cannot be seen in its entirety, but only the exposed part is enough to shock people. It is a dragon, but it is not exactly a dragon. It has the shape of a dragon, but its body is not flesh and blood. It has no dragon scales and no flesh. It looks like a dragon made of coral, dazzling, eye-catching and bizarre. Zhou Wen has seen many dragons, the white dragon in the old dragon cave, the black dragon in the underground sea, the candle dragon in the candle dragon hall, and even the giant dragon in the west. But no matter what kind of dragon, it can't be as strange and beautiful as the dragon in front of him. The coral-like body, the color changes with its emotions, sometimes as white as jade, sometimes as red as blood, sometimes colorful, just like a huge work of art. This Is this the legendary dragon King Gu? Oh. My god, there is no dragon corpse in the Dragon Corpse River. Some of them turned out to be a Dragon King Gu. Gu Shanshui's eyes widened, staring at the gorgeous and beautiful face in front of him. The terrifying creature screamed out. Gu Lu and Gu He were even more unbearable, directly paralyzed on the boat, and even bowed to the Dragon King Gu. People like Zhou Wen who don't raise Gu may not understand what Dragon King Gu means to those who raise Gu, but Gu Shanshui and the others have already lost their fearful fighting spirit at this time, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Legend has it that the phoenix is the nemesis of Gu insects, while the dragon breeds the 10,000 Gus in the world. In some areas, dragons are regarded as gods. If people offend the gods will bring down diseases, plagues, and other disasters. These disasters are actually caused by Gu worms, and Gu worms are life forms parasitic on the dragon god, and they will punish humans who have done wrong in place of the dragon god. From the point of view of modern humans, Gu worms were actually parasites on the dragon god at the very beginning. Of course, this is just a legend in this area, and the truth is unknown. However, in the legends of these areas, if the parasites on the dragon gods are extremely powerful, and they turn the whole dragon god into Gu, then the legendary dragon King Gu, the king of 10,000 Gus, will be formed. This is actually just a local legend, no one has ever seen the dragon King Gu. Even in this era, no one thinks that the Gu insect can really turn the dragon god into a Gu. However, the life in front of him undoubtedly possesses the characteristics of dragon and Gu. It looks like a dragon, with a terrifying dragon power on its body, but its body is similar to the structure of coral. The coral itself is formed by the condensation of numerous coral insects, and the creature in front of it can also be regarded as an aggregate of countless Gu insects. These characteristics are very similar to the legendary dragon King Gu. And since the appearance of the creature suspected of being the dragon King Gu, the Gu worms on Gu Shanshui, Gu Lu, and Gu He have been shivering, unable to move at all, which is more terrifying than the suppression of birds. For those who raise Gu, this is undoubtedly fatal. The little bird stood on the bow and chirped at the dragon King Gu. It looked very fierce, but Zhou Wen, who knew the little bird very well, could see that it should be very guilty. Otherwise, with the character of the bird, it would have long ago spit out phoenix flames, burning the creature in front of it to death. The dragon King Gu stared at Xiaonyao, Zhou Wen, and others indifferently. It was obviously not afraid of birds like other Gu insects, and it didn't even regard them as a threat at all. Although Xiaonyao is of the phoenix bloodline, it has not fully grown yet, and it can restrain ordinary Gu insects. An existence like Dragon King Gu is not something that Xiaonyao can match now. Zhou Wen noticed that the Dragon King Gu's eyes kept staring at the gourd containing the corpse worm. Apparently it was attracted by the corpse worm. Gu Shanshui held up the gourd tremblingly, and offered his hands to the Dragon King Gu. As a Gu keeper, no one dared to resist the Dragon King Gu, because that was the supreme god in his mind. With a flash, Zhou Wen reached the bow, took the gourd from Gu Shanshui's hand, pinched it in his hand, and looked at the Dragon King Gu. Because he is not a Gu person, he has no reverence for the Dragon King Gu, and even if he hands over the corpse worms in the gourd, the current Dragon King Gu may not let them go. Roar! Dragon King Gu seemed to be provoked by Zhou Wen's move, and made a strange roar. Different from the sound of dragon roars that Zhou Wen had heard before, the voice of the Dragon King Gu was very strange, with the same voice of different species. In the roar of the dragon, King Gu, Gu Shanxue, and the others all showed signs of pain, holding their heads in their hands, as if a bug was biting their brains. Zhou Wen also felt that there seemed to be some kind of extremely small creature that penetrated into his ears along the sound and wanted to invade his brain. This is a sound, Gu. That uses sound to spread. Hurry up and block your ears. Don't listen to that sound. Gu Shanxue shouted in pain. In fact, under the influence of listening and the prison King Zuiming's soul, Zhou Wen has discovered those sound Gus hidden in the voice. Using the prison King Zuiming's soul's control over the body, he directly closed the hearing and excluded the sound Gu. I know you can understand my words. Let us leave the dragon corpse river and return the corpse worms to you. If one of us dies, I will turn it into fly ashes now. Zhou Wen raised the gourd in his hand. The Dragon King Gu said. Dragon King Gu was furious, and when he opened his mouth, he exhaled dragon breath at Zhou Wen. The dragon's breath was like the tide of clouds and mist, and it looked extremely terrifying. When the bird opened its mouth, golden flames spewed out, and the golden flames came into contact with the dragon's breath. Although a part of the dragon's breath was also burned, it was oppressed by the dragon's breath. Seeing that the dragon's breath was about to drown the wooden boat, Gu Shanxue, Gu Lu, and Gu He all looked like dirt and didn't dare to resist at all. Although Li Mabai, Dai, and Dum had tried their best to block the dragon's breath, they didn't have a good effect, and their faces became quite ugly. Suddenly, the white bird on Zhou Wen's shoulder fluttered and flew in front of the dragon's breath. He opened his mouth and sucked in. The dragon's breath in the sky was sucked into the mouth of the white bird like a sea of rivers. Just sucked a drop. Gu Shanxue, Dai, and the others all stared blankly at the white bird. They all knew how powerful the bird was and guessed that it was the descendant of the phoenix. However, the white bird imitated by Tai Sui has never been too conspicuous, and it does not seem to be a fire element, and it cannot be a descendant of the phoenix. And the phoenix is so rare, it is a great luck to have one. It is really hard to imagine that one person will have two phoenixes. In addition, Tai Sui is usually dumb and doesn't move much. Most of the time, he stands on Zhou Wen's shoulders without moving. They didn't pay much attention to this dumb little white bird, thinking it was just an ordinary companion pet. Possibly epic. But who knew that Tai Sui didn't make a sound, and it was a blockbuster, and he opened his mouth and sucked all the dragon breath of the Dragon King Gu, as if nothing was happening, and they were pleasantly surprised. Although Tai Sui is powerful, it is not really invincible, mainly because the dragon breath of Dragon King Gu is somewhat different from the real dragon breath. The dragon breath of the Dragon King Gu is somewhat similar to the corpse fog of the corpse worms, both of which are transformed by a large number of miniature Gu worms, and Tai Sui is the nemesis of these things. In fact, not only the dragon's breath, but even the Dragon King Gu itself is a complex microbial aggregate. For Tai Sui, the Dragon King Gu's body is a feast. Tai Sui fluttered its wings and flew directly towards the Dragon King Gu. The Dragon King Gu obviously didn't know the power of Tai Sui, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the Tai Sui that flew towards it. Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that the white bird would be able to fight the Dragon King Gu, but who knew that it was swallowed in one bite? Dragon King Gu is the king of 10,000 gus. There are all kinds of microbial Gu worms in its body. If it is swallowed, a large number of Gu worms will invade the body. Even mythical creatures may not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Gu Shanxue and The others suddenly saw that the Dragon King goo was roaring up to the sky, as if it was extremely painful, and then they saw that there was a small hole in its abdomen. Tai Sui drilled out of it and was pecking with his mouth. Dragon King goo's body. The body of the Dragon King goo is all goo. Worms, let alone eating it. Ordinary creatures will be parasitized by goo worms if they touch a little, even mythical creatures will probably die tragically. That the white bird was able to peck at the body of the Dragon King goo at will was simply unbelievable. Is that really the Dragon King goo? It can't be fake, right? Goo Lu looked suspicious. How could the legendary Dragon King goo, the king of 10,000 gus, be swallowed by a little white bird at will? Tai Sui kept pecking around the Dragon King goo, pecking out one hole after another in the Dragon King goo. Dragon King goo burst out with terrifying dragon breath and power, but it was of no use to Tai Sui. Tai Sui was the nemesis of microorganisms. Even if the tyrant Beeman fought, he might be parasitized by the worms on Dragon King goo, even candle dragons. It is difficult to resist the power of the Dragon King goo. After all, the Dragon King goo itself is transformed by the worm that devours the real dragon. And it has a natural restraint effect on the dragon system. And Tai Sui happens to be the nemesis of Dragon King goo. No matter how powerful Dragon King goo is, in front of Tai Sui, he will only get pecked. Gu Shanxue and the others stared blankly at the Dragon King goo being pecked by a small white bird. And finally escaped into the water and escaped from the bottom of the river. The legendary king of 10,000 gus ran away like this. Tai Sui's body grew a circle, and it was really too much to eat, and its speed was not fast. It was impossible to catch up with the Dragon King goo underwater, so it flew back and landed on Zhou Wen's shoulders. Gu Shanxue and the others looked at the Tai Sui on Zhou Wen's shoulder in surprise. They originally thought that the bird with the phoenix bloodline was already a godlike existence. I didn't expect that this little white bird could not be named and could not be the phoenix. Even more terrifying, even the Dragon King goo can only be ravaged in front of it, and it is so embarrassing to escape. It is unbelievable. Unlike Xiaoniao, although Tai Sui looks similar to Xiaoniao, it does not have the aura and ability of a phoenix, and Gu Shanxue and Li Mabai cannot recognize its origin. Zhou Wen handed the gourd to Gu Shanxue again. Master Gu, leave here first. Gu Shanxue did not reach out to pick up the gourd. Mr. Zhou, if it wasn't for you this time, we would have lost our lives. If there is any face to ask for this corpse worm, you should keep it. Zhou Wen smiled and said, I don't know how to tame goo worms. What's the use of keeping it? Master Gu, if you feel bad about it, teach me some tricks to raise Gu Wen. You go back. Mr. Zhou, you are willing to learn how to cultivate Gu with me. That is my honor. Gu will definitely teach it to you, and never hide it. Gu Shanxue said righteously. Let's go back and talk. This is not the place to talk. Zhou Wen handed the gourd to Gu Shanxue and said. Gu Shanxue did not refuse any more. After collecting the gourd, he cherished it, and then drove the boat towards the exit of the Longsha River. Zhou Wen glanced at the direction where Dragon King Gu disappeared, but there was a strange look in his eyes. If there is no Tai Sui, even if there are mythical companion pets, it is not easy to defeat the Dragon King Gu, and it is very likely that they have been parasitized by Gu insects before they fight. But even if it is Tai Sui, it only hurts the Dragon King Gu. Its body and the energy contained in it are too huge, and Tai Sui can't digest it. What makes Zhou Wen a little concerned is that the ancient spores that were put into the river before actually took the opportunity to get into the Dragon King Gu's body, as if they wanted to parasitize the Dragon King Gu. But Zhou can feel that the ancient spores have not succeeded for the time being, and are now being taken away by the Dragon King Gu. Because the distance is too far, Zhou can only feel that the ancient spores are still alive, but the connection between them has become very weak. I don't know what happened to the ancient spores in Dragon King Gu's body. If you can successfully parasitize and take that Dragon King Gu for your own use, then there will be nothing to fear from the Gu worms in the southern district. Zhou secretly said in his heart. Zhou Dao is not too worried about the safety of the ancient spore. It has an immortal fate, and it is not an easy task to kill it. It's just that it takes a long time to parasitize mythical creatures, and Zhou can't wait for it in Longsher Hanoi. He can only go out first. Without the threat of the Dragon King Gu, the other Gu insects were afraid of birds and did not dare to rush over, and the group left the Dragon Corpse River smoothly. Zhou was able to sense the existence of the ancient spores outside the Dragon Corpse River. Although the connection was weak, it was enough to determine the life, death, and orientation of the ancient spores. Zhou didn't see the little hand pattern all the way, and couldn't help but feel a little pity that the Dragon Corpse River had no less Gu worms than the Valley of No Return. If it could be downloaded as a copy of the game, it would be a good place to spawn monsters, but unfortunately, the little hand pattern was not found. Back in Chiang Rai, I didn't see Li Xian and Du Gazong coming back. I thought they didn't come back to the place where the two of them were still. The ice silkworm Gu King Gu Shanchue was going to find a way to get a container to keep the corpse worms in captivity, so he went back and spread it overnight. Zhou did not go to Mingsa with Gu Shanchue, and decided to go to Mingsa to get the gourd in a few days. The reason why he chose to stay was because he wanted to visit the Xiao family and find out what happened to Xiao Si, and Wang Chanli Mabai also plans to stay in Chiang Rai for a few more days, and then go to Mingsa with Zhou. At night, Zhou used the invisibility cloak and walked towards the Xiao family, preparing to sneak into the Xiao family to see if he could find out something. The place where the Xiao family lives is a manor full of exotic flavors. Before arriving at the manor, Zhou discovered the problem. In the grass on both sides of the road, there were actually many Gu insects lurking. The ability has brought Zhou's 8 senses to a very high level, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find those Gu worms. The people of the Xiao family are really careful. There are even Gu worms outside the manor. Zhou doesn't know much about Gu worms. He doesn't know where Gu worms distinguish enemies by smell, and where Gu worms distinguish enemies by sound, so he flew into the manor from the air, so as not to disturb those Gu insects. But after entering the manor, Zhou discovered that although the manor was very closely arranged, it was only the periphery of the Xiao family. Behind the manor, there was a valley, which was a dimensional field, the real core part of the Xiao family. It turned out to be built in the dimensional realm. Using the ability to listen to the truth, he constantly scanned and found all the hidden organs and arrangements of the Xiao family. At the entrance of the dimensional realm, there are guards of the Xiao family guarding it. That's the next thing. It is impossible for 4 legendary humans to see through Zhou's invisibility. What makes Zhou a little concerned is that there is a statue placed at the entrance of the dimension domain. The statue looks very evil. It is a Buddha statue, but it is different from the Buddha. statue Zhou Wen saw in the Longmen grottos. Frightened, there was a vertical eye between his eyebrows, and he held a strange fork in his hand. Anyway, Zhou Wen has never seen such a Buddha statue, but his statue technique is in the style of Buddhism, with the Buddha's light carved out of the back. On the body of the Buddha statue, Zhou Wen faintly felt a breath similar to augmenting. The visual system of the spiritual body is somewhat different from that of human beings. It is not just about looking at the body. It is estimated that the general invisibility is difficult to deceive the Buddha statue. Zhou Wen simply activated the wheel of fortune of the invisibility cloak, completely hidden the body, and entered the dimensional realm. Those guards and Buddha statues did not find him. Zhou Wen successfully entered the valley. Once he entered the valley, he felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if there was no oxygen in the valley. Zhou Wen did not find any goo worms, and immediately knew that this should be the forbidden power in this dimensional field, so he had to switch to the Taisheng Kaidianjing, and sure enough, he no longer felt suffocated immediately. Although he did not have the keen 8 senses of prison King Zun. It was the same with truth listening. Zhou Wen used truth listening to scan the entire valley, and then moved in quickly. Because the Wheel of Fortune of the invisibility cloak only has a 3-minute time limit, he must understand the situation in the dimensional field within these 3 minutes. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that there should be all kinds of goo insects in such a valley, but in fact there is not. There is only one temple in this valley, but the style is very different from the temple in Luoyang. It looks like the local style of Chang Rai. No one can see outside the temple, but in the temple, I saw a lot of people. They should all be disciples of the Shao family. Some were practicing techniques, some were directing goo insects, and it was quite lively. When Zhou Wen entered the courtyard of the temple, he felt that the scriptures were too open to respond, and knew that there was no forbidden power here, because of the strong belief in the guards of the gardens outside and the forbidden power in the valley. The protection in the temple is not so tight. Zhou Wen looked in the temple and found that the gods supported in the Buddhist temple were not the Buddhist masters Zhou Wen was familiar with. Yes, but some dolls that look different. It's all Guomintang and Gamanli worshipped here? Zhou Wen glanced around and saw a lot of dolls in the shape of men and women, and probably knew what they were. Zhou Wen was not interested in these, and rushed directly to the backyard. There was not much time left for 3 minutes. Although he was not afraid of being exposed, if it was exposed, it would be impossible to overhear the news. The temple is quite large, and there are many courtyards in it, and each courtyard houses some different Guomintang, which looks eerie. Zhou Wen has always felt that these religious buildings are very unsightly, and no matter what kind of religious buildings they are, they will give people a feeling of unease. Along the way, although I met a lot of people from the Shao family, they didn't say anything that interested Zhou Wen. Seeing that the 3-minute time limit had come, Zhou Wen found that there was no one in a nearby yard, so he simply advanced to that yard. After entering the yard, the 3-minute invisibility time has ended. Zhou Wen is wearing an invisibility cloak, and now he can only achieve the effect of invisibility, and his body has not disappeared. Fortunately, there are no people here. The yard is not big. There is only one Buddhist hall inside. The door is open. The strange thing is that there is a black cloth hanging in front of the door. Zhou Wen swept the inside with Ting, and found that the inside of this small Buddhist hall was gloomy and terrifying, and the furnishings inside were also very simple. There was a Guomintang on a wooden table. That Guomintang was like jade, shrunk into a ball, and there was a crystal-carved container outside. The yellow liquid inside the container wrapped augmenting. Now Zhou Wen probably knows that it should be corpse oil. Seeing that there was nothing in it, Zhou Wen didn't go in. He turned around and was about to continue searching for the temple, but suddenly saw a young girl standing in front of him. The girl didn't look that big, at most 10 years old, dressed in strange clothes, and looked pretty, but for some reason, there was a gloomy feeling on her body, and she was staring at Zhou Wen coldly. Being stared at by the girl like this, Zhou Wen actually had a hairy feeling. She saw me? Zhou Wen was thinking about how to deal with such a situation. The other party is just a girl who has no grudges and no grudges. If Zhou Wen directly draws a knife and kills him, he will be a little helpless. But the girl was also very strange, she just stared at Zhou Wen coldly, neither shouting nor screaming. Did she not see me? Zhou Wen doubted in his heart and tried to move 2 steps to the left. The girl's pupils shifted to the left with his movements. Zhou Wen took a few steps to the right, and the girl's pupils shifted to the right again, staring at him. Obviously she could really see the invisible Zhou Wen. The girl kept looking at Zhou Wen, but she didn't shout or scream, and she didn't look panicked. This made Zhou Wen a little embarrassed. If the girl came up and showed a hostile attitude, or screamed, he would have taken the girl down long ago. But now that she is looking at her like this, neither screaming nor making trouble, Zhou Wendao is not good to start directly. There are so many people in the Xiao family, and the girls may not recognize them. Is it possible that she doesn't know that I am not from the Xiao family? Zhou Wen thought about it, and it seemed very likely, otherwise the girl would be unreasonable and unappealing. If you change to someone who can talk and talk, maybe you can fool the girl, maybe you can get some words out of the girl's mouth. It's a pity that Zhou Wen's eloquence is not good, so he just smiled friendly to the girl, pretending that he was just wandering around, and wanted to leave the yard. Zhou Wen took a few steps to the side, wanting to go around the girl, but the girl moved 2 steps sideways, blocking his path, obviously refusing to let him go. Cough, sorry, I went to the wrong place and disturbed me, Zhou Wen said, and took a few steps to the other side, trying to get around the girl. But the girl blocked his way again, but she didn't intend to do anything, and she didn't seem to have any intention of shouting. Do you have anything to stop me? Is there anything I need to help you with? Zhou Wen planned to try and see if he could persuade the girl with his not-so-good eloquence. The girl still didn't speak, she still looked at him like that, and kept looking at Zhou Wen. Are all the people in the Xiao family so weird? Zhou Wen felt that this girl was a little strange. Not to mention that her behavior was incomprehensible. When Zhou Wen entered the yard at first, he didn't see her. With his ability to listen, there was a person in the yard, and it was impossible for Zhou Wen not to notice. But when the girl stood behind him, Zhou Wenjun didn't find out where she came from. Is it possible, this girl is not human, is it? A ghost? Zhou Wen looked at the girl carefully, but did not find any problems with her. She seemed to be a normal human girl. The girl still didn't speak. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but found someone walking towards the yard here. Zhou Wen looked inside the yard. Apart from the Buddhist hall, there is no other shelter. Glancing at the girl, Zhou Wen made a mute gesture to the girl, and then got into the Buddhist hall. The fact that the girl can see him does not mean that others can also see him. Zhou Wen intends to hide and try it first. Anyway, it has already been exposed, and the situation will not get worse. There is an offering table in the Buddhist hall, and there are no extra decorations. When Zhou Wen was thinking about where to hide people, he saw the girl also walked in. If the girl follows Zhou Wen like this, even if other people can't see the invisible Zhou Wen, they will discover his existence because of the girl. Zhou Wenjing was about to start, so he put the girl down first, but he saw the girl stretched out her finger and pointed to a curtain in the corner of the Buddhist hall, which seemed to mean to let Zhou Wen hide behind the curtain. The two had already walked to the gate of the small courtyard. Zhou Wen dared not speak any more, for fear of being heard by them, so he looked at the girl, pointed to himself, and pointed to the cloth curtain. The girl seemed to understand what he meant and nodded. Zhou Wen couldn't care any more and walked lightly behind the cloth curtain. Just as Zhou Wen stood firm, he heard the door of the small courtyard being opened. The two people had already walked in, and soon entered the Buddhist hall. In fact, Zhou Wen was not too afraid of being discovered. If he was discovered, he would just kill him, but he couldn't find out any news. The two walked into the room and didn't pay attention to the back of the curtain. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be people hiding here, and Zhou Wen was still invisible. If you only looked at him with the naked eye, it would be difficult to find him. But what makes Zhou Wen strange is that they didn't find themselves, but they turned a blind eye to the girl beside them, as if they didn't see her. The two people who entered the Buddhist hall are no longer young in appearance, and it is estimated that they are at least 50 years old. After entering the Buddhist hall, one of the men put something on the offering table. It was a small metal stove with many small holes, and smoke came out of the small holes. The smoke did not rise vertically, as if attracted by some force, it floated towards the Gumantong on the offering table. The man bowed to Gumantong on the offering table again, and then got up and walked aside. 6th. Has Seer been investigated clearly? The man who put out the cigarette asked. According to the information from the eyeliner of the imperial capital, Shaoxi went to the Great Wall with Wang Chan. There should be another person who went with them. This person has a good relationship with Wang Chan. We have not yet investigated who it is. Xiao Liuqi replied. In your opinion, could it be that the Wang family discovered our purpose and deliberately got rid of Seer? Xiao Tianfeng said with a frown. At the moment, it shouldn't be. If the Wang family really finds out our purpose, they will definitely not just attack Shaoxi alone, and it is impossible to explain Shaoxi's affairs to us, and it may even be with our Xiao family. Break. But at present, there are no such signs. Xiao Liuqi said. Xiao Tianfeng sighed. After all, the Wang family is a family in the East District. Even if it is stronger than our Xiao family, it is not easy to run to the South District to attack our Xiao family. I am not afraid of them turning their face. It's a pity that Seer died like this. Our plan, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Big brother, isn't there anything else that can replace Wang Chan's fate? Xiao Liuqi asked. If there is, we don't have to take such a big risk to fight the Wang family's idea. Xiao Tianfeng explained, we have studied Gu Manli for so many years, although we have successfully promoted her to the god level, but he has never been able to control it freely, and even in recent years, his control has become weaker and weaker, not to mention refining it into his own life and soul. Now that she is at the god level, it is impossible to refine her into a life soul, but using Wang Chan's fate of the goddess of doom, it is possible to make a doom Gu Manli, and let her and the Gu girl Gu Manli suppress each other and influence each other, so that we can take the opportunity to firmly grasp them together. Xiao Tianfeng said. Can I use Tian Tong to replace Doom Gumanli? Xiao Liuqi asked. It's not that simple. Gumanli is the reincarnation of a Gu god. We forcibly made her into Gumanli before she was born. Although she is not a real god, she is not a normal Gumantong. In comparison, there must be some particularly powerful Gumantong to be able to interact with her. At present, the best chance we have is to train Wang Chan into a doomed Gumanli. Other methods are even more difficult and hopeless to achieve. Xiao Tian Fang said. After listening to their conversation, Zhou Wen still didn't understand. The Dugu family's guess was not wrong. It wasn't Gu worms who killed and dug babies back then, but people from the Xiao family. They trained the baby to be Gu Manli, and they have been promoted to the god level. Zhou Wen's understanding of Gu Manli is very limited. He doesn't know how Gu Manli grew up. He tried his best to come to the Xiao family. Now that they can't control Gu Manli, they want to use Wang Chan to refine another Gu Manli to restrain Gu Manli from the Gu girl. Anyway, the vicious Xiao family, in such an era, it's not wrong to want to become stronger, and it's not wrong to use all means, but it's so vicious, then you must have the awareness of being treated the same by others. Zhou Wen felt murderous in his heart. If Zhou Wen wanted to summon the Hongguang sword, he had to kill Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfeng first. These two people would never be wronged. And the rest of the Xiao family would depend on the situation. When he was about to start, he suddenly found that the girl was standing in front of him, as if to stop him from letting go of Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tian. Zhou Wen looked at the girl in front of him, suddenly understood something, and secretly said in his heart, could this girl be the Gu Manli that they refined into Gu Manli? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more likely it was that Gu Manli should be enshrined in this Buddhist hall, so this strange girl is likely to be what the Gu girl will look like when she grows up. Generally speaking, Gu Manli will not grow up, but after Gu Manli and Yuan Qi Ju are combined, anything is possible. She is now under the control of the Xiao family. If I kill the Xiao family, she will definitely be my enemy. Zhou Wen thought of this, but he did not do anything for the time being. Gu Envy is a pitiful person. If she wasn't born magical, she wouldn't have been harmed by the Xiao family. Even her parents died tragically. She was refined into Gu Manli before she was born. Zhou Wen wasn't sure if she would survive if she killed her master, so she decided not to do it. Xiao Tianfeng thought about it for a while, and then continued, whether the Wang family notices it or not, let's put Wang Chan's business aside first, and try our best to capture the Ice Silkworm King. If there is an Ice Silkworm King, we will don't rely too much on the power of the Gu girl. The Ice Silkworm Gu King is not easy to catch. I originally thought that with the help of the Gu girl, I should be able to catch the Ice Silkworm Gu King. I realized that the Ice Silkworm Gu King is not one, but a pair. Gu Envy is not the opponent of that pair of Ice Silkworm Gu Kings, and needs to think of other ways. Xiao Liuqi said. How is that mythical Blood Scorpion Gu tame, can it be used? Xiao Tianfeng asked thoughtfully. Xiao Liuqi smiled bitterly and said, I don't know the reason. The mythical Gu worms that we used to capture are particularly difficult to tame. The three previous ones have been tamed for so long, and they still refuse to give in. This one is a little better. But now I can barely control it, and I can't control it from my heart. That's enough, I'll bring it with me to distract the Ice Silkworm Gu King. As long as the pair of Ice Silkworm Gu Kings are separated, the Gu girl should be more than enough to deal with one. Xiao Tianfeng took a look. Gu Manli, who was on the confession, continued, prepare the blood scorpion Gu, we will go tomorrow, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Du Guzong is also fighting the idea of that pair of ice silkworms, so he can't be the first to succeed. I understand, let's prepare now. Xiao Liuqi responded. Work hard, you will take over the position of patriarch in the future, but to be patriarch, you must first have the strength to be convincing. If you can successfully capture the pair of ice silkworm Gu Kings this time, one of them will be taken by you. Come and tame and control. Xiao Tianzong said. Big brother, you are in your prime. Xiao Liuqi was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to show it. Xiao Tian waved his hand, I know about my own affairs. In order to suppress and control Gu girls, my body is not as good as the day, and my spirit is not good. In the future, the Xiao family will still rely on you, and you should also take responsibility. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Xiao Liuqi said quickly. Okay, let's prepare first. I hope the capture of the ice silkworm Gu King will go well this time. Xiao Tianfeng motioned for Xiao Liuqi to pass it on. After Xiao Liuqi left, Xiao Tianfeng stood alone in front of Gu Manli, stretched out his hand and stroked the crystal hood outside, and said with a strange expression, after so many years, I still haven't been able to completely tame you, and now I take Wang Chan to refine my bad luck. Gu Manli's plan failed again. If you don't surrender, then I will have to take the last step. My body can't stand it anymore. After I get the ice silkworm Gu King, I will completely erase your consciousness. Although Gu Manli's spirituality and ability will be greatly reduced, but you have forced me to a desperate situation, and I can only take this step. Xiao Tianfeng watched Gu Manli there for a while, before leaving the courtyard. From beginning to end, the girl stopped in front of Zhou Wen, preventing Zhou Wen from hurting Xiao Tianfeng. He hurt you like this, why do you still protect him? Zhou Wen asked. The girl remained silent, but Zhou Wen seemed to have thought of the reason, and asked again, is it because he is your master? If he dies, you will also be hurt? The girl nodded unexpectedly, as if affirming Zhou Wen's statement. Seeing that the girl finally reacted, Zhou Wen was overjoyed and asked again, is there any way to keep you from being hurt? The girl just looked at him and didn't answer. Zhou Wen woke up and knew that the girl couldn't speak, so he pointed to Gu Manli on the offering table and said, if he transfers this to me, then after he dies, won't you be hurt? The girl reacted again this time and nodded again. Okay, I know what to do. You wait for me for a few days, and I will save you out soon. Zhou Wen said to the girl, then turned and walked out of the Buddhist hall. The girl seemed to understand what he meant, and did not stop him this time. After Zhou Wen left the courtyard, he temporarily left the Xiao family. The Gu girl is very miraculous, and Zhou Wen didn't want to watch her be buried with Xiao Tianfeng, and planned to get the Gu girl over first, and then settle Wang Chan's account with the Xiao family. After Zhou Wen left Zhao's house, he returned to his place of residence and called Gu Shanxue. Fortunately, he had already arrived in Mingsa, and the mobile phone had a signal, so he answered the call quickly. Zhou Wen asked some questions about Gu Mantong and Gu Manli, and determined that his plan was feasible. At night, Du Guzong and Li Xian came back together. It seemed that the situation was very bad, and Du Guzong's face was particularly ugly. Li Xian didn't say any teasing words today. Zhou Wen knew that Du Guzong must have failed miserably this time, so Li Xian didn't say anything. Otherwise, our gambling contract is over? It was just a joke, Li Xian said to Du Gazong. What are you joking about? Du Gazong said all the same. If I can't catch the ice silkworm Gu King for you, I will be your apprentice. Du Gazong blew his beard and glared. Li Xian said with a smile, I have seen your ability. If there is only one ice silkworm Gu King, you can definitely catch it. But now there are two, which is unexpected. Even if we fight, no one will be able to. No one wins when you lose, isn't it fair? No, my husband promises a lot of money. If I can't catch the ice silkworm, I will recognize you as my master, and I will never break my promise. Having said that, Duguzu turned his head to look at Zhou Wen and said, if Li Xian is my master, you are Zhou Wen. My uncle, taught me a little bit of skill for this nephew, isn't that too much? Zhou Wen stared at Dugu Worm in a stunned manner. He couldn't believe that this guy turned out to be one of the 6 heroic families. And the people of the Dugu family who dominated the southern district were too shameless and skinless. Okay, did you come up with this idea from the beginning? Li Xian was also stunned when he heard it, and then he realized that he seemed to be fooled. Du Gazong laughed and said, my purpose of being a person is to be practical, so what if I recognize you as my master? You still want me to teach you how to cultivate Gu. You are my master in name, but in fact I am your master, it's just a name. It doesn't matter. If Zhou Wen can teach me to raise a phoenix, let alone call me uncle, I can call me master. Zhou Wen and Li Xianren were both dumbfounded. It was the first time they saw someone like Du Gazong, and it was an eye-opener. I really don't know how to raise a phoenix. This stupid bird insisted on following me. I usually don't care about it. It eats whatever it has, and I can't teach you. Zhou Wen said. However, Du Gazong immediately shook his head and said, no, I have read the habits and eating habits of phoenixes in ancient books. If I have a phoenix bird, I will know how to feed it myself. And you don't need to teach it. Then what else are you learning from me? You won't let me find another phoenix for you, right? I don't have that kind of ability. Zhou Wen wondered. I know how to be afraid, but I don't have a phoenix. I just want to learn from you. How can I make the phoenix willing to follow me? Du Gazong said. I've said it all, this stupid bird is naturally willing to follow me, and there is no trick, maybe it's a better character. Zhou Wen said. Old Zhou is right, when the 3 of us met Birdie together, only Lao Zhou was selected. Li Xian also said. Everything in this world has cause and effect, and there can be no reason. If there is no reason, it can only mean that you have not found the reason. It may be that your cultivation technique is rather special, or it may be that you have hidden special physique. It may also be something on you that attracts it. In short, there must be a reason. All I need to know is this reason. Du Gazong just said a few words in a serious manner, and then said to Zhou Wen with a hilarious smile, anyway, I probably won't be able to catch ice silkworms this time. You will be my Uncle Zhou in the future. You can teach if you like it, if you don't like it. Teach, let me follow you and learn by yourself. Zhou Wen didn't want to talk to Du Gazong anymore, so he turned to Li Xian and said, tomorrow I will help you catch the ice silkworm King, but after catching the ice silkworm King, you have to lend it to me for 2 days. Borrow? How to borrow it? Du Gazong pouted and said, once you recognize the owner of Gu, you can't change it. How can you return it if you borrow it? I don't want the ice silkworm goo king to recognize the master. I just need to borrow it to do one thing, and I'll return it to you when it's done. Zhou Wen said. Of course there is no problem, let alone borrowing, you can take it directly. Li Xian said with a smile. Du Guzong was a little unhappy listening to it. If you want to use the phoenix myth to catch the ice silkworm goo king, I advise you not to go. Although the phoenix divine bird is powerful, you are only a larva, ice silkworm goo. Wang won't be afraid of it. If you can't get it right, you may kill the phoenix divine bird, then you will really lose a lot. Let's take a look at the place. Tomorrow. Zhou Wen also knew that the ice silkworm goo king was definitely not easy to catch, but the people of the Xiao family were going to catch the ice silkworm goo king tomorrow, and all he wanted was this opportunity. He wants to take the ice silkworm goo king from the Xiao family, and then use the ice silkworm goo king to exchange for the goo daughter. Replacing two ice silkworm goo kings with goo Monli, who might kill Xiao Tianfeng. As long as Xiao Tianfeng is not a fool, he will definitely change it. After all, he had already planned to erase the goo girl's spiritual knowledge. At that time, goo Monli's ability would be greatly reduced. I am afraid that it is not even as good as an ice silkworm. In comparison, everyone knows how to select. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll see how you catch the ice silkworm goo king. If you can catch it, I, Du Guzong, will immediately apprentice to my uncle. Du Guzong said. Obviously he was not optimistic about Zhou Wen. Come on, there is no sense of accomplishment when you are a master, Li Xian said. You can't say that, you may not have a sense of accomplishment now, but if you are walking in the southern district and meet someone from the Dugu family, saying that he is the master of my Dugu insect, how powerful and face you are, you will not feel that there is no such thing. A sense of accomplishment. Du Guzong said with a smile. Zhou Wen and Li Xian glanced at him with contempt. With his character, I don't know how many masters and uncles he has recognized outside. It's strange that the Dugu family would admit it. The next day before dawn, Zhou Wen called Li Xian and Du Guzong and asked them to go to the place where the ice silkworm goo king was. He had heard Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi talking before, and knew that the Xiao family was going at this time. If it was late, the Xiao family might have already succeeded. It's not good to go early. The Xiao family didn't arrive, so they took the ice silkworm goo king, so that the Xiao family would not know that the ice silkworm goo king was in Zhou Wen's hands. Although Du Guzong was a little puzzled and didn't know why Zhou Wen had to go so early, he still took the two of them to Yinfeng Ridge. When they arrived at the place, they found that someone was already fighting the ice silkworm goo king, and the two leaders were Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfeng. In front of Xiao Tianfeng, there was a rugby-sized silkworm crawling on the ground with an ice blue body. Wherever the silkworm crawls, the ground was immediately covered with frost, showing how low the temperature on his body was. No wonder Dugu said that the little bird may not be able to restrain the ice silkworm. With such ice power, the effect of the little bird's phoenix flame on it will definitely be much less. Zhou Wen secretly thought. Xiao Liuqi discovered Zhou Wen and the others, and when he saw the Dugu insect, his face changed slightly, obviously because he was afraid that the Dugu insect would come to grab the ice silkworm king. Strange, why is there only one ice silkworm? Where did the other ice silkworm go? Du Guzong said with a frown. Wouldn't it be those from the Xiao family who led away the two ice silkworms? Li Xian said. Dugu Zong shook his head and said, these two ice silkworms are a pair, they have telepathic abilities, so it's not that easy to separate them. If I could separate them, I would have led them away long ago, and would I still get the Xiao family? Maybe you don't have the skills that others have. You can't attract them. But that doesn't mean they can't attract them, Li said deliberately. Surprisingly, Du Gazong was not angry this time. After thinking about it, he said, this is very possible. Li Xian looked at Du Gazong with a little surprise. Every time he mentioned Du Gazong had the proud attitude of being number one in the world. This time he would admit that he was inferior to the Xiao family, which was unbelievable. You don't have to look at me like this, have you forgotten what I told you? If the Xiao family's god-level Guomantong was really refined by the reincarnated baby of the Gu god, it would be able to lure the ice silkworm away. Not surprising, said the solitary worm. Zhou Wen knew that what Du Gazong said was right, it should be the Gu girl who attracted the ice silkworm. Xiao Tianfeng held the Gu Manli enshrined in the Buddhist hall in his hand, but the Gu girl disappeared, thinking that he should have led away another ice silkworm. This ice silkworm was trapped here by the Xiao family and was fighting a bloody scorpion. The blood scorpion is obviously not the opponent of the ice silkworm. And the body is almost frozen by the ice mist spewed by the ice silkworm. It is only by the support of the Xiao family, who use various Gu insects and companion pets, that the blood scorpion can barely hold back ice silkworm. The Xiao family also sacrificed a lot of Gu worms and companion pets, and everyone in the Xiao family is still using Gu Mantong to bless the blood scorpion, so it is only able to drag the ice silkworm. The ice energy of the ice silkworm is extremely powerful, and Zhou Wen has seen some of the companion pets of the cold element, but it is the first time to see someone as powerful as the ice silkworm. As long as it touches its ice energy, whether it is Gu worm or Gu Mantong, the body will gradually freeze. And that ice energy seems to have the characteristics of spreading. As long as it gets a little bit, the body will get colder and colder, and many Gu insects only get a little bit of ice energy, which is a big problem at first, and it will freeze into ice cubes after a while. And finally, froze to pieces. Should we do it? Now that the two ice silkworms are separated, it is a great opportunity. Li Xian asked Du Gu. Don't worry, let's take a look first, they are not the opponents of the ice silkworm. Du Gazong paused and said, anyway, our Du Gu family is also the king of the southern district, the food should not be too ugly, otherwise I will go back to those guys in the family again. Mind you, it's a headache. The Xiao family members could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Du Gazong, and the others were just far away and had no intention of going forward. Brother, do you think Du Gu will rob our ice silkworm? Xiao Liuqi asked Xiao Tianfeng in a low voice. Xiao Tianfeng said solemnly, the Du Gu family controls the southern district, and it is fair to do things on the bright side, so it may not be robbed. However, it is still necessary to be just in case, and I hope the Gu girl can catch another ice silkworm soon. How's the situation on the Gu girl side? Xiao Liuqi asked. The feeling is vague, just know that there is a fight. Xiao Tianfeng said. Big brother, your sense of the Gu girl is getting weaker and weaker, will there be no problem? Xiao Liuqi worried. As long as her body, Gu Manli, is in my hands, she has no ability to resist me. If I let her die, she can only die. Xiao Tianfeng said coldly. Xiao Liuqi sighed and said, the Gu girl is so special. We have supported her for so many years, and we can't even see her spiritual body, and it has also implicated you, eldest brother, to bear the power of Gu Manli's backlash. If we can really take her in order to use ourselves, our Xiao family will not be confined to this corner of Chiang Rai. As long as this pair of ice silkworms can be caught this time and domesticated, our Xiao family will be able to soar as well. Xiao Tianfeng said. Xiao Liuqi nodded and said, fortunately, there are detailed records about the ice silkworm Gu King and the Gu raising technique I got from that couple, otherwise, even with the help of a Gu girl, it would be difficult for us to separate the two ice silkworms. Xiao Tianfeng's expression turned cold. I didn't tell you before, don't mention it again. Xiao Liuqi hurriedly said, I'm sorry, brother, it was I who made a slip of the tongue. Zhou Wen was far away from Xiao Tianfeng and them, but his ability to listen carefully allowed him to hear the conversation between the two clearly. Let's find out the Gu girl and another ice silkworm first. Zhou Wen used de-listening to conduct a wide-ranging search, and soon found an ice silkworm in a swamp in the distance, but no Gu was found. Female. You guys stare at the ice silkworm here first, and I'll go look for the other ice silkworm. After Zhou Wen said to Li Xian, Xiong quietly retreated. Soon, the Xiao family found that there was one person missing from Du Guzong. But Du Guzong was still there, and the only one missing was a teenager, and they were not too worried. After all, even the Dugu insect was not able to catch the ice silkworm. A young man, even a member of the Dugu family, could not catch the ice silkworm alone, not to mention that there are some arrangements over there. If someone approaches, Xiao Tian will let them go. We'll know too. After Zhou Wen left, he put on the invisibility cloak and quickly approached the other ice silkworm. In the area close to the ice silkworm, some Gu worms were found in the swamp. Zhou Wen flew directly from the air, without disturbing those Gu worms. When I arrived at the location of the ice silkworm, I saw an ice blue ice silkworm. This ice silkworm was bigger than the one just now. The strange thing is that Zhou Wen did not find any trace of the Gu girl just now by listening carefully, but when he looked with his eyes, he found that she was actually confronting the ice silkworm. This is really strange. The ability to listen to the truth, can't find the Gu girl, and even Xiao Tianfeng, who is the host of the Gu girl, can't see her. Why can I see her? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled. If he used the prison King Zuanming's soul, it would not be surprising to be able to see the spiritual body, but Zhou Wen did not use the prison King Zuanming's soul, or even any special power, to be able to see the Gu girl that others could not see, which made he was very puzzled. It was a little different from Zhou Wen's imagination. Xiao Tianfeng said that the Gu girl was fighting the ice silkworm, but the picture he saw was completely different. Gu Envy was squatting on the ground and was teasing the ice silkworm with her fingers. The terrifying ice silkworm was like a pet dog. Zhou Wen watched the ice silkworm roll on the ground being teased by the Gu girl, and secretly said in his heart, it's a bit scary that such a terrifying ice silkworm is actually played by the Gu girl. Fortunately, the Xiao family was not able to really control the Gu girl, otherwise she would use her power to control the Gu girl. Ability, the strength of the Xiao family has long been more than that. Seeing Zhou Wen coming over, Gu Envy got up and looked at him. Her stealth ability was obviously useless to her. I need this ice silkworm Gu King in exchange for your freedom. Zhou Wen pointed to the ice silkworm on the ground and said. The Gu girl nodded, and then tapped her finger on the body of the ice silkworm. The fierce and domineering ice silkworm actually crawled towards Zhou Wen obediently and stopped at Zhou Wen's feet, but did not intend to attack Zhou Wen. It seems that the Xiao family really underestimated the power of the Gu girl. If they knew that the goo girl could easily make a top-level goo worm like Bingqing obey her orders, they don't know what kind of expression they would have. Zhou Wen took out the yuanjing pot prepared by Duguwu and put it on the ground, and the ice silkworm jumped in by himself, like a pet that was kept in captivity. Zhou Wen moved in his heart, looked at the goo girl and asked, "Can you secretly control another ice silkworm goo to make it look like I was caught?" Gu Envy nodded again. It seemed that she could do it. "Then you will control that ice silkworm goo later and let it pretend to be caught by me." Zhou Wen explained his plan to the goo girl, and after confirming that the goo girl could understand it, Zhou Wen brought the yuanjing pot into the pot. The ice goo dived back towards where Li Xian and the others were. No, the goo girl failed, and someone stole the ice silkworm. Xiao Tianfeng suddenly changed his face. How is that possible? Who can steal the ice silkworm without knowing it in front of the goo girl? Xiao Liuqi was also startled, and said in disbelief, "I don't know, the goo worm we deployed didn't respond at all, and the goo girl didn't find any trace of him." Xiao Tianfeng's face was ugly, and continued, "I have already recruited the goo girl, and now I can only do my best to take this one. Only ice silkworms." As soon as Xiao Tianfeng finished speaking, he saw Zhou Wen, who had left before, return to Duguzong again. Could it be that he stole another ice silkworm? Xiao Tian felt relieved. Xiao Liuqi had already led someone to block Zhou Wen, preventing him from getting close to the battlefield, and at the same time shouted to Duguzong, "Master Dugu, we are catching this ice silkworm. It's not appropriate for you to intervene like this?" Duguzong said with a smile, "I'm still here? I didn't even move. When did I interfere in your affairs? The Dugu family has always been upright. And upright. You don't want to say, Mr. Dugu, that this friend is not from your Dugu family, right?" Xiao Liuqi pointed at Zhou Wen and said, "I really hope he is a member of our Dugu family, but unfortunately, he is not." Duguzong didn't wait for Xiao Liuqi to say anything, and continued, "But it can't be said that he has nothing to do with our Dugu family, although he is not our Dugu family. The person, but he is my uncle of Duguzong." Xiao Liuqi, Xiao Tianfeng and the others were all taken aback. Although Dugu Zong was not a real power faction in the Dugu family, he was quite senior, and he was very famous for raising goo. He was a well-known master-level figure in the southern district. Duguzong actually said that the boy in front of him was his uncle, which was really hard to believe, but a character like Duguzong obviously wouldn't joke about such a thing. Could it be that this person has cultivated to the point of rejuvenation? Looks young, but is actually an old monster? Xiao Tian thought to himself in relief. Since it's your uncle, so you see, it's not right for him to do this, right? Xiao Liuqi said. Duguzong still smiled and said, "It's useless for you to tell me this, only the uncle disciplines the disciple." "When have you seen the disciple? Who can control the uncle?" "This gentleman." Xiao Liuqi looked at Zhou Wen and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Zhou Wen stretch out his hand and grab it. A blood-red vortex appeared on his palm. The fighting ice silkworm sucked in. The majestic ice silkworm could not resist the suction of the blood-colored vortex, and was directly sucked into it by Zhou Wen and put it into the yuanjing pot. How is that possible? Not only the Xiao family, but Duguzong's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Although he also thought that Zhou Wen was likely to subdue the ice silkworm, he never thought it would be this way. Originally, Duguzong thought that Zhou Wen would use the restraint effect of the bird, and then use various means and mythical companion pets to fight the ice silkworm and finally conquer the ice silkworm. But who knew that Zhou Wen just stretched out his hand and sucked it, and put the ice silkworm into the Yuanjing pot, as if he was not collecting a goo king, but an ordinary insect. The Xiao family's eyes were about to pop out. After fighting with the ice silkworm for so long, they naturally knew the horror of the ice silkworm. So far, they have lost hundreds of goo worms and goo mantong, but they still have no way to take the ice silkworm, and even the mythical blood scorpion goo is about to be killed. But Zhou Wen actually caught the ice silkworm with only one hand. What a terrifying power this is, it is unbelievable. As expected of the uncle of Du Gazong, he is indeed an old monster. Xiao Tian was relieved and secretly shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. After spending so much thought and paying such a huge price, the ice silkworm was caught by others. Xiao Tianfeng hardly needed to guess. And he was already certain that the other ice silkworm must have been caught by the solitary insect in front of him. My uncle took it. He wanted to snatch it, but a Dugu insect had already made him have no courage to do it, not to mention that the person in front of him was the uncle of Dugu insect, who subdued the existence of the ice silkworm with one hand. It was only at this time that Xiao Tianfeng felt a yin qi returning and entered Gu Monli in his hands. It's too late to come back. Xiao Tianfeng was a little helpless. The Gu Monli in your hand is quite interesting, Zhou Wen said as he looked at Gu Monli held by Xiao Tianfeng. The faces of the Xiao family changed. They could catch the existence of ice silkworms with one hand. If they robbed them of Gu Monli, they probably wouldn't have a chance to resist. Even the god-level Gu Monli may not have the ability to compete with such an existence. Master Dugu, the Dugu family is the master of the southern district. You wouldn't watch your uncle rob our Gu Monli, would you? Xiao Liuqi was uneasy, looking at Du Gazong, and gritted his teeth. Who said I'm going to rob your things? My old man just saw that it was a bit special and just asked casually. Even if I really wanted it, I wouldn't rob your juniors. The big deal is to buy your Gu Monli, why go grab it? Zhou Wen said before Du Gazong opened his mouth. This Gu Monli is the heirloom of our Xiao family, and we won't sell it, Xiao Liuqi said. In exchange for ice silkworms with you, don't you sell them? Zhou Wen said lightly. You want to replace Gu Monli with ice silkworms? Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi were dumbfounded. What? Don't the ice silkworms change? What about the two ice silkworms? Zhou Wen continued. Do you really want to exchange two ice silkworms for Gu Monli? Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In their opinion, although Gu Monli is indeed strong, she is only stronger than one ice silkworm, and the practicality of two ice silkworms is much stronger than that of Gu Monli. What's more, Gu Monli will also attack the master, let alone two ice silkworms. Even if it is one ice silkworm, Xiao Tianfeng will consider exchanging it. Uncle sure, it's absolutely impossible. Du Gazong was taken aback and exchanged two ice silkworms for Gu Monli, which was a losing deal, no matter what. But how did they know that the two ice silkworms were far worse than the Gu girls, and they were not of the same level at all? Even if they really changed, Zhou Wen took a big advantage, not to mention that he had no plans to really give the ice silkworms to Xiao at all. Family. Do you really want to exchange the ice silkworm for my Gu Monli? Xiao Tianfeng asked quickly, fearing that Zhou Wen would be persuaded by Dugu It depends on whether your Gumonli can interest me. I look a little special, and it's a little different from the Gumonli I've seen. Tell me, what's so special about her? Zhou. When he came it was because he wanted to lure Xiao Tian into the game, and secondly, he wanted to know something about Gumonli. This? Xiao Tianfeng hesitated. After all, he was not sure whether Zhou Wen would use two ice silkworms in exchange for Guguli suffered a big loss. Uncle, you want Gumonli, we have some in our Duga family, so let's go back with me. You can exchange ice silkworms with our Duga family, too. Ice silkworms can be exchanged for two Gumonli. What species do you want? All the Gumentongs in the Duga family are up to you to choose. Dugazong said. Big brother. Xiao Liuqi was a little anxious and looked at Xiao Tianfeng. Xiao Tianfeng gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Wen, I, Gumonli, dare not say that there is no one before or after, but it does have something extraordinary. It can be said to be unique. Even the entire Federation will not be able to find a second one, if you really want it. Can you talk about it alone? There are no outsiders here. Is there anything I can't say in person? Zhou Wen asked. Xiao Tianfeng said, you don't have to change my Gumonli when you are old, and even if you do, this Gumonli belongs to you when you are old, and you don't want outsiders to know her secret, don't you? It makes sense, then fine. Zhou Wen nodded slightly. Uncle, then what Gumonli is really not worth two ice silkworms, you and I exchange. We don't have Gumonli in our Duga family, why should we go far? Dugazong had the urge to hold Zhou Wen. Come on, I've seen all those Gumonli in your family, and they're all tired and crooked. What do you mean? I think this Gumonli is a little different. Zhou Wen said. You really have a good eye, please come here. Xiao Tianfeng made a gesture of invitation. Wait for me here, I'll go take a look and come back. Zhou Wen confessed to Li Xian and Dugu Zong, and followed Xiao Tianfeng to the temporary camp they built in a nearby cave. Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi saw that Zhou Wen didn't care along the way, and they didn't seem to care whether they set an ambush or not, which made them feel that Zhou Wen must be very scary and didn't take them to heart. What's your old name? When he arrived in the cave, Xiao Tianfeng asked Xiao Liuqi to personally lead someone to guard the door and talk to Zhou Wen alone. My surname is Zhou. Zhou Wen said casually. Old Zhou, you must be a master of Gumentong. You must be very familiar with this aspect. You know that some of Gumentong and Gumanli's refining methods are very special. Xiao Tianfeng said tentatively. Zhou Wen waved his hand and said disapprovingly, I don't care how Gumonli came here, I just want to know what's special about her. I only want something unique. If it's not unique, it's meaningless. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't care about the means of refining Gumonli, Xiao Tianfeng said with a smile, Old Zhou, you are indeed a senior, and your insights are not comparable to ordinary people. My Gumonli was refined by a master Aizen. This Gumonli's own abilities are also different from ordinary Gumonli. She doesn't have ordinary abilities such as transport, but she is very good at dealing with Gu insects and can capture mythical level Gu insects independently. Is that all? Zhou Wen showed disappointment. Xiao Tianfeng gritted his teeth and continued, to tell the truth, refining this Gumonli's baby is the reincarnation of the legendary Gu god, and has a natural restraint on Gu insects. It is because our Xiao family is too incompetent and unable to put it into practice. If she is raised well, if it is raised by a big expert like you, maybe it will be able to stimulate her full strength, and it will definitely be of great use at that time. Is goo God reincarnated? This is quite interesting. I heard before that there was a couple who raised goo, and their child was the reincarnation of a goo god. Shouldn't it be that? Zhou Wen said. This. Xiao Tianfeng neither admitted nor denied it. I've heard about that too. I wanted to rush over to see if I could make Guomantong, but I was a step too late. If this Gumanli's material is the baby, I'll change it. Zhou Wen said. You're really a fellow man, do you really want to change? 2 ice silkworms for this Gumanli? Xiao Tianfeng was still worried and wanted to confirm again. It seems that your Gumanli is really made by the baby. No wonder you are so careful. Zhou Wen said and put the Yuanjing pot on the stone platform and pushed it in front of Xiao Tianfeng. It's really made by the baby, I want it, you can take it first. You don't mind if I take a look at the ice silkworm inside first, right? It's not that I don't believe you are old, it's just that this is related to the rise and fall of our Xiao family. Xiao Tianfeng asked cautiously. At this point, he was still careful, very cautious. Just open it directly, my Yuanjing pot is extraordinary. As long as the goo insect is trapped, even the Dragon King goo can't escape. Zhou Wen said indifferently. Xiao Tianfeng heard that the Yuanjing pot was so powerful. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. He just thought it was indeed a good pot, but he didn't know how good it was. The Xiao family raised goo, which can only be regarded as a halfway monk, not as proficient in Guomantong. How could he recognize the goo pot made by Du Guzong himself? Xiao Tianfeng did not dare to open it, for fear that the ice silkworm would run out after opening it, and he was not sure that he would be able to escape in front of the 2 ice silkworms. But after thinking about it, Gumanli is connected to his life, and Zhou Wen wants Gumanli to kill him. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianfeng carefully opened a gap in the goo pot, looked in through the gap, and sure enough, 2 ice silkworms were inside, but they were bound by the Yuanjing pot and could not rush out no matter how hard they struggled. Xiao Tian was relieved and opened the lid of the pot completely, and the 2 ice silkworms inside were only circling in the pot, and they were not able to climb out. I never imagined that there is such a goo pot in the world. Today is really an eye-opener. Xiao Tianfeng thought about it and said, You are so sincere, I will not hide it from you. Gumanli was the original, the one that the baby refined has a strong restraining effect on goo worms. It is also a very strong existence among Gumanli. It can be regarded as the combination of goo worm and Gumanli. It is a unique existence in the world. You will never regret it if you change it. Sure enough, I said that I will not read it wrong. In this case, the 2 ice silkworms are yours. Lift her life lock and give her to me. Zhou Wen said. Xiao Tianfeng said a little embarrassedly. Old Zhou, your pot is too high-end, but our Xiao family can't compare with you. Without a pot that can hold ice silkworms, we can't bring them back. Originally we wanted this. Only Gumanli controls them, and now Gumanli has handed them over to you. There is really no other way. Can you lend us the goo pot first, and after the domestication is successful, it will be returned immediately. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen thought to himself, this Xiao Tianfeng is really greedy, and he started the idea of goo pot so quickly. This was in the middle of Zhou Wen's arms, and Zhou Wen said lightly, It's just a goo pot. I have a lot of it, it's nothing, you just take it back, you don't need to return it. Old Zhou, are you serious? Xiao Tianzhong was overjoyed, and had the heart to kneel and kowtow to Zhou Wen. The premise is that your Gu Monli is a real Gu god reincarnated. If I find out that it's wrong, let alone the ice silkworm and the Gu pot, even your Xiao family, I'm afraid it won't be able to keep it. Zhou Wen said lightly. Xiao Tian was relieved and startled, but the surprise in his heart calmed down a little, and said solemnly, don't worry, this Gu Monli was definitely made by the reincarnated baby of the Gu god. And it was made by me personally. There will be no mistake. If there is a false statement, I am willing to suffer the punishment of 10,000 Gu. Xiao Tianfeng swears and swears to tell the truth. Then I can rest assured and unlock her life. Zhou Wen said. Do you want to unlock the life lock directly? Do you want me to pass the life lock directly to you? Xiao Tianfeng asked with some doubts. No need, there is a mythical Gu Monli. If I can't even hold her down, I will play Gu Mantong for so many years in vain. Zhou Wen said lightly. Okay. Xiao Tianfeng felt that Zhou Wen was really a big man, and he didn't even care about the mythical Gu Monli. No wonder he could be the uncle of Dugu. Thinking of Zhou Wen's ability to subdue the ice silkworm Gu King, he no longer hesitated. He handed Gu Monli into Zhou Wen's hand, then took out a purse from his body, took the purse, bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on it. As soon as his blood met the purse burned like a flame, and as the purse was burned, Gu Monli in Zhou Wen's hand trembled. Xiao Tianfeng's face also turned ugly, his face was pale, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead, looking very painful. Zhou Wen consulted Gu Shanque and knew that this fate lock connects Gu Monli with her own lifeline. If it is lifted, it will also cause great damage to herself. Xiao Tian was willing to lift the lock of life, thinking that he must not be able to completely control the Gu girl, but was backlashed by the strength of the Gu girl, which has been very hard over time. Now that he can finally get rid of the Gu girl, he is even more impatient than Zhou Wen. With 2 ice silkworm Gu kings and that Gu pot, the Xiao family's achievements will definitely be stronger than before. And the pain of the Gu girl's backlash will also leave him. Click. After the purse was completely burned, something seemed to be broken on Gu Monli's skull. Zhou Wen glanced at it and saw a drop of blood seeping out from the top of her skull. Xiao Tianfeng let out a wow, and spat out a large mouthful of blood, which looked serious. Old Zhou, hurry up and suppress Gu Monli, don't let her run away. Xiao Tianfeng said, enduring the pain on his body. He wasn't afraid that the Gu girl would run away, he had already sold it to Zhou Wen anyway. It didn't matter to him whether he ran or not, he was just afraid that the Gu girl would cause him trouble. The transaction is over, it's time for me to go. Zhou Wen grabbed Gu Monli and injected a burst of vitality into it. Gu Monli was immediately wrapped in vitality, then put her in the package, and got up and said directly, come here, send Elder Zhou back. Xiao Tianfeng called someone to come and said, Mr. Zhou, walk slowly, I am not healthy, so I won't send you. Take care of your injuries, break the lock of life, and your injuries are not light. Zhou Wen took Gu Monli away after saying that. Xiao Liuqi came over and asked nervously and excitedly, Big brother, did you really do it? Did you really get those 2 ice silkworm kings? It's true, it's the 2 ice silkworm Gu kings, without a doubt, there are marks left by us on them, there's nothing wrong. Xiao Tianfeng was also very excited, that old Zhou didn't know That there was something wrong with the goo girl. I thought I was taking advantage. Now we have 2 ice silkworm kings in hand, and I removed the backlash from my body. You and I each have 1 ice silkworm king. After 2 or 3 years, after we domesticate them, our Xiao family will have the opportunity to go further. By the way, look at this goo pot. This is an amazing goo pot. Xiao Tianfeng opened the goo pot, let Xiao Liuqi also see the ice silkworm, and demonstrated the function of the goo pot. That old Zhou actually gave away such a treasure. What a fool. Xiao Liuqi sighed. Zhou had already gone far, but listening. Truth still let him hear the conversation between the 2 brothers clearly, and couldn't help sneering inwardly. I don't know. Who is a fool? The goo girl can make the ice silkworm obey her at will. This is the truly terrifying existence. The 2 brothers of the Xiao family did not know that they had a heavy treasure in their possession. And they replaced 2 ice silkworm goo kings, thinking that they had taken a big advantage. As for the so-called treasure goo pot, although it is indeed extraordinary, it is impossible to restrain the ice silkworm goo king. The reason why they are honestly inside is entirely because the goo girl is controlling and ordering them to cooperate, otherwise they would have rushed out long ago. The Xiao brothers regarded them as treasures, but did not know that it was the most deadly reminder. After the goo girl was free, she wanted to attack the Xiao brothers, but Zhou Wen held down her life Gumanli and did not let her take revenge now. After all, Zhou Wen is trading with the Xiao brothers in the name of the Dugu family. If he kills them now, it will not be good for the reputation of the Dugu family. Dugu Zong has already helped him act in this play, and it is not easy for him to implicate the Dugu family. Don't worry, you are already free, and there are 2 ice silkworm goo kings by their side. Are you afraid that you won't be able to take revenge? Zhou Wen touched the restless Gumanli in his backpack and whispered. Gumanli slowly became quiet, and after the life lock was lifted, the goo girl had already entered Gumanli. Previously, because of being restricted by the life lock, she couldn't even return to her own body, so she could only follow Xiao Tianfeng's orders to do things for him. Otherwise, if Xiao Tianfeng wanted her to die, it would be very easy. But now it's different. The fate lock is lifted, and there are no more restrictions on goo girls. After meeting with Li Xian and Du Guzong, the 3 returned to their residence together. Master, can I act okay? On the way back, Du Guzong asked with a smile. Not bad, just a little exaggerated. Zhou Wen smiled. Only some people agree with exaggerated acting skills. Xiao Tianfeng will believe it if you don't? Considering my age, I have worked so hard to accompany you in acting. Would you consider giving me some tips on how to adopt Phoenix? Duga said the worm. The trick is to find a phoenix and let it see it. Zhou Wen was telling the truth, but his truth made Du Guzong very depressed. On the way back, Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong with Gumanli. The jade-like bones were actually growing slowly. Not only were the bones getting bigger, but there were even flesh and blood meridians growing on them. What's going on? She won't come back from the dead, will she? Zhou Wen was surprised, and quickly put her into the chaotic space, otherwise it would be too terrifying to be seen outside. https://genius for a second too. Remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Click. The crystal container outside Gumanli shattered, and the corpse oil inside also flowed out. Gumanli was too big to hold in the container. The flesh and blood on her body were plump, the skin grew out, and then her hair and nails. In just a short while, Gu Monli, who had shrunk into a ball and was blurred, turned into a fresh baby. A white and tender baby seems to be no different from a normal baby. But if you look closely at her body, you will find that her heart is not beating, and the blood in her body is not circulating. She is said to be a dead person, but her body is normal and alive. Even her eyes are open, just like a normal baby, but she doesn't even have a heart, making it difficult to understand whether she is dead or alive. When Zhou Wen returned to his residence, the baby had grown to the size of a child about 1 year old, but it seemed to have stopped growing and did not continue to grow. Zhou Wen originally thought that she would grow into the size of a Gu girl, but who knew it wouldn't be long? Is it because he was affected by the chaotic space in the chaotic space? Zhou Wen took the girl out, then gave her a bath, washed the corpse oil off her body, and put her on the bed. As a result, the girl did not continue to grow, and she was still that big. She just sat on the bed and looked at Zhou Wen expressionlessly. Zhou Wen took a set of clothes he bought for the demon baby from the chaotic space. Originally, he wanted the demon baby to wear and play when he was fine, but now it comes in handy. However, she is smaller than the demon baby, and it is still very big to wear, but this is the most suitable clothes for her that Zhou Wen can find, so she can only buy it later. Will you wear clothes? Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked. The girl shook her head and still looked at Zhou Wen like that. Is it true that when a person becomes a child, even his IQ changes back? Zhou Wen had to help her put it on, then looked at the girl she was sitting on the bed and asked, Do you remember me? Zhou Wen doesn't know what the situation is now. The knowledge he learned from Gu Shanchue does not have this paragraph. According to Gu Shanchue, if Gu Monli has no restrictions, the spirit body can return to the body, but it will not be resurrected, but only has autonomy. In general, Gu Monli, who has the power since ancient times, is very dangerous, because the death is too wrong. And the resentment lingers on her body, she will continue to harm others. Zhou Wen didn't want to raise a Gu girl like Xiao Tianfeng did, so he didn't plan to turn the Gu girl into his Gu Monli, but planned to use another method to take the Gu girl away. But who knew that Zhou Wen hadn't used that method yet? The Gu girl actually lived and turned into a baby. The method Gu Shanchue taught him was probably useless. The girl nodded. It seemed that the girl remembered him. It seems that the memory is still there. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. It was easy to do with memory. Now that you are free, what are your plans? Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked again. The girl looked at Zhou Wen and didn't answer. As if she didn't know what Zhou Wen meant. I mean, where do you want to go in the future? Zhou Wen was afraid that she wouldn't understand, so he changed his words. The girl still looked at him without speaking, and didn't know if she understood. That. What's your name? Zhou Wen wanted to call her, but found that he definitely didn't know her name, so he couldn't call her a Gu girl like Xiao Tianfeng and the others. I'm afraid she won't like that kind of name. The girl finally reacted this time, looking at Zhou Wen and shaking her head. Don't you have a name? Zhou Wen asked. Seeing the girl nodding, Zhou Wen knew that he had guessed correctly, so he thought about it and said, Then let me give you a name. The girl nodded again, which let Zhou Wen know that she could understand her words, and her IQ had not regressed, but for some reason, she couldn't speak. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while, then looked at the girl's appearance again. Then he asked cautiously, What do you think of the name Shally? There was still no expression on the girl's face, she just turned her face to the side very subtly. Isn't it good? How about Shauna? Zhou Wen thought. about it and asked again. The girl's face was expressionless, as if she didn't hear what Zhou Wen said. She raised her arm and pointed her finger at Zhou's bra. Zhou Wen looked down and found that he had clothes on his chest and nothing else, that is, there were no patterns or words. Could it be she's referring to this? Zhou Wen put his hand in through the collar and took out a pendant that looked like ivory. This is a pendant carved by Wang Mingyuan. It is said to be carved from the white dragon's tooth in the old Longjing. As for the origin of the dragon's tooth, it is said that it was stolen from the old Longjing by the senior brother Lu Yun, but Wang Mingyuan himself said that he picked it up. I can still see through. It seems that her ability is still there. Zhou Wen knew that he guessed correctly when he saw the direction of the girl's finger and moved with the pendant. You want to use this pendant as your name? I see, it's carved from a dragon's teeth, so you want to be called Xiaolong, right? Zhou Wen suddenly realized. The girl's face was expressionless, and she just stared at him like that, without any reaction at all. She watched for a while without blinking, which made Zhou Wen feel a little hairy. Isn't it? Is that Xiaoya? Zhou Wen asked, with some guilty conscience. The girl looked at Zhou Wen strangely, and finally nodded slowly. Zhou Wen looked at the girl's eyes and felt that she was about to give up, and felt a little bad in her heart, so she thought about it and said, Xiaoya doesn't seem to sound very nice, it's not like a girl's name, or it's called Ya. Son? A bud is a bud that sprouted, I hope you can grow up faster. The girl nodded slightly, although still a little reluctant, but not like the expression of giving up just now. Okay, then I'll call you Yer. Zhou Wen wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at Yer and said, Yer, can you still control the Ice Silkworm King? Yer nodded, and Zhou Wen was relieved. If Yer can't control the Ice Silkworm King, then his plan will fail. Although the result may be the same, Zhou Wen doesn't like things that he can't control. Can you still prevent others from seeing you? Zhou Wen asked again. This time Yer shook her head, obviously she could no longer exist as a spirit body. Zhou Wen asked Yer some more questions, and roughly understood some things related to Yer, but what she knew was very limited, and she couldn't speak, so Zhou Wen could only ask tentatively. Now I only know that Yer's ability, memory, and IQ have not changed. It's the same as before, but her body doesn't know why, it stayed in this state and didn't continue to grow. Does she count as a living person now? Zhou Wen couldn't judge Yer's situation, so he had to ask her, what do you want to do now? Kill. Yer actually said a word. So you can talk? Zhou Wen stared at Yer in a stunned manner. After so long with his hands and feet, it turned out that Yer could speak. https:// Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. But Zhou Wen asked Yer again, but she just nodded and shook her head and answered without speaking. Could it be that she can only say this one word? Although Zhou Wen thought it seemed unlikely and unreasonable to say only one word, but Yer had nothing to do if she didn't say it. Yer suddenly stood up and walked outside, but she didn't take 2 steps, and she fell to the ground with a soft leg. It seemed that her physical strength was similar to that of an ordinary baby. Yer frowned slightly, her eyes narrowed, and her body actually levitated. It's strange, her mental strength is still as strong as before, at the level of gods, but her body is as weak as a baby. Zhou Wen also felt a little weird. Zhou Wen just wanted to say something to Yer, but saw that she had already flown out of the window, heading towards the Xiao family. Zhou Wen was afraid of an accident, so he put on the invisibility cloak and followed him to take a look. In the Xiao family, Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi are preparing a plan to domesticate the ice silkworm, and they can't wait to successfully domesticate the ice silkworm. It's really a treasure. A powerful goo worm like the ice silkworm. Goo King is actually trapped inside and has no ability to rush out. It is much easier for us to tame it, Xiao Liuqi said while looking at the ice silkworm inside. Xiao Tianfeng was also observing the two ice silkworms. The two ice silkworms seemed to be tired from crawling around inside. Xiao Liuqi took out a goo worm, tied the goo worm to a rope, and threw it into the yuanjing pot. This is the food that ice silkworms like to eat. We must use this method to lure the ice silkworms first. But do not feed them. And then gradually train. Xiao Liuqi put the goo worm in, and was about to pull the goo worm out, when the ice silkworm made a move, but who knew that an ice silkworm directly swallowed the goo worm, and the speed was astonishingly fast. There was no time for him to pull out goo worms at all. The speed of the ice silkworm is too fast, it will be very troublesome to tame. Xiao Liuqi was about to pull out the rope and make another goo worm. But who knew the ice silkworm inside, but dodged from the pot to the top of the pot. Xiao Liuqi and Xiao Tianfeng were both shocked and quickly backed away. How could this be? Xiao Tian was horrified, feeling that something was wrong. Before Xiao Liuqi could say anything, another ice silkworm actually crawled out, as if the effect of the yuanjing pot had failed. The two ran outside without hesitation, and when they got out of the secret room, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that all kinds of goo worms were crawling everywhere in the huge temple. The Xiao family were desperately fighting with the goo worms. What was even more terrifying was that the goo worms they domesticated even betrayed their masters. He launched an attack on the master, and there were screams and blood splattered everywhere. How could this be? What happened? Xiao Tian's eyes turned red, and the entire temple seemed to have turned into hell. There is a problem, there must be a problem, it must be the guy surnamed Zhou who is playing a trick. He doesn't want to give us the ice silkworm at all. Xiao Liuqi was desperate, there are already many goo insects in the Xiao family, and now they all betrayed, even that god-level blood scorpion goo didn't know how to rush out and was killing frantically. There are also a few mythical level goo insects that they captured before, and they are also killing frantically. They are already very difficult to deal with any one of them, not to mention that there are so many goo worms, it is impossible to even rush out of the temple now. Zhou, even if you become a ghost after death, I will not let you go. Xiao Tianfeng cried out in grief and indignation. In the sky, a figure slowly descended. Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi looked over and found that it turned out to be a little girl about 1 year old. However, the little girl's face did not have the innocence and cuteness that a child should have. She was expressionless, her expression was cold, and she was suspended in the air, looking down at Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi so coldly. The surrounding goo worms slaughtered wildly, but there were no goo worms to attack Xiao Tianfeng and Xiao Liuqi. Goo girl, you are a goo girl, how is this possible? Xiao Tianfeng looked at Yer carefully, suddenly pointing at Yer, she screamed in horror. After all, he was once connected to Yer's life, and he was too familiar with Yer's breath. Although the lock of life has been lifted, he can still sense the unique breath of Yer. How could she be a goo girl? It's impossible, right? Xiao Liuqi naturally wouldn't believe that the little girl in front of her would be a goo girl. Gu Monli is impossible to resurrect, the little girl in front of her is obviously a living person. Sixth, you are confused. Except for the goo girl, who can control so many goo worms, and who can make all our goo worms betray them. And the aura on her body. The goo girl is definitely not wrong. Xiao Tianfeng said in horror. At this time, the two ice silkworms also crawled out, with transparent wings on their backs, and flew to the side of the goo girl, as if they were protecting her. Xiao Tianfeng suddenly seemed to understand something, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, I understand. It turns out that the surnamed Zhou has no ability at all, any treasure pot, any hand to subdue the ice silkworm are all fakes. Yes, Gu Envi was able to subdue the ice silkworm. At all, it was she who was controlling the ice silkworm. We have never found out that her power has become so powerful. Xiao Liuqi was also horrified, his face full of despair. It's over, eldest brother, this time we're done for everything. We shouldn't have hit her in the first place. Now she's coming for revenge. The entire Xiao family was dead, and goo worms like a tide had already surrounded them, surrounding the two of them in the middle. You, damn. With Yur's voice, a tide of goo worms rushed towards them. The Xiao brothers fought desperately, but they were quickly overwhelmed by goo worms. Countless goo worms got into their bodies and bit their internal organs and body flesh. Amid the inhuman screams, the Xiao brothers were left with no bones left. Zhou Wenfei was in the air. Looking at the miserable state of the Xiao family, he couldn't help frowning slightly, and was also a little worried. It's understandable that Yur wants to take revenge, but it's a bit too cruel to kill them without asking whether it is right or wrong. It's not necessarily all bad people in the Xiao family, and not all of them have done bad things. Zhou Wendao didn't pity the Xiao family, but was afraid of Yur's character. If she were to take her with her in the future, if she or the people around her angered her one day, would she treat the Xiao family as well as she did? Yourself and your friends. While Zhouwen was still thinking, those goo worms had already begun to disperse, and not a single one was left, only Yur flew over with two ice silkworms. Zhouwen took out the Yuanjin pot that Du Guzong gave him, and the two ice silkworms obediently got into it. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading. Website.